right?
Right.
Good. So how do we have gas pressure without a container then?
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
I mean, if there is no container, then you wouldn't have a gas pressure, no?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well done. Very good, Liam.
Well, I mean,
Earth is basically a convertible with a top down driving through the vacuum of space.
Hold on. Let me just parse out this next step. So, Liam, you're aware that we are breathing gas pressure.
We're breathing gas pressure?
Yeah, the atmo, the air that we breathe, is a pressurized gas. Did you know that?
A pressurized gas? I mean,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so what container is that gas pressure pressing against?
Well, okay, let's say, I just want you guys to explain. So let's say the Earth is either flat, round, or it's a frisbee or whatever it is. Triangle.
Well, we're not really talking about the shape right now, but
I'm just saying, no, but just on that point, because I want to see what exactly it is you mean. Because, and you're saying, well, look, how can there be a vacuum of space and simultaneously there be a pressurized gas or whatever if there's no container?
Yes.
Well, I mean, my understanding is that there is a force which keeps the gas in. I can't remember. Is there like layers around the fucking Earth or some shit? I can't even remember. This is so long ago. I did this in fucking.
As far as we can
this in
tell,
like middle school, and then I fucking forgot it.
well, as far
How
as
does
we
it-
can demonstrate,
You
to have
explain
gas
to me the
pressure,
scientific explanation of why you disagree.
so because observable reality tells us that if we want to pressurize a gas, we need a physical container.
Yeah, well,
Which is
I
why
mean,
when you were asked about it, and when Jedi said, "So, could you give us gas pressure without a container?" you said, "No, you can't do that."
I suppose not. But then again, if you have a mass body, like a massive body, you know, not if it's large enough.
So this would be another one of those things that we can't.
It exerts enough of a distortion of space time.
Yeah. But this would be, would be another thing that we can't demonstrate, right?
No, I agree that you can't demonstrate it without that theory. But if you agree that that theory exists, then it negates your point.
Right. So we have to
agree.
That's fallacious.
Sorry. We agree the theory exists. It's not a scientific theory. It's not physical. So how can it physically act on gas that's increasing in entropy?
I agree. You need that. Without gravity, it wouldn't make sense for there to be a vacuum of space.
Yes, but it wouldn't make sense with Einstein's gravity either, because that's just a coordinate system.
You tell me.
Well,
for the audience listening, this is not a proof of the globe. He's invoking imagination and consensus.
No, I mean, I'm invoking scientific theory.
You've got two gravitational ideas. One, we've spoken about Einstein, which is just a coordinate system. The bending of a fabric that's reified. We get that. You've done that. Newton, Cavendish, all of that mass attracting mass gravity, where the force of masses is attracting other masses at distance somehow because it's massive. This isn't how we describe in any way, shape, or form what gas does. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of its volume, only having physical collisions with other gas molecules and the limitation of that volume. If you increase the size of the volume and keep the gas the same, the gas pressure goes down. Increase the amount of gas in that new, now bigger volume, the gas pressure goes up, and keep doing so and go up and up and up. If you keep increasing the size of the volume, the gas will fill that limitation of space. It will keep doing so exponentially. If you take the volume, the container away, the gas is free to disperse into the next whatever the realm that the gas exists in, and it will fill that space. But it won't achieve pressure until it does so. It will decrease rapidly in pressure, lose pressure.
Yeah, we need a container, Liam.
I had a penny drop.
Yeah, so he was thinking logically about it before he knew the full consequences. And you couldn't have gas pressure without a container. You just believe.
Oh, sorry, you're saying I forgot to hit push to talk. So you're saying. Sorry, I was looking at booking flights online. Okay, you said Pressurized, it's more shit about gases, pressurized gases even with special relativity, it doesn't explain yada yada. Because why? Because gas laws it just violates them.
Yeah. If you talk about mass attracting mass, gas has mass. The mass would not fill spaces because when it's closer together, it would have more.
No,
Good.
but they're, as we
Yeah,
explained, the force of the gas is very, very small compared to the force of the entire Earth.
And gas disperses, doesn't it? Because the
Yes, but
force
that's
isn't
because there's a stronger force acting upon it.
because the force isn't great enough when it's in close proximity, and gas disperses and gets further away. So the force would definitionally go down. So it would most definitely not be attracted to each other, even if it did exist.
The force
Gas
would not
disperses
most
to fill the
definitely not be
limitation of its
attracted to each
volume.
other.
If mass attracted mass, it wouldn't do so.
If mass attracts mass, it wouldn't disperse. Okay, but
No.
if one force is stronger than the other, and one is very, very, very weak,
Mm.
then wouldn't you expect that to happen? That makes sense to me.
Are you aware of the inverse square law with regards to gravity? Further away from mass, gravity force decreases.
Yeah.
Good. So when the gas disperses, what's happening to the space between them? Is it increasing?
No, it's decreasing.
It's an increase in space when between gas molecules when they disperse to
Right.
fill the limitation. Yeah. Good. So as they disperse, what happens to the gravitational force? Does it go up or does it go down?
It's decreasing as it disperses.
Yeah. That's why when you have gas tightly contained, observably isn't attracting itself to each other. You increase the volume, it disperses to fill the next available volume. The mass of gases does not attract the mass of gases. If it did so, the gas wouldn't disperse to fill the volume. It would not increase in entropy, which it does. High pressure
Hang
goes
on
to
a
low.
minute, bro. Hang on a minute. Okay, just because there's a very, very weak force acting upon it, why would that indicate that it wouldn't act upon a stronger force? That's like saying, okay, if gravity exists, then how come I can jump up and down?
What are you talking about?
Like I can jump up and down despite the fact that there's a force pulling me down. I can jump up. So if there's a stronger force, in other words, if gas laws are, if air pressure is acting upon, if I open the fucking, I don't know, the top of my bottle and there's gas inside and it disperses.
Yeah.
I'm getting a call. Laters, boys. Fun chat,
Bye-bye.
but I must say, I like you guys. You're not stupid or anything. I just don't understand. Like I do understand it, I guess, a little bit, but I feel
Yeah,
like
come
you
back
guys
anytime,
lost
Liam.
your time. I don't know. Find something else. I don't know.
Good luck, Liam.
You'll be back.
You're
Bye-bye.
all rich Goyim, I hate you all.
Thank you.
He's triggered.
But yeah, I like Leo. Liam's funny.
He came in pretty mad, but he settled down.
You did. You really did. Fun times.
Okay, no worries. I got them to join the chat, so they're part of the room now. Where were we at? Gas dispersing.
Trying to
What's the next
figure out.
argument? I feel like we've done this one. I feel like
Okay,
what's the next
that's fine.
argument?
We'll move on to, and Cyclone can take this. We'll move on to the actual Earth now. That might be a good place to
Right.
start. So Cyclone, curvature.
So we
Curvature of
did
a
curvature a bit earlier, and we did the gas. I don't know. Do you want to try improving the motion of the Earth? Have you tried that yet?
motion of the Earth. I
Yeah,
mean,
like they say it spins. You believe that?
I think a lot of that would have to do with your model of like. I mean, I heard one. Here's a really good one. I heard someone. I can't take credit for this. I heard someone join in and make this point a while ago. I can't remember what you guys said in response to it, but it was a pretty bad one. So you guys have that model where the Earth's closer to the sun and it goes around, right? And then someone asked the question, well, why does the sun appear to be the same size, even as it's moving like a lot further away in comparison to where it would be in the solar model where it's millions of kilometers away?
Is
I don't
this?
know that it stays the same
That's the tough
size.
one, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we can get to that. We can get to that. But for now,
All right, let's do what's your one
try
right
and
now?
get, because we were asking what evidence we have that the Earth is spinning, for starters.
That the Earth is spinning. I mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you, but I can look it up for you, and we can hear what you got to say about it.
All right.
Isn't it interesting? Yeah, he's got to Google why he thinks the Earth's spinning.
Well, because I don't really give that much of a shit. I mean, I'm a
Well, because
science boy, but I'm more interested in like other things.
but it's not
I mean,
very obvious, is it? Because when we go outside, it doesn't seem like the ground.
This is from physicslink.com. It sounds absolutely sus. It says the most direct evidence from the rotation is via the Foucault pendulum, which swings in the same plane as the Earth rotates beneath it. As either pole, the swinging plane mirrors the 24-hour period. Some rotation is observed at all other locations on the Earth's surface as well, except for the equator.
So they're swinging a pendulum.
Oh, and I see why this makes sense, because if the Earth has an axial tilt, then you could see it in the angular momentum of anything that's on the Earth, no?
Right, so pendulums will spin because the Earth is spinning? Is that what we're saying?
I mean, have you guys heard of this? Sounds like something you should know about.
Yeah. Heard all about the pendulums. So if I was to have a crane, if I had a crane with a big kind of, let's say, hook hanging from it like a pendulum, is that crane hook going to start spinning?
Wait, what?
Like a pendulum on Earth?
Yeah.
You're saying the pendulum's spinning because the Earth's spinning, no?
No. I'm saying
No.
necessarily anything that's on the Earth or anything that's on an object, like if you're in a car and the car starts spinning, necessarily you are going to start spinning too, right?
Right, but we need to establish that the Earth is actually spinning. No?
Right, but I'm saying, look, I haven't heard about this until 2 seconds ago, so I don't know the ins and outs of it. But I'm saying it seems like what they're talking about is that they have a pendulum which spins at the same plane as the Earth rotates beneath it. So in other words, and let's look in more into this, because this is just one page. I look up Foucault pendulum.
So does the
flat there's something?
What?
Huh?
How do you? What's your answer for stars in motion?
They move.
The stars in motion. Okay, so the stars appear to be in motion because the stars are in motion.
Short car.
How's that?
So you think that
We think that we see the stars moving because the stars are moving. Does that make sense?
everything rotates around our planet?
Everything.
Well, when we see these things moving, the sun, moon, and stars, we say, yes, these appear to be moving. Logically, it would make sense that they appear to be moving because they're moving. Now, what we're being told as children is they appear to be moving because the ground is actually moving, not those things. But when we ask people, well, how did they ever prove that the ground is moving? Because we don't detect any of that. They don't really have any answer. They kind of say things like, well, swing a pendulum, and the pendulum swings.
Well, I mean, it seems like there was a physicist called Foucault, and he did this in 1851.
Yeah.
Okay, and he determined that there was. Oh, look, there it is. Someone
Well, so he
posted it in
swung
the
a pendulum, and he was assuming that the Earth is moving. So he assumes that there was some influence on the pendulum.
No, it seems that depending on where you are in the Earth, it does or doesn't have that spin. So you said if you put it in the equator, it doesn't have that.
Is that the case? Is that something you know or seen?
Because it's an axial tilt, and you don't notice it. Well, I
Right,
haven't
but
observed it
even if you
personally, but I'm
observe,
imagining this is a repeatable experiment which
hold
one
on,
can
hold on.
perform.
But the problem would be, even if you wanted to claim that the motion of the pendulum is caused by what you're claiming would be Earth's motion, how would you even get to that conclusion without just claiming it? Like,
No,
you
no,
see the
no, no.
pendulum
Wait, wait.
swing,
The
you see
spinning of
What?
the pendulum.
you see the
Spinning of
pendulum swing, you see the pendulum swing, and you say it's swinging that way because the Earth is spinning. But that's just a claim, right?
the spinning of a pendulum relates to the Earth's axis for the phenomenon. I think it's called Foucault's pendulum. Okay.
This is the
Okay.
claim.
The Foucault's pendulum demonstrates
Mhm.
the rotation of the Earth by
Okay.
exhibiting a change in the plane of the swing over time. It's
Ah.
not saying that it's swinging because of the rotation of the Earth or because of the axis. I don't know where you heard this from. The rotation is usually clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Well, it's a cool story, but your claim of a cause is just a baseless claim because you're asserting a motion
So
of the
now
Earth.
you're switching.
You're
To
asserting
another
motion
topic.
of the Earth, but you don't
Yeah.
actually have a motion of the Earth yet.
If you
Wait, I
circle
was
your
probably
if you
misunderstanding. So,
turn around, okay. Let's say you go outside and touch grass, and then you spin around.
Yeah, we've
Okay.
been outside. We've been outside.
If
It's
you
not
do that,
Are you
moving.
sure you've been outside?
and everything is
this guy's
moving
drunk.
around you,
No,
is the world itself moving, or is it
no,
you
no,
who's
no.
moving?
Kyle, have you been outside? When you go outside, the ground is still.
And if you
Have you
turn
noticed
around,
that?
if you spin, what
Noticed
happens?
that?
Feel sick.
If I spin, then I spin.
Feel sick.
Then what do you observe?
I don't close my eyes. Feel sick.
Well, I observe a 360 degree around me of a still motionless Earth. Is this your argument? You can tell the Earth's
No,
spinning
no, no,
because
no.
you can spin.
Stop being
Stop
facetious.
making me sound stupid.
Stop being facetious, okay? What you do, no, you don't see in still Earth. The Earth is not still when you
Yeah,
see
you
it when you
do.
spin around. It is moving because
Do
you
you,
are moving.
do you observe the Earth spinning?
What do you
Oh
mean
my
the Earth
god!
is spinning? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
Yeah,
the
right.
ground beneath your feet, you're saying that's spinning, no?
No,
Oh
he's
my!
not. He hasn't the
No.
entire
No,
time.
I
Oh, so
cannot.
the
I
ground
need to
isn't spinning.
The
listen.
entire point of my analogy of you moving shows that it's about perspective and it's about
Alright,
what you perceive is not
where's
what is
this guy?
real.
Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
on, guys. Let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick.
He's
All
already
right,
muted.
so we're hitting moving targets, and that's no bueno. So I need whoever's going to be on the side of the globe make a claim, and then back it up with evidence. Remember, make a claim, and then back it up with evidence. Don't say I didn't say that. I'm not talking about that. Make a damn claim, and then back it up with evidence. Is that easy? Pretty easy, right?
My
Make a
claim
claim,
is
back it up with evidence.
if I spin around, it's not the Earth that is
No,
moving around me.
no, we're not talking about
Right.
spinning around. I'm talking about a claim for the Earth. Make a claim for the Earth.
Oh my god! Are
It
you too
does
stupid
include
to
the Earth.
understand what he's saying? Are you too stupid
All
to
right.
understand the
If
point he's
you're gonna
making?
talk about spinning around, then the spinning around room is in another server. It's not here. We're talking here about the Earth.
Yeah, I thought you
Okay?
guys
Oh my
were
god!
trying to
She's
prove the
spinning.
Earth is spinning.
All right. We make a claim of the Earth and then support it with evidence.
Do you have like
Go.
a brain damage or an alcohol problem? Like the way you talk is
Both.
that.
All right, dude. Make a claim of the Earth and then support it with evidence. Go.
I think the Earth exists.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, so Kyle's given up.
What else?
Listen. We were with Liam and we were on Foucault, right? So let's actually do that because Liam just heard about this
Yeah.
2
Look,
minutes
I'm sorry
ago.
for going off of you. It's just you went on for a bit long. Now, I don't understand much about it. It seems like Kyle did. So why don't you just
No,
real quick, Kyle, just tell me, because I was getting it wrong, I think. So what exactly is the Foucault pendulum? Why does it Does it demonstrate an axial tilt? And how does it demonstrate an axial tilt?
Now, we have to talk about the Coriolis effect first. Do you guys
Okay.
know what the Coriolis
Oh,
effect
fuck,
is?
no.
No.
No, fuck that. Yeah, we're not
Come on,
gonna
Kyle.
we're not
Your
gonna
fellow
listen to this
Glober needs
idiot.
you to help him out.
It
We're
is,
not gonna
it
listen
is
to this idiot
directly
drone on.
related. It is directly related to Foucault's pendulum.
Well, Kyle, Liam is asking you to explain to him how the pendulum proves that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Okay, the Coriolis effect is an important. It is a phenomenon that occurs due to the rotation of the Earth. It influences the motion of objects, including
Alright, so hang
air,
on.
water
Hang on, hang on.
currents, and
Hang on.
projectiles.
Where's
Okay?
this guy? No, fuck that. Nope. You just made a derivative argument out of the premise. You can't do that. You're gonna have to state the premise first before you move on to the derivative. Coriolis is a derivative argument. That means it's secondary. The premise is the Earth is moving. You got to prove that first before you move off to talk about Coriolis. Prove that the Earth is in motion, and then you can talk about your derivative topic, which is Coriolis. Prove the Earth is spinning first, then go to
That's what he's
Coriolis.
doing.
Got it?
That's what he's doing, but that's supporting evidence to
Nah,
No, he's
Liam,
not doing that.
Liam.
He's talking
He
about
said,
Coriolis.
yeah, he has said this is
Not
because
doing
the
that.
Earth is spinning. That's just begging the question. He needs to evidence that it is spinning before he says this thing is occurring because it's spinning.
What? Wait, hang on a minute. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So the Coriolis effect is what? Is it?
It's a secondary argument.
Well, I don't think
First
Kyle knows, but it's an apparent deflection of an object. Like if you were sitting on a roundabout, like a children's playground roundabout, and you're spinning around, and then you and someone else are on that roundabout, and you're throwing a ball to each other, there will be an apparent deflection to someone observing that from outside the spinning merry-go-round. So it's an apparent deflection that you see when something is traveling across a moving surface, like a spinning surface. But what Kyle thinks he's talking about, because on the globe side, some people think that objects in the air, like a bullet or something, is deflecting because the ground beneath it is spinning. So what Kyle was trying to fallaciously claim was that objects in the air are deflecting due to the spin of the Earth. But he, of course, has no evidence for this because we don't actually observe that.
Who says otherwise?
Planes?
Okay, first of all, you haven't proven the premise, which is that the Earth is spinning. It's not who says otherwise. You have to provide evidence that the Earth is actually
is he
spinning.
supposed to prove
we're
that
not
if you're
gonna
muting
wait. We're
him?
not going. No, you're talking about Coriolis, and you're getting into a derivative topic. It's off topic. You need to go back to the premise and provide evidence that the Earth is actually in motion. We can't keep talking about Coriolis. It's not helping. No, it's not. It's derivative. It's already saying that the Earth is in motion. Therefore, Coriolis is the apparent deflection. So you can't talk about Coriolis.
No,
It's
you're not
secondary.
understanding his point. He's saying,
yes, I do.
Remember, no, Veritas.
I've been doing this argument for fucking 10 years.
Veritas.
I know what I'm talking about.
Veritas, we're talking
Don't
about
go
an
to the
experiment.
fucking secondary.
Have no fucking model.
Dude, do not go to the secondary conversation. Go to the primary one.
Veritas,
is the Earth spinning or not? Is there any evidence that the Earth is spinning?
He's saying that there's an experiment, which I brought up originally. There's an experiment which relates to proving there is an axial tilt. And he's saying that in order to understand how it proves an axial tilt, you have to understand that concept. Now, maybe that concept...
Dude, no. Fucking no. I'm telling you no, because you're talking about something else. You're not talking about the Earth spinning, all right? Tilt is not spinning. Got it? The Earth is tilting. It's not spinning. That's something else. So we need to talk about how the Earth is spinning. That's the most important thing right now. Do you have any evidence for that? Anyone in this room? That the Earth is spinning, not Coriolis. That's the thing after the Earth is spinning that you apparently see. We're not talking about that. We're talking about
an effect of it, not evidence for it. Wait, what?
It is fucking derivative. That means that the Earth is already spinning, and therefore, if the Earth is tilting, necessarily it can't be flat.
Hold the fuck on, dude. Hold on.
Wait, how else would you?
If you shut the fuck up, I will tell you. All right, so if the Earth is spinning
This guy
around,
needs to
and
take
you
a
see like,
Valium.
fuck, dude, god damn it, shut the fuck up. If you
Yo,
see the Earth
10
spinning around,
milligrams diazepam
all
stat.
right, fuck you. I'm gonna mute your dumb ass. How about that?
You're doing me a favor, honestly.
Fuck
With
outta
you in
here.
this chat, it's absolutely disgraceful.
Shut the fuck up. All right, it's pretty simple, right? If the Earth is spinning around, you're gonna see something happening, like weather patterns
Like
and
the
hurricanes
Coriolis
and shit.
effect.
So yeah, this is the idea that you guys think in your head is happening, right? So
Oh.
if the Earth is spinning around, then all of this other thing about your Coriolis that you talk about should be something that you witness, but you forget that Coriolis has nothing to do with actually seeing something. It's an apparent deflection. It's not an actual one. So with that, you
Can
have
you
to
tell me the
understand.
difference between the two?
Yes, but we're not going to talk about Coriolis because in the first instance, you haven't provided evidence that the Earth
Because
is actually
that's
spinning.
because
So the
it's too strong an
naturally,
argument that you can't refute.
listen, no. So you have to first witness the Earth actually spinning. The naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth actually rotating, that's the first thing you have to notice. If you're not noticing the Earth
Why?
actually rotating, then you're not going to be able to come up with the idea that a secondary thing is happening. So it's most
Why?
important that you actually identify that the Earth is spinning. That's a naturally observed phenomena of Earth spin.
Can you demonstrate that
You
what you
get it?
say is necessarily true?
Yes, that is the premise.
Please do
So
so.
if you say that something
Well, I
is
don't agree with
happening,
your premise. I want you to demonstrate
it
it.
doesn't matter if you agree. The
Well,
observation
I
of
do think it
something.
does because I think you're wrong. That's what that means.
Listen, well, it doesn't matter if you think I'm wrong. If the Earth is doing something,
Okay.
then you have to witness the Earth do something.
Yeah, like the
Right?
Coriolis effect is a result of
No, the
like the
Coriolis
model
effect.
that's being used to
No,
describe like how the Earth works. Yeah, like
No,
how
it's
else are you gonna
presuming.
measure something
Oh
by the
shit!
results of the
Are you?
something? It's not possible.
The Earth is presumed to be spinning, therefore Coriolis is an effect of that spin. The Earth is presumed to be doing something, therefore Coriolis is the effect. The Earth, one more time, is presumed to be doing something, therefore Coriolis is the effect. So, we're not presuming anything. We want to know if it actually is spinning. You got it? We're not presuming. We want to know. So we don't presume that the Earth is spinning and then we say, well, there's an effect, therefore the Earth is presumed to be spinning. No, you have to know if it's spinning or not by a naturally observed phenomena. You go outside, where do you witness the Earth spinning around? Can you witness it spinning? That's the first step. And then you say, well, because the Earth is spinning and I've witnessed it, now we're going to say that all the derivative things that happen will take place. But you haven't seen it spin around. Now, we need to know, where do you come up with the idea that the Earth is presumed to be spinning if you've never witnessed it? Go. Some bullshit that you guys come in here with.
Oh, you unmuted me. I mean, like, if you
Yeah,
want
you've
some
been
other
unmuted.
evidence than the Coriolis effect, then that's fine. You can ask for that. But you're like,
No,
the way you try to
Coriolis is not.
understand this is just wrong. I'm sorry, my dude.
Coriolis effect is not evidence of something. It is derivative. It is assuming something. It is not saying that you've witnessed something. It is assuming something is happening. Therefore, your presumption of the Earth's spin is Coriolis effect. It is not saying I witnessed something. It is saying that because I think the Earth is spinning, the Coriolis effect will take place. You're not
Do you
witnessing anything.
think that's any form of evidence towards it? Maybe it's not enough by itself, but do you feel like that's any form of confirmation towards the model of a
Yeah,
spinning Earth?
no. No.
No?
Like I said, it's derivative.
Yikes.
So the confirmation
Why do you think that
comes
matters?
from
Can you
the
explain to me how you think that matters? Dude, you're gonna
I'm
end
gonna
up
tell you
unmuting me
the
again. You're gonna
I
end up muting me again
no,
if you don't let me like try and interrogate you a little bit. Because like your assumption is just wrong. And you've
shut up, dude. Okay, first of all, the only thing you're gonna do is witness the Earth doing something. That's simply the only thing you gotta do. Go out somewhere, go see the Earth do something, come back, report, and say, I saw the Earth spinning around. That's the only thing you gotta do. I don't care if you post it in the text chat. It's not gonna make it any more true just because you post something. Posting things doesn't mean that you're right. It just means that you have an idea of your belief. It's simple. All you got to do is witness the Earth do something. Say, come back into this chat and say, I saw the Earth spinning around. I know that I've directly noticed it spinning. You guys don't have direct evidence that the Earth is doing anything. You're presuming that it's doing something, and then saying, well, because my presumption is what I think it is, then I know that the Earth is spinning around. You can't do that. You have to witness it do it, and then come back and say, I've witnessed it spin around. That's the naturally observed thing that you see the Earth do. Fucking hell, dude.
Step out for a minute and someone killed the chat. What went on?
I did.
Okay.
We had a bunch of dummies in here saying that Coriolis is evidence of the Earth's spin. And then they didn't want to say that the Earth is spinning directly because they know the implications of saying that. They're going to have to provide evidence for it. So obviously Coriolis effect is the evidence that the Earth is spinning around. And I kept telling them that it's derivative. It's not the primary. You're going to have to first witness a naturally observed phenomena of the Earth spinning. And then from there, you work your way forward and say, because I've seen it spin, then I will know that I can see the effects of things when it spins. But they haven't seen it spin, so they're just assuming that with all types of matter, it doesn't matter if it's Foucault's pendulum or, whatever it is. If they want to say what they want to say in this chat, it's not going to work.
Yeah, we make them confront some real challenging issues. And a lot of them do this cognitive avoidance.
Yep. And most of the times, somebody will answer, but these guys didn't want to answer, and there was too much coddling going on, so fuck these guys. They're going to stand on their own 10 toes, and they're going to speak for, what the truth is. If they know it, then say it. If not, we're not going to go off and just tell them, yeah, Coriolis, let's have a great discussion about it. No. Because first of all, you didn't provide evidence that the Earth is spinning, so no. You're not going to go off and talk about a derivative topic. And just holding them their feet to the fire, though. Holding their feet to the fire, just like that, then you see them drop like flies because they can't answer the question. They wanna bombard you with like all kinds of other dumb questions that have nothing to do with the primary.
Right. So for the audience listening, we ask people for direct primary evidence of naturally observable phenomena. That's our starting point. So if we ask for that and your response begins with, well, imagine if.
Yep.
I remember when I was new to this topic, and I was asked by people in the 24/7 community when I was brand new, we're talking day one, if I ever saw the curvature before. And I had never been asked that, and I'd never really contemplated it myself. Most of us move through life too fast and to be bothered with some of these things because we're struggling to make ends meet in our daily lives, most of us.
Yep.
Yeah. So that question has real profound implications. And so I started thinking back to, well, I hear people saying they can see curvature at the beach. I've heard people say they can see curvature up in the sky when they're flying in airplanes. But have I actually ever seen it myself? And I kind of thought about it. Well, there are times I thought I did, but I wasn't sure. So the answer is no. I actually can't say that I've ever seen it myself. I've only heard urban myths that people have.
Yo, obvious at B. I like your profile picture. Very interesting to me. I don't know where the sunset happens in your profile picture. Can you tell me where it happens?
Yeah, I had about three spirals out.
What spirals?
Three
I
of
haven't. How do you spiral?
Sunsets happen in the west,
Walking
my man.
barely and
Look
getting
west.
moved barely.
Yep.
You can't really spiral if you never even said anything really, other than let that guy finish his point.
Let that guy finish his point. You wouldn't know a point if it stabbed you in the eye.
Stabbed you in the eye. Okay. So obvious. Are you gonna explain to me your model that you have in your profile picture?
It's not a model. It's just a picture.
So where's the sunset happen?
What do you mean by sunset?
Where does the sunset happen in that model? If someone's standing on the ground, where's the sunset at?
You're already implying something when you use the term sunset. What are you implying?
Because the sun looks like it's hovering over the earth, doesn't it? And it's funny because that little light, because the sun looks really small in that model, is shining a particular spot on Earth, which makes just no sense. It's disproportional as hell.
Yeah, that's a picture. It's not Earth.
There are a lot of
Because whenever you
suppositions
guys
go into
talk
that, right? It sounds to me like you're trying to shoehorn standard cosmology into flat Earth cosmology. We don't make any claims of what the sun is or what the medium is between us and the sun. We're more interested and concerned with what the nature of Earth is below our feet. Yeah, because you can't test what the sun is. There's no scientific test. For the sun or the stars or the moon.
If the reason you one spot of Earth, but it won't hit the other side. It's like some sort of little middle school science project you guys do with it.
The sun's too far away to see the light.
So
you make it sound like
and the sun is hovering over the Earth.
Yeah, you make it sound like the Earth as a globe with the heliocentric sun has any more to do with science and all that. Like, dude, you think that something comes from middle school? That sounds like a little third grader came up with that. You really think about it.
Right, it does. It does sound like a third grader came up with a little middle school science project.
Yeah, brother, I got a question for you, brother. Okay, where's the scientific experiment validating that daylight is sunlight? I'll wait.
Wait, you don't think daylight is from the sun?
Bro, did I ask you a question?
I don't even. You know what's crazy? Like what you said is so absurd that I don't even. It's like saying, "Does the sun exist at all?" Like it's something so absurd that I don't need a citation to tell me that daylight is from the sun. No, it is absurd for a grown man to say that. It is absurd.
Calm down.
It is absurd. I'll tell you why. Can I tell you why it is?
Oh, you're not, dude. Dude. No, I don't care, dude. Okay?
Right,
you're not on point.
I'm not going to tell you.
On point is what I asked. Good. Don't tell me so I can speak. That way you're not going to be talking through me. Okay? Check it out. throughout history, there have been people that have speculated that daylight is something other than sunlight, that they are corollary but not necessarily causal. There's also people who would say that the sun might fluoresce the atmosphere. And so a lot of the light that we see is ambient from the atmosphere, not actually directly coming from the sun. So while the sun does give light, there's also another source of light. Now, that is not just pure speculation that I made up on the spot. That's been thought about in the past, right? But the question that I'm asking is, where is the direct scientific validated evidence that daylight is sunlight? That's what I want to know.
I mean, you already made. First of all, I didn't make a claim. You just did. You said that we thought about it for a long time. So, do you have any evidence that there is some other light source other than the sun that illuminates the Earth?
No. What was my question
for that? I mean,
dude.
I already understood.
That's
your
not
question.
how it works.
You made a claim.
You don't
I didn't make a claim.
You didn't answer my question at all, dude. The correct answer to my question is there is no such evidence.
Yeah, and why are you saying there is no such evidence for this if there is no such evidence for anything you just said? When we see daylight, for example, right now it's like what, 7:59 a.m., right? I see daylight, the sun's out. I don't see the sun. I don't see what's it called? Daylight. It's simple as that. You don't need any scientific experiment for that. Now, when you say that the daylight doesn't come from the sun,
my friend.
it doesn't necessarily come from the sun. You
There's
have
your
no
problem,
evidence
friend.
for that.
There's your problem. You have at best a logical fallacy that relies on correlation. Okay, that's what you have. That's why I asked you for validated evidence that it's the case. Really? Okay, let me see. Let me put it in a logic string.
Why isn't it?
Let me put it in a logic string. Let me put it in a logic string. If the sun
during the nighttime.
What?
Why isn't it sunny during the nighttime?
Dude, because the daylight isn't around anymore. Duh.
Inverse square law of light.
So the daylight just turns off and turns on.
Light is the answer.
Listen, dude.
Yeah, you can have.
No, you guys don't. Inverse square law. Inverse square law is not the answer to this question. What we're asking is, if the daylight is its own entity and the sunlight is its own entity, and they do correlate in their time, that doesn't mean one is necessarily caused by the other. Okay? Correlation does not equal causation. Okay? So the claim on the Glober side is that the sun is the only source of the daylight. That's their claim. Right? When was that validated?
There's no evidence that would contradict it.
No, dude, that's not how evidence works, brother. You don't just get to make an assumption and a logic string that's fallacious and then say, well, you don't have an alternate explanation.
We literally see it every single day. What?
Dude, right, so I could also say that the cock crowing makes the sun rise. Because every time the cock crows, the sun is rising.
Yeah, that'd be false, because whatever crow or not, the sun still rises every single day, depending on where you are.
Dude, somewhere on the earth, the cock is crowing when the sun rises.
You ever see? Yes. Okay, when is it ever nighttime and the sun's out?
Dude, good grief, dude. Do you not understand the problem you're making? You're just appealing to the correlation.
There's literally no problem. There's no evidence that contradicts it.
Yeah, dude. There's no evidence that validates it in the first instance. It doesn't need to be contradicted.
I literally don't need any science to prove that. I literally need no science or citation to prove that.
Hold on, homie. Just chill the fuck out for 5 seconds. Because the sun rises every day, therefore it's a globe? Fucking foul.
No,
I never said that.
Dude. That's not the question.
That's not what I said.
That's the question on the table for this friend. Right. Look, the question on the table is, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time? That's essentially the question.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's just due to distance and perspective and how far your eyes can see and azimuthal grid of vision.
You don't even have a model. Why are you talking about distance and perspective?
Because I don't have a model. I can't tell about how your eyes work, bro. And how
There's
light
numerous
works and how
reasons.
far
You have a
light
model,
can go.
therefore you can't make claims about where the sun is or where it's not, because you don't even know where it is on your model.
Eventually,
Dude, the
light's gonna
sun
go too
is.
far away to where you can't see it no more.
I know where the sun is. I
On
know
your
where the
model,
sun is,
the sun is hovering over the Earth, but somehow it's also like making sunsets. So it's like it's doing all sorts of shit.
Yeah. Do you understand how your eyes work, bro? You understand how light works?
So
You
my
sound like
eyes
an
are making
asshole.
the sun
You're
appear
a
below
fucking
the
retard,
horizon when
bro.
it's hovering over somewhere.
If something gets far away enough from you, yeah, it's gonna converge with the horizon, yeah.
Okay,
He's
so
getting
the
taken
sun
away from
hits
the
me.
point. Hold on, Matt. Matt, hold on. I think. Hold on. I think you're getting away from the point, but there is evidence that daylight is not sunlight. I'm gonna give you some evidence
Okay,
right now. Have you ever
thank
seen
you,
the
thank
lightning
you.
storm at night?
Have I ever seen the lightning?
Lightning
Lightning? Yeah, I've seen lightning.
at night.
Yes, I've seen lightning at night. Yes, that's not daylight though.
Okay. You can do this on YouTube because there's lightning at night on YouTube. I want you to hit pause on lightning at night on YouTube. Like there's some videos out there, and you're gonna see for
Okay, bro.
yourself that you can see
Mhm.
daylight happen when there's an electrical charge. When it disperses electrical charge, it like lights up the entire sky like as if it's
Yes,
daylight.
yes. First of all, just show me the picture
Yes.
you're talking about specifically, so we can
Now,
look over it together. But other than that,
right.
I can't find
So
your
I'm
stuff
gonna
for you. I know. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt
right,
that.
but
Like what's it called? When that happens, there's like some light, but still,
yeah, no.
I
What
need a
what
photo.
happens is daylight can be achieved for that small amount of time when the lightning
Oh,
strikes, showing the evidence that what he was saying, that you can have daylight without the sun. So
it's not
that what
daylight.
he just said, yes, it is.
Let me
It's
just post a
daylight,
pic. Let
bro.
me just post a picture. Dude, let me just post a picture and tell me if this is what you're talking about. Um,
But you
The
can have
moral
it
of the
separate.
story. All right.
is this what you're talking about? I
The
just posted
moral
in
of
the
the
chat. Is this
story
what you're talking about? Like
is
this?
if you claim that daylight, if you claim that daylight is sunlight, you have to validate that. You have to track that light source back to the source and validate that
Oh
that's
god, bro.
the case. There's no such thing that
Okay,
exists
I just
where
posted this alpha. Is this what you're talking about?
anybody
Lightning? You're saying lightning?
has done that in the history of mankind. Okay? It just doesn't exist. And to say, well, you don't have stupid logic.
Okay. So
You're
alpha,
breaking
was
up
that
AI.
what you mentioned? I know he
Yeah,
is
but
breaking up, but
yeah,
was
but
that
the
what you
the moment I check a video, I think video does a better justice than just a still. The video, you can actually pause it right when the maximum light that's emitting from the lightning, so that when it happens, you can see like the sky turns blue. It looks like daylight, like completely daytime, like as
it
if it were
doesn't, dude?
daytime. Yeah,
You have to show
dude,
me. You have to
I'm
show me
telling
exactly
you,
the pick the image that you're
I'm telling
describing.
you to
But
go do some. I'm telling you to go do something so you can see for yourself. So when you go, like, type into Google or YouTube, type in lightning at night, and then whenever there's a lightning that strikes, I want you to pause the video immediately, and you're gonna see the way it looks. Like the outside looks like it's daytime, and I'm telling you, you're
but it
gonna
doesn't
be
look
amazed
like it's
because
daytime though.
a lot of
You literally
yes,
do a 360
Matt,
turn and it's still
Matt.
dark. Like, dude.
Matt, it looks like daytime. I've done it myself. When there was lightning
Yeah.
outside, I've taken pictures. I like put a video on myself. I know that this is true because I've done it myself, and I've seen videos of lightning striking at night. And when that happens, it lights up the sky like it's daylight. You need to see that because you're just saying no, you haven't seen it. All right. So his point still stands. The evidence that you can create daylight without having the sun around is true. It just is.
No, what do you mean
You
create
don't need the
daylight? No
sun.
one's creating it. What?
Are you understanding what I'm saying? You don't understand the words that are
Oh,
coming
I
out of my
am
mouth. You
understanding,
don't
but
need the sun.
you're saying create like someone's creating it, dude.
No, I'm talking
Like I
about
here,
the
I have the
sun
video
being
for
the
you.
source of daylight, bro. The sun
That is
is
what
not
they
the only
okay,
source of
define daylight.
daylight.
Define daylight. Define daylight. Define daylight.
What do you think it is?
Doesn't matter what I think it is. Daylight is something
Yeah,
that's
well, why the
objective.
fuck do I have to define it if you know what it is? Why would I have to define it? Do you know what it
I
is or
want us
not?
to be on the same page. That's why. So you have to define
We
what
are
daylight
on the
is.
same page. We are on the same page. You just don't want. You reduce it to absurdity so that you think you can have a leg up on winning an
It's not
argument.
absurd.
You don't,
What do you mean absurd? Okay.
because you know what the fuck daylight is, right?
Yes.
Sun,
I
All
know what daylight
right,
yeah.
so
is.
I
It's
do
when
too.
the sun is
So
out.
I do
It
too.
illuminates the surface of the earth.
Let's not be idiots about it, right? Unless you are,
All right, then.
unless you need
Dude, you just mentioned
everything
lightning.
defined.
Bro.
Yeah.
Alpha, you're literally
And
mentioning lightning. Would someone, if someone's like 5 miles before and they're
Bro.
looking at a complete different
Bro.
direction, they're not even going to see what you're looking at. So it's not causing
Bro.
daylight. We
that's
know it's
not
not
what
causing
I'm
daylight.
talking about. If there's a
Bro,
lightning that
No, I
strikes
know what you're
and you
talking
see it,
about, but that's not even
all right
daylight.
then. Yes, it fucking is, dude. You need to go see it for yourself.
How the
You
fuck
don't know
is
what the
that
fuck you're talking
daylight,
about,
dude?
first of all.
It's still nighttime.
I know it's fucking nighttime. When the lightning strikes, the moment that the energy disperses, you can see everything around you. It lights up like it's if it's daytime. Do
Not
you
everything.
understand what I'm saying?
No, not the same thing as nighttime. Are you telling me that when a lightning strikes, it's as clear as it is when the sun's out?
Okay,
It's not
dude.
the same
Check this
thing.
out. The moment the lightning strikes at its maximum peak, right? When you see the brightest point of the lightning strike, the brightest point will light everything up. And like I'm telling you, it depends on what the proximity to that electrical discharge. But the electrical discharge will light up the sky like as if it's daytime. Now I'm not talking about the ones that you see crawling up around the top of the clouds,
That
like the
barely
lightning strikes
happens.
that actually, huh?
Yeah, that's okay.
What?
That's fine. Yeah, like when a lightning strike happens, we can admit that there is light, right? That you can see. There's light probably on the surface of the earth as well. But again, is that widespread light? No. Is it
Yes.
light? The lightnings don't even happen every day at certain areas. They don't
All
happen
right.
every day.
The
So
point
That's a straw
point
man.
about
What does
the
that have
point
to
of
do with anything? It's a
yeah,
non
it's
sequitur.
a straw man because
because it
the
doesn't
point about
cause
this.
daylight that we see every day, like the
Yes,
sun we
it
see
fucking
every
does,
single
you
day.
dumbass. You're a fucking
What do you
dumbass,
mean?
dude,
You're the
because it does.
dumbass.
It does cause
Okay,
daylight, you dumbass.
it doesn't
Fucking
cause
idiot, dude.
daylight. Daylight is the
Yes,
sun.
it
That's what we
fucking
see
does.
every single day.
Look at
No,
the fucking
daylight is
video,
not
dude.
the sun, bro.
Listen, dude, I'm gonna fucking mute you.
Sometimes.
Go
Are
look at the
not
video.
serious. I refuse to
You're
believe it,
gonna go
bro.
see the fucking video, and then when you come back, then you can fucking be unmuted.
All right, but is it
You're
not the
gonna go
case?
make him watch the video.
Is
How
it not
long
the
is the video,
case
bro?
that
Minute or
Yeah,
5
yeah.
minutes? Is it a
is,
5-minute video?
is it not the
Yep.
case that any time that we see and are bathed in daylight, we can look up and see the actual point source, see the actual sun?
All right, Cortigo, you're getting caught in the crossfire here.
Hey,
So not only lightning, all right. There's been flashes of light. And I'm gonna use this example because I'm not really sure. It could be a discharge of light or something. But what people colloquially call meteorites, like the one that happened in Russia. I was a few years ago, I think it was.
well, I agree with the point you were making. Like when
Yeah.
rockets go up, like it looks like it's daylight. Like it will
Well,
be like midnight, and it will look like it's daylight. I completely agree.
yeah. So like what Matt
Wait,
doesn't
what?
understand is that
Wait, what the fuck?
it just depends. Hold on, guys. It just depends on the light that's emitted, on the energy that's being produced. But if you have a large enough energy source, and it depends what it is, right? So like with the idea that you guys can go look at some of the meteors that come across the sky, like the one that happened in Russia, or the ones that happen at night. And once they hit a particular layer of the air, right, it ignites like this really bright flash. And once that bright flash happens, it ignites the sky as if it were daytime. So there is daylight that happens during that brief moment. And the same thing happens with electricity. So when you see a lightning strike, and there's like a certain moment when it's at its brightest, it lights up the whole sky like as if it's daytime for that brief moment. And then it goes away.
That's true.
Well, yeah, I know,
What's
but
the conclusion though? Like, you're right. I
well,
was caught in the crossfire, but like, what's the conclusion?
so Matt was saying that you can't achieve daylight only with the sun. That's the only time that you can have daylight. And I was like, no, that's untrue. Daylight can happen outside of only the sun.
Right.
So if we're saying that daylight can achieve, if you can see the sky light up like blue, like, like as if it were daytime without the sun, then it's true. That you can have daylight without the sun.
Shit.
But
Yeah.
like not like
totally.
sustained daylight though, right? Like these are all like
No, not
incidents.
sustained.
These are all incidents.
Listen, not sustained, but what I'm saying is the causal mechanism for daylight can be something else. It doesn't have to be the sun.
You're right. It's just a light source, something that
It's
emits
atmospheric, refraction, distortion. Yeah, you're gonna
just-
have daylight when the sun goes down, or
if you
not down, but away, if you will.
if you have enough photons, then the sky
Well, are
will.
photons
be
a
bright.
real thing? Do you have proof of a photon? I mean,
Yeah, but like,
I mean, is that the
I
hill
don't
we're
want
gonna
my
die
point
on?
to
Come
get.
on.
I didn't want my point to get lost though, because Matt was dying on a hill that he couldn't support
he's
because
gone,
I
bro.
have
He
the
bowed
evidence.
out, bro. Yeah, he bowed out,
No, he
dog.
didn't. He's still in here. I think he's
No, he's in the text, but he bounced out of the VC.
Oh.
I'm sorry, but
Oh,
that's
he's
not
up
the
here.
definition of daylight. If you look up daylight, it's not what you're describing. So the person who was speaking is actually correct because you can't have daylight at night. It's a specific hour. It's meant for day, not time. So definitions matter. That's from the Cambridge University. I posted that. I'm not trying to be rude.
No,
I'm
I
just
think
saying.
we're talking about when you can see the sun and then it goes away, and then right before it goes away, you still have that daylight a little bit before dusk. I think that was. Am I correct? Was that the argument?
I mean, she is right.
No.
She is technically right. Like, but I mean, it doesn't. It's a distinction without a difference. You know. She is right though.
Yeah, daylight can be achieved outside of just the sun. The sun isn't the only thing that can produce the daylight. It's sunlight and daylight. Daylight can be achieved with other means. And I'm sorry if you guys don't agree, but
Well,
that's just true.
Alpha. Hold on. Did I steel man the argument correctly? Because I don't know.
No,
exactly.
it wasn't. Yeah, no.
I was
My
trying to
argument
say,
was
once
that
the sun goes away, there's still a little bit of daylight, but it's
no,
not the
that's
sun.
not it.
That was. Oh, that's
No,
not
that's
you.
not it.
Okay, what were you saying?
No. I said this. Like at nighttime, when it's nighttime, you can have a flash of lightning, and for a brief moment, you will see the sky light up like as if it's daylight.
That's correct.
So you can have daylight outside of the sun.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, shit.
The
Okay,
sun-
yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's not really.
Yeah, so the
same,
sun
though,
is.
right?
Yes,
It's not
it
really
is.
daylight, but it's essentially lighting it up as
No,
if it's
daylight.
It's a little
It's
bit
daylight.
lit.
So
It's a little bit lit.
So listen, we're not talking about sustained. We're not talking about sustained daytime or sustained daylight. We're
No, I'm
saying
talking
that
about like the instant, like the instant. Like it's not really like you know the sun, like the desert sun. Like it's a little bit bright. Like you know, there's some blue.
no,
going
I
on.
would say before you kind of sign that check, I want you to actually take a look at some videos or actually do this test yourself. When it's lightning outside and it's dark and it's nighttime, I want you to take a video of that. And now, where you're, make sure the camera's pointed outside. And then when you review the video, pause it when that lightning strikes. You're gonna see everything as if it were daytime outside.
I mean,
Are
we talking like noon?
No, he's not talking about the light, guys. He's talking about the color blue,
Yeah.
or the colors that are associated with daytime aren't necessarily sun rays from the light. And if you really look into this, there are people talking about how that blue is an excitation, and that color, the color of the atmosphere, comes from particles being excited.
Yeah, the noble gases.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
That are, well,
Right,
yeah,
but I think the problem here is,
hold
on, Alpha. I think it's a quick little argument of semantics. People hear daylight, they think sun.
Yeah.
And so that's just that's the problem that we're hitting here. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
So
because
it's like daylight. It's like let's not call it daylight, but it is like
no,
equal
we're
to
calling it
or
daylight.
okay.
We're calling it daylight because of the fact that whenever daylight, because daylight and sunlight are different. All right, direct sunlight, everybody knows you're getting that the energy straight off the sun. You feel it, right?
We're
But when
kind of
like in the morning,
defining daylight as
in the morning time, listen, in the morning time, when you don't see this, when you haven't seen the sun yet, but it's daylight out, right? You haven't seen the sun yet. You can see everything, but you just don't feel the energy from the sun. When the sun's out, however, and that sunlight hits you, you can feel the energy, like it's beaming on you. You could sense it, right? So daylight is different than sunlight. All right, you
But
can get a tan.
that's
You
why
can get a tan from sunlight. You can't get
I
a
feel like
tan from daylight.
semantics are about day, night, and sun. We're talking about daylight and sunlight are two different things. It's definitions. So day and night matters. The definition of day in that play of word, right? Semantics.
I think it is semantics. Like you can define daylight in a way where lightning like absolutely would not qualify. Like and then you can try to redefine it in another way where it does.
It's just that okay, it's just that when we're in this like debate forum type situation and everyone's like super logical, I get Alpha where the dude was like tripping out or whatever cuz like it is semantical and like what one man sees as daylight or whatever is different to somebody else is essentially where we're at.
Yeah, if I was to do it this way, if I was to take a still image and compare it with daytime, like if I was to show you the still image of when the lightning strikes, you wouldn't know it's lightning. You would just see the outside light up like as if it were daytime. You'd be like, well, this is daytime. And I would be like, really? That's daytime. How would you know the difference between that image that I show you and one in the daytime? You couldn't tell, and you couldn't tell it apart. They look
You're
the
right.
same.
You're right. You could take an image of someone during or you could take an image of a scene during a lightning flash, and you could take that same image of a scene during a sunrise. But I don't think that they're identical. I think that you could define a differential, and one could be described as daylight, and one could be described as what happens during a lightning storm. Even if the same amount of photons are hitting the people, like even if the images are identical, I think that they could still be distinct.
Yeah, they could be distinct, but at the same time, what we see in daytime, we would see in nighttime with the lightning flash. So it would be known as the same thing. So we don't need to create new or invent new words for the thing that we already have to describe the thing that we know, right? So a lot of times what happens is some people just want to parse out and split hairs and make it sound like they're making a whole new argument, and it's not. It's the same thing. So if we're saying that the excitation of the noble gases are occurring at a specific time, because like let's say the energy that's produced at the time that the sun's out could be something else other than the sun doing it or something. It could be we haven't had somebody investigate this, is what I'm saying. And so the AI was kind of saying the same point. There hasn't been like because we've only correlated sunlight and daylight, right? So the energy that we're talking about to produce daylight could be happening on a different level, like lightning, or like I said, you saw like this particular meteors that come across the sky. And I'm only saying that so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Look those up if you don't believe what I'm saying.
Bro, I don't want to stop your monologue, but bro, like, why do we always let the globers drag us into the sky and away from the ground where we have all the evidence?
All the
and proof,
power.
you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I think we have argued this to a conclusion.
No offense, brother, but I'm saying they always like, why does the moon do this? Why does the sun do that? and we get pulled into it. And before we realize it, we're in a 45 fucking minute debate about shit that is kind of conjecture, yeah?
Well, I mean, everyone has their best, positions to argue from. By the way, I think with that we have
It's very slick, by the way. How the Globers will slide that sky in there, and they go, "What about this? What about that?"
Well, I mean, I do that. Like, everyone has their best points, like flat earthers like to talk about the horizon. I personally like to talk about Jupiter as a globe earther. Like we all have the things we like to talk about. Like, I think that's fair ground. But
But with what Miggy said, that there is something to it. And do you think that Cambridge University left it open on purpose then? Because when I read the definition, it says natural light from the sun, which we're like, hey, wait, and we're arguing, right? But then it says or the period during a day where there is light. So it's kind of leaving it open. It's like playing both sides.
I don't think that they were trying to do that for the sake of like a flat Earth argument. I think that they're just trying to give like an argument in line with current like scientific consensus that's just like kind of open.
Yeah, but this isn't a flat Earth argument either. So
how
did
we get here?
I was talking to Matt about AI had gave Matt an example of like, well, has there been any research to study that says that sunlight and daylight are two different things, like because they're correlative, right? So he was going on a point about something having a correlative factor. So he was saying, just like I say, like the cock crows in the morning and the sun rises, that doesn't mean that the sun rises because the cock crows, right? So he was using that example and analogies to say like, well, that's similar to that would be like daylight and sunlight. Like how do we know that them two are the same? And can you have daylight without sunlight? And so because they're correlative, where's the research that covers that daylight is sunlight? And so Matt went on a tangent and saying Matt went on a tangent saying that that's stupid. Daylight is sunlight, and I was like, no, it's not. And so that's why I jumped in. No, it's not, because it's not. Because we can see daylight, the energy that's produced when the noble gases are ignited, right? It can be achieved with a bright flash of a lightning, or like I said before, one of those meteors that come across the sky, and once it hits a certain layer of the atmos, it will ignite the sky and make it look like daylight. So that can happen outside of sunlight. So just to go off of AI's point, that's why I was telling Matt. And then Matt, when he spiraled out of control and saying that it's not possible to have daylight without sunlight, without the sun.
Is Matt still here?
Oh no, he was.
Like maybe I'm not like good enough at chess to see like where that factors in flat Earth versus globe Earth.
My point was strictly that something that Matt didn't know, or a lot of people don't know. I should say, a lot of people don't really look into this, so it really wasn't a flat Earth point. It was just a point of like, there's a lot of things that people research and say that they know something, when in all actuality they haven't even looked into it because they don't know what they're saying. And all it takes is for somebody to do a simple test. All you got to do is look at some videos, probably, or spend some time when there's lightning happening at night, and take a video and see it for yourself. Because I can tell you,
you're kind of right. If you didn't do it at night, say they're going to get away from the night part, right? Because they were say day and night. You're actually right. What if something that hadn't come close and it's still dark as shit out, and something brightens up the sky during the day hours, right? That would be considered daylight, because in the definition, it's literally talking about it could be or. So you could go there and not even be at night, and it could be during that morning hour, right, when it's getting ready to become bright out. So you're pretty on point on that, and that's why I think they leave an or. And here's the point is, why would they put an or? What's the need to put an or if they already had the answer? Because they're saying it's natural from the sun, or it could be something else. So the definition of daylight is exactly what Miggy's saying.
But
it can be something else.
But
could you something other than the sun?
Becoming very semantical, guys. We're it's 45 minutes, guys. I hate to do it. I know I'm gonna have to be the asshole, but
No, you don't have to be, because
kind of
this room is
semantical.
moderated. I'm one of the moderators, so it doesn't matter what anybody says. Like, if we're on point, we're on point. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, for sure. I just don't want to be a dead horse.
Veritas, how do I become a moderator?
well, first of all, yeah, you have to join the club of Flat Earth. I'm just kidding. Nah, it's listen, man. A lot of people put a lot of work into this, so it's not easy to be a moderator either.
I'm doing my best. I'm doing my
No,
best.
for sure.
You
We
get a lot of flack.
appreciate all of you guys, no doubt.
Well,
No,
it gets heated,
I
man. but
appreciate you guys too. I appreciate you guys too. I like these discussions. I try to be as cordial as possible. Like sometimes emotions get better, but like I try to do my best.
You were a little peeved earlier today. I was listening.
Sometimes people cut like they get to the core of you. They get to the core, but you bounce back.
It's fine, man. It's
If
just
you
the way it
guys,
is in here.
if you guys want to keep going on with this topic, that's cool. I'll bounce, but I just I'm here to have fun, while also be educational. And I do feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse, but I don't want to be rude or a dick.
Does anyone want to throw out?
If you think I'm speaking out of place, let me know.
Does anyone want to throw out a topic?
I already fleshed out what I wanted to say, so I don't need to go around
Yeah,
anymore.
go ahead, Alpha. No, but I'm saying, do you think? What do you think? Do you think we should switch subjects or what?
No, I don't care, man. You can talk. Listen, the only thing I wanted to do was make that point clear, because it has.
Ah, you crushed
we don't
it.
talk about it.
Yeah.
Basically, we don't talk about it, and it's like one of the points that it has nothing to do with flat Earth. So
I got you. I came in on something new. Okay, cool. I didn't know if this was like a common topic or something. Okay,
There are
gotcha.
probably like 10 starting points in doing these. Does anyone want to just throw out a topic that they think is their best argument, and we can attack it? We can.
There's no proof of motion. There's no proof of tilt. There's no proof of wobble or spin. That's it.
yeah,
Now we can go.
You and Flatman can have a conversation, Cortigo, if you want.
Ah, man, those are tough ones though. No proof of motion. No proof of
motion.
tilt.
Is a hard one.
No, those are all.
Why don't we just go get some martinis and go to the beach and look at the horizon and?
That sounds like a fucking day. That sounds like a day.
Yeah, because there's no proof of motion, bro. So let's just go ahead and just throw it in the hamper.
Well, I don't have any proof of motion. I can't say that there's no proof of motion.
Bro. Nobody does.
Didn't they do some shit with or they like gyroscopes or magnets? Like what was the deal with that? Don't they have some gyroscope?
I don't know
Tell
about
me,
that.
brother. I'm not here to help your argument, bro. I could do your argument better than you, but I'd rather you tell me.
Well, okay. No, I mean let's be charitable. Like, because I don't have the.
Let's be charitable.
I don't do this. Like,
you want me to explain your model to you? I don't want to do that.
But you agree that they did go out there with gyroscopes, right?
I mean, anybody could do anything. I mean, what does that prove, bro?
No, I mean that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, people can go out and do stuff, sure.
No, I didn't say they can. They did, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Hey, I got a question. If the Earth is rotating
you accept
under
or
the
reject
atmosphere,
that they went out there with gyroscopes.
Cortigo. If the Earth is rotating underneath the atmosphere, then how the hell do planes land on a moving surface?
They go with it.
But they don't. They land in all directions.
I don't see the contradiction.
If the Earth is rotating and moving underneath an aeroplane, when that aeroplane comes to land,
leaving that reference frame and going into the ether and then going back down, the wheels are gonna fall off. It's gonna crash and burn and murder everybody.
Yeah, like your plane would literally need trolley wheels in order to handle that movement and motion.
I disagree. I think that the Earth is a system, and it contains the airplane, the atmosphere, in the same way that the atmosphere doesn't just like wobble off the dirt, the ground, like it doesn't just slide away. Airplanes don't slide away; they're contained.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Coriolis effect then?
I don't see how the Coriolis effect is involved.
Well, okay, forget Coriolis. If the Earth is rotating, as Flatman said, it's a different reference frame. But you don't believe that. You believe the Earth and the atmosphere is one reference frame. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No,
So
they
what?
are objects. None of them are reference frames. Reference frames are concepts, are mathematical constructs. They're not objects.
Right, but in order for example, a Foucault's, because I heard you guys talking about Foucault's pendulum earlier, in order for that to be a thing, you do need two reference frames.
No.
Right, and that Foucault's pendulum is
You
actually
only need
connected to
one.
the Earth. So, nah, you're tripping.
You can describe it in multiple different ones, but you only
You've
need
lost your mind. You've lost your
a
mind.
situation, a non-inertial system.
Wait, why does he get muted?
You've lost the plot. Who got muted?
I didn't mute anybody. I don't know. Maybe he didn't.
I
Maybe.
don't even have the power to mute people.
AJK just got muted when he was refuting. He wasn't talking over anybody.
I don't even have the power to mute people, bro. I'm actually surprised I'm not muted because I'm kind of like a hardcore.
Okay.
Okay, so there's only one reference frame. That's fine. There is no Coriolis effect. Then there is no apparent deflection. That's good because that's not what we observe. Correct.
I mean, I'm going to get muted for this, but I'm not going to respond until he is unmuted.
Well, I'm not going to unmute him till I find out who muted him.
Oh, thanks. So where we at?
You were about to start your waffle.
No.
I don't know who muted me, but that was pretty funny.
I think you got muted mid-sentence, mate. I don't know who did it.
Think. So you were not listening, okay?
All right. Well,
Oh, Lord.
there's some mod abuse going on. I'm going to leave. I'll catch you guys later.
Hey. Oh, he's gone. I was gonna. Never mind. I was gonna say, hey, hold on, buddy, but he's gone.
Yeah.
That's all right. Listen, bro, when mod abuse starts to happen, I just bounce back to the honeycomb hideout, dog, where I got the mod abuse powers. I'm just kidding. But kind of, maybe not.
Yeah, not sure what happened there, but don't worry, guys. It's under control.
No worries, bro. Man, dude. Yeah, Root. No, I'll talk to you personally. But so how's everybody doing? Hope everyone's having a nice day. God bless you guys. Sun's out and shining, whether it's daytime or sunshine or daylight sunshine or mathematical equivalency shine or whatever's going on for you guys. Hope you're having a nice day, dog.
And we still haven't verified the R value on this beautiful day.
On this
Still no R
wonderful
value.
sunny day.
Yeah. We've built our whole cosmology off an R value, and we haven't validated it. Have a great day.
R value. You too. Why do you guys keep calling it R value? Is there...
Radius.
The radius of the Earth.
Radius.
Okay. So radius. That's not. Is that not succinct enough, or is that confusing in a way? Or why do you use
How are
that
we
word
confused?
R value instead?
How did we get confused? I don't understand.
What are you confused about?
I just asked my question. What was my question just now again?
You don't know your own question?
I'm just wondering where you guys got hung up, because it was just a very short question and you didn't seem to hear it, or
Well, there was a
No,
bit
we
of
heard it.
stuttering involved,
confused again,
AK.
or I don't know.
You did stutter a little bit, so do you want to say it a bit smoother?
Okay. Why do you guys keep calling it the alleged radius of the Earth an R value? Why do you introduce that term when there's a perfectly good term for it?
Because it's funnier when you say it that way. Because all it is an R value. See, what you guys like
it's a
to do
radius.
is... Yeah, but what you guys like to do is make out like that's actually being measured, and you like to make that as real as possible. But when we say R value, we highlight it for what it is. Just a number, a random number, pretty much, that works backwards compatible with the sky, the distances. So I like to call it an R value because that's what it is. It's a number pulled out your ass.
It's a claimed radius, isn't it? Still, right? The concept of it may be invalid and may be ridiculous in the first place.
Well, it's never
and so
been
on.
measured.
But that should...
Yeah.
And that should stand on its own. You shouldn't need to make it sound ridiculous in order to show it's ridiculous, right? Because if it is actually ridiculous, then you can just say it as it is, and it will end up being ridiculous. So you wouldn't have the need to make it sound even more strange than it is when it's already strange, right?
Well, if I say the radius of the Earth to somebody in the audience who hasn't been around this conversation, they will just probably assume that, the radius is clearly confirmed, right? If I say R value, then they have to go and figure out what I'm saying. But actually, on the way to that, they'll realize, it's just a mathematical, term, really.
It's a very interesting dream world you've built up.
It's just a bit of fun,
Because
AK. Don't need to go so deep, my friend.
Okay, then you're making
just
fun
like to
of
call
it.
it that.
Okay, that's the short answer of it. That you're making fun of it. That's fine. That's okay. But I'm just pointing out that you wouldn't need to make fun of it if you actually had some substance. For example, if you tell someone, well, the radius of the Earth has actually has never actually been measured. For example, those and those and those things that claim to measure them actually presuppose the radius, and then you show the content of it, then the one who's speaking to, suppose they actually listening to you, they wouldn't think that just because you said radius of the Earth, now it has been measured, because you just told them how it's not being measured. Like replacing that word, the radius, with R value to make it sound more ridiculous doesn't do anything, except for antagonizing people and making it harder to have a productive conversation.
It's an antagonization.
Well,
Yeah, thanks for the feedback, AK.
It's just been made clear that it's made to sound ridiculous. It's made to sound to make fun. It's made to make it sound funnier, right? How do you think that is not antagonizing someone that is opposing your view?
I never said at any point that I didn't want to antagonize the globers. That's why we call it the spinning water ball. That's why we call certain types globetards. Like, yeah, there is some fun going on, AK. We all do have fun.
Okay, yeah. Just saying, it's counterproductive to having to progressing and to spreading
retards,
that.
globetards. I know
Yeah.
we all dread it.
Wait,
But at the end of the day,
Roots.
there are
When
retarded
you
It's
say
all
people.
have fun,
counterproductive, yeah.
when you say have fun, do you mean like making songs that go, "What chocolates flat earthers are coming for ya"? Is that fun?
Oh, look at that guy trying to
it's
try
not-
you, Roots.
Yeah.
Look at this cat, dog.
Do you know what
What
makes
a
me
bitch,
laugh?
dude.
He's clearly a fan because he's heard my song and he knows the lyrics. I like it.
And Roots, coming back to what you said, we all do have fun, and that's okay. Having fun is great, right? But I also notice it gets in the way of actually trying to have a discussion when you're not just vibing and trying to have fun. Like right now, when you're saying, well, the Earth rotating underneath the atmosphere, that's already a substantially wrong, inaccurate understanding. That's not what's claimed to happen.
Yeah. Well, it's all a
Underneath an
clown show.
atmosphere?
You understand that, bro? You
Yeah.
understand it's all a clown show.
You mean
There's no
above?
proof of any of the motion. All a clown show. Pathetic, dude, at this point.
Did they come to a conclusion first
Becoming
before
pathetic.
giving a...
I almost feel bad for people that believe in the globe at this point. Especially in flat earthers that I've heard like all the good flat earth arguments, bro. And they come in and day out, hours on end, fighting it. Like, what a sad existence. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Wait, what's that?
I'll tell you what's sad. I'll tell you what's sad. What's sad is that you guys like to, in one breath, talk about the Coriolis effect, which is basically just
The hell is
kinetic
that?
energy, which is just angular momentum, yeah, from the atmosphere, like on a Foucault's pendulum claim, yeah. And what's sad
Not
is
from the atmosphere, no.
you guys will then talk out the other side of your mouth and say that the atmosphere is one reference frame, and that basically is you're holding two positions at the same time when it suits you. That's sad.
Well, you still seem to misunderstand the whole of what is being taught and an accurate description of the matter. But sure. I mean, in your understanding,
I'm pretty sure if I was incorrect, AK, you would have corrected me and not just grandstanded like you did. You would have actually told me what Coriolis is then, if I'm wrong.
Well, stick with diabetes, because diabetes is a new guy. AK's been here for ages. Right.
What's a Coriolis? Because I don't
There's a guy named Diabetes?
Yeah. Well,
Holy shit,
what are you
brother.
referring
Do
to
you
exactly?
really have diabetes, brother?
Bro, stop diverting the chat. Roots,
Yeah, stop
Are you
diverting.
still there?
What
Roots,
is a Coriolis?
Diabetes.
What are you?
Diabetes.
What is coming out of your mouth? What is it?
So the Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection, okay, due to the Earth rotating underneath a fixed or a suspended pendulum. Now it's not just a pendulum. That's Foucault's pendulum. Sorry, I don't mean to confuse you, but what I'm describing here is the Coriolis effect and how it was. Let's say, how it was established, but the Earth rotating underneath a pendulum is what's claimed to be apparent deviation from the Earth rotating underneath it. Now, in reality, nothing rotates underneath the atmosphere. There is no apparent deflection. when it
the
comes to things
Coriolis
in the
effect
atmosphere.
itself is not defined based on the Earth, right? The Coriolis effect itself is the effect of an inertial force called the Coriolis force. Inertial forces are forces that do not occur in inertial reference frames. They are swallowed. They disappear when you describe the same situation from outside, so to speak. So when you have like a rotating tablet or rotating a lazy Susan, for example, right, and you rotate it, then you can describe it in a coordinate system where all the places on the lazy Susan are coordinates, right, and the whole thing rotates. Or you can describe it from outside, where the places on the lazy Susan rotate rotate on the table that you're setting it, right? Both things are equivalent. You can describe them from either perspective. Doesn't change anything. But when you describe things from the perspective of coordinates on the lazy Susan, then forces occur or deflections occur, as Roots was describing. Apparent deflections occur without a force being present when you look at it from the outside. And that deflection, one of those deflections, is the Coriolis effect or the Coriolis force. It has nothing inherently to do with the Earth. Now, there is the claim when you have a globe that the Earth rotates and therefore there would be a Coriolis force present.
But there isn't.
So you claim.
Well, no, there isn't. There isn't
Yeah, so you claim.
There isn't anything you can quote or, apart from your Foucault's pendulum, which I'm happy to go into, you don't have any real world examples of two reference frames. Yeah, you don't have.
I actually plugged.
You don't have this phenomenon. This phenomenon doesn't exist when it comes to the Earth. What you're describing, Coriolis effect, yes, you're right. It's just kinetic energy on a rotating system, correct? But that's the claim is that the Earth is undergoing a Coriolis force, which would imply, and let me finish, that implies planes, balloons, helicopters, drones should be deviating. And that's not what we observe.
No. That is incorrect. Helicopters are steered, they're performing flight, which is steered. Balloons are drifting in roughly speaking, are moving with the air around them. So when there's no wind, they are not drifting. When there's wind, there's a movement between the air and the earth. But then they are drifting in the direction of that wind, with that wind. Planes are performing flight as well. They are powered and steered, so they would not be expected to be on a free flow trajectory. That being said, when you plug the numbers in, the tried numbers that you can verify on a small scale of how to describe the motion of things, and for example the Coriolis force, and so on, right? When you plug that number in and into what the rotation of the Earth is claimed to be, not saying it is rotating, but what the rotation of the Earth is claimed to be, then you will find that the Coriolis force or the effect is very, very, very small compared to all the other statistical errors that we can have in anything that is immediately accessible to us. Okay, so it is not expected to show up in a very obvious way. But when you also perform, for example, plug the numbers into a trident into the description of fluid dynamics from the Navier-Stokes equations, then you will also find that when you plug the values for the Earth in, you have a term for the Coriolis force or for the Coriolis effect, and you will find that the effect accumulates when you have bigger distances. So the Coriolis term actually results in an accurate description of what we're observing with, for example, various systems, the rotation of low and high pressure pressure systems.
Bro, this is too long-winded.
And the movement of
this is
icebergs
ridiculous.
over large distances. All
You
of those
stop
things,
galloping.
you will find them correlating
This is like a
with
story
the
or
proclaimed numbers of the Coriolis terms and
Yeah,
of the
AK.
other terms.
All right, that's
for
enough.
Earth
felt
in
like I was
nature.
sitting in like
don't
a,
overtalk him, man.
No, you'll keep talking for 45 minutes if we don't. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
I'm actually finished already.
And he tried to talk out both sides of his mouth, so he's trying to say that it's
I didn't
so.
try to talk about
Well, let me finish. You had your chance.
Like as if he's not in the room.
Yeah, you're slandering me in the first sentence
I'm
already,
not.
so
I'm
I'm just
going
trying to
to.
keep the conversation on track by keeping you on topic and keeping you to what I actually said
All right,
instead
dude.
of
just
you
talking
you're about
over
to
him.
bounce
Wait,
out, bro. You're
can you
acting like a
summarize
bitch.
what you said? AK.
I can summarize it for you, my friend.
No,
He's
wait a
saying.
minute.
No. Hold on. You can't summarize it because you guys don't agree on the opposition of what he's saying.
Well, Diabetes,
It
could you
makes-
summarize what he said?
No, I want him to summarize what he said because he said a lot.
Did you understand what he said?
Some of it. I'm kind of new
What did
to
you
the.
understand?
Well, I don't really know what the Coriolis
He just spoke
force
for
is.
15 minutes, and you had no idea what he's talking about.
It wasn't 15 minutes.
He did that on purpose to confuse you.
But we need no. I want him to summarize what he said. What is he saying? Can you unmute him?
Okay. AK, summarize very succinctly to Diabetes what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
Imagine asking AK to be succinct.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay. So what I said was, on a small scale, the Coriolis effect that would be present according to the rotation of Earth is very small, smaller than most of the errors, most of the statistic errors.
Can I stop you? What is the Coriolis effect?
Coriolis effect is the inertial force that occurs in rotating systems.
Rotating systems. Okay.
Yeah. So when you throw something from on a merry-go-round, for example, then from the outside it will go on a straight path in the direction you throw it, right?
Yeah.
But when you're on the merry-go-round, you will see it move to deviate from a straight path. You will see
so
it move to the left or to the right.
Yeah. So go opposite. Okay, cool. Makes sense. So that's the Coriolis effect.
That can be described as the Coriolis force when you're inside the reference, when you're inside the system of the merry-go-round. But you can also describe it from the outside. It won't change anything.
Okay.
Now, AK,
So
what you're
it's a
saying
force.
is you're saying it's negligible, basically, but then you went on to say that the weather systems and patterns are caused from this effect. So which one is it? Is it negligible and minute, or does it have the power to create eddies and whirlwinds? Which one is it?
Okay. Do we experience the entirety of a weather system at once when we're like outside and we're throwing something or we're playing ball or something? It's an entirety of the weather system. Is that influencing our situation at once? Do we experience the entirety of it at once?
Like, do we feel it? Do we experience it? No.
No. Do you experience the entire? Like, for example, there is a high pressure system over the northwest of America, right? And then there's a low pressure system over the southeast of America. Do you experience the entirety of the northwest of America at once, or do you just perceive a tiny portion of that in your
Say high pressure and
surroundings?
low pressure. Well, I've never been there, so I don't know.
When you experience a storm, do you just experience the wind where you are at, or do you experience the entire storm that spans half the Earth?
Only where I'm at.
Exactly. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
When you're doing something locally, when you're doing something that is accessible to you and that you can touch and interact with very easily on that scale, Coriolis effect is very small compared to the other errors that you can have.
And actually,
Okay.
So it doesn't
well,
How
affect
do you
us
get
then.
diabetes here? How do you get diabetes here to understand that he lives on a spinning ball from that?
I'm not saying we
Oh,
live on a spinning
because
ball.
well, what he's saying is
Okay.
I think he's trying to say that
Well, he's saying
the
he's not saying we're living on a spinning ball now.
well, you're just talking about the Coriolis effect. So in a merry-go-round in a small scale.
Right.
When
So not assuming that the Earth is spinning.
well, he assumed that the Earth is spinning. I think.
Oh. Okay.
That's
Then
why
how do
he
we
used
prove that?
Well, through the Coriolis force.
No,
And
but you
he's
just said
saying
that
that it
requires
doesn't.
the assumption.
AK, are you assuming, or do you go with the experiment first before the conclusion?
Which
Oh,
experiment are you
I
talking
haven't
about?
concluded that the Earth is rotating. I'm just merely describing what the consequence of the claim that it rotates would be, because roots have somewhat distorted that.
Okay. So diabetes. Have you concluded that the Earth is spinning?
Not with this conversation, no.
Okay. So how could we
Most
conclude
people don't,
that?
by the way.
Yeah. Well, why don't we?
Most people
Why don't we?
Why don't we what?
Most people are not interested.
I'm quite
to that
interested.
extent.
I'm here
no,
to
it's
use
not
all
because
my.
people aren't interested. People are very interested. It's because there is no real world evidence for motion of the Earth, and there is no real world evidence of curvature, and that's why you never get to be able to prove your globe.
AK, do you have a response to that? That's a claim.
Well, he's making those assertions over and over. It's an appeal.
See.
It's an argument
Since you
from
made a claim,
ignorance or silence.
Yeah, since you made a claim that we don't feel it, how do we measure it?
It's called incredulity fallacy. If you want to do it correctly, please.
Yeah, diabetes is asking how we measure that we're spinning.
No, how do we measure that we're not spinning it? Like,
so
you
you can measure that
falsify.
we are spinning.
You falsify that to say that
right.
What AK is saying
Let
is.
me steelman that.
Okay.
No, but the positive
Let me
claim would be
steelman
that the Earth is
that.
spinning.
Exactly. So you can't prove
You'd have
that
to prove
something
that.
doesn't exist. You can only lead the assumption that it does exist to a logical contradiction, or to prove it, and therefore assume the null that it doesn't exist. So the assumption
you'd
that
have
the
to
Earth
prove that
does
it
not
does
move
spin.
because I didn't
That's
say
the
that it
positive
does.
claim.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
but
That is a
diabetes is
positive
trying
claim.
to figure out how to prove that it does, because that's what he believes.
No, well, he asked what proof roots, for example, has that it doesn't spin.
No, but that's not
I'm
how it
just trying
works,
to
because that's a
steelman that.
reversal of the burden fallacy.
Exactly, that's what I'm
We're
explaining
not trying
right
to
now.
prove a negative. Right, well, you don't need to explain it. We can explain it.
Well,
You don't need to
diabetes
prove
seems to not
something
know about
you
it.
have no evidence. We don't need to disprove something that has no evidence to support it. You need to provide evidence that supports it first, i.e., the Earth is spinning.
Cool. All right. So it was on a way to explain that to the diabetes as well. In the context of this conversation, there is a whole lot of literature and claims and things that are claimed to demonstrate or prove that the Earth is rotating at the claimed speed. So when Roots is saying there is nothing at all that shows that, the least he should do in the context of this conversation is show and demonstrate how all of that literature is actually invalid.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
you
that would be
haven't.
for you.
So hold on.
for
You
them.
haven't given any literature. Okay. Now, your own side
Wait a
scientists, for
second, Roots.
example.
Yeah, I'm not
For
contesting that I
example,
didn't
okay.
give any literature, but are you contesting that there is a lot of literature on that?
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
Therefore,
not.
you have
Listen,
claimed.
AK,
Have
it doesn't work
claimed
like this, mate.
without
It doesn't
any
work like this,
reasoning,
mate. Okay,
without presenting any.
All right, AK, I'm gonna mute you just so I can finish my point here, because your own side, for example, Albert Einstein, quote, the motion of the Earth, any of the Earth's motion, cannot be detected by any optical experiment. There is no way to detect motion. And this is understood at the highest levels of your priesthood, because they know full well they don't have an experiment to definitively prove that the Earth is in motion. It cannot be done. So I will unmute you now and you can have your go, but you cannot prove motion as quoted by Einstein.
Yeah, but Einstein said a lot of wrong things as well. But go ahead. Go on, AK.
Oh, my the bus. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's his side. At the end of the day, this is something that it doesn't matter. This is something that was accepted and established within science and understood after Michelson and Morley's failed experiments that they couldn't prove any or show any motion. You do understand that the experiments have failed when trying to show motion of the Earth. And that's where AK is seeming disingenuous. He's making it sound like exactly, but he's making it sound like we can prove motion and that there is an experiment. So I'll unmute him, and I guarantee you, whatever he said will be some sort of pre-assumption. A bit earlier, you've noticed that we are calling him out on his pre-assumptions because there is no actual proof or evidence of motion. You can just pre-assume it and then look for things that you would hope to expect, and that's the best that they have.
Okay.
I would like to get unmuted. Okay, thank you. So this is getting a little bit of becoming a little bit of a complex conversation because you have done a few things that are slander. You have said that I claimed that the Earth rotates. You have assigned. You have not only assigned me onto the position of Albert Einstein, but also called them my priesthood. And then you have
not
moved
answering the question.
from.
You're just avoiding the question.
So,
well,
I'm not avoiding it. I'm just pointing out how it's kind of. I'm not. I'm getting interrupted actually. So I'm not avoiding anything. I'm just going into everything that has happened in between, which was a whole lot because of the disingenuous
well, you don't need to. Just answer the question.
That this conversation is being treated.
Yeah.
And I want to point that out because
let's get back to the question.
Claimed that I've been pointed out to pre-assumptions that I'm making when I've been multiple times explicitly pointing out that I'm not claiming Earth rotates.
Okay, you're spiraling. No. Right. Okay. What we're not going to do is we're not going to sit here and let AK spiral because somebody said his priesthood. Okay.
Well, he's just saying that.
So I'm going to unmute
your semantics
him again.
are with. Yeah,
I'll give him another chance.
I want to listen to him.
The conversation is going fine. He's acting like we're not moving the conversation forward. So he can address the question, but I'm not going to sit here and let him spiral.
It wasn't someone. It was you, Roots.
Yes, and I apologize, AK.
You were
Get
the
over
one
it.
being dishonest here.
Get over it.
Okay?
Answer the question.
Yeah, and you need to acknowledge that. So, which question are we talking about then?
How do we prove the motion of the Earth?
How do we prove the motion?
Yeah.
Well, we would look for a case where the Earth being non-inertial and rotating, and Earth not being inertial and stationary would be differentiable. They would lead to different results in the test. And then we conduct the test and see what the results of the test are.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking. That's how we could show it.
So
as for how I would personally conduct it, I think the most accessible way that would indicate that our environment is not actually inertial as it appears in first instance to our senses would be measuring the weight, having a test weight and a scale that measures that weight to an accuracy of 0.1% of the weight. And then I would take that weight on a flight that's eastbound. And I would take that plane back, that same weight back on a flight that is westbound. And I would measure the weight on both locations in between for some amount of time. So I would take many, many readings to get a really accurate measurement, to get a really accurate measurement of the weight over the time. And if that, if in the flight, for example, it weights same both directions, that would indicate, okay, it seems to be an inertial system, right? But if the weight, for example, weights less on the eastbound flight and then weights more on the westbound flight, and then also less than it weights on the ground on the eastbound flight and less than more than it weights on the ground on both locations on the westbound flight, that would clearly indicate to me that there seems to be some inertial effect going on. And then we could see if that matches with the plane rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
Diabetes.
Nice.
Did you understand that?
Yeah. I've understood. Like I would say, most of it, or some of it. I would say.
Does that sound like a way to prove that the Earth is spinning?
So, to do with weights, and the inertia. I don't know. No, I wouldn't say not really.
Not really.
Yeah, I don't know if that verifies it.
That proves the Earth, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I may be dumb, but like.
No, I don't know. He's talking about weighing
in
something.
westbound.
Yeah, how would that
westbound
tell you
and
that the Earth
eastbound.
is spinning?
Yeah. AK?
I mean, that's the most sensible way I would be able to explain the weight changing depending on which direction I'm flying. I mean, I could see that, okay, maybe it should weight a little bit less when I'm in the air in an airplane because I'm further away from the Earth or whatever, right? That can have a multiple different explanations, but the dependence of the direction that the plane is flying clearly indicates that there is some non-inertial effect, or that would be easiest to describe with a non-inertial effect, with an inertial effect, actually, with a non-inertial system. It's just coming down to classical mechanics. In classical mechanics, if I have a situation, if I have a plane moving with some velocity, right, and it's not expected to change the mechanics of anything that happens on the plane. So anything that weighs something on the ground still weighs something in the plane, right? If it's just flying level.
I see. So it doesn't
change. If that
change.
is not the case, then it will be most easily explained with a non-inertial system.
Inertial system.
So, as you can see, that's another massive assumption, and he's hoping that weight change has enough effect. Being as this, he said that these forces are almost negligible. At the same time, assuming that any background noise is it's just a massive assumption. Like I said, all he's got is
what
an
exactly
assumption.
is the assumption? Sorry, what exactly is the assumption here?
Yeah, what is the assumption that he's claiming? He didn't assume. I think he was just making an observation.
That the weight change is due to the Coriolis effect of the Earth.
Okay. So we know that the weight changes, but why?
Right.
Yeah.
Roots, you're welcome to propose other explanations that make that change happen systematically.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a better explanation, then I'm all for it. All I use to derive this understanding is mechanics, classical mechanics, and the fact that, in my understanding, it would be the easiest explanation. And that is an assumption. That is Occam's razor in the end. But hey, maybe you have a better understanding that makes it even easier to understand. Go for it.
Yeah, classical
I'm all
mechanics
for it.
is
Listen, you're trying to hold two positions at once, yeah? You're saying that there is a Coriolis force, but then you're saying it's all relative.
No, I'm not saying there is a Coriolis force.
It can't be felt.
You keep slandering me. I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say? You said that
I said that I began the conversation began with Okay, the conversation began with me explaining what the effect of the of the rotation, plane rotation of the Earth would be expected to be. Be expected to be. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then right now we're talking about how could we test if that rotation is present. And none of them say that I'm claiming that there's a Coriolis effect or that the Earth is rotating. Because full disclosure, I didn't test it. Okay, I don't actually know. I'm just saying that Roots, when he keeps asserting over and over that there is no evidence and there is nothing that could demonstrate it and there is nothing that shows it, is saying that objectively against most of literature of what we can access on the matter.
So how can we
he's not
falsify it?
substantiating his reasoning for rejecting that literature.
Yeah, because the literature is pre-assuming. We've already been through this, and just diabetes for your context. Just for your context, diabetes. AK's a regular here. I've had several conversations with AK, and AK's spoken to everybody multiple times here. So this isn't his first rodeo.
Not everybody.
And he's very careful with what he's saying because he knows that if he speaks about this from an honest point of view, he's going to get in trouble and he's going to not be able to hold both positions at the same time.
What do
Because
you
you
mean
are
get in trouble?
holding.
What are you on about?
I'm being careful with what I'm saying. That's true.
Because
Yeah,
he's holding two positions. He's holding two positions, but he doesn't want to state it openly like that.
He's holding
two positions.
He's observing. No, he's just observing the calculations. Like why does it differentiate in certain locations? Right?
No, he's saying the Coriolis force is a. AK, you are saying, even though you've just said you're not, you are saying that the Coriolis force is in effect on the Earth, but on a local scale, it's negligible.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that if the Earth rotates, then for anything that we do around us, anything that's immediately obvious to us, it is negligible. But you can prove that by just plugging the numbers in. That's not up to debate. It doesn't show if the Earth rotates or not. It's just a fact.
I see.
Now listen, even if that effect was very, very slight, okay, we live in a world of accuracy. We live in a world where things and big money will be thrown in for accuracy, especially in sports. Okay, so when we talk about golf and when we talk about sniper shooting and we talk about these things, there is a claim from a lot of globers that these things are taken into account. Okay, so AK is not a typical glober. He's an anti-flat earther who has been around these arguments.
I'm not an anti-flat earther either. You keep slandering me.
No,
he doesn't. I don't think he's a glober.
You keep slandering me.
The standard position is that snipers take the Coriolis into account.
No, it's not.
So are you saying that they don't take the Coriolis into account?
I don't think. I mean,
for the vast majority of cases, no, it's not taken into account actually.
Yeah.
So why is it in the firing table? Why is it in the manuals?
In which firing table and in which manuals? And then if you have firing tables and manuals that show up, and which I have not seen, why are you still claiming that there is nothing that shows that it is present?
Now
because
you want to change position.
Again part of the literature that seems to indicate that it is present.
Yeah, I mean, if snipers use it,
you're seeing now him switch back to the position that Coriolis is a thing, and that now snipers need to take it into account.
No, I'm just asking. I'm not saying. I told you I have not tested it. I don't actually know what is true. I don't actually know if literature is if the assumptions and the claims that are made in literature are true, or if they are maliciously and systematically disinforming and misinforming the public, right? I don't know if what you're saying actually holds water and is consistent and reasonable, but it can be shown with sound reason or not, right? Because I have not tested it myself.
Okay, well, let me give you some of the claims that the mainstream make around the Coriolis effect. They say that artillery and sniper snipers take this, and artillerymen take this into account before taking their shots. Okay, we're also told things like bullets spin a different direction in the northern and the southern hemisphere. Okay,
No, that's also a false claim.
yeah, and a lot. Some of them are myths, but they are posed as global arguments because the Coriolis effect.
No, you have to check your sources first. You have to first find if the sources that you're relying on
I feel
to
like
make
it's not
to give
reliable.
the position. You can't just appeal to popularity and be like,
No, but
yeah,
like ships over the horizon.
This is generally
like
believed.
ships over
Therefore,
the
this
horizon.
is the position that's actually being claimed.
Yeah. It's mythologized, my friend. Like ships over the horizon, yeah? They claim that that's proof of an Earth curve, and we have debunked that as flat earthers and shown you that ships over the horizon has nothing to do with a physical edge. And it's the same thing with all of the things I'm telling you about. These are myths of the globe, because at the core of these myths, they claim that the Earth is rotating, my friend, and that there are two reference frames, an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. Okay, you're claiming it's all relative, so then it doesn't happen. But then when I start telling you your own globe's position takes these things in seriously, i.e. the Coriolis effect, then you want to say, well, if they do, then why are you arguing against them? Like, either you have a position or you don't, or you just want to be a debater.
Well, they use it, but it says the trajectory of the bullet is too short to make a great impact of the Earth's rotation.
No, but we've got artillery and long-range snipers. 5 mile. You can take the longest sniper shots like 4.5 miles, my friend.
Right. Well, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. 5 miles is. I wouldn't say that's short. And they use the Coriolis effect, right?
No,
so what
the
you do
argument
is
the argument is AK, just stand down. The snipers, and artillerymen, if you speak to them, okay, they will tell you that they have so many other things to take into account, like the sensitivity of the instruments, like the weather. All that is all they take into account. They don't actually factor in any apparent deflection or rotation of the Earth. Okay, but when you go to your science book, GCSE level whatever science book, you will find that they are claiming things like ships over the horizon. They are claiming things like the bullet deflects in the northern and southern hemisphere differently. They claim that these things, just like in some of the literature, like there are some instructions that say that the Coriolis is a thing and needs to be taken into account, but in reality nobody is taking these things into account on a daily basis. And even long-range artillery people who have been in here and spoken to us directly have said that they don't take these things into account.
Yeah, because it's too short.
No, there is no situation where we take the Coriolis into account ever, apart from it is like ships over the horizon. It is claimed in science books.
Okay, how do you say that it's false? The ship going down. How do you say that's false?
The ship over the horizon.
Are you saying that we just can't see it, but it's still on flat?
Well,
it's still there.
Here's where the magic begins.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'll jump in really quickly. We understand that with distance, for example, looking down a corridor or a road, that the ceiling or the light fittings, the street lights, will appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. We understand that, right? Cool. They say that when a boat goes over the horizon, the reason why the boat appears to go down is because it's attached to a curved surface, which is going down.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why.
So it's curved.
It's just perspective. It's just perspective. The reason why things appear to go down, reducing angular size.
Everything eventually converges with the horizon, bro.
Cheers, dude.
Have you been listening, bro?
Kind of confused.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, because I don't understand your proposition. You say that it goes down because of what? The curvature.
Right. Yeah, I'll start again for you. You understand when you look down a street, the street lights appear to descend downwards towards the horizon, right?
Towards the. It all depends if you're in incline or decline.
Let's say the road's flat, straight ahead in front of you.
The road's flat. Depends on the hill or the road. Because there are roads where
If you're just going to keep throwing tacks into the street, dude, then I'm not going to be able to help you. It's a really simple concept, and they're just talking about gradients.
Yeah, I'm talking about gradients. Yeah, because they exist. Because in your own perspective,
You're asking why things appear to go down, right?
When they appear to go down.
Yeah.
I mean, if you in a far
the
distance.
Piss, mate? Taking the piss?
Am I? What? No, I'm not taking the piss. What do you mean? I'm trying to understand your proposition. Like,
I think
what are you saying?
Just to jump in, Diabetes, I think this is his first conversation on perspective in general.
Yeah, that's why you're gonna have to explain or elaborate on things that. I mean,
yeah. Jedi, can you take him through the convergence point a little bit?
Yeah. Imagine you're standing in like a corridor, right, and you look down the corridor. Now, towards the end of the corridor, there's a door, and it looks really, really small because it's far away. We understand, right? We understand that things that are above your eye line will appear to go downwards towards that midpoint of your eye view. Things below your eye line, like the floor you're standing on, will appear to ramp up towards the midpoint of your eye view, right?
It depends.
Why? What's happened to the corridor then?
So you look at straight line, right? The corridor, and if you go further, the corridor seems to go smaller, right?
Yeah. You notice how with distance, it looks like the ceiling and the floor are getting closer together, just like the walls on either side are getting closer together. They're not, but they look that way.
And that's how you explain far distance objects?
Well, at the moment, you're asking why things appear to go down, right?
I mean, not all the time, but if you see the horizon, then it will appear to go down.
I know, but that's just perspective. You notice that when we were in the corridor, the reason why the ceiling was going down was because of perspective. The floor beneath it was horizontal, right? It was a straight corridor, but it appeared to go down. You understand? Now that we're on the surface of the Earth and we think it's curving, the reason why things go
doesn't
down
appear
is
to go down, though.
Oh God! Okay, if you're going to talk through me, no worries.
Well, I'm kind of confused. Like, what? It doesn't go down. Is the perspective of what?
In my perspective,
the ceiling doesn't go down.
Does somebody else want to explain perspective to him?
Yeah.
My friend, Diabetes, you need to be a little bit less resistant. This is something that they use in art class all the time. When you want to draw things into the distance, listen.
Art class isn't
When you want to draw,
no?
listen. When you draw things and you want things to appear further in the distance, you need to give it the appearance of depth. When you do that, you need to converge all of your distance into the middle of your page, and things will get smaller and smaller as they go into that point. Does that make sense? The reason why they do that is because that's how the world appears to us in the real world.
Okay. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. So, but that doesn't explain anything to do with, the ship going down. Because it wouldn't go down. Rather, it would
We're talking about convergence at this point. Just convergence, making sure you understand that the ground will ramp up and the sky will ramp down into a convergence point on your horizon. That's all we're trying to establish that you understand at this point.
Convergent. I don't know, there's a lot of experiments, in a very straight land, you're still able to see a person 5 miles away. So it doesn't really, the floor doesn't go up, doesn't disappear. It's still there.
You really are misunderstanding what we're saying. Imagine you're at a beach. Imagine you're at a beach looking at the horizon. Now we understand the horizon's the horizontal line. the extent of our view across the surface of the Earth and where it appears to meet the sky. Right? Now, the horizon's the midpoint of your view, isn't it?
The horizon is the midpoint of my view.
Yeah, if you were to draw that on a piece of paper, you draw a horizontal line halfway up the paper, across, wouldn't you? The bottom of that page would be filled with water. The top of that page would be filled with sky. The bottom of that page that fills with water, as that water extends with distance, it raises up to your horizon, appears to ramp up. Just like the sky or the ceiling appears to go down towards the horizon.
Wait, hold on. Those people is very well versed at gaslighting, laying out the implication of this perspective claims. So the ship vanished because of that?
Ask that question again.
The ship vanished in that perspective. Like if you were standing on the beach.
Yeah, the ship goes beyond the horizon, which is your limitation of view across the surface.
Can you use like a telescope or like an ultra telescope to zoom in?
Yes.
And
binoculars, high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, yes.
So, okay, can I zoom in to like different cities as well, like where like statues are, or not statues?
We're going to be dealing
the infrastructure, the towers.
Depending on the optic that you use, what type of distances you're talking about, and your altitude above the surface. Yeah. You're not going to be able to see across the Atlantic to New York, though, from Cornwall.
In a flat surface, you would.
No, because we have limitations to how far we can see. That's why we're now talking about optics to help us see further, right?
What's the limitations to see out further?
Well, let's put it like this. Can you see birds forever? That fly that was near you when it flew off, can you now see it forever as it gets further away from you?
You can still see them. Like if you
you can see every single fly everywhere. What are you talking about?
Well, no, not everywhere.
Why is that?
I think it's because they're out, in the distance.
Well, too small to see. You understand the concept of things being too small to see?
It depends on the lighting. I feel like you can still see, like you see how planes, you can still see them, but they're so far away, from the land, from the sky, you can still see
them.
Jedi.
No,
I just got an idea, bro. Like, I got my like 3D graphic software running in the background. This guy doesn't seem to understand how things vanish in the distance. Do you want me to just screen share it and like navigate around, and we'll just pull back and forward and just let him see what we're talking about?
Yeah, of course, man. If you want.
Okay, you're gonna show me your software, okay?
I mean, it's not a difficult concept, dude. So you're looking at a structure, right? And then if this thing starts speeding up.
Hey Rick, you just share in Discord. You need to
Yeah.
select the application.
God damn. 1 second. Oh my god. Can you see the inception of Discord?
There's a convergence point.
There's a fucking convergence.
There
That's
we
actually
go.
really like. Whoa. Okay. Do you get it?
Perspective.
That's
there
a
you
good.
go.
You can still see
there.
it if you zoom in. Look, it's kind of like I forgot the mathematician. It just keeps going on forever.
But that's the trick.
That's the trick. No, it's not a trick. It's just your eyes. That they won't be able to zoom in. Our eyes have.
We'll go for it again. Let's go for it again.
Okay, Sure.
That car that you're standing next to looks quite big until it drives down the road and looks smaller, doesn't it?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. Do you think that if that car drove down the road long enough, eventually, because it keeps reducing an angular size, that eventually it will reduce an angular size so much you won't be able to render it?
Too far beyond the scope.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Eventually things will get too small, you see?
Well, in a car, right? So when it dips down, doesn't the bottom part vanish first before the top? They don't vanish all at once.
Well, that depends on your eye height with comparison to the object that you're looking at. And obviously, if something's attached to a surface that you can only render so much distance of, but when it goes beyond the horizon where you can't render that surface anymore and it's attached to that surface, with distance, you're going to lose the ability to render the things on that surface, starting with the bottoms of the tyres, then the rest of the wheels, and the bottom of the car, because they've gone beyond the render distance of the surface.
Right. But isn't that kind of weird? Because
no, it's just a limitation of your view across the surface.
It is limited. Okay, hold on. And then imagine this. Imagine this,
the sea with a chessboard. Imagine you're at the beach and you could see a chessboard.
A chessboard. Okay, look.
Yeah.
Now let's put a object going up in the sky. Wouldn't that be a little bit different? It would vanish in in your field of view. Right, but it wouldn't go from bottom to top.
No,
it would just it wouldn't.
Because this balloon that we've let go of that's reducing on angular sides, as we've pointed
angle
out,
of sides. What's angle of sides?
Of the sides, like all around it. So, like a ball, when you watch it go up into the sky, it reduces in angular size.
What do you mean by angular size?
Is angular size gets smaller with distance.
Getting smaller. Okay.
Yes. Good.
Right.
But it's not attached to a surface, is it?
No, it's not.
No. Right. So that's what I'm talking about.
So when it's attached to a surface, the bottom part vanishes first.
Yes. Especially when it's gone beyond the horizon, your limitation of that surface, where you can't render it anymore. So let's go to the chessboard example of the sea. You're at the beach, the sea's been replaced by a chessboard. Now, as you look horizontally across that chessboard, you'll notice that the horizontal and vertical lines get closer together. You will not be able to distinguish the black and white tiles with distance, because the angle that you are looking at them is more shallow with distance. That's what the horizon is, the limitation of your view across that chessboard. If you were to increase your altitude, because you've changed your angles to those squares look bigger and you can resolve them. If you're talking about a boat,
what do you mean? Wait, what?
God's sake.
I'm sorry, that went over my head when you say the colors of the chessboard. I don't understand what you mean. Because you just proved to me of the opposite of what I think you
I'm talking about how much you can render across the surface. And you're going to have a limitation. All right, fucking hell. People are going to over-talk me. I won't waste my time.
I'm sorry, dude. I was trying to help with the pixels on a desktop screen, for example, with the resolution. There's a certain point where you're not going to be able to resolve it on that singular pixel. If you're trying to resolve an image of 2 pixels, it's only going to resolve on 1 pixel, for example. And that's the limitation of the device you're using to view it, which would be the eyes. That's why when you can take a telescope out of anything else, you'll be able to see more. Hopefully that helps.
I have a question. Something off topic. Hello?
Go ahead, mate.
Yeah, so how come architects, right? The people that build, let's say, have you guys been to London? And there was a bridge that collapsed. Do you guys know this? No?
Go ahead, mate. I'm listening. I don't know which bridge you're talking about, but please go ahead.
Yeah, so there was it was called the Bailey Bridge collapse. And basically, it happened is due to wait, let me just recap what, because I actually forgot.
Diabetes. I also want to put out there that everything that Jedi was saying is completely correct when it comes to angular size.
How come?
But what you've got to also take into account when you're talking about observations that were, when we're looking at ships, say, on the horizon, you're also dealing with many other things that can cause bottom-up disappearance.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Well, for example, refraction.
Of the light?
Yep. The temperature. Because of the temperature difference, you can do this even on close distances. You can make things sitting on the tarmac or even in your bedroom on a table. You can make things disappear from bottom up by changing the temperature of the room. And as the temperature at the bottom changes, it gives the appearance that the ground has risen up above the bottom of the object. And you also get a bit of a compression going on as well. And that's just one.
The temperature of an object from afar changes the refraction
Not even from
you
afar.
take the.
Just in general.
So let's say I have a coffee, right? Hot coffee, very, very hot. I move very far away from it. You're telling me it changes?
No, if you change, go ahead, Jedi.
He's talking about the temperature of the atmosphere between you and the object that you're looking at.
The atmosphere. Oh, not the object. Okay. Yeah. So
we're talking about refraction. Remember?
Yeah, refraction. Yeah. So when light enters our eyes. Right.
Horizontal disturbance in the force, essentially, like the gradient of heat or whatever from the surface or something, would affect laterally. The effects
laterally.
Optically, yeah.
But how does it affect though? How does the atmosphere of the temperature?
Convection. Yeah, convection, refraction, bending of light.
So the light bends, and it'll seem like the ground rises up, and it'll make the bottom of whatever you're looking at disappear or appear to disappear. And there'll be. It's a bit like you can see this on the tarmac on a hot day, and you'll see like pools of heat. It looks like on the tarmac when you're looking at an angle down at the tarmac, and you can even get it outside in natural, weather, where you tilt the camera, you bring the camera down, and as you bring the camera down, the ground ramps up or appears to, but you can see the heat distortion through the refraction.
Okay. Is there any credible source for this?
Mate, if you've not seen it before, just take a quick gander at that while we're talking about it. This is the heat, the temperature invariance of the day's weather and such that affects optics.
Right. Is this a person of science? Because obviously,
view it as a person of science observing it. Yeah, just observe.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do observe exactly. But you see, it could be wrong. Because it's not consistent. So, can anyone give me the link or like a citation? But this is a YouTube video.
Can't give you a citation on how to think about this, bro.
Skunk Bay time.
It's up to you to work it out.
Essentially, only to demonstrate the effects of heat and pressure, temperature on optics. Yeah, it's just to demonstrate the effects of temperature, pressure, and heat on optics and light.
All it is like 12 hours of stationary camera sped up. That's all it is. Just because it's on YouTube doesn't devalue it, because you can go out and repeat this for yourself. But what it demonstrates is the atmospheric effects over a period of a day. What that helps us see or not, or how that bends the light, whichever way you want to talk about it.
I'd also recommend YouTube if you want to go and look up experiments or observations. I don't see why you think YouTube wouldn't be a good place for scientists to put their data.
Because YouTube is a mix of both. It has a lot of it has too much information where they're not really credible.
It's
you can literally gaslight yourself on that.
It's a CCTV camera or a stationary camera over 12 hours looking across a bay. That's all it is.
Okay, but CCTV and our eyes is quite different.
Well,
what CCTV does.
What do we observe? What do we observe? That's the important thing.
We observe with our eyes.
Yeah, what we observe, not how we observe. What we observe in the Skunk Bay YouTube video is because of the atmospheric changes throughout the day, things become more visible and less visible. Things become compressed, things become elongated, depending on the atmosphere.
Can you be consistent with this? I know this is just a YouTube video, but I can't just assume that this is correct just from one YouTube. You need to give me...
No, I like that. Yeah, spot on. So this is something that you can verify yourself. You can go to multiple sources and witness the atmospheric conditions change.
A scientist.
Yeah, this is... Oh my God, mate. Yeah.
Well, what's wrong with a scientist?
Well, no, you want okay, hold on. I got this for you. You want a noun, a scientist noun, not scientist, not science verb. Here
what's
is
a scientist noun in the verb?
Because an action, something you do, a method, a practice to manipulate variables to determine cause and effect. You just want some dude in a lab coat to tell you what is and what isn't.
No.
Yeah, that's exactly. You want to trust the science.
I definitely no. You're making assumptions again. Gaslighting me.
That's what you just said.
Why not go do it? You do. You be the scientist. Say you want to trust, and you verify. Yeah.
Well, see, that's easy to say, but that's
it's not easy to say.
Hold on.
You gotta go do it. You gotta put the work in. You gotta go into the field, and you gotta do the measurements.
Right, but if I have broken teeth, right, I wouldn't study dentistry in order to just fix my own teeth. I need to refer to someone who is actually specialized in that field, which is a dentist. Yikes! You don't go to a dentist. Do you fix yourself? Do you fix your own teeth?
The days of yore, what happened?
We haven't
when you have a broken tire or a broken machinery or
a tire,
a vehicle,
you can't even change a tire now. Your worldview is so badly damaged that if you have a flat tire, you got to take it to the mechanic.
My worldview is taking into account to everyone, not just the majority of people that can fix their tires. I'm talking about the people that also can't fix their own tires, because there are people who can't because they don't have the knowledge. They don't have the time to do that. That's why they get another service. So
do you agree?
This is what I mean. So
somebody could watch a YouTube video and find out how to change their tire.
Yeah, you can.
Cool.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
But how does that have to do? How does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Because you discredited all of YouTube and then gave an example of how you could use YouTube.
Well,
in your worldview, are they gaslighting you?
Hold on.
They're gaslighting you into thinking that only a mechanic can do it.
Do you remember? Hold on. Do you remember what I said earlier? The YouTube videos, you asked me, is YouTube video credible? And I said, it's a mix of both. That there are videos that are very credible and there are videos that are not. Fixing a tire, hold on. Fixing a tire doesn't require any. Yeah, you can do it yourself. But if we're going to talk about dentistry, now we're going to talk about fixing your own teeth. Would you go to a YouTube channel or would you go to a YouTube search to fix your own teeth? No, you wouldn't, would you? It's too complicated.
We're making observations of what the atmosphere does throughout the day, and what we can and cannot see, and how that vision changes. We demonstrate
Right.
that by using
You
cameras.
demonstrated one video. You
Excuse me?
demonstrated a CCTV. I want you to demonstrate another one. And don't imply, don't say that, I only trust the scientists.
What is this something that you have to keep doing every time I fucking talk? You keep talking through me. I ain't finished a sentence with you talking yet. It's really weird. Yes, you can do this yourself. You can put a static camera, set up a time lapse through different atmospheric conditions. You can do it through different seasons as well, because it's really well documented how light refracts through the atmosphere. We're just showing it for you, so you've got a point of contact. Some context for the argument?
How come?
Do you want some
So how
context?
come?
Do you want context?
Hold on, I'm going to ask the question.
You want context?
Context.
Yes. That.
No, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Because you said I can do it myself.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah. So if I put like a CCTV, right? Let's just say hypothetically, CCTV throughout the day. So I don't know. I live in the UK, okay, and temperature changes all the time, right? I don't know what your numbers are in the change of the atmosphere and the object that's afar. But let's say, I put it on. How come like these things they don't move? Okay, that's my question.
Have you watched the skunk bay footage yet?
Yes, I have.
Cool.
It appears to be moving.
Yeah, so you notice the atmospheric conditions are changing. There's more moisture
But how
in the
come?
atmosphere.
But how come that doesn't apply to near objects?
Fucking sentence, can I? So you notice we're making the observation over water. What do you think happens to water with temperature?
It changes, evaporates.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah.
So now we've got moisture in the atmosphere, haven't we? We've got temperature in the atmosphere and we've got moisture in the atmosphere. Both of these can deviate the path of light. This is what the skunk bait image is showing you. That's all.
It deviates the what? The skunk of light.
The path of light between you and the object the light is reflected off of.
So okay, now let's do that's a good experiment. So let's do an experiment of a boiling water, right? There's water, the water evaporates, so there's going to be steam, right? And then I'm going to place an object behind the smoke or the evaporating water, right? Would the object move?
Yeah, it'll wiggle about a bit. Yep. If you watch it for 10, 15, 20 seconds, it will wiggle about a bit because of the turbulence and the gradient of the temperature. You can observe this with radiant heat from the surface of a road on a hot summer's day, for example.
Right. So, but that's our
temperature.
eyes tricking us, though. That's why we use.
That's not our eyes tricking us. We're
It
observing.
is.
No.
Okay.
We're observing this, but the light is being distorted. We're not being tricked. We see the distortion of the light.
But the object is not getting distorted itself. It's our own perspective that's getting distorted. That's why our eyes trick ourselves. Have you heard of optical illusions? Have you seen optical? Right. So that's what I mean by our eyes tricking us, though.
Dude, this isn't that. Why do you have to keep being so defensive of everything? Stop.
I'm not being defensive. I'm using common logic. I'm using simple sense logic. No. Don't shush me. We're having a conversation here. So I just acknowledged your experiment, saying that the eyes, from our perspective, right, is an illusion, and you're saying it's not a trick. The object,
it's refraction. The path of the light is being distorted through the atmosphere.
Right.
So it's the atmosphere that's doing it.
It's the object, right? So when we see an object, right, there's a light, and that light bounces back to our eyes. So when you don't agree with that? Wait, hold on. You're not listening to me. That's the thing, though.
Oh, I am. That's
I feel like you're not listening. So when our eyes right see an object, the light travels through from the object into our eyes. That's why you don't see an object when it's dark. Now, why does it distort when? Hold on. And in your kind of rights, you're not let me speak. So when you you're not letting me speak. So when the light travels through an object and bounces back into our eyes, oh look, there's there's water vapors everywhere. So yeah, the light does diffract it. Therefore, it makes an illusion that it's wobbly.
Yeah, the atmosphere is actually wiggling around, mate. We see that with our eyes. So you understand how
but the atmosphere doesn't wiggle.
So you understand how moisture and temperature can deviate the path of light then after 10 minutes?
Yes.
Do you get this yet?
But how does that prove your proposition? Because the temperature of from one state to another isn't a.
What are you talking about? One state to another,
I'm
dude?
talking about, you're talking about temperatures, right, of the atmosphere, and I'm saying if you go from this location to another location, right?
Yeah, the temperature.
Depending on how far the point A to point B, the atmosphere will likely unchange. Will be yeah.
No,
Why
more
are you saying?
More atmosphere, more chance for the light to bend if you increase the
more
distance.
chance of no. It would. You said it depends on the temperature.
Hello. If you increase your distance between, why are you not listening? If you increase your distance between point A and point B, what's the consequence of that? Are you now looking through more atmosphere?
The consequence would be the depth because it looks tinier and tinier, but it doesn't change the fact of the.
Oh my God, he wasn't listening.
I wasn't.
What? Are
we miscommunicating or something? Like, I don't understand what
you're not listening. So
right,
the consequence of changing the distance between point A and point B is you're looking through more atmosphere, aren't you?
You're looking. No, what?
No.
You're looking. How does atmosphere? Atmosphere, right, is something above the sky. You don't look. You don't look at the atmosphere. You look at the object that's in front of you.
Sorry, did you just say atmosphere was something above the sky?
No, atmosphere is the sky. Atmosphere is like, yeah.
The thing you're breathing.
Sorry?
The thing you're breathing.
What do you mean I'm breathing? Well, of course everyone breathes. You don't breathe?
I don't think we want this one, guys. This is not the flat earther we want. Okay, we don't need to convince him.
Yeah, you don't have to, because you don't have
so
to argue.
funny.
Leave him behind.
Yeah, you actually have no
This is so funny.
because I'm really trying to understand. You have to, if you're trying to explain someone this, I don't know, is a theory? It's not even a theory. It's like a argument, right? To someone that's in a GCSE intellectual, right? Let's just use that. They wouldn't understand. They would question it, and then you would have no answer. So you haven't really done anything, have you?
What does that mean? If someone asks a question and then they don't have any answer, what does that mean?
It means they don't know. So in science, right, if you ask a question and you don't know, then yeah, they wouldn't know. But most of the time, or all the time, if you ask a question, they would know. So like you said, the refraction of the light, you're right about that. So that's why I didn't ask about it. But I asked about the idea of the atmosphere changing on different locations. The atmosphere doesn't change.
When you ask
It's
Tyson what is gravity, he says, I don't know. Next question.
Okay, and I'll explain it to you. So we do know what gravity is.
Oh, you do know now. Okay, but Tyson doesn't know.
No, we do know, but the
Who's we? You're not you and Tyson.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the science people. Let's just say.
Okay, who? Who's that person? Go ask them. Say, hey, what is gravity, and see what answer you get.
Well,
there's a collage.
Hold on.
Hold on. Someone posted the collage of I don't know. We lied to you. All the things. We have no idea what 99% of the universe is made of. All these questions are they saying?
Right.
Then the backswing, you're like, well, flat Earth is debunked because they said I don't know. There's some random question that has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well,
your logic is broken
because
your logic, your logic, your epistemology, and your logic is broken because you apply different sets of conditions to different worldviews based on your subjective feeling about the topic.
Subjective? No, it has nothing to do with my feelings. The
way how you reacted towards YouTube videos.
I'm trying to. Are you gonna let me speak? So
you're
the difference between you're
not a very logical, deep thinker.
You're not gonna let me speak, are you?
Yeah, well, you
No, I don't
compare
need
it
to hear
to
anything
the
from you. I got
scenario.
everything I need to know. Why are
So
you
this
still
is what I
talking?
mean by flat earthers. They don't tend to have
Their feelings
open
again.
conversation. Yeah, I feel like you're feeling.
There's your feelings
For
again.
some
Yeah.
reason, you just don't
You
want to
feel
have a
just
productive
flat
conversation
earthers
at
in the
all.
whole world, all the
I'm
worldwide.
literally trying to
There's only
explain to you.
one
So I'm
group of
gonna go
people.
over, because you're not letting me speak at all. So
Yeah,
the
dude,
I
I'll just
don't
mute
know
you if
in
you're gonna do
science.
that.
Oh, you're just gonna mute me speak.
Yeah, if you're
Okay,
gonna
so you
be
don't want
that
to know.
rude
Okay,
and
you
not
don't
take
want to
a
know the
turn
truth.
talking,
But
I'll just mute you.
You want to know the truth is a
I'm
secret
trying
thing,
to
you know.
Which
refer
one do you
to
want? Do you
what
want to take
gravity.
turns, or you want to? If you will not take turns talking, you will not have a turn. It's that simple.
But you're not giving me a turn though.
Yeah, what you got to say? There's nothing for you to say. Your
There's a lot of
fellowship
me things to say, but
is
you're not letting me
sunk
speak.
because
You're
you're
not
talking
letting me
about
speak.
why flat earthers are irrational and
I
why
never said that. Nope.
You just
You
said
put
it.
words into my mouth. Nope, I did not. You put words into my mouth, man. You're not listening to me. That's probably why we're having miscommunication.
Yeah, I just listened to you
because
the
you're
whole
using
time.
look, and
You said
you're
you
talking over
don't
me again.
know. Do it again. You said
I
you
didn't
don't
say that.
know. You
I
don't
didn't say
know.
that. I
If
didn't say
someone
that.
says an answer that you don't know and they don't know, then you
Mhm.
can say, well, they're wrong.
Well, there's a difference if you don't know to the scientists that say that they don't know, because clearly
Difference there.
a science
Okay.
is just an observation, right? That they're
Experiment.
trying to find the truth. They haven't found the truth.
Gravity.
That's what they claim to have, right? They don't
What is
have
gravity?
the truth. They're trying to. What is gravity? So gravity is an attraction of two celestial massive bodies that they
So you
attract
don't
each
know.
other.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know.
No, but what? I just answered to you saying I don't know. What do you mean? What? See, this is what I mean by your
What theory of
gaslighting.
gravity
I
are you
answered the
going by,
question,
bro?
and you would tell me in return,
What theory of
I don't
gravity
know.
are you
That
using?
makes zero sense. That's probably why we're not having a productive conversation.
Yeah,
Is
you
because
don't know.
you're not directing my answer. I answered it to you, right? I'm gonna say it again. Gravity are just
Yeah, you don't know
true
what it is.
true
You're
objects
just making
attracting
shit
one
up.
another. Okay, if I'm not making shit up, it's what these people said, and it
Is what
it
these
makes
people.
sense.
Some other people
However,
said it, not you.
now
You don't know.
I'm going to refer to you of the scientists that they say they don't know, because you're actually right about that. They don't actually know how does we know how it works, but we don't know what gravity is. So I explained to you how gravity works, but I didn't explain to you what is gravity.
How does it work?
How does it work? Well, there's what, like the 7 W's, if you know GCSE. So it's what, when, how, what, when, where,
You don't even
when,
know that.
all of
Fuck.
this. Yeah, you need to know all of.
What's
You need
going on,
to
Vic?
answer
Tell
all
me
of
what it
those.
does. Come on, how's it work?
So when you're trying to, I don't know, describe something, right? You would use that framework.
It's very ambiguous. Could you be slightly more specific, please?
So the 7 W's, it tells you
the 7.
Yeah, the 7 W's. Yeah, but
the
anyway,
7 W's.
the gravity. But
the 7 W's of gravity.
No. So gravity, right? Completely. W's is it's just asking questions
The
about
five. There's 5 W's.
how it works.
Who, what, when,
But
where,
I
why.
answered you what gravity is, and you're referring to me that you're saying that I don't know, which doesn't make sense. Like, I answered your question.
Oh, it doesn't make sense
Can
now.
you can you elaborate what you mean by I don't know? How do you define gravity? Or like, I mean, I'm pretty sure none of us here are, yeah, go on.
We don't make
Who
a claim
is
to gravity.
Who is
We don't make.
gravity?
Yeah,
Exactly.
we don't
Who is
make,
gravity? We don't know. We don't know that
we
question.
don't make,
Exactly.
fuck me. We don't make a claim to gravity. This is the globe
That's
Earth
a good
claim.
question.
So why would we
You don't make
explain
a claim?
something if we don't
What
make
is
a
your
claim?
claim then?
This is your claim. I'm asking you to explain it.
No. It's not my claim.
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
my
it's
claim.
gravity. It is gravity.
Who is Higgs
there
boson?
isn't gravity. Okay, so how come when I jump, it falls back down? What is that
I
called?
don't
You
know.
don't
You
know.
tell
Okay,
me.
cool.
Wait, when you
Okay, so
jump,
you
it
don't
falls
know,
back down?
and I'm telling you
Yeah,
that I do know.
Guys outside the atmosphere as well.
Doesn't that make the isn't that not incoherent?
No, it's not incoherent. It's an obvious
If I
answer.
throw
Being as I haven't.
right?
Hello. Why do you keep
Oh, yeah,
talking through me?
you guys have been
Seriously,
talking
dude,
over me
becoming
as
really
well.
frustrating.
I mean, you
ask
guys,
question after
your other buddy was
question after
talking
question,
over me
like
all
you're
the time.
doing now. You ask question after question. When we try to
I did.
reply to that question, you keep fucking talking. Your girlfriend
No,
must be really
I
disappointed
keep
because you just
asking.
can't hold yourself back, can you? Do you think you could hold yourself back until someone else is finished?
Jedi, I think you still had your hand down
Gravity's
from
the
earlier,
Doesn't
just
same.
asking the
really care.
question.
Gravity, oh my god.
Is the shape of the Earth really that important to you, Jedi? Really?
I'm trying to get through to this guy about gravity. It's his
No,
claim.
I'm
It's
being
not
honest with you, man. Like, there's stuff that's bigger than that.
I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, stay on
Right?
one topic. We'll get to that one next.
We're interested in talking to this guy about gravity. He's asking us to explain it, but we don't make a claim to gravity. He's asked me what happens when I jump up and why do I come back down. I've told him I don't make a claim to that, but he's claimed gravity. Can you please, for the 5th time, explain what it is?
Did you unmute me now?
Can we hear you now? Are you not situationally
Kind of
aware?
wasting my. The thing is, I'm really trying to conceptualize your ideologies,
Answer the question.
but for some reason,
what is it?
sorry, I've been answering your questions. It's just the fact that you would tell me that I don't know. You would tell me that I don't know. So what's the point in that?
What is it?
You didn't even. But the thing is, you're not going to. Hold on, excuse me. I'm trying to speak here.
Two gravities. Which one are you talking about?
There's two gravities. You made a claim.
Yeah, which one are you talking about?
Cool. What? Okay, explain to me the two gravities.
I'm asking you which one you're talking about. Mass attracting mass or the bend of
See,
space
look,
time.
you made
one?
you made an assumption, right?
I've given you
hold
the
on.
two.
I'm trying to.
I've given you the two. Which one?
You made an assumption, right?
Yeah, you were talking
That
about
I
gravity.
believe
Which one?
in two gravities.
Well, there's one. There's two models. Which one are you talking about?
Two models?
Yes.
Newtonian
Newton,
or
mass attracting
Einsteinian,
mass.
bro.
Relativity, mass
Come on.
attracting mass.
Newton discovered it. It's not really Newton gravity.
Oh mass
He
attracting
discovered
mass. Mass attracting mass. Newton,
Yes.
Cavendish. Yeah, magic at a
Yeah.
distance between two masses. Einstein.
yeah.
Einstein.
General, yeah.
Relativity.
Mm-hmm.
The bending and warping of space-time because of the unequal distribution of mass. Not the same thing. So when you say gravity, which one are you talking about?
So they do
Which one?
correlate. I'm talking about those two, right? And those two equals to one gravity. It's not two gravities. And I'll tell you why.
Dude,
so the
things.
general relative. Okay, you're just gonna speak.
Different things, dude.
You're gonna speak over me. No, but
yes,
they're one thing.
Different things.
But they are one thing, and I'll tell you
no,
why.
They're not.
Would you care? Okay, well, I'm gonna say it's one, right? And I'll tell you why. You know, I'm leaving and tell you if it's one. I'm gonna tell you the. I'm gonna explain to you
why you're incorrect?
those two references: Albert Einstein and Newton's law of gravity. So Newton's law of gravity is. Sorry.
That's which you didn't know until I brought it up. Yeah, now tell us all about it.
No, I actually do. It's just the fact that
so
I don't use those arguments to prove gravity. I don't use those arguments to use gravity. So the Newton, right, attracts objects, big objects, right? So that's the Newton. Now the Einstein one is when the space, right? It what's it called? It curves or it
So not the same thing then. Thank you.
No, they're definitely the same thing because when
definitely
the larger hold on, wait, that's the same thing. Hold on, and I'll tell you, they're the same thing. Okay, cool. They're not all they are. Okay, but what it does, right? So a big celestial object, right? It's so we have a thing called mass. I don't know if you know that. So the bigger the mass is, the more attraction you will get. What's mass?
Define mass.
Damn, we're actually going to semantics here. So in science,
things. You'll fucking hate me in a minute. We'll ask you for a hypothesis.
It means it. Oh, why are you getting so mad, bro?
Because you keep talking and you're not listening. You think that you know
you're
what
not
you're
listening.
talking about.
You're not listening because I keep talking. You're not saying anything. You're just saying I don't know.
Dickhead.
Now you're insulting me. You're putting insults. This is what I mean by having a broad conversation. Put your insults aside. Let's try to.
Mass attracting mass, is that the same thing as mass bending space time? Are those the same thing, are they?
So they're not the same thing. Okay, hold on. But when I say they're not the same thing, don't interrupt me. So they're
Are
not the
they the
same
same
thing.
thing? No, thank you.
So no, okay, they're not the same thing because,
Thank you.
right?
Oh, I am correct. Well done.
No,
Thank you.
again, you're not letting me speak, brother.
Well, because you've admitted that I was correct and you were wrong. They're not the same thing.
There's two gravities that you're trying to say. They are in the same system, or they're in the same
Don't even understand
theory.
your own words now, do you?
No, but I do understand my own words.
No.
So the theory is that theory, by the way, is the
Theory.
highest form, right?
Theory.
So there's theory.
Theory.
You know what a
Can we go
theory
through
is?
that? Can we go through that?
Why are we going
You
through
want
semantics of this? We have to.
Dude, words
So
mean things. You're
okay,
bordering on the realms of
let's go into
natural
theory
science.
now.
You
Let's
said
go theory.
theory.
What does
Right?
theory
You
mean
said
to you?
theory. Just theory, scientific theory comes after a scientific hypothesis has been completed and you've demonstrated something to be true or not with experimentation. You could then build your theory on things that you know to be true. So, being as you said theory, I'm now going to require the hypothesis from you to prove whichever gravity you're trying to talk about. Trying.
What? Trying? Sorry, can you rephrase that? You say your hypothesis.
Got to that conclusion. Do you want to know? Do you now want to know what a hypothesis is?
I know what a hypothesis. There's a difference between hypothesis and theory. Okay. So
no shit. I just told you that theories come after hypotheses, though.
Why are you telling me things that I know? I'm gonna assume that we both know what it is, right?
Good.
So now let's talk about the scientific.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the scientific theory. So what you're talking about, how time slows down, and that objects or massive celestial objects bend the surface of space.
Oh, I just want the fucking hypothesis, mate.
What?
I just want the hypothesis. Theory comes after hypothesis.
We're talking about general relativity. That's a theory of Albert Einstein's.
Hypothesis for it. Why have you not understood when I told you 4 times?
Why do you need a hypothesis when there's a theory? Theories are hard evidence to show that they are true. Hypotheses are the assumption that hypotheses are the assumption that if we put an assumption,
You just said the theory proves the theory, bro.
with only using evidence.
He doesn't even know what a fucking hypothesis is.
I do
Dude,
know
I've
what
told you
hypothesis
this
is.
3 times. No, you haven't. You didn't describe it correctly. A hypothesis is a prediction, you idiot. Hypotheses come before theory. If you've got a scientific theory, you better have a hypothesis.
Yeah, you're
have
right.
You got
Hypothesis do come first.
General relativity.
Right.
Give it.
Of general, but there's a theory already. So why do you need the hypothesis? You just said hypothesis comes first before the theory. So why would you want the hypothesis?
Because you can't have theories without hypotheses. This is going to be an educational tract for you. So where's the hypothesis for your theory?
Hypothesis of the general relativity.
Yes.
I think the hypothesis is that the curvature of space and time passes near a star.
Doesn't know what a hypothesis is. What's a hypothesis, mate? What is a hypothesis?
No, you tell me. Since I don't know what it is, go on, you tell me. Because I do know what it is, but since you're putting just words, a lot of words into my mouth, so go on, you tell me.
You've tried to do this 2 times. You tried to do this 2 times, and you haven't given me one yet.
Okay, what's the difference between a prediction and a hypothesis? Why is it a synonym? Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, but they're not the same thing.
They are. Hypothesis is a prediction.
No, they're not.
Yep.
Let's go into semantics now. They're not. Nope.
Yes, they are.
Nope.
Yes, they are. We're doing natural science.
Why? How are they the same thing?
The hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, a prediction, if you will. The first 2 steps of the scientific method, the observation of the phenomena, and then the prediction of cause of that phenomena, and then you test it in an experiment. You can then prove something. Fucking correct me. You can then prove something with your experiment, and you can then build your theory on something that you have demonstrated to be true. Now, I'm asking you to demonstrate it to be true.
Can I rephrase what you said? Can I like
No,
no? But I'm trying to understand what you said. What do you mean no? Well, I need to rephrase what you so we can have so we can have a correction on what you said. So what you said, right?
I haven't finished.
Oh, you haven't.
Do you
Okay, cool.
hear me telling you that I haven't finished?
Because you made an assertion, right? And I'm trying to verify what you said. Because yes, it was long, but I'm trying to understand it with my own understanding. See, using insults and comments saying, "Oh, god damn," like
you just
that doesn't help.
Come on.
So what you said, right? That there's no difference, but then you also explain the difference.
Not a hypothesis.
Just shoot yourself in the foot, mate. You just said the difference without, and then say there's no difference.
No, I
You
explained
said,
to you what a hypothesis was.
yeah, a hypothesis, right, is a prediction, right?
Yes.
Well,
and then I pointed out the
no,
prediction.
Yeah, you said that, but then you explained that.
Doing what you're trying to claim I've done.
But then you explained, right, that a hypothesis is a phenomenon, is how you think the phenomenon works, whereas a prediction is how you will test your hypothesis. So they do kind of get hand to hand, but they're different. That's different.
No, yes, they go hand in hand.
Right, but they're not the same, are they?
A hypothesis is a prediction. Well done.
Yes, so hypothesis, you write it first, and then a prediction is when you test it. Yeah. You prove the hypothesis to be correct. So so there are a difference. There is a difference between those two.
I wonder if you're going to be situationally aware enough. Now I'm getting pissed off. I'm going to have to start muting you, dude. They're the same fucking thing. A hypothesis is a prediction. Dumb fuck. Right. So now, can you give me the hypothesis that I can test for your
Have you unmuted me now? Hello?
Can you give that now?
Have you unmuted me? Oh, yeah.
Can I hear
so
you?
I muted you for a second. Because if you're going to keep muting me, I'm going to also...
Go on and fuck off.
That's
hold on.
That's a disqualify.
I have a 100% way to prove that the Earth is flat.
Have you unmuted me?
Yeah. Hey, diabetes. Okay, check this out.
Hi, bro.
If you locally mute people, you're done. Okay, that's a disqualification.
Why? You muted me. Like,
okay, you're not going to get it, are you? This is a Boolean expression. If you locally mute people, you will be done here. That's a disqualification. It's not. There's no why, ifs, ands, or buts about it. Especially if you locally mute a moderator, you're done. Okay, the only thing you're going to say right now is you confirm that. You understand?
I'm sorry, what? Am I unmuted again? So, this is a...
Okay, the only thing you get to say is you understand what I just told you. That's it. That's it, until full stop, until you fully understand what I just said.
He locally muted a mod?
Yeah. Anyone if he's muted, he mutes everyone else in the room.
So in other words, you're all butthurt because he locally muted you.
Is that what you think is happening?
Probably.
Okay, so let's follow that worldview then. If we're butthurt, is he muted or not muted? Which one? What I like to do is wait for someone to make a claim or an idea or present something, then go after the lowest hanging fruit, and then hold you to that.
Let me grab that low hanging fruit.
Yeah. So if everyone here is butthurt, if the mods are butthurt by your presence, would you be muted or unmuted?
Oh, we would be muted. Okay. I've been muted.
Well, there you go. Easy day. Go to all these channels. Walk in there and say, all the mods are butthurt by my presence. And see what they do. See what they do next. Okay? Then once you got enough data, you'll be able to change your methods and practices to get the result that you want. Because my take is you want to be muted. Because some reason this gives you some sort of intellectual firepower, some victim status, some kind of cringe, neckbeard, atheist freak out that your voice isn't being heard when no one even asked you a question to begin with. No one even cares what you have to say. Okay, back to diabetes. if you locally mute anybody, especially a moderator, is that a qualifying or disqualifying? We blue screened them. Just stand there, drool dripping down its mouth, just completely dazed and confused.
Sorry, you just made an assumption about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's a
So
simple
I'm
Boolean
gonna mute
expression.
you if
Yes
you're
or
gonna keep
no.
muting me.
Yes or okay.
Oh,
If you
great.
mute people, what happens? Is that a qualifying or disqualifying? See, this is my take where how the globalists, they're not really into this conversation. What they want to do is control. They want to control the space, control what you think. They give two fucks about what the Earth is, what the surface of the Earth is. They do not care whatsoever. What they care about is flexing control by hook or by crook. If they can get you to do what they want you to do, that's their only goal here. And to get you to think that the Earth is a globe when you observe, like Voltaire said it best, if you can get someone to believe atrocity, absurdity, they'll commit atrocity. It's about getting people to accept a contradiction, 1984 style. Now, then nothing means anything anymore. Up is down, left is right, war is peace. It's just a complete silliness. No one knows anything, and you just need these systems of authority to tell you what is and what isn't.
So Diabetes, you're unmuted again. Listen, there's only one rule. Well, there's a few rules here, mate. But if you mute any of the mods, you'll just be banned. So we do want to have a conversation with you, mate. Just don't mute.
Why would you ban me because I muted the person? That makes no sense.
It does. It does. We like to have.
It really doesn't. Well, that's very authoritarian. I don't think that. I mean, you live in America. You should know your First Amendment, right? Like, I'm just saying.
What the fuck?
Like, you have the right to remain silent, but you also have the right to say what you think.
So Diabetes, I'm from Birmingham, mate. I'm not from
but you still have freedom of speech. So if you know.
Yeah.
But listen, Diabetes. I just want to explain this to him very quickly.
Okay.
Diabetes, this is a flat earth channel, okay? We get a lot of trolls in here, right? In order to have a coherent conversation about flat earth, we need some order, right? And you need to be respectful to each other, which means let each other finish their sentences. And that's it. You were being muted because you were overspeaking Jedi to the point where he couldn't finish a sentence. And that is the only reason you have been muted. Right? We want you to stay here. We want you here. But if you mute a mod, you will create chaos in the room. And that is the reason why we don't allow anybody to mute others locally.
Or we could use the other guy's worldview. It's butthurt. Anyone works, okay? You can use the answer we give you, or you can use your own answer, and you get to exactly the same conclusion. And now you know why. It's simply that easy. If you so you can say audio chaos or butthurt or pineapple on pizza or whatever answer you want to make up. I prefer actually you make up your own answer. That way you can't deny the answer on the backswing. Where you say, I wasn't given any explanation as to why I was muted. You gave yourself your own explanation for why. Duh.
I think it might be the chance to let them overspeak.
I'm actually looking something up real quick. Oh, here, I'll tab back in.
The question was proposed, what is the hypothesis for gravity? So,
or just what? I think he fully brain farted even what the hypothesis is.
Well, I think they agreed eventually that it is a prediction, and then he kind of like went crazy after that.
Who's muted?
No, I think he's left. Can't see him. But I know Rich
Diabetes just has a type in chat, right? That hey, he's got everyone turned off mute.
Oh no, he's still here. Actually, I'll unmute him. I don't know. Somebody left him on. All right, Diabetes, you're unmuted. Just don't overtalk so much, please, mate. That's all.
Do you want me to say the right words for your affirmation?
No, so you confirm that you know the rules of this channel. If you don't know the rules of this channel, the best you're going to get is a listen, and the worst to just kick your ass out of here.
Don't mute me then. And then we can talk about it.
Yeah, as long as you're not overtalking, you won't be muted, as we said.
Right, but he's been talking over me from the past conversation we were having.
Okay, then just get the fuck out. Just leave.
Wait, but that makes no sense. Wouldn't that rule be onto you as well? Like, wouldn't that apply to you?
No, just get the fuck out. You're too bricked for this conversation. It's just like, if you think that, right, that all that's happening here is you're being overtalked, and then when you try to talk, you're just being muted, follow that, okay? Use that answer, and just get the fuck out. That's what I would do. If I join a voice chat and they don't let you talk, they're just constantly over-talking you, I'm not getting my say, I go to another channel. Duh. See, the thing is, though, I think you're bullshitting. You will not go to another channel. You're just trying to flex control. You're trying to play some kind of cringe victim status. Like you're not getting your word here because the Fourth Amendment for fucking First and Fifth, dumbass. It's like you're insufferable. Just absolutely insufferable. And I invite you to to do exactly what you're doing here in any channel on this server and check the feedback you get. And watch what happens. Every single one of them will maybe have fun with you for a little while, but most of them will just kick your ass out faster than New York Minute. Your head will be spinning how quickly you'll get banned from channels. So either retract it and start talking with some sort of logical framework instead of the emotionally based bullshit, worldview, agenda-driven, nonsense, and come back to the really is level. You're being muted for two very specific things. You're over talking and you're locally muting other people. That's it. Full stop. Until you can accept that and understand that, you'll just listen. And I'll just watch you, because now that you can't talk, what do you do next? Just continue to play victim status, and no one cares, dude. No one cares. This channel is the most popular channel on the server. Almost every second of the broadcast day is accounted for. You're not needed here. No one requested your presence. No one cares.
Well, I hope he's not crying after that.
Well, he probably didn't hear it at all. Probably he turned me down to nothing. But just proves the point. He's triggering over content he can't even hear. And you'll come right back and play victim status again.
And they'll come back in and complain it's an echo chamber or something.
Yeah, and follow that. Okay? Like, I invite you to make up your own answer. That way, on the backswing, you can't say you have no answers. Just make it up. Because I can sit here and tell you what the answer is till I'm blue in the face. And if you're just going to say, make up your own shit anyway, and live a completely subjective worldview, and not take any external or internal critique of what you just said, follow it. Follow the logic. If you think this is an echo chamber and you can't talk, what would you do next? I know what I would do next. There's a server I love going to, and I have stopped because they promoted this guy who's just a complete ass clown to a moderator, and he said, I'm now the crit destroyer. And anytime he sees me in the chat, he mutes me or kicks me or times me out. I just sometimes just go in there and say nothing at all just to watch him trigger and time me out. So I basically stopped going there for that specific reason. There's a mod who won't let me talk. And I'm not going to sit there and play victim status. They decided to promote that guy to mod for whatever reason. Some people said that he donated a bunch of money to the server owner. So this is what we're working with. No one here, you got multiple people all giving you exactly the same feedback. You're muted for a very specific reason. Very specific. And you added your own answer. Use that one. And you're still here. You can't even convince yourself of your own bullshit.
Gosh, I think he's been on the mic for about 2 hours, man. That was quite a trip.
Yeah, 2 hours of him just talking and talking and talking. Finally, like, okay, we got to start pointing, getting targeted, ideas here to get to logical conclusions. See jammers up in the text chat. He's worried about what people believe and don't believe.
Yeah, I noticed a guy called Rich Evans. I don't know if he's still in here. Has anyone spoke to him before? He's got a lot to say.
Yeah, he's here. That's Reverend.
Yeah, Rich.
Oh,
Hey,
he's
Rich,
in here.
get in here.
Hey? What do you say?
He's listening.
He got roasted the other
Yeah.
day in the guest room, and he probably doesn't want to talk now.
Yeah, I just noticed he was talking a lot, giving it the big one in the chat. Thought he might want to hop on the mic.
Yeah, I want an experiment that shows that you need a container for gas pressure. Where's your firmament? Yeah.
Hey, look at this. Crit in his rules for thee, but not for me. Oh, God. This is a guy who I DC'd him from the channel because he was sticking to the text channel. I told him to stop. It is basically a rules violation. Someone was he was being called a P word by one of his own friends, another mod in the Abrahamics room. So I DC'd him and kicked him out. I said, okay, you have got to disengage. He doesn't, so I DC'd him. And then he gets so triggered by that he bans me from the 2 rooms. So I contact the room owner, and the room owner is like, "Jeez it." And then he comes on the backswing, comes back in here and says, "Crit, in his rules for thee, but not for me." Dude, you ban people who just DC you from a room. Wow. So by your logic, should I hold you to thee? Rules for thee? See, now you won't like it. Right. He'll be like, wait, what? You're going to hold me to my own worldview? Yeah.
We've had a lot of whining hypocrites lately.
Yeah, this is the thing. Rich is very bricked. It's like actually talking to a brick wall. He won't understand anything at all. You're better off talking to a brick wall. And then the server moderators, told him to stop stinking up the mod log with just random GIFs and all kinds of shit. So I told him, watch this. Will you brick that?
I wish we had a CogDis room here where we could put all these people together in the same room and just watch them.
Yeah, it used to be a lot of fun going into the CogDis room and just, what's going on with you today? Sometimes they would break down and be like, it all happened when I was 10, and I took a math test and they told me I wasn't good at math, and I knew I would never be an astronaut. You're like, well, get good.
Yeah, you have to pass survival school, which involves campfires and pitching tents at NASA headquarters. Not even joking.
Yeah, for the astronaut school, they did that where the lady who got convicted of attempted murder, she the story is just hilarious. You guys should check it out. Like, she brought extra fuel, wore astronaut diapers, drove like
diapers.
Yeah, it's one of the most amazing stories ever.
How many miles did she drive?
Yeah, it was like an ungodly amount. Like, she really sped through it.
Yeah, like 800 miles without stopping. That's why she brought the diapers. Not joking about that either. And yet we're the crazy ones, huh?
Get peer into the worldview of Rit.
You know, I wonder if astronauts have a higher death rate, murder by other astronauts or their own organization, than other organizations do.
Oh, just got by the numbers. Because there are not that many of them. So you get one of them to do something fucking crazy, that really pumps up the stats there.
Yeah, like if you were to work at like Microsoft and you might disagree with the path of software development, and then you were to like hang a lemon on the lead DevOps, I don't know, cubicle, you're probably not going to get murdered and barbecued to a crisp. Just saying. But poor old Gus Grissom, I mean, he tried to tell everybody that the moon trip was not going to work out that well.
They gave Gus Grisham the old GG.
This is hilarious. So, he's too scared to leave this room. I was just in a guest room with Rich not even 2 days ago. Like goldfish memory. Like, holy shit, dude. They were fucking roasting you too. See, normal people aren't this triggered by flat Earth. Normal people think like, dude, why the fuck do you even care? So when you spurred out about me in a room where no one really cared, all they did was laugh at you. And you ran away on your own. No one had to DC you. No one had to, shut your mic off. You just took it. You just took the L and ran away. See the news of the day? Our solar system map may need an update. The Kepler belt could be way bigger. How a cosmic dust storm is helping New Horizons redraw the map of the outer solar system. Well, that's a problem because wouldn't that change the whole model? Isn't everything exactly in the position it's supposed to be? How they kind of solved the three body problem? It's all balanced out. This would change if you change their map. They lost their model, all of it. It goes down like a house of cards. Bang.
It is kind of funny they have to admit their science is wrong now, right? Because in order for the science to advance, like they'd have to find out something new. So I don't know why they give us so much trouble. Like, they already admit their science is probably wrong.
That's right there. Science and space. At space.com in the science section. A completely different room with a completely different topic. And being so triggered by flat Earth, you just spurg out over flat Earth. And people are like, what's wrong with you, dude? And you keep just saying, but crit, over and over again. And they're like, dude, you're a freak. Like, go touch grass. And then on the backswing, come in here and then act like you're here for a conversation. No, dude, you're here to panic. Shields up, red alert. So right here. Rich. And Flurs make their own maps with Microsoft Paint. Okay. And you're a Flurf now? You never made a map with Paint?
Yo, Mike.
Yeah, someone hot mic in there.
What would that mean inside their worldview, correct?
Well, have you adjudicated it all?
No.
So what hot miking mean? What would that mean?
Inside
That
their
they-
worldview,
that they don't know.
want.
They know or they don't know.
They know because they're still going.
Okay.
You got bad mic discipline, dude.
Yeah, that's. I just had to tie back in. It's diabetes.
Talks over people, hot mics. Just noise.
There it is. What do you think, Jace? What does that mean?
Inside their worldview, they want to for us to hear them play with their remote on the Xbox. And the conclusion of that is that they can leave the call and let a bigger channel know they're playing the Xbox. They want people to know, right?
Oh, am I unmuted again?
The amount of people I've been hearing today, all in, why am I muted? Why am I muted? Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's because
amazing
you
too.
guys don't want to engage in the conversation.
Okay, follow that. Follow that worldview. What would you do
worldview?
next? You
No,
just said.
I want to
Well,
have
how
a
about this?
conversation with
Brit.
you about.
Hey, Britt. Someone doesn't want to talk to you. What do you do next? You know, inside your worldview.
In their worldview, if they don't want to talk to you, then they can leave and mute themselves.
Right?
Yeah.
Just get the fuck out. See, how are they going to tell me that I don't want to talk to him, and then stick around and want to talk, and he wants to talk to me? See, remember, it's about that control piece. That's what he's trying to do here, trying to dominate the room for a little while. So which one is it? Diabetes. You got to come up with a logical worldview here. You want to do what exactly? He's not listening again.
So it says here that they're not lying when they say they enhance the pictures of what NASA provides.
No, they say they wrap a flat map around a ball in Photoshop.
No, it's not. It's not they. It's what Robert said.
Yeah, Robert's part of their
But
artist
Robert's,
team.
yeah, is an artist. He's not a
Yeah, yeah.
scientist, is he? A scientist
Yeah, so he
wouldn't
does
tell
the
you.
images.
Right. He
Right.
does the images to
Yeah.
conceptualize, for us to look at.
Which he makes in Photoshop, yeah.
Right. He makes the blue
Right.
marble look appealing, but that doesn't
but he
necessarily
makes
mean
it
it's
in
not true.
Photoshop.
Right. So it's a
Right.
chromatic photo. So it's a bunch of
So
photos
if it's made
taken.
in Photoshop, a flat map wrapped around a ball, does that mean that the Earth is a ball?
So I'll give you an analogy. When you take a picture, right, of an object, right? Let's say you're in a room, but you don't know it's a room, and you take a photo of, I don't know, your desktop. You wouldn't conclude that, oh, what I'm looking at is a desktop, right? Like you would say, you would look for other surroundings to make it the actual image.
What?
Of your surrounding.
What if my
That's an analogy,
desktop was photoshopped onto the back of a unicorn? Would I assume that that's reality?
Well, what unicorn did they? Well, like, why would you assume that there's a unicorn in your room? Because if there
I'm
was,
just
you
looking
would
at a
look at it.
photoshopped image. I'm looking at an image where the object is on top of a unicorn. But they tell me it's done in Photoshop. So I know that's not real, right?
It's not real. Well,
Yeah.
it's real
So
because
when they tell you, here's the globe, it's a flat map wrapped around a ball in Photoshop, why would you think that's real?
Right.
Because they photoshopped it, but they didn't Photoshop it in the sense of changing the imagery, but
Yeah, they
rather they
wrapped
are
a flat map around a ball.
a flat map.
Yeah.
I think what Robert
Did you
said
even read
was,
what Robert said?
No, but you have, so
Then why
I'm
did you
referring
say
to that.
he's lying if you don't even know what he's saying?
Well, what you said,
No, I
right,
just posted
about
his
him
quote.
is lying. Yeah, what he's saying, what he quote, what you were trying to
He said
quote
it
is a
is
lie.
Photoshop. It has
No,
to
it's a
be.
lie. It's a lie. So it's a lie.
Right, so he's lying when he said that the blue marble is photoshopped.
Yes.
Wow.
Right. So why
Yes.
did NASA have that on their website? Why do they post lies?
It's not a lie. But I just told you it's not a lie. What Robert said.
You just said it
right?
was a lie.
That's a weird follow-up question.
Hold on. Yeah,
You
that's
just said it was a lie.
Hold on. Kind of.
No,
So
you just
what
said
Robert?
said him saying it is photoshopped. It has to be. You said
I didn't
he's
say
lying.
it's not photoshopped. So what
Yeah,
Robert
he said
saying
that,
it's
not you.
photoshopped. Oh,
He
if Robert
said
said
it's
that,
photoshopped.
he said it. But would you
Yes.
believe him? Why do you
And
believe him?
you said he's lying, right?
Yeah, he's lying. So therefore, it's not photoshopped.
So he's lying. So why is
Therefore, it's not photoshopped.
Why is NASA hosting on their website Robert Simmons lies?
Wait, NASA made a comment or made a post about Robert lying?
No, they've got he's on their website and he said it's photoshopped.
Did
And
NASA say
NASA
it's
haven't
photoshopped?
said Robert's lying.
Did NASA say that Robert is did NASA say that it is photoshopped? Like did they confirm what Robert said?
Well, Robert, the guy who works for NASA, said that it was photoshopped.
Right, but did NASA?
Well, NASA isn't like a separate person. There isn't a person called NASA.
Right, but it's still a business, so it has its own self
So the
identity.
representative of the organization, in this case Robert Simmons, said the image is photoshopped.
Right.
And there was no communication that came out that said, we don't know why Robert said this. He was lying. So NASA aren't disagreeing with him. But
Right.
you are.
So what would me? I'm disagreeing. How come?
You said he's
How am I
lying.
disagreeing? Because it's not photoshopped, and NASA doesn't.
Right, but he said it is
I don't know.
photoshopped, and he made it.
Right, but he's not a scientist; he's an artist. Now you have to talk to the
Right, who
scientist.
works
You have to talk
with
to the scientist.
Photoshop. So he
Yeah,
knows when he's working with Photoshop, yeah?
Right. But see,
So
there's a
when he
different
said this
department
image
in
was made
NASA.
using Photoshop,
Yes.
right? He would know if he's using Photoshop or not.
Mm-hmm.
So how is he lying?
How is he lying?
Yeah, when he says it's made in Photoshop.
Well, he's lying because the way he phrased it probably means that when we say Photoshop, right, it means altering the imagery of the original picture. But
Well, it
we
wasn't a
didn't.
picture. It's a
But
data
it
set.
was multiple. But it was multiple pictures.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't even. It was a data set that was
Okay.
transposed onto a map through
Since we both made
interpretation
the
and then
claim,
colored in.
yeah, since we both made the claim, right? Can we try to discuss that? Like you saying that it's not, and I'm saying that it is a bunch of
Well, this is
imagery.
their claim. This is their claim. All right, 2 seconds. Let me get a link for you since you haven't read what he said. I'll let you read the article or whatever. It's on NASA.gov. Okay? Right, in the chat. Well, someone's already posted it as well, the quote. Here we go. What's that? We finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did. The hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of data. Rito Stocki now at Swiss Federal Meteorology did much of this work. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball.
Yeah, but you did not account for the Cockney orphans.
Oceans to match people's expectations of how the Earth looks from space.
Right. So I understand now. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. So what the blue marble that he did? So when you look at that, it's actually not. Yeah, it's not a real depiction of what Earth really looks
Okay,
like.
so now you're
because
saying he
it's
didn't
using.
lie.
He didn't lie. Well,
he didn't lie. Is it now?
Well,
Are you agreeing?
Well,
Or what?
when I said he didn't lie, what I meant was like photoshopped in a sense of showing that this is what Earth looks like.
Well, he's saying it's a Photoshop. He made a flat map and he wrapped it around a ball, and then he's integrated surface clouds and oceans to match people's expectations. So it's an artistic creation. Yeah.
Exactly, artistic. So it's not an actual. So it's not an actual. It's an
not
artistic
a photo.
creation.
It's not an image.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a photograph of the ball Earth. Yeah, you understand that?
Right. Oh, definitely. So the difference is like, if I take a picture of it, this wouldn't be an artistic, right? It would be an actual photo.
Yes. So not a composite Photoshop image, a photograph. It's not a photograph.
Right. So when I say he's lying, he's when you gave the full context of that. So he's not lying about that, because I did say that it's Photoshop to the point of depicting what Earth looks like. But
So Photoshop images aren't going to be very good evidence of the Earth being a ball, are they?
No,
if
it
they're
wouldn't
Photoshop.
be. Right.
No.
It wouldn't be. But the thing
I
is,
agree.
I feel like I don't know if NASA or other space companies, they took a picture of Earth. I mean, they have they? Yeah, in the on the moon.
On the moon.
Yeah, did they take a picture of it? Right. You don't know about
well, they might have claimed. They might have claimed to, but how would you know if they actually did?
Well, how do we know? Well, let's look at the difference between the artistic style in comparison to the photo of Earth on the moon. So like a big, very big selfie of, or not selfie, like a big picture, right? So you're on top of the moon, you take a picture of Earth in comparison to this Photoshop that Robert artistically created.
Yeah, but how would we know what that should look like? Because we can't go to the moon.
I'm looking at it. Oh, damn, that's pretty.
Can you answer his question, please?
Sorry. Yes. What's your question?
Well, you're saying, we can look at photographs from the moon, but You can't. Me and you couldn't go to the moon and take a photo and say, "Yes, look, it
No, we
matches.
can't.
This is what it looks like." Right.
That's
So
true.
that's just
Yeah, we can't.
we just have to believe
Well,
that story.
like it's not. Well, in some states, like some cases, you can't actually do something.
Right. And in that case, should you believe it, or should you say, "Well, I don't know,
Like,
because I can't"?
I mean, it's the
confirm"?
same analogy, you know, like going to another country. How would you know the country exists without you going in there? You can only
Well, I mean, you can
verify
be
it based
pretty.
on what people are saying and
Well, you have to
the
apply common
consistent,
sense to it,
credible.
right? You have to
Yeah, but
apply common sense to
we
it,
are
right? I
applying
mean,
common sense here.
you could travel. You realistically could travel to that country, or if someone shows you a photo of something on Earth, you realistically have a good chance that you could actually travel there yourself and check
How do
that
you know
out.
that? How do you know that you haven't experienced to go in there and taking a picture? The same analogy of going
No,
to the
but we
moon.
No, it's
understand
not the
we can
same as
do it.
claiming you can go to the moon. You can travel. If you say, "Oh, I've got a picture of the Eiffel Tower," how do you know the Eiffel Tower is real? Well, you can book a flight. You can go and look. You cannot book a flight to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're not
Can
the same
you?
thing.
Yeah. So okay. So it's about accessibility then. So if you can't do
Verifiability.
verify, no, it's accessibility because you're
Well,
saying
that
you
would tie
can
into
go to the moon, but you
verifiability.
can't because of accessibility.
No, I'm not saying I'm not. I didn't even say you could go to the moon. You believe you can. You have no reason to believe this other than you've been told other people have.
That's
But
true.
either way, you cannot go and verify that claim.
Okay.
That's not very
Can you?
science-minded of you, Diabetes. You're supposed to be science-minded and skeptical.
No,
Yeah, if you're going to be
just because
skeptical,
I know. Yeah, I know, but
if
I
we're
never
going to be
claimed to be a
critical,
science major or
that's okay. You don't have to be a
learning
scientist. You don't have
astronomy.
to be a
Yeah,
scientist to understand that if someone tells you a story about something that you can't actually verify yourself, you're under no obligation to believe that story. And if you do, that would just be blind belief.
right. Well, I mean, if you give me a story of pictures, right, I will ask questions about it, right?
Yes,
And
you should
it's
ask
gonna go through.
questions.
Yeah, and he was gonna go through several researches, right? So several people of you, or a bunch of people of you, will verify this claim, and then that's how we know that the evidence is real.
Right, and if you can't verify the claim, what do? Do you believe it or do you not believe it?
You can't if you can't verify it. You
Yeah.
don't believe it. Well, it's up to
Right,
you, but yeah, I
okay.
wouldn't believe it. But this
Okay,
one
so
I
you
do,
can't
but you can
verify these
verify it.
images on the moon, so then you don't believe these images from the moon.
Well, how can we verify an imagery to be real?
Well, you just said if you can't verify it, you wouldn't believe it. You cannot verify a claimed image
I
from the
can
moon because
verify
you
it.
cannot go to. No, you can't
So
go to the moon and
I
verify
can't
those
go to
images.
Eiffel Tower. How can I verify the Eiffel Tower is real?
Well,
It's the
you
same
can go to the
analogy.
Eiffel Tower. Yeah, you can go to the Eiffel Tower.
Okay, and you
Publicly
can also go to the
accessible.
moon.
No, you
It's
can't.
just accessibility, but it's just the
How many
accessibility, though.
people have been to the moon, in your opinion, Diabetes?
How many people have been to the moon? How many Americans have been to the moon? I think there was like Apollo. I don't know how many
So are you
people.
going
I
to
think
talk to
4.
these guys and that's going to be your verification or what? Like, how many of these guys have you talked to?
I mean, it wouldn't just be those. It would also be the people who created this mission, the people who are in Earth. So they don't have to go to the moon to verify that the moon is real.
Those people, though, have...
This isn't how it works.
That is definitely how it works. So if
You've been
let's
given a
say,
story, and you can, if you're given an image, and you're told this image was taken in this place. If it's not a place that is even claimed to have been gone to by any kind of significant portion of the Earth, I mean, you're talking about like 25 people in the entire human history that claim to have gone to this place. That's very different from saying, does the Eiffel Tower exist? Because billions of people have seen the Eiffel Tower.
well,
You're talking about
okay,
like 25 people.
can I use that verification? So to verify my understanding of why I think what NASA or all these space companies say are real is because of the this International Space Station. There's literally a bunch of YouTube videos of that, and there's no way they would be fake, right?
Well,
Like, how
it's
could
the
you
same
make
problem.
something float?
No,
That's
no.
my question. Like, that's a very credible
You never seen a
story.
space movie before? How do Hollywood make space look real?
You're saying that it's edited.
Yes, bro. It is special effects. Have you ever seen
But then
a
how
space
could you?
movie?
But a movie is
How do they?
something that.
How do?
But a
Yeah,
movie and
a,
but movie is
a
different though.
movie
Like a movie.
isn't real, but makes space look real on a screen. That's a movie.
Yeah.
You
Whereas
understand that NASA can use the same
right.
technique.
But they're not. But why would they do that?
Why would they lie? Yeah.
Okay,
Why would your
but
government
it's not a
lie?
movie though. Exactly. Why would your government lie? I mean, they
Why
do
would a
lie.
government lie? Yeah, governments don't lie.
But
No,
the
governments don't
scientists,
lie, do they?
they're not the government.
Nah,
They're just there to
these people
find the
don't
truth.
lie. They're all about the truth, not the funding,
Yeah.
not the money.
Like scientists would
Yeah, they're all
literally
about
tell
truth,
you
for sure.
face to face. They will tell you face to face. I don't know how this works, but it just does.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
like black holes,
Yeah.
for example. We can black holes. We can only
Right.
verify it to a certain degree, but we
And
don't
that certain
actually know.
degree is no verification whatsoever.
No, that certain degree is
Assumed in
the
math. Yeah.
certain degree is looking at a big ass telescope and looking at the sky and thinking, why do these celestial stars move in weird patterns?
We know the stories. Yeah, we know the claims. We know the stories. Diabetes, but the problem is none of this works at the end of the day anyway, because there's no curvature.
Because of what?
There's no motion. There's no gas pressure without a container. So none of these stories work in reality.
I see.
You
Well,
understand?
soon you will find the truth. If I've send you, I don't know, if we have
So
bro,
you're
I'm
gonna show
telling
us
you,
gas pressure without a container.
the money, right? Because right now we don't have the budget for commercial space.
Surely someone's
spacing.
proven it already, no?
Yeah, we've definitely proved, but the people like you that don't believe in it, we will, we will use. Well, you don't believe, right? Or do you know that it's not? There's a difference.
Does it require belief?
It requires common sense. Sorry, it requires.
Well, no, my senses detect only a flat, motionless Earth. I'm afraid I don't see any curve. I don't see the ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and I don't see gas pressure existing uncontained. So no, the common sense, the senses of the common man, tells you that the Earth is not a spinning globe.
That's true, I mean, if I enter a train that's moving in 100 million light years per second, I wouldn't notice it.
Okay, so you're saying that the Earth is contained now?
It's
like
contained
a train.
in what way?
Physically, like a train. Like you said, you're inside a train, so presumably you think the Earth is a container that you're within.
In that explanation, yeah, sure, it can be a train. Yeah, it is a train.
So it's like a closed system. Not an open system.
Are you talking about like hypertrophy? No, what's it called? Entropy. Is that what it is? Entropy. I see. So I've heard of this.
Because you're comparing the Earth to a closed system, but they tell us it's an open system. So that's kind of contradictory to what you're claiming.
It's not contradiction.
Yeah, it is. You should just say that like a train. That's a contained system.
But a train you can go outside after.
Oh, right. So you're saying if we're on the roof of the train, if we're on the roof of the train, then
we would feel
that.
On the train.
We would feel that. Yeah, we would feel that motion if we're on the roof of the train.
Yeah, of course. If you're standing on the train, because the thing is gravity is squishing.
But we don't on Earth.
It's putting you down.
But we don't feel any of that on Earth. So, I mean, really, you can tell stories all day about we went to the moon, we've got satellites, we've got these Photoshop images, but unless someone's measuring curvature, unless someone's measuring motion, unless someone's demonstrating gas pressure without a container, there's nothing for the globe. Not even the basics.
But what about the other scientific or the measurements?
Well, what measurements? Of what?
Like, pilots have to nose down.
No, they don't. They actually
They do
nose up.
But they do.
No, they don't nose down for the curve, if that's what you're going to try and say. They don't do
But
that.
they do.
They treat it as level. They nose up when they're lifting off, they nose down when they're landing, and in between, they're level.
No, they're cruising.
But they do nose down in like a very long distance. So let's say you're traveling from UK to Asia to Russia, right? So they would use, in order for them to have a stable altitude, they need to adjust to the curvature of the Earth, and it's very, very
Okay.
small.
So let's say they're
It's like,
moving at 500 miles an hour. How much are they going to have to? How much curvature are they going around in that hour? Let's say an hour's flight. How much are they having to dip or account for in terms of curvature? 500 miles an hour. So how much curvature in 500 miles?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure if
So
we
why are you
made
making the claim then?
My claim is from the pilot's experience.
Are you a pilot with that experience?
No, but the pilots have told me.
Oh, which pilot told you that? Could you cite him?
Sure.
Yeah, let's see the pilots saying how much curvature they account for.
This could be a
so
dog
he has
in
a
my
LinkedIn
homework.
account if you want to talk to him.
That's okay. Well, I'm sure if that's the case and it's true, then loads of pilots will be speaking about this online, surely. You can find
They
us
don't
one.
speak about it because they don't really have to. I mean, the thing is, it's so like,
It must be in the flight
unimportant.
manual, though. It must be
It
in the
is very
flight manual.
unimportant.
It tells them how to fly, right? It must say you need to account for this much curvature and dip your nose down this much for the curvature. That must be in the flight manuals, no?
I'm not sure. You're gonna have to ask him.
Well, then where are you getting this from?
The guy I told you, he's a
Which
pilot.
guy?
My friend
Kennedy.
Kennedy.
This guy's all about believing people, man.
Well, we do believe.
Well, that's
don't
a cool
you believe
story,
in your
bro.
own
Listen.
dentist? Don't you believe in
We've
your
spoken
own
to many
dentist?
pilots. We've spoken to many pilots. We've checked out the pilot manuals, how they're trained to fly, and they all say they do not account for curvature. So your friend is lying to you for some reason. I'm afraid, not a very good friend.
Oh, okay.
I would add.
Okay. Then he's lying.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But
If he's not lying, prove us wrong. Just show us in a flight manual where it says they adjust for curve.
Then how come it takes certain, certain hours of time, right, to predict from going point A to point B using the flat map? Because the flat map is inaccurate. You do realize the flat map, like Google Maps, let's say, in the flat surface, is also inaccurate. It's actually photoshopped.
All maps are flat. It's kind of redundant to
Yeah,
say
but
flat
they're
maps.
also
They're all
photoshopped. Did
flat.
you realize that?
What are photoshopped?
The maps that are given to you. Like, how would you find how do you find the credibility or the
Well, obviously they're
verification
not
of?
photographs, are they?
Well, obviously they are. They
the right
definitely are.
phrase,
Well, if you look at, if you go to Google Maps,
you think a map is a photograph of the Earth from really far away?
What? I never said that. So, map, right? So the reason. So look at this.
They're not.
So green. Look at this. Oh, wait, can I? No, I can't. So Greenland, right? Look at Greenland in comparison to Africa. Look at the difference. Do you think Greenland is actually that big in comparison to Africa? No, it wouldn't be, really. The reason why it looks bigger is because of the curvature. So what? Well, what map do you use? I don't know what map you use though, because there's no way you wouldn't use Google Maps.
What are we using the map for? We have different maps for different things, right?
Let's say we're using we do have different maps for different things. You're right. There you go then. So every single map is technically photoshopped.
None of them prove that the Earth's a ball.
That basically proves that the Earth is the ball, because we cannot put an accurate.
How are you getting to Earth's a ball from a map, a flat map? How are you getting to Earth's a ball?
That's why we have different types of maps. Why would we have different versions of maps why would we have different types of like the latitude or the actual accuracy? Like why would we have that?
They make all kinds of different projections, and people will make different views based on where they're from. For example, they'll put their own country towards the middle, versus another person who will put their country towards the middle. These are different projections, and none of them are even claimed to be totally accurate. Everyone knows the maps are all fucked up, but that's not evidence for Earth being a spinning ball.
I mean, that's evidence that that depending on your framework or like where you are, like they would put in the center, you say, that still proves that it's a sphere because of
No. The only thing that it's really proving is that if you want to navigate the surface of Earth, you're going to use a flat map.
Right.
Not a ball. You're not going to use a globe to navigate.
So how come, like, let's say, have you heard? Do you know what gyroscope is? Let's get into that.
You want to talk about bro? I'm gonna guess you don't really know much about gyroscopes. If you want to talk about gyroscopes,
I only know about it because of flat earthers, and they use the equipment to tell if the why are you doing stuff right? Like, have you heard of this before? Or something?
Yeah, because Globers hilariously think that a flat earther proved Earth was a ball with a gyroscope.
So they think they paid like an equipment to measure that, and what they not realize is that the light tunnel from point A to point B doesn't match to the same distance or the same location of where the light tunnel hit. Hello? Are you still there? What happened? Okay.
I think Discord crapped out on people, so.
Sorry?
You watched Netflix and therefore the Earth is a ball.
Me? Do I watch? I don't have a subscription now.
Nigger.
Yo.
Yeah, that's also a common theme with some people. The best argument is to just do stuff like that.
I mean, what other arguments do you have? So apart from that,
why don't you go back to the airplanes flying nose down? Have you looked into that at all? You got a site for that?
Yeah, I do have a site, I guess. Google. Okay, well, you know what? Let's not talk about the pilot, because I feel like you're spewing out lies of 19 pilots saying that the Earth is flat. Because as a pilot, you wouldn't see Earth to be curved if you're in 1,000 miles, or I don't know how many miles you're up in the sky.
Yeah,
How high up do you think a commercial airliner flies?
Yeah, they don't see the curvature, but they do adjust to the nose.
Okay, you're making a claim, dude, that they adjust for the nose for curvature. So I would like a citation for that claim, because you're the only person I've ever heard say this.
That's a claim. Let's have some support.
Sorry about that. I got a phone call. What happened?
No worries. Diabetes just told us that they nose the plane down to account for curvature. So he made a claim. Now he's got to support that.
Oh yeah, he's still on that.
Well, I wanted to bring him back
I
to
don't
that
think
one.
they
I felt
do.
like that was a big deal. You know what I mean? He's the only person I've heard say this.
Yeah, I think they only account very little. So yeah, when they go
Okay,
nose
that's
down, it's
still a
not like
claim. Do you have a citation for the very little amount they account for?
yeah, sure. Give me 1 sec.
This dude here is a gish galloping machine. Like he can't stay on one topic for 3 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, it's really scattered brained. He seems to be all over the place, and you try to hammer him down to one topic, then he freaks out and starts muting people.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, at least he's not throwing out insults. He's at least trying to remain somewhat respectful. I'll give him
Yeah,
that.
he's calmed down a little bit since earlier.
Yeah, we're here on your side, dude. We're just trying to, help here.
So
I would like to know as well in future if I ever have to fly a plane. I would like to know if I'm actually going to have to factor in this curve or not.
I didn't factor in that the gravitational pull of Earth is also in factor of that. Yeah.
So
You
they
know
don't
how
account for the curve.
I thought they did, but then I realized that when
you realize that they don't.
The plane is moving, right? But it does go down if what's it called? It does go down when there's no thrust, or there's no thrust because of the pull.
Right, it will just fall out of the sky.
So that's why, therefore, they don't use the curvature.
No,
that makes sense.
Correct.
That's
no.
Well, how could you explain that?
What are you talking about? It doesn't.
But
you're saying if they stop thrust, they don't thrust when they're going around the curve. Like they're not going around any curve.
No, I'm saying, like, if, let's say, hypothetically, the plane just somehow switched off its engine, right? It will go down.
Yeah, and it will crash.
Right. But what causes that crash? What causes the plane
to
go down?
Turn the engines off. God, I hope you never become a
No,
pilot.
but what causes it, though? I'm asking the question. Jesus, answer the question.
What do you mean? What causes it? You switched off.
What causes? Right. What causes the plane, instead of just sitting there, right,
Here,
in
this
the
is a
sky
quick.
and just
Hey,
chilling?
Cyclone,
Why
here's a
does it
quick
go
kill
down?
from earlier. He said he
What
only
pull?
asked
What
questions
attraction
of stuff he doesn't know.
Getting, what is the effects?
So he doesn't know the answer to this question.
There's air drags.
Right.
You're right. Have you heard of those
But we're
terminologies?
talking about the curvature, though. What's this got to do with
Right, but I'm asking you, though, why does the plane, right, in your worldview or whatever you believe in, why does it
You
go
just
down?
said you turn the engines off, dude.
You turn the engines off, but why does the plane
That's why.
go down? Okay, even if the engines aren't turned on, let's say the engines are on, but then your engines are having a failure. I don't know, one of the wings.
So are you moving away from curvature now? Are you moving away from curvature now?
Why does the plane go down? What is the effect? Why does the effect?
The engine failed.
Okay, I'm gonna give you another explanation. Example.
Why
If
wouldn't
I have a phone, right? I drop it. Why does it go into the ground?
Wait, did you pick it up first?
Yeah, but
Why do
I feel
why do gliders not fall down?
because of
they
air.
do eventually.
They actually don't. They glide. They can
glide
they
down.
don't have enough thrust in order to go up. They don't have enough thrust and momentum. You need momentum.
I don't know why these gliders always go to the top of a mountain or a hill to do it. Then, if they can just glide forever.
No, you guys really fail your simple physics here.
Yeah,
When I drop my phone, what is the effect of that? Why does it go down instead of going up?
Why would it go? Why would it go up?
Why would it go up? We wouldn't. Well, why would it go up? Yeah, why would it go up? Because there's a there's something that's keeping us onto the ground. So it wouldn't go up. There you go. That's your answer. What's up now?
Where else would on the
It would go down.
Where
I've
else?
answered
Where
the
else do you think you should be? Do you think you should float away like a balloon?
Flow away like a balloon. So a balloon has either air inside or helium, right? And the balloon is so lightweight that the difference between the object and the air or helium inside it's not balanced. So that's why
So
it
the
will go up.
helium is lighter, so it goes up.
Yes. Yeah, helium is definitely lighter.
So if something's heavier, where will it go?
It will go down.
Okay, so it's to do with the density then.
Right.
Versus the medium.
Okay. What is that density for you? What is the density?
Density is just density, man.
You can't say the definition is the definition. What is the definition of a density?
Would you like me to go to Webster? Do you not know what density actually means?
No, I want you to explain your own because we're pretending that we know that we have different concepts there. So I'm trying to.
No, it's not really any different. Just the amount of something in a given volume, right? You can Google the exact definition if you want, but you know what we mean by density. You just described it when it came to helium versus the air. The density difference.
The density difference. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, not
right.
Gravity.
Well, so density is the mass. How dense a object is the mass.
Is that what the definition said for you?
You want me to Google it?
Well, you said you wanted to know the definition. Might be a good
from
place
your
to
own
start.
understanding. But sure, we can use Google as well.
Well, I'm not going to make up a new definition.
Yeah.
Make up a new definition. See, this is where there's a problem here because if I have my own understanding of a word, right, that doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. It just means I articulated it in a different format.
It might be wrong though. It's good to agree your terms.
It says here density, and I googled it for you. The mass of a substance per unit volume. So the mass. So there's a correlation between them.
Okay.
Is the unit volume. Density expressed in grams per cubic centimeter. The average number of an individual in the unit area of volume. Yeah.
Okay,
so this is from Merriam-Webster.
Okay, so you're moving away from the curvature from a plane thing, right? Before we move on to the plane.
Well, you kind of did.
No, I didn't. You're the one that brought up planes falling out
Well, I
the
was
sky.
explaining
You were
to you
talking
the
about
curvature of. I was explaining to you the curvature of the plane,
but you said they don't account for the curvature in the plane. And then you said, why do they fall out of the sky?
They don't account to the curvature because due to gravity.
Right.
So
so they just assume it's occurring. They don't actually.
Again, I'm going to ask you the question: if I drop my phone, why would it not go up? Why would it go down for some reason? All of the objects that have a dense mass.
Well, you just explained it, right? The helium balloon goes up because it's lighter than the air. The phone will go down because it's more dense than the air. No?
Right, but what is also the cause of that? How come helium, right, a type of element, why does it go up in the atmosphere and not stay on the ground?
Lighter.
Because it's lighter. So if
that's what you said.
Okay, it's lighter. It's lighter. Can we measure the weight of those? How do we measure those?
Probably better to say one is more dense, one is less, right?
Right, but how can you know that this is light and this is not light? How can we determine that?
Well, people often use things like scales, but you can also, measure relative density depending on the medium that you put the object in and find out that way, right?
Maybe
There's a lot of ways to do it.
scales upside down above the helium balloon and then capture it on top of the balloon. Maybe you could do that. I don't know. Give it a go.
You don't know. Okay, so here's where we use Google here. How do we? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we all use Google here, right? Google is like collecting data.
I wouldn't use Google to tell me what my worldview is, but
it shouldn't, yeah, but it will just tell you data of what people in different professions or experiences. I mean, it's just a search engine after all.
Okay.
But there is a level of credibility of which, what is empirically factual or evidence, whereas something
How would
that's
you
more
know?
of a nuisance. It's very.
How would you know?
How would we know?
How would you
By
know that it's
testing,
fairly reliable?
by using other frameworks or
Right.
other methods testing.
What's the other method? Probably testing the claim, you think? Should we test the claim to make sure that they're not bullshitting us?
Yeah, you could test the
Okay,
claim.
great. So let's test the claim. You say gravity makes things fall down, go boom, boom, right?
Yeah,
Okay. The
yeah,
helium
we're attracted.
doesn't
Yeah.
fall down and go boom, boom, right?
Sorry.
But the helium balloon's not falling down, going boom, boom, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that claim is out. So it's not gravity. What is your other explanation for why things go down, go boom, boom?
Okay, you want me to explain why helium goes up in the sky? Because it's
Oh,
lighter
we've
than.
already, right. So, so your density again. So there you go. You've already explained it for us. So no gravity then.
No gravity.
Yep.
Just a relationship between the density of the object and the medium that it's in, as far as we can observe. I mean, if you're going to start to get more fundamental and philosophical about it, like why down for the more heavy, I mean, that's just how it is. We can't really tell you any more than what we observe and experience.
Well, so this is where science is a step ahead of you. Of what science claims is that the reason why the heavier you are is because big objects tend to have bigger attraction. Oops. Yep.
It's a cool
So
story.
you can't
Well,
explain that, but
they say is
the science
bending and
can.
warping of space-time. They say the
Sorry?
uneven distribution of. Actually, what they're talking about is the uneven distribution of mass causing the bending and warping of a concept called space-time, which they're then claiming is what causes things to accelerate to the ground. Some things. So that's not science. That's just a theory.
Science is a theory.
Not a scientific theory. It's like a colloquial theory. So it doesn't have.
No, it's a very scientific theory.
Doesn't have scientific method testing involved. It's conceptual, mathematical.
I mean, I don't know. Have you read the general relativity, like the whole papers of it? Because I haven't. I'll be honest with you.
No, I haven't read the full thing either. But I have
Okay, you
had a
should
look
then.
through it for an experiment, and there's no scientific method experiment in it.
Right.
Right. So something which is thought to conform to the scientific method but doesn't is called pseudoscience by definition.
Are you saying that general relativity is pseudoscience?
100%.
Yeah, since it doesn't conform to the scientific method, it's by definition pseudoscience.
I see. I don't know. I think you should talk to the people who understand general relativity.
Yeah, we have. We've spoken to PhD astrophysicists and all sorts.
And what did they say?
Well, they can't provide any scientific method experiment for general relativity or special relativity either, because it's conceptual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's purely conceptual. It's not physical. It's only conceptual. It's non-material. Non-material things cannot have physical effects, right?
It's a theory. So okay, now I understand what theory means now. Like, so we can only provide evidence, but we can't test it, or we can test it to a certain degree.
Evidence. You don't have any evidence, nor can you test it.
But there's multiple evidence. Multiple.
No, you haven't given us any yet. You say there's multiple. I'm asking you for one. You haven't given one yet, except for saying that somebody made up an equation like Einstein, and that's enough for you, just conceptual mediums, right?
I see. I mean, it's the closest to the truth. I think they tried to let's say the formulas, right? I think Einstein made a formula of E equals mc squared. I think that's a very common.
Did you say closest to the truth?
Yeah, I mean, science doesn't know the truth. They're just observing.
So are you saying truth does not exist in the world? No one can make knowledge claims?
In a sense, yeah. Unfortunately, there's no.
Then why are you in here making all these truth claims?
Well, this is close to the truth.
Well, you can't say that because you don't know what the truth is. You don't know how far away or close you are to it.
Well, I do though, just not to the point of
You can tell the
answering the
story.
questions that can't be.
Is it possible
be
you're
answered.
wrong?
Definitely, that's what scientists do. Is that they always say that, oh, I could be wrong here.
So why aren't you taking that humble position at this point?
What do you mean? I'm just telling you the hard evidence. We're not getting into
there's not any evidence so far. This is what you're confusing, right? You're talking about an effect, which is things rise or fall depending on their density relative to a medium. And then you're talking about a cause of this. Now, the cause of this is what's in dispute. The current paradigm is the bending and warping of space-time by Einstein. So that has no experimental validation to it. It's just a concept, right? You understand?
Mm-hmm. It's not a concept, though. It's an actual thing.
Well, it is.
It's the truth. I mean, everything's a concept in philosophy.
You've never experienced space-time. No one has ever quantified it, manipulated it, bent it.
I mean, I've never experienced, other things. That doesn't mean they're necessarily untrue.
Right? Does it mean they're true?
It depends on the credibility.
No, it doesn't. Having no experience doesn't mean it's true.
It does. Having experience means that you have been in that knowledge and skill. That
not
others
having
don't
the
have.
experience means you don't have that knowledge.
So, let's talk about the helium. So, you're saying that helium is lighter, and it goes up the density. Are you saying that helium doesn't have density as well? Because you said everything has density, right?
Is less dense than the medium it's in.
Than the medium it's in. What do you mean by medium?
Air.
Than the air. Yeah, it's less dense. So, does air have density?
Obviously.
If you're going to say something is less dense than another thing, doesn't that mean that both of them have density, bro?
Yeah.
So then what was the point of that question?
Yeah, this is the thing. You're just kind of thinking of random questions to ask rather than actually thinking about this topic logically.
Well, I am thinking logically, but I'm still I'm trying to. It's hard to grasp.
Well, you need to be interrogating the fundamental claims of the globe, which again is the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure without a container.
So
These are the things you need.
Do you believe in the 9.8 meters per second?
That's a description of an acceleration in a vacuum.
That's the gravity. Always say so. Okay, I'm getting to understand that. So basically, okay. So you took out some scientific numbers and made it your own understanding. That makes sense.
Dude, that's a straw man argument. What are you talking about?
How's it? No.
Yeah, listen, when you ask someone a
because
question,
where did you get
need to
9.8
listen to the
meters per
answer.
second?
You didn't
But
even
wait,
listen
you
to
got
the answer. You started speaking
Second is
per
a
second. What you're describing.
Of an acceleration. How are you not getting that?
Right. It's a what? It's an acceleration.
It's a description of an acceleration of an object in a vacuum, and it's only based on an average, right? So if you put the medium back in, right, because what vacuums do we have in nature, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. So that's not even a real world test. However, if you were to test the rate at which things fall, quote unquote, and depending on the medium, you'll get all kinds of different numbers, different descriptions of accelerations. How fast, what is the rate of acceleration of a 2x4 when it accelerates upward in water? Does that help you validate your claim of gravity?
So you just said gravity exists? But
no, I said your claim of gravity, bro. You're doing terrible at this today. Like you're failing.
I think the thing is the way you say things like medium. All of these things are. It's not getting into my head. Like if I'm arguing, Sorry, what?
Is air a medium and water a medium as well? Is mercury a
Exactly. Like,
medium?
no one says that. Like, if you ask a person, is air a medium? They would say, "What the fuck do you mean by medium?" You know,
You
like
say that. A lot of people know exactly what we're talking about. You don't.
no,
That's not our
the
problem. It's not
people.
Yeah,
Okay,
their
that's
problem.
an
the
argument
flat
from
earthers.
personal
The flat
incredulity, brother.
earthers.
Just because you don't
What do you
understand
mean?
it doesn't make it a valid argument.
Okay, just because you don't understand mine doesn't mean it's a valid argument. So I
No,
can go the
we
same thing as you,
understand your argument. It doesn't
but
seem
you
you
don't.
understand your own argument. That's the
I
problem
see.
here.
So
We're
there's a
trying to
difference,
get
right?
you to
So
understand it.
the people that observe you guys, or like, you know, that you conceptualize, we understand where you're coming from. You're basically just taking out, again, you can call this a straw man, but you're taking out scientific calculations
You're
and make
actually
it your
right now
own
committing a
terminology.
stereotype fallacy, which I don't appreciate. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
Flat earthers. You want to be specific?
Okay, and so you're going to lump in a whole group of people and say what about them? Create what straw man? Accuse them of what?
Well, accuse you of using terminologies of which, you know, that are aliens, like medium
Such
air.
as?
I don't understand what do you mean by medium air.
Maybe it's
Well,
just a
then maybe
language
you should look
barrier.
it up. You're on
It is a
Google.
language barrier. I feel
You
like
should go
because you're
ahead
using
and get on
terminologies that
Google and
doesn't
figure out what the word
articulate
means.
that I'm able to understand.
Listen, is it our problem that you don't understand the terms that we're using? If you're on Google, look up what medium means. It's a valid term. It describes what air is. It's a medium.
Okay, transparent medium. Shown for your. Yeah, even Google was telling me a different terminology. It's not. I don't understand it. It says it's transparent medium and produces a new wave from CDR after refraction. What does this mean? Air liquid gas is optical medium. What does optical medium mean? See, again, it's not really explaining it.
See, I did something really simple. I got on Google and I said, is air a medium? And it says, among the four given mediums, i.e., wood, water, air, and a vacuum, sound waves can travel through the wood, water, and air. So
Sound
air is a
waves
medium. Very simple. Yeah.
can
You
travel
know that
through.
sound propagates through air. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a medium.
So everything is a medium then, because a sound wave can travel through everything.
In this case, air is a medium that sound can travel through. In the case of your
Right.
cell phone falling, it's a medium that your cell phone will fall through. Now, if you tried to drop that cell phone in a medium of, let's say, mercury, it would float.
Because the density.
Yay, no gravity. Thanks for playing.
Wait, what? No, wait, what? There's nothing with no gravity. Why would you say there's no gravity? You just made
Because now
the
your
assumption.
phone is floating. Your phone is floating and gravity has nothing to do with it.
The density of mercury is stopping the phone from falling.
Exactly. So gravity has no effect.
Gravity. I mean, there's the same concept as, you know, if you're falling and if I catch you, there's no gravity because
Yeah,
I'm the
I'm
one who's
floating in the
interfering.
air because you're holding me up, right? You're supporting me? Right.
But
I'm
gravity isn't
floating
like
through
magnets,
you.
though. They're not like they're weaker
Gravity's
than
not like
magnets.
magnets. Who said gravity was like a magnet? You're bringing the claim of gravity. I don't even know what it is. Can you describe what
Oh, I
gravity
see.
is to me?
Gravity is just an attraction of masses. So
Can you give us the hypothesis? Okay.
let's
Yeah.
stick to
So can you go ahead and
the topic
demonstrate
of
that
the
in experiments
mercury
for us?
and its dentity.
No, we're going to stick
So
on gravity.
so
You made a
we
claim. So can you show us how
the
you
reason
tested
why
this
mercury
hypothesis?
the reason why mercury
Diabetes.
is stopping the phone. Hold on, I'm trying to explain gravity, man.
Yeah, you continue to move back to certain things when it gets uncomfortable for you, but I want to hold you to one thing. You made a claim about
we're still on the
gravity,
topic of what
so
mercury
let's
is
go ahead and talk
because all
about
you said,
gravity.
right? You said that mercury doesn't exist. I mean, bro, this is so hard for you.
I said
You said
mercury
that
doesn't exist. I didn't say that.
Mercury, okay, is stopping the phone from falling.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. And I'm saying, and then you've concluded that hey, no gravity, and I'm saying no. That's not how it works.
Okay,
You
so
don't.
why? You want to go farther than that? That's not how it works. That's a baseless assertion.
So the gravity is quite weak in comparison to the density of
Great.
Mercury.
What is gravity again? We're right back to this. What is gravity? It's the attraction between masses, you said. So can you tell me that in experiment?
So Mercury is attracted. So Mercury, right? The element is attracted to the gravity, the mass. So that's why it falls down. Now it's on the ground, right?
What
and
mass?
then the phone goes on top of it. So they're both.
What mass?
What
mass?
The mass of the mercury element, like that's liquid.
Yeah, it's attracted to what mass?
They're attracted to gravity.
It's attracted to gravity? What's gravity again?
Gravity is attraction of masses. So Mercury is getting attracted to the mass
I need you to show me that in an experiment, please.
Or experiment of dropping your phone in a Mercury.
Gravity. How did you isolate the cause of gravity? How did you vary and manipulate gravity to show that it's the cause in the description that you're giving us right now?
Well, the thing is so large, I don't think you can isolate it. That's like trying to isolate. I mean, if we were going to type 2 civilization, then probably we could modify those specifications.
Diabetes. What thing is so large?
Gravity. You can't
So you
isolate.
made an unfalsifiable claim?
You can't. It's not falsified. You can't isolate things that are hard to tackle.
Large, you should be able to show it to me. Diabetes. If it's large, you should be able to show me the gravity. Where's the gravity that we can vary and manipulate?
Dropping your phone.
No, that's dropping your phone. I want you to show me the gravity. Don't just see an effect and then claim something without validating it. That's very dishonest of you, Diabetes.
No. So you want to? Wait, what do you want to do again? You want to?
I tell you what. I'm going to drop my phone, and if it accelerates downward, I'm going to tell you that unicorn farts are the cause. Okay, so unicorn farts are the cause of things that fall downward.
Yeah. So that's how gravity is defined to be. So we can actually take out the word gravity and replace it with something. That doesn't necessarily mean it's
right.
It's not there. Like, so all we did was
it
just
doesn't exist because I can't show you unicorn farts and you can't show me gravity.
If we go up into space, there will be no gravity.
That's
how you can. If you go up in the air, the thing
Have
is
you validated this for yourself? Is this a falsifiable claim? Is this empirical, or are you just appealing to another religion? It sounds like religion.
If you've just been on the internet and you haven't moved to another country, how would you know that country exists?
How can you go to space, bro?
How could you know that space exists? Because we've put objects that are outside. I mean, there's literally a video.
You did?
Right?
When you say we, you did this?
We as in humans. Us. Like, we're saying.
I didn't do it. Did you do it?
Oh, you did it. Okay, so you don't. Okay, sure. You don't. Okay. You don't have to. You don't have to be in that because you don't agree on.
No, I just have never had the opportunity to go to this place called space, nor does anybody that I know have the opportunity to go. It sounds like an unfalsifiable claim that you're bringing into the conversation.
It's not falsifiable.
So then give us a way to falsify it.
To falsify it.
Yeah, let's falsify gravity. How would you propose that we could falsify what you have given us as an unfalsifiable claim? If it can't be falsified, it's pseudoscience, bro.
It can't be. So I don't understand what you mean by falsify.
Go ahead and give us a way to falsify the claim of gravity.
Again, I don't know what you mean by falsify.
We can't disprove it. We can't falsify it. Not a difficult word to understand. If you need to Google it, go ahead.
We can't disprove it.
Yeah, how would I disprove space that you claim?
Space that I claim.
How can I go to space and validate the claim that you made?
How can we falsify it? I see.
Could you describe space to me? Because apparently you've not been there, but you know something about it. Describe space to me. What color is it? How much does it weigh?
Outside of the, I mean, space is outside of the atmosphere of Earth.
Okay. How far away is that?
How far away? That's I don't know the estimates. Probably 1,000 miles.
So you don't know shit about space.
Whoa. Yeah, I told you. I do know space, but not the entirety of it.
It sounds like you don't even know how far away it is.
I mean, just because I don't know how to describe a cat doesn't mean I know it's a cat. Like.
Holy cow, dude!
What?
I can describe a cat to you just fine.
Okay, what's the difference between a cat and a dog?
The difference? One's a cat, one's a dog. Have you ever seen either one? Do you know the difference?
Right. Again. Without using the same definition.
Have you ever heard of dog meow?
Without using the definition. So you described how a cat sounds.
Right.
Okay, it's the same thing how I would describe how space would sound like. So there is no.
You and I have both experienced dogs and cats, haven't we? Have you experienced a cat and a dog before in your life?
So in space, right? There's
the place
vacuum.
that you've never been, you don't know where it is.
There isn't any a gravitational pull there, or sound are traveled through. Since there's no air, right? The sound waves wouldn't exist in space.
Excuse me. Now you're actually going against your own religion. You're saying there's no gravity in space.
My religion? Excuse me, religion? What?
Yes, your religion, heliocentrism, the heliocentric regimen or rhetoric, and doctrine is that there is gravity in space. In fact, space is the gravity.
Yes, it's considered a religion, by the way.
Science is a religion. Okay.
No, what you believe in. Believe in flying around in a ball in a vacuum chamber. You believe that. That's a religion.
Do you believe that cats meow?
Bro, are you just here to waste our time?
Dumbass.
No, I'm not. So you know that cats meow. Okay,
We
so
already
I
know.
know
Remember
that,
yesterday you were claiming to be like 35-year-old, all this coding shit, and we found out you're like 19. So stop lying.
What? You don't code shit at all as well. I don't know what you're on about.
So you don't have any validation. You're here to waste time, right?
But no, I'm not here to waste time. I'm literally describing what space is. And
okay, then you're gonna from this point forward, you can actually go ahead and show me the experiment that validates the gravity that you claimed earlier, because we're not going to do the Gish Gallop game anymore.
Again,
you're going to show me the experiment that validates gravity from this point forward. Go ahead.
Are you dictating what I should say?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's a very dishonest conversation.
It's not dishonest. I'm being 100% honest with you right now. I will not have a conversation with you any longer because you're here to waste time. There's plenty of other people that may want to talk. So if you don't want to stick on gravity and show me scientific experiment,
they wouldn't have anything to waste time on. But I do.
All right, so you're done. Is there anybody else here that would like to have a conversation, perhaps validate the globe they believe they live on?
I can't believe he came back after yesterday.
He's been here just so you guys know, full disclosure here. He's been here for 4-5 hours.
Wow.
Wow, I'm already done working for the day. I started at 4:30, so I got a bunch of shit done. Just got done with the engineer at the other side verifying our code's working, and I'm done. Fuck it. I'm clocked out at work now.
Nice.
Does anybody have thoughts on the 2 moon landings that was reported this week?
Wow, how many people are going to the moon now?
So, US did the first one in 50 years. was done by a private company. There were some big problems with doing it. It was not 100% successful. And Japan also did one, and they also had huge problems.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
So this is not a moon landing with people, you know. This is just like
Yeah. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Do you want to see a picture of the Japanese one? I've got it on hand.
Yeah, that one looks real. That one you can tell it's real too because it looks so fake.
Have you seen it?
The Chinese one and the Korean one.
The Japanese one.
Yeah, post on the Indian one, but not the Japanese one. It's gotta be good.
There's the Japanese one. As you can see, they landed it upside down. There was a huge issue with landing it.
Oh yeah, that was like a week ago, wasn't it?
Oh, you know what? You know what happened? They did that so that you think it really happened. Because if it was fake, why would you land it upside down?
Well, it cost them a lot of money because they can't use it upside down. The solar panels are facing the wrong way.
Prove it.
Well, I mean, in Japan, you know, I'm sure there's some people that are doing a lot of bowing right now.
So someone figure it out. Someone else figure it. It has to be truth. There's no way. There's no way.
They have new landers. They said that can land within inches. Can't they just go fly by that thing and tip it over?
Okay, so Japan's lander was landing within 100 meters. That's the most accurate land that has ever been attempted. Usually they land within kilometers of that.
What coordinate system did they use?
So I don't know that. I know that the US one had a failure with its landing probe, with its landing sensor, and then had to rely on a different vessel to finish it. But I don't know what the Japan one, they had a thruster failure. And that's why it had to land upside down because the thrusters weren't working.
What coordinate system are they using when they launch from here to a spot on the moon? What coordinate system to be within 100 meters? Can you look that up and post that for us?
I'm sure you can. I don't see why I have to do.
Well, you need to know the distance you are away from Earth, right? And then at some point, you need to know the distance you are away from the moon. And then you need a whole new coordinate system to focus on. Or do you just focus on Earth and use the moon as like a dartboard? Which is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they changed models, you know, throughout the flight.
So can you post that for me so I can see and read up on it and learn how this spherical coordinate system works that they use with a zero at the center of a moon and shit like that? It's the only way you can do it.
I mean, you're welcome to Google it. I don't have to do that for you.
Moonshine, maybe you don't understand. You made a claim, actually a couple claims now, but you're not going to support them. Are we supposed to just take your word for it?
Oh, well, I did claim that there was 2 news publications, but that was it.
Oh, so just news publications. So just like words on a page?
Yeah, I said, has anybody heard about the 2 landings that was reported this week? That's the claim I made.
I heard about it, but there's no way to validate these things, is there? Could just be all nonsense.
I didn't attempt to validate them. I wanted to discuss them.
Okay. Yeah, we heard about them. Who cares?
Yeah, I'm discussing it with you. Go ahead and get me the coordinate system because I'm curious how they got so close to their landing spot.
Oh, I'm sure you can do that yourself.
I can't. I'm modding this room and I'm verifying some machines are running right now. You can, though. You're the one who is all interested in moon landings and how moon landers work in the vacuum of space in 2 different coordinate systems.
No, I just saw it on the news. And I'm also a little busy. I'm rolling a joint and cleaning my house.
So you don't believe that they went to the moon, do you?
Well, I'm not like really a belief-oriented person.
Okay. So then there's no way to validate it. Probably isn't true. Just a rumor floating around out there, right?
Well, I have some thoughts on it. but I don't have
What are
really
your
beliefs.
thoughts?
I found it interesting that the photos are, these are the first digital photos, I think, we've seen of the moon. If you see the little glitch on there, that was a new thing for me. I didn't ever see a glitch on a moon photo before. Like usually the analog photos, we have 50-year-old photos. Those are the last US photos of the moon. So it was just interesting to see, like this thing deploys like a little selfie stick while it's landing. So it had a picture of itself. But that picture had like a digital glitch on it. And that was the most interesting thing I've seen about it so far.
So you actually think that these are photos of the moon surface?
Not necessarily, but I know that they're digital photos, and I also know how the photos are produced. It's the same way satellite photos are produced.
Satellite photos are produced? Okay.
Well,
So
what they
you
call
think those?
satellite photos. When you've got that special radio that can pick up all the different signals, you also get those tiny little glitches in your photographs, the same glitches that's in this photo. So it means to me that they use the same technique to transmit it.
So you think correlation is causation?
I use correlation to govern my predictions, but not prove things.
So as long
So
as things correlate, then it has to be.
I would predict that the transmission mechanism is similar to the transmission mechanism that creates the same artifact. Yeah, as a diagnostician, I would predict that.
Okay. And where are they transmitting these from?
From a radio sender.
From a radio? Where's that radio at?
Well, there's only one way to measure that. You have to occlude it and see which direction of occlusion stops the signal.
And where do you think it's coming from? Did you predict any of that?
There's only one way to tell which direction it's coming from. You'd have to set up an occluder and then move the occluder and see if the signal gets blocked.
Okay. So you're saying that radio transmissions are line of sight?
What I'm saying is that there are hobbyists on planet Earth that downloaded part of that same image as it was being sent.
Planet Earth? You believe you live on a planet?
No, I'm just using planet Earth because it's a colloquialism.
Oh, okay.
I
It's weird to use.
I didn't modify my language to suit all my beliefs. I just use common language because people like to listen to it.
Well, you could just say Earth. You don't have to make the Earth a dot in the sky. I'll just let you know.
I don't see planets as dots in the sky. If planet Earth is a sphere or a flat, it's still a planet to me. I don't change my words for it.
Well, no one's called planet Earth except for you, and everybody else believes it's a sphere.
Okay, if you say so.
So do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
No.
No? Okay. That's weird then.
You think it's weird? I'm happy to hear.
Yeah, I think it's weird that you would call the Earth a planet, which is a wandering star, especially since you're standing on it and it's not in the sky. Sounds like a dumb thing to do. But that's just me. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I hear the words weird and dumb, and I accept you saying it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think it's weird to say you look up in the sky and you see planet Earth?
I don't care. Once again, I use common language. I don't care what language I use. If you want to censor me and make me change a word, I'm happy to change that word if it makes you more comfortable. But it doesn't make.
Look up in the sky and see Earth.
Once again, if you want me to change my language, happily change any word you want me to change. But I'm doing it for your comfort, not mine.
Change words. I said, do you think you can look, stand in your backyard, look up in the sky and see planet Earth?
Weird and dumb. So you did call my choice of words weird and dumb, so it's not good enough.
That was
somebody else.
That was me. I called your choice of words weird and dumb, but I didn't ask you to change. I'm just saying that's my opinion, that you would use terms that don't make any sense.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Okay, fair enough.
Wait, you find it weird that he might call Earth planet Earth, but when you hear Gregory say some of the shit he says, you never complain then, do you?
That's
No,
a
it's a
great
colloquialism.
equivocation. That's a great.
Common
Good
language.
job, Jekyll.
Nothing wrong with using common
Outstanding
language.
there, buddy. You're crushing.
I don't have to modify my language to suit somebody's beliefs.
Yeah, you have to do that now. You have to call
I'm
people
not that-
what they tell you to call them, remember? So yeah, you have to modify your language in here now.
Well, I mean, if you'd like me to change a word, I can do it for your comfort, but doesn't make me uncomfortable.
No, you need to do that for your psyche.
If you say so.
So are they saying that the fake moon lander that they put up crashed or something, fell sideways?
Oh, the Japanese were very proud of their landing. They did call it a success. It was within 100 meters. It was probably the most accurate landing. If you'd compare the numbers relatively that they reported on all the other ones.
The numbers, and you won't give them to me. What the hell's wrong with you?
Is that the most
What
accurate fake
I
landing?
did give you the number. It was within 100 meters, which is normally they have a target of within kilometers. So it is the landing with the most accuracy that has been attempted, according to the news article.
Well, the one I'm reading, it just says the Odysseus moonlander is likely lying on its side. That it tipped over on touchdown.
Oh, I can find the article. No problem. You just give me a sec. There's the one that I brought that picture from. That's the one I read.
Well, I'm just
It's
talking
up
about that one recently, the Odysseus.
I can show you the picture of where it's on its top. It's not on its side, according to the report. But I think that so what happened is they could only contact it much later. Like there was they couldn't contact it right away because it didn't have any battery left, they said. So maybe there was reporting in between that said that they were unsure about which side it was on because the solar panels weren't functioning. That's why there was all this news
Sounds like
reporting
real
about it.
good engineering.
Yeah, the thrusters completely failed, the landing thrusters. So they had to land it with other thrusters
Dang
that
it.
were insufficient.
It's so annoying that they seem to always be failing to go to space like they did 50 years ago.
That's what was surprising to me. Exactly what you
surprises
said.
me every single time.
First time, 50 years of better technology, we failed both times. So
Alright,
that is
so why does the
like when
space
they say,
industry why does the space industry seem to be the only industry that's regressing?
yeah, like when they say there's smoke, there's fire. There's definitely smoke. There's signs that there have been fraud at some point.
There's a lot of smoke. I can't see anything for the smoke.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke. I agree with you.
There's what?
Even the telephones worked better back then.
What is this image that you've posted? I don't understand.
Oh, it's an image of it standing on its roof.
Who took that image?
So that's both of them did this thing in the
They have a
news. At
selfie
least.
stick. He said.
They both. It's not a selfie. It's just like another camera that deploys off of it as it lands. So it makes like a sort of a selfie stick, like faces.
Huh? Is there video of this other camera detaching and landing?
Well, as you can see, it in the next 22 hours, what they managed to get is this partial image. That's as far as they got. That's as
all
much
they
as
got?
Yeah, because it's a broadcast. It's not a recording.
So in 2024, when they say they're going to the moon, there's no video, there's not like a load of photos, there's like one dodgy image.
That looks like someone used the Apollo missions photo as a background and merge it with some crappy ass cheap sand that he
Yeah,
put
that
in his
looks.
backyard.
That looks. How
That
is their
looks
stuff
so
getting even
bad,
worse?
dude.
How is it getting even worse?
I was also a little, shall I say, impressed with the lack of image quality. But
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
crazy.
Like,
So
just think about it. Back in the days, they built these machines to use analog cameras and you know play and record them and make you believe they actually recording the moon. You know,
dude,
that's
it could
why
have
it
been
now
worse.
looks.
It could have been an astronaut with 7 fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll be next. But I
look
mean,
at
think
the
about it: $60 million a day, and this is what we're getting. Come on.
yeah
Well,
because they
$60
have
million,
lost the
like,
technology to
It's
very
invest
hilarious, right?
in
The
in
trolling
machines
is
like
so
this.
good. The trolling is so good that they've actually put the entire lander upside down.
60 million a day is not very much for this kind of stuff.
Well, they don't want to
No.
build things like this anymore. I mean, look at
I feel
the
like I
movie
could pay a
sets.
guy. I could pay a guy on Gumtree or Craigslist, whatever you've got, $200, and he would come up with something 10 times better than this.
With a
So
better
$60 million a day is quite a lot for this image.
You seeing
it's
what I
also-
posted? Can you imagine how much it would cost to reinvest
Because they're letting
in
interns
similar
work on this
technology?
shit. I'm telling you.
Look at the movie set they built for the Apollo missions, man. Like that.
They
That's some
didn't build a
handcraft
movie
stuff.
set for the Apollo mission.
What?
They used the one from 2001: A Space Odyssey. I already looked at it.
Oh,
It was
really?
already built. It was already built. So NASA didn't have to buy that either.
So they use the same set.
But look at the stuff I posted, man. They really, at least they really put some time and effort into it.
At
Yeah, that's
60
how they
million,
get those tracking
at least
shots when they're like moving across the surface of the moon. They say
Yeah.
on a track. I mean, it's very simple once you figure it, once you see it. I mean,
100%.
Globies will be like, "Oh, they didn't have Photoshop in the '60s. How could they possibly fake a moon?" And then you show them this, I'm like,
In the
Dude,
60s,
Globies are
they had a very good technique for interpolating images together, like adding a
Yeah,
ghost image
they've
on.
been doing it since like the 1800s, faking
Mm.
images. So.
They made very sharp fakes back then.
Yeah, well, the to be fair, their images from back then arguably look better than what they're showing us today.
Yeah, because there's no digital edits on it.
Yeah. I mean, it's all a joke, isn't it? That's why we just have a laugh whenever they're like, "We're landing on the moon." We get ready for a big popcorn fest.
Man,
It's
who
always
would
a
have
fun
thought
time.
that a mission with a craft that has partially zip ties for sorting the cables would fail? Like, who would have thought that?
Astronauts to the moon.
Real good engineering.
Like, that thing didn't look like a piece of trash to begin with, right?
Oh my god, look at that cable tie setup. So how does that work? Because I was even reading now, like they can't even contact it when it's too hot. So I wonder how that works. Like how does the cable tie survive?
It's very simple. It's all made in Hollywood basement, man.
Hey, those are not our fittings. I don't know what the fuck they think they're using, but that's not going anywhere in a vacuum chamber.
It's too funny.
Even Elmo
Man, look at
knows
this
that.
stuff.
Even Elmo knows that it's all fiction. That is the fiction section.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just coincidence that you have the globe right behind the fiction section, or above the fiction section.
And the rocket.
Oh yeah, and the rocket, of course.
Maybe next time, Globies, you'll get that moon evidence.
Oh wait, I forgot the video, the original episode of Elmo. The girl says to them, "And this is the fiction section. Fiction means it's a made-up story," and points to the globe. So funny.
I give some credit to them. The trolling is
on
good.
point. Yeah. Like with the flat Earth table, and now the whole thing just, flipped over on the moon, and then they give you this incredible Photoshop skill image. It's almost like as if they're like, no, that looks too realistic. Make it look very, very shitty, like a Frankenstein of the Apollo mission, and some guy in a backyard making a photo of his dirt, a pile of dirt.
At this point, it's almost a competition between NASA and the flat earthers to see who control the globers the most.
That's true.
Here's an even better photo. Check it out. Oh, that's the same photo. Yes. It's just kind of.
So when are we going to get the full flight of Artemis? Is that like, is it ever gonna happen, or?
Artemis.
Isn't that the picture you posted? Isn't that from the Japanese moon probe thing?
Oh, I just checked it out. So I think that's the American one, the one with the cables. But the
Yeah,
one
that's
with
what I
that.
posted. But the one that looks so shitty, that's the Japanese one.
That's the Japanese one. That's the cheap model. That's the Toyota. The other one is the Ford.
Well, we have yet to see imagery from the Ford model.
Oh, isn't the one with the cables the one with?
Yeah, that's made by the United States.
Yeah, isn't that the Ford?
Yeah. So yeah, but where's all the cool live stream of the moon from Intuitive Machines? Has been very quiet since they have shown us nothing.
They had a huge failure now. You know, they can't show you very much. They had the occasional photograph. The machine's going to be off for a week or two.
Same with the Artemis missions, right? Like, just can't seem to give us sufficient imagery. Well, I wish we could go back to the technology 60 years ago that we have destroyed.
I want to see what's the difference in the rockets between this and the Apollo. Wonder what the rockets were for these.
Oh man, I love space engineering. It's just, it looks like it can withstand so much, man. No, you just don't understand, Clay. They use like highly sufficient. It just looks like it's aluminium foil, but it's like extreme scientific, highly efficient reflective material. And the duct tape you see, it just looks like duct tape, but it's like extremely scientific, high resistant duct tape. And the poor cable management, that is on purpose, because that means you can understand what the cables are doing by managing them very, very complicated. And what you make sure of is you just make them one color and don't give them any tags. That makes it even easier to understand what cable is connecting to the other. Yeah, you just don't understand because you're a flat earther.
It reminds me a bit like the D-Wave quantum computer center, where they have these like Christmas lights on their cables, and they say the Christmas lights tell them something about the data that's going through. And like, I thought, wow, that's an interesting way to spend billions of dollars. Hang
Oh,
Christmas
yeah.
lights on.
Imagine all the children no one cares about having no food in third world countries that you could feed with that money. No, but let's clap for
No,
CGI
I
pictures.
don't. Okay, that's the part that I don't buy. I've never bought somebody saying that, because you can't
That you
feed the
can
quantum.
feed you can't feed children by giving money to poor countries.
You can't feed them money, and you can't feed them quantum computers. There won't be any additional food for
That's
them.
that's not what I said, man. But you would understand that if oh, that's funny. This shit is not even cheated from radiation and plasma. But you do agree that if they would invest the money instead of
But you can send them the food without money. Like, you don't need to give them money to send
Yeah,
them
that's
food.
what I'm saying, dude. I'm not saying you need to send them the money. You can invest the money you're using to produce food or send it over to people that are starving. And I'm just
But
saying, imagine
there's
how
no
much food you
so
could
there's no
send
less
over.
money, because if they spend some money on quantum computers, there's no less money for food for poor countries. The same amount of food that's available for poor countries stays the same. It doesn't matter
If I
whether they
look,
spend whether some money of the money in circulation is used for managing, for administering the building of quantum computers. There's still additional money in circulation for the
no,
management of.
I'm just saying about these type of projects regarding space. If you would invest that money into, you know,
Yeah, but look at
dropping
these guys.
world hunger, you could drop
These
world
guys,
hunger.
these guys make cable ties, send cable ties to the moon, right? They're not going to make good farmers. They're not practical.
I really don't understand your logic, man.
If we took these money, and we took the money that's going to NASA, and we made those people farm, there's not going to be much food for the poor country.
Bro.
So once again, even if you send money to NASA, there's plenty of money in circulation for the administration of food. Money is a virtual construct. You don't run out of money if you spend some on NASA. There's still the money is like, they decide we'll make so much money this year, and then some of it is used for this and that.
Again, if the energy and money that is put in the construction of all these manufacturing places for spacecrafts that go boldly nowhere would be invested into projects that would lower the count of children or even adult people starving. That
Once
would
again,
be
these
what?
people, they will start farming. They're not going to start farming if you cancel the space program. These people,
I'm not
they're
talking
still.
about the people that are putting wires on the space on some kind of space probe. You do
So once again,
understand that you do understand you do
the
understand
farmers
we
are
have.
still going to farm. Like, even if the
Yeah.
NASA
I
have
understand.
NASA, the farmers are still going to farm.
You do understand we have overwhelming amounts of food that are being thrown away in first world countries. You
Yes,
do
but you
know that,
cannot.
right?
But paying them doesn't make them not throw it away. You can't pay them to not throw it away.
No, but you could pay like an organization that would collect the food that would be otherwise thrown or burned or whatnot, and you put it
You
into a
can't.
plane.
No, you can't. That food spoils before it gets. Because that's why they're throwing it away.
Bro, you can't tell me that there isn't food that doesn't spoil, like canned food or
So
other
food that
types
doesn't
of food.
spoil, food that doesn't spoil, right? If it gets resold in the West, it gets sold at these stores where you can get discount food.
Anyways,
But
if you
and they
have the
are still,
notion,
on top of that, there are still agencies that still take those foods that have spoiled. I live in Africa, so I know. You get agencies, like, sometimes, like, when food is still okay, right? You can go get it, like, at certain stores, Like, then it's not like officiated, you know. But like at certain stores, you can go buy, if you're poor, you can go buy food. It's past its expiry date, but it's not spoiled. You can still eat it. So like what I'm
Anyways.
saying is, if you don't pay a NASA guy, nobody's going to get extra food.
Okay. I understand what you're trying to say. I might have a different perspective on it, but maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Anyways, I would love to see humanity focusing on something else than
if you don't feed the
space
NASA
trash.
guy, you can pay them without feeding them. If you don't feed them, obviously there'll be more food for one other person.
Yeah.
What the fuck is he
I
talking
like.
about, man?
I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. I was trying to get it, but I really don't understand its logic.
Oh, like it's just that you don't eat money.
Bro, that doesn't make it better. I don't understand it.
You don't eat money, eh?
Yeah. Like you can
That's
give
a good
money
point,
to a
brother.
person you can give money to a person who's in a famine, and they still won't get more food.
What if you use the money to buy food?
If the store shelves are empty, or if you can't get any transport because there's no resources, money doesn't help you.
So you're adding in a bunch of extra variables now, right? There's no transportation, the shelves are empty, and all this stuff. Like, what is it, the end of the world?
No, it's just like a country that's in a famine.
How much food that could be eaten is being thrown away in the USA daily? Around 330 million pounds of food is wasted across the US every day. Nice. And that's just the US. So yeah, the shelves are empty and we could never invest into any, projects to get
Obviously,
that
we don't want
330
to solve this problem. It could have been solved a long time ago, man.
Yep.
Do you know how many pounds of food is wasted? Do you know how many pounds of food is wasted in Africa, in countries where there's starvation? They also waste food.
Yeah, of course they do, because they're also not trying to fix the problem there.
Like
but
when they,
dude,
for instance,
it's not only in Africa people are starving. You do know
when
that,
they
right?
slaughter an animal, when they slaughter an animal, they don't even eat half of it.
Okay, man. So it's a cultural problem.
I'm just saying that food waste, like we can't say the exact pound quantity of food wasted in a certain country is responsible for a famine in a different country.
That's not what I said, man. That's now again inserting something that has nothing to do with the first point made. I'm simply saying if the resources and energy and money that has been put into space that isn't a place would be put into the waste of food that could be logically given to other countries or regions where there is a problem with food, we would have fixed the problem somehow.
Yeah, imagine arguing to continue the problem rather than for a solution. Like, that has to be the definition of a contrarian.
Okay, so we're saying that transporting the spoiling food very quickly with using aeroplanes to
Do you have a solution?
Use an aeroplane to transport the spoiling.
I know there's so many
to a
problems,
poor-
brother. We can't solve this problem. Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, it's a
I
very
shouldn't even
hard
think
problem to
about it.
fix.
And then what? And then we have to make the
There's no
scientists
solution, dude. Don't worry about
around
it. You might trouble your brain anymore, man.
And then at the same time, we have to tell all the scientists, okay, you guys go home, because we're gonna make emergency aircrafts fly the spoiling food to struggling countries, so that it makes it there before it completely spoils.
Bro, you're talking about as if isn't a thing that they throw stuff away just when a banana doesn't look good anymore and there's like a brown spot. And that's what you already call spoiling. And it isn't, we can preserve foods. There's a ton of preserved food. And it isn't like that it takes like 7 days for an aircraft to get food somewhere. It usually doesn't even take under 24 hours.
How long does it take to ship bananas?
Why would you ship them? Now you're going from flying to shipping. I don't get it, man.
Well, that's the industry standard way to transport bananas. If you'd fly them, you would be taking 1% of what the ship can take. So you wouldn't really be helping these people. You would actually just be wasting the money again.
Yeah, I would also not ship bananas raw. I would dry the bananas or freeze dry them or whatever. Make them, or make them less capable of spoiling, which is conserving them, whatever the English term is. And then I would put them in big containers on a ship.
It is interesting how freeze-dried food is kind of expensive.
Bro, just throw salt on the bananas. It will preserve them. Just salt them.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I've had those.
Is
So
it
there's
like
plenty
what
of
is your problem? What is your problem that you actually try to make everything sound complicated? I don't get it. Is it like rocket science to
when you
change?
ship spoiling bananas to Africa from the West,
Why
you know,
Africa
bananas.
all the time, dude? It's not only in Africa
Bananas
people starving. In the US, people are starving, dude. Like literally, in the US, you will find someone who hasn't eaten for 5 days because he doesn't have money. Dude, I don't know where you live, man. Like in Germany, you can find people starving, man.
You
You're
know
really
about the
getting on my
discount?
nerves, man. You're living
You know
in
about
a
the
bubble,
discount?
dude.
You know about the discount stores, right? Where you can get food, like if it's like you can get food that's for poor people, and in America you get stuff like government cheese. I mean, the projects that you talk about, they already exist. So if you're not shipping them to African people, then it's already done. The job's done.
More than 44 million people in the US face hunger, including 1 in 5 children. Millions of people in the US don't have enough food to eat or don't have access to healthy food. This is a big problem.
So you're saying those programs don't work? Okay, I can agree with that.
No, listen.
You spend the money on that.
If there's programs, and I bet there's also positive outcome, I'm saying, what if all the money that has been wastefully spent onto projects such as space, that place doesn't exist, would have been put into solving that problem first, that everybody can eat.
Well, I mean, there wouldn't be more food around. The money would go somewhere else.
At this point, I'm not even actually sure if it's trolling or not, man.
People ending up with money, so you'd have different rich people.
I don't even know if it's trolling or not. You must be trolling, man, because you don't.
Well,
seem like
when you move
if you're
money
trying
from one sector, when you move money from one sector to another sector, you don't get more food, but you do
Now
get
you spec on
money.
money again.
You do get a
Golly.
different group of rich people.
We have 44 million people in the US facing hunger, including 1 in 5 children, and it says 330 million pounds of food are being thrown away every day. And you tell me something about moving money, and that there's no food. Dude, I'm out, man. Have a nice day. I really don't want to proceed this conversation anymore. You seem to be very ignorant.
So money is already spent on not wasting food, and that already brings food to people that are poor. Those projects already exist, and with the existence of those projects, we are seeing that still 44 million people are in a situation where they don't have enough. So the efficacy of these projects have a limitation. There's a point of diminishing returns because at some point you will still throw away food despite having those projects. And at some point you will still have people not having enough despite having those projects. All bureaucracies have points of diminishing return.
Surely it's nothing new that people are going hungry, but what NASA's doing surely isn't helping either.
Yes, they are not engaged with food production, whether you fund them or not. Those people are not food producers. But they do make, well, maybe they organize, like this fancy food that lasts a very long time for their operations, I suppose. Stuff like I suppose not, right? They just use any old vacuum pack food for whatever they do.
But the money spent on useless organizations like NASA, which has provided nothing to humanity in the whole 65 years that it's been in existence.
Yeah, I'm not I used to be a big NASA fan when I was a little kid, but I think they are a waste of money. I agree with you. But I don't think it would give us more food if we didn't waste our money on NASA.
But the money could be spent on maybe other things that will allow people to actually create their own resources, like to grow their own food, like other types of technology could be utilized that are being wasted on NASA playing with toys. NASA playing with little toys and things.
Shut up, nigger!
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
If we do like what factory production.
Who was
You
that?
notice how the what's his name? The South African. Notice how he didn't flinch when someone said the N-word? That's South Africa for you.
No, I don't. I didn't
either. I didn't either.
It's not a dirty word. It's not a dirty word in our country. We don't. To us, it doesn't mean anything.
It's a term of endearment.
We have a different word.
I mean, like, really, think about it. It's like
there's a different word that's a bad word for us, And so if you say that word, it would be like super bad.
Like it's supposed to be a bad word for white people or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. It's like a bit silly, but we'll get over it eventually as a race. The human race won't just get stuck on that forever.
But it's interesting to note that like somebody who would just like yell out in a live stream those words, what do they think they're accomplishing? That's an interesting question.
Oh, they have a small panic attack when they do it, and they're there for the thrill of the.
So it's like a seizure.
Yeah, like a little. Your heartbeat goes fast. You get all excited. Your fingers start shaking. It's the most excitement they have for the day.
They get their adrenaline rush for the day. Yeah, something like that. Kind of odd. Kind of strange idea of fun.
Yeah, I've seen people do the same stuff in real life though, so it's not that uncommon.
My idea is like build guitars for humanity. I mean, now that could be useful. Help people learn how to build their own guitars, play music, and sell the guitars for food.
No, that's the thing. Like workshops is a great idea.
Yeah, man.
Money can be spent on workshops, and I don't even think it costs that much. I don't even think you have to defund NASA to do it. You could just take like a little bit of money.
That's true. Yeah, I think so. Because recently, my latest project, I bought a kit for a bass guitar because I've never actually owned my own bass guitar. I played the 6-string guitar for years, 5 decades.
Hey, Sonny, let's get back on topic.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, man. I do get off topic. I appreciate the moderation. Thanks, Craig. Let's keep on topic.
I mean, it's good to get that human connection if there's somebody who's really toxic and they're coming here like flurfinate, whatever. But Moonshine, I think, for the most part, has been able to recognize humanity of flat earthers. So we don't really need to go down that route, about trying
just
to
see what he says behind closed doors, Crit. He's awful.
Well, that's okay. I mean, If he wants to have a public face and a private face, there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong in your worldview, Jace, that somehow a private and public have to be exactly the same thing?
Inside my worldview, they are the same thing.
Okay, how'd you do that?
Because they're just expressions of what you actually truly feel in the public sphere.
Yeah, but you can have a public and private persona.
That's
That's more of an action than a feeling, right?
Yeah. So he's got this idea where privately he really hates flat earthers. Publicly, he knows that behavior pattern would not be accepted in a civil society. So he's just going to at least show a public face where he's able to function in society. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing new under the sun as well.
Yeah, people do that. People do that all the time in regular daily life, actually, too. I mean, because it's
one of those is a closet flat earther, so it's fine.
Well, I know what it is.
He's flipping out. It's something inside that conversation triggered him, and now he's worked up by it. So come on, let it out, dude.
Okay. I know what it is, Moonshine. Choose any answer you want, any purpose you need it for, and drive to the point you're trying to make, which is no point at all.
Yeah, because no globe at all. So what else would you be doing?
Is that the correct application yet, Kurt?
No, you got to do that once they deny an answer that you give them. Like if they've got a front-loaded answer, like you ask me, what's my favorite color? And I tell you purple. And you say, no, it's black. And you're like, well, why is it? Why would you say my favorite color is purple if you said black? And then you come up with, because black is all colors. So everybody likes black because their favorite color is inside black. And I'm like, okay, sure, just use that answer then for whatever purpose you want to use it for. I'm okay with that. There's the application where someone says, no, your own answer is incorrect, and they insert their own worldview into your answer to tell you your answer is wrong, and then give their own answer for you. So then drive on to the point you want to make. There's only black and white. Those are the only two colors in the world. Okay, well, sure. Go ahead. Have fun with it.
Not sure. It's certainly. That's the word you use. Certainly.
Well, that's certainly Toby. That depends. that certainly Toby depends on something where they come into the room and say flat earthers have no answers, and then to prove that flat earthers have no answers, they'll continue to ask questions and then take no answer as an answer. This is a Professor Dave effect. Certainly, Toby. So you make a video for 10 challenges for flat earthers, and your proof that you say no flat earther will answer is to just delete all the answers that are given. So then people make other videos answering your question where he can't delete the answers, and then he adjudicates the answers as not answers. Because
there was a similar thing happening at some point in the I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Darth Dawkins. It was somebody like that. And he was like being like really hard on people, like talking really fast and like really authoritatively, and then they would choke on their words, and then he'd tell everyone, see, God's making them choke on their words because they're atheists.
Well, that's not very nice, is it, Moonshine? Bullying.
I missed it because he started giggling. I didn't hear it. Can you say it again?
Oh, he said God's making them choke on their words because they are non-believers, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had to actually. I've never really. Just until a couple days ago, I finally had a good conversation with Darth Dawkins because he really hates flat earthers. I mean, this is something I said to him, that you could use that. Your despise for flat earthers is the same despise that atheists have. So you can use that as a fallback position of agreement. And then, so at some point we're talking and we got, away from that topic, and I had to do with this concept of suffer a fool gladly. St. Peter. And St. Peter had said this, and he disagreed. He said, no, you don't suffer a fool gladly. Here's a writing by St. Peter, is you answer foolish people with foolish answers so they realize their foolishness. And I got another Bible passage where it says, suffer a fool gladly. They don't know, they think they're being wise when they're actually being foolish. So just talk to them like a normal person, and hopefully they'll snap out of it. I'm paraphrasing, but it says something very similar to that. And he said, yeah, that was just him, like joking around, right? And I'm like, well, okay, I guess if that's your takeaway, that's not my takeaway. Because my takeaway is I'm no saint. Okay? So if someone comes at me with foolishness, I tend to just have fun at their expense. Maybe it's not a nice thing to do, but if they somehow think the word flat is a noun, dude, I'm just going to have fun with them. Okay? Because that level of bricked, that level of stupid, where they got the full wealth of human knowledge at the palm of their hand, and they can't even fucking Google what the word flat means, then just...
So wait, flat is a verb?
Yeah, no, flat is not a verb either.
Oh.
What would you call, like, say, I mean, you could say flat can be a noun if you say my car, I labeled my car flat. Or
it's
my...
It's an adjective.
It describes a noun.
No.
Well, there's a noun like when you use.
That's the thing. It's
like,
an adjective. Yeah.
There is a noun flat, but it's for something else. It's like
an apartment, like your bed sit, like a small bed sit is called a flat. But that's a different word, a different meaning for the same word. When you say my desk is flat, you're not talking about that you sleep on your desk. That's your apartment building. Like, what the fuck, dude?
But it might have something to do with all the flat walls and flat floors and ceilings, though.
Yeah, like if you tell somebody, hey, I looked at the ocean, I make an observation of the ocean, and it's a flat. And they're like, are you fucking Aquaman? And you're like, okay, I'm just going to have fun with you, dude. That's it. You're like, you're too dumb for this conversation.
Oh, of course. And then the musical flat, right?
Yeah, like the flat leather, or not note, like a flat or sharp.
I use that almost every day, and I didn't even come to mind.
Sometimes I'll say, like, hey, they'll come in here and make a joke. Like, hey, flat earthers are all X. Or like, say, flat earthers, the only thing they fear is the atmosphere. I'm like, damn, that joke really fell flat.
Yeah.
So is atmosphere like an offensive word? The way that
No, it's not. It's just like a play on words. It's really a paradox, yeah, because the atmo meaning gas and sphere meaning shape. There's an actual shape, sphere. Gases have no shape. It's a paradox right from the very beginning. So it's meant to, like how Malcolm X said, if you can control the language, you can control what people think. Just by saying the word atmosphere, you've already rammed in concepts that are a direct violation of natural law in all of physics.
So it's like an atmos plane?
No, it's just
I mean, you could say that.
You could say atmos.
Atmo layers. Different layers of the atmo.
I would just say strata then. I would just say strata.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah,
that's old school. Yeah, that shows you got some education to you. That's where the first term came up, the stratosphere.
Yeah, stratosphere, yeah.
Yeah, they call that's the area above where we live.
Because it's so flat. It's because it's so flat, they have to add a word that means something other than flat. That's hilarious. It's stratos. I mean, basically means flat. Strata, right? Layers. It's interesting, to have these words that are like paradoxes like that, and commonly used as well.
So when did they? 1908. And it came from French meteorologist Léon Philippe Tressier de Bob. Geez, why do they have such long names? Damn it, I can't even pronounce the whole thing.
Because they have a tradition to uphold. How dare you?
Fear of layers. It's like the onion model.
When there's no such thing as gases doing that, gases will only take on the shape of their container.
I think the Egyptians believed the world was like an onion, but for a different reason. Like it was more like a what's the word? A supernatural kind of.
Pretty sure they had the water at the bottom part mostly, and well, they also believe in the waters below too, I think. But basically, where the humans live was a flat plane where the water exists. I think the Egyptians were the same way. Pretty sure.
Damn, that's a luxury modern flat. That's like, that's not a flat. That's like using the word to make it seem like it's not lavish.
Oh, don't you think it's flat because there's like these flat layers of them? That they're like a layer cake?
Well, it's supposed to be a very small, like, apartment, but one person, like basically just a bed and a sink. And maybe a refrigerator. Like sometimes they don't even have their own bathroom. It would connect to another, flat that you share a bathroom. Like 4. So if you got these, like, I don't think I've, like, let me see if maybe I got that wrong.
You do get 2-bedroom flats, but I don't know if they would use the same word in America. Like over here, they.
Yeah, in America they call it a studio.
Mm.
Yeah, that's like what I have, a studio. But I have a fairly large one though.
I live in a hut. I live in a round house, and when you stand in a certain spot, you get this weird resonance.
In your place, you do. There's a lot of vibration and frequencies I get up here. I'm on, not a super high floor, but
Flat, uninteresting, dull, lifeless, without energy.
There's your mom joke right there.
Yeah, the reason why the Earth is flat is because your mom's so fat she made the Earth flat. Yeah, so it looks like the kind of vocabulary. So inside London, they've got the term flat could also mean a condo, a 1-level condo.
Okay.
But kind of outside of that, it's
over here they just say flats. Like they say like holiday flats, flat. Like they're just any old apartment as a flat in South Africa.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense too. It's like really you poured in part of the word, but not the whole. Kind of like the.
It's not the whole. We didn't keep. I think they used the word bachelor flat for like really small ones.
so it's just basically a place where you can have a bed, so you can be assume horizontal.
Yeah, really, just a place to sleep, and that's it.
Usually the biggest constraint with those things is noise. You live in a flat, everyone's going to complain if you have noise, if you watch a movie or something.
This is kind of interesting. So flat could also mean it's an apartment building where you don't have your own entrance. You have a combined entrance.
Yeah, that would be the South African flat. So do you think like that conversationally globers could be construed to be seen curves where they don't exist, and that if we can find other curves that they see that also don't exist, that could be a way to gaslight them?
I lost it. Say it again. I tried to listen. I just kind of lost it. I didn't. So
if you could,
okay.
if you could trick people into seeing curves in other places where they don't exist, then you could say, haha, like you're seeing curves everywhere.
Yeah, are you familiar with 1984?
Isn't that 1984? 1984 is the book, right? Where
Yeah.
the guy's got special glasses and then he sees the messages.
No, that's They Live.
Oh, okay.
So in 1984, it was all about the government controlled all the words, all the different languages, all the meaning. They're like kind of like the way North Korea is. Like North Korea, there's no word for revolution or personal liberty or self-expression. All these words were taken out, and it took generations to do it. Like their dictionary is like a third of what the South Korean is. They just don't have words for certain ideas. They just don't exist. There's no way to articulate it. So in 1984, they called this news speak. And how it worked out is that they could just define anything how they want. So when they captured this is minor spoiler here, they got the guy, Watson, and he's telling him 2 + 2 = 5. And Watson's like, no, it's 4. And they torture him. And they said, what is 2 + 2 equal? He's like, 4. Nope, = 5. And they torture him again. Till eventually he's so broken, he said, do you think it beyond our mathematicians, our logicians, and all the people, our experts in society, the people that make society run, do you see it beyond their capability to make 2 + 2 = 5? And he breaks. Because it's just a matter of time, really, before someone breaks. It's because it depends. They will crack. And that's why they said, do you want to know what the future looks like? It looks
Not
like a
quite,
boot.
Chris. Not quite, Chris. Very, very close. The
Okay.
reason why Winston
looks like a boot. Sorry, you
No,
lost
go ahead,
me.
geeks. Yeah,
the
tap
reason
in.
why Winston is tortured when he says, fine, it's 5, and he's tortured again, and he asks, why? Why am I being tortured? I gave you the answer. And the reason why is because they say, you still believe it's 4. You're just lying to us. Until you believe that it's 5, we're going to keep torturing you. We're going to wait until you break. Because even if you lie, you still don't believe it. That's why they keep torturing him. Does it make sense?
Yeah, if you guys are fans of sci-fi, they do a kind of reenactment of this. And Captain Picard gets captured doing an op in the Kardashian space. And he tortures the shit out of him. And at the end of the episode, he talks to Deanna Troy, and he says, so what do you want to talk about? You can bring up anything you want. He says, well, what's all in the report? She's like, I know not everything that happens in the report. And he says, I saw 5 lights.
Here we go. So we can show this picture to Globers, right?
Yeah,
and
that's a
then
good
ask
one.
them if they see the curves.
Or that the one good one too is that dress that's blue or black or no, was it? Yeah, I can't remember the exact details, but depending on how the light hits it, it looks blue or black or gold and white or something like that. Like right here, what color is a dress?
I got a question, Chris.
Yeah.
Anybody in here think they live on a spinning ball?
Dude, I believe we live on golf.
On golf?
Dude, if I can't play golf, then I'm killing myself.
You think you live on a spinning ball?
And before I do so,
Okay, dude, that type of shit's gonna get the channel shut down. Okay, if on those Benji here.
Who was that, Chris?
Yeah, it was Block Mind. He's got to be given. Yeah, he's got to get timed out and given like references to like suicide prevention.
Let me rephrase my question and I'll shut up. Is there any sincere people here that want to actually discuss the subject matter? Go ahead. All right, back to whatever you were talking about, Chris. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, observer dependency. It's a good segue. So like with this dress here, the globe is kind of built on observer dependency.
The globe is built on the imagination of men that looked at shit in the sky, basically.
Sky magic.
So catch me up, Chris, since there's dead air right now with Dead Air Dave. Has there been any sincere people in here lately? I haven't been keeping up with it.
Yeah, maybe let's see if you want to talk to Diabetes. Hey, Diabetes, you want to try again with another person? See if you get a different result.
You think you live on a spinning ball, Diabetes? Hello.
Is there a globe, like channel? Like, do they ever exist?
Yeah, they tried. They tried to do a 24/7 Globe channel, but no one joined it. No one gave a fuck.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Am I unmuted? Oh, let's go. Hey guys, I was muted for a long time, so.
Okay, well here you got another chance. Here's someone who wants to talk to you.
Another chance? No, I don't need your authority. I'm not gonna listen to you, okay? But we can have a discussion if you want.
Well, don't listen.
Wait, who wants to have a who's the guy? You.
Can you just answer a couple questions? Is that too hard, man?
Sorry.
Can you answer a couple of questions honestly?
Yeah. Ask me a question. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Who in history has ever measured directly the curvature of ghosts and how they do it?
Who in history? Episthenus. Pythagoras. There's some.
Pythagoras, you got some documentation on that, and who the fuck is that?
Sorry?
Who is Pythagoras, and do you have some kind of documentation on how he directly measures Earth's curvature?
Yeah, sure. So
Okay.
Pythagoras made a.
I don't want to hear you talk about Pythagoras. I want to see documentation on this Earth curvature, please.
Oh,
Is that too
you
much?
want a documentation? Yeah, sure.
It has to be at least something like, let me give you an example, okay? A 20-mile stretch over a body of water, ocean, water, lake, whatever. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
You need to show the direct measurement of the drop in elevation is approximately like 260 some feet between point A and point B, 20 miles apart. You follow?
I follow, but how can I find the document?
So you need to go out and why don't you and a Glober buddy go into a beach one day and do that? It's been 10
But
years and you would have done that by now.
we're so little that I don't think you'll make a dent to
No, but
our
between point A and point B, there's a 260-foot drop in elevation. You don't think you could document?
264 drop. I mean, we probably document the
That's like
from point A to point B from 1,000 miles away.
That's like a 3-story building between point A and point B. You don't think you'd be able to see that? Why haven't y'all documented?
What? So how much distance is the from point A to point B?
20 miles.
Yeah, that's not enough, unfortunately.
No, there should be. You don't think 260 feet drop in elevation is enough?
Nah, but that's not enough,
All
though.
right. I'm done talking to you. Somebody else go ahead.
Okay.
Can't we try the experiment with a smaller body of water, and even if we just have like a 1-inch drop, and it's a very still body of water, then we can try like a laser or something? Wouldn't that be easy to try?
Nobody else want to talk to these guys? I have to go. I just wanted to ask him a question.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
How do you refer the moon without using the word moon, which is a scientific term?
That's a stupid, irrelevant question. Do you have any more?
So you're not answering the question? That's very genuine.
I don't know. The moon is something in the sky. That's about all I know about the moon. Okay.
But you referred the moon with the scientific term, but you don't believe in the scientific term. That's
How do you know
hypocritical.
what I believe in? You didn't ask me what I believe in.
Because
I
you
try
said
not
the word
to believe
moon.
but I try to accept reality as it presents itself to me.
Is labeling something science? I mean, I don't get that.
Yeah, labeling something is definitely science. So where you can label
What do you mean?
something, right?
That's just taxonomy. That's just taxonomy. You're just labeling something. You're just categorizing.
Right. But exactly, we in order for us to understand things, we categorize them.
I mean, labeling something. Is that the first part of the observation? Is you need to name something? Because I don't think you need a name for the first part of the scientific method.
That's pretty funny. That's like Ninja.
Here's the
That's
thing,
what
right? If you're
Ninja Turtles, they do that.
Go.
Yeah, remember in the Ninja Turtles, you got Michelangelo always wants to name the new character they come across.
Sure. I haven't watched Ninja Turtles, but anyway, so when we look at the definition of the moon or the word moon, right? We have to go where it derived from. So if you're claiming that this person that discovered the moon is a discovery, right? Which means that they didn't create it. It's been found. You're gonna have to change the wording.
Well, so if you
Does
say
that make sense?
celestial object or you can't say that either.
It depends on what you're trying to portray as. Like, what do you mean by celestial object?
Well, we can say it's an object at least. We can say it's giving off some sort of light, and it is celestial.
Okay, so objects give out light. So I don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah, some reflect light. Some are illuminated and reflect light. Some give off light themselves. I don't
Yeah.
believe the moon. I don't believe the moon is a giant spherical rock illuminating so brightly that it's looking like a flashlight in the night sky.
Except it's not a flashlight, is it?
Well, it's acting like one. It sure illuminates the clouds like one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, from our own eyes, yeah, that definitely can act like that. But
Yeah, but I've never seen a rock. I've never seen a literal rock being lit so brightly that it turns into a light.
I see. What do you think it is then when you look in the sky? What do you
I
think
don't
they
know.
are?
It's a celestial object. It looks like it's moving. It's got features on it, of course. I've seen the features. But the features, to me, don't align with the heliocentric model representation.
I see.
Because those craters
Yeah.
are too damn round, and there's no angular trajectory in any of them, which is very fascinating to me.
I mean, okay, I'll give you an example. So, what is too damn round? Yeah, it's too perfectly circular. When you look at a very rough, let's say an object, right, that's round, but its surface areas are like very rough, and the edges are very pointy and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you use that object and you go further and further away from that object, the edges of that object becomes quite smooth. Obviously,
Yeah,
assuming, yeah.
I'm not talking about the outline of the circle. I'm talking about the craters that we see on there. I mean, I don't know what they are, but from what we're told, that if they're craters, they're too circular. They are too perfect to not have any sort of, like I said, if they're getting hit by asteroids. No crater has ever been hit on an angle. I've never seen one on the moon. Every single one of them is perfectly circular. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. Why do you think they would? I mean, assume. I think you're saying it's fake, right? So why would they, do that?
I'm not saying it's fake. I'm saying there's definitely an object up there. We see it. There's definitely
see.
something there. There's definitely a light with features on it. But
I mean,
I don't. Go ahead.
have you looked at like symmetrical? Was it a snowflake? It's a snowflake, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen many snowflakes.
Yeah. So they're very like symmetrical, right? To the point of like, this could be a drawing of something. Like there's no way it was created by nature.
Yeah, that's based off of the environment that it's in. You can't get a snowflake in a vacuum, obviously. You need a certain amount of pressure to get that sort of design.
Yeah. Now, have you looked at like other circular, natural things that are they're not man-made, so like natural rocks.
Well, natural rocks are spherical. I mean, if you see spherical rocks on Earth, it's probably because of wind or water or pressure. So it's not because of the. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you're relating that to, though.
I'm relating that to the moon.
Yeah, well, the moon. But the reason why the moon is spherical, according to the heliocentric model, is because it's a chunk of Earth, and there's so much gravitational pull within the center that it's forming into a sphere. That has nothing to do with the rock spherical on Earth.
But it does.
Well, no, the rocks on Earth are not. Any spherical rock on Earth has nothing to do with because of there's a mass in the center pulling itself into a sphere. You're discounting all the variables of water pressure, air currents, geological pressure. So I don't know how I can't equate seeing the moon as a rock, considering what they say it is. That was a piece of Earth. Do you believe that moon is a piece of Earth?
I wouldn't consider it as a rock. I think it's made out of rocks, but to categorize it away from a rock, we would say the moon, or we would say a satellite. So the moon, when we say moon, we're actually correlating to a satellite. Is a natural satellite.
They do tell us it is a piece of Earth, that a piece of another rock came and hit Earth, and then that chunk jettisoned off, and then we captured it in the orbit, and now it turned into a perfectly good sphere, and then we somehow turned back into an oblate sphere after that chunk was missing. Because if that piece of moon came from Earth, well, then how did we fill in the piece that came out of Earth? Does that make sense?
How do you fill in the piece that get? Whoa! It did fill out, because the thing is, I don't really know the idea. I mean, it is a theory, so
yeah, it is a theory.
I'm pretty sure it is a theory. but I'm pretty sure it's backed
Well,
up
because then
by.
it would make you.
Mm-hmm.
It would make you think. Okay, how come all moons are all moons chunks of their planet? Because if you look at
Chunks.
Jupiter, if that's a giant gas, they're somehow creating rocky moons on a gas planet. So it's just kind of interesting how, okay, if the Earth made our moon because it's a chunk of Earth, how come gas planets, they're not making gassy moons?
They're not making gassy moons.
Yeah.
I don't know the history of other science doesn't know that. I don't know if they know that.
Yeah, it is just
Right.
strange that only moons seem to be solid mass when planets can be gaseous, and it's just fascinating.
Jupiter you do realize Jupiter is a solid thing, right? So they consider it gas because most of its elements are gas. That doesn't mean that it's not solid. Again, wait.
It's a
So do you
it's a
believe that
phenomenal.
Jupiter? Do you believe in Jupiter or something like? I'm assuming you don't, right? There's no way you would.
No, they just tell us this. Jupiter's so gaseous that it's a solid. I mean, it's such a contradictory statement.
No.
It's so gas that it's solid. I mean,
Actually, how they explained it is when you go, hypothetically, when you go into Jupiter, you would sink through, but you would also.
I heard no. It's so thick that you cannot penetrate the gas.
It's so what?
It's so thick. There's so much gas that it's impenetrable.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, the thing is, this is just not our the people that learn about this. It's just an observation.
It's
They
just
haven't
a
really
guess.
been.
All it is a guess. They're just
It's
guessing.
a
They don't
very.
know.
I would say it's an accurate guess. Like it would make sense that the gravity pull, or if you stand on Jupiter, you would be crushed to death. Like
No, you wouldn't be.
You wouldn't be. Okay.
No, you can't land on that thing. You're not going to land on that light.
The problem that he's having that he's
Never land on that light.
mixing. Listen, you're having an issue. You're mixing up the observable phenomena we label Jupiter. When we go outside and we look up and we see the wandering planets, and one of those is the label Jupiter, right? That phenomena that we're observing, you're drawing that into a model. You're looking away from it and then looking into a piece of paper, drawing a model and saying, this is Jupiter and this is how it looks like. And then you add the solar system, you add the Earth, and you're looking through that lens and saying, Jupiter is this thing that I drew as a model of a solar system on a piece of paper. And you're trying to make logic out of the observable phenomena that you see with your eyes. And that's where you're having an issue because you're trying to look through that lens. You already have a preconceived idea of what Jupiter is and what it's doing based on a model that you were taught.
A model.
Yeah, remember the solar system model? Have you looked at it? Solar system, the sun.
Yeah, the solar system model.
Have
But
you
the
ever
thing
drew?
is, that's not real.
Have you ever
That's
drew the
not.
sun yourself? Have you ever drew the sun and Mercury, the Earth? Have you
Yeah,
ever
yeah,
done
yeah.
that?
Yeah, when I was a
So there
kid,
you
yeah,
go.
sure.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So you
that's
did
not.
that, right?
That's not.
You did that yourself, and
But that's not
you
technically wrong.
listen, exactly. So listen. That drawing that you made and your body next to you made a similar one, but a different looking because he added his own artistic uh touch to his own, and then you added your own artistic, and then you drew the Earth. Remember, you drew the Earth as the third rock from the sun. You drew the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then Earth, and then Mars. Right? You added Earth into the solar system, but you've never seen that in reality. You never experienced that. We can observe the heavens. Listen. This is my point. We can do the observable phenomena from reality, from the ground you and I standing on, using our God-given senses, or one of them, our vision, right? Our eyes. We look up and we observe the observable phenomena of the luminaries moving in cycles like clockwork, converging and diverging towards and away from the observer, right? We can observe this phenomenon. Nobody's denying that. But then people are making this imaginary thing that they're adding the Earth into that phenomena that we're observing. Like the Earth is part of that system up in the sky. The thing below your feet is not that. It's not that stuff up in the sky. The solar system and the luminaries are that system, the heavens above. But what's below your feet is not what you drew in the cartoon as part of that solar system.
You done? So, how do we determine, this phenomena out in the sky, whether they're gas or solid?
The only way will be to go there and test it and verify it. But the only thing that we actually can do is observe it from down here.
Exactly. Yeah. And I feel
You're
like
observing it from Earth.
And through the observation, I mean, I don't know. Have you experienced looking at the telescope and looking at
I looked through a telescope. Yes, we can both observe. We can both look through telescopes.
Yeah.
And we both observe the phenomena that we label planets. And then you draw a story about it, and I draw a different story. Who's correct?
Yeah.
It depends which one is more accurate.
Well, your story is based off of $1 billion programming that you've been given since you were little. That's been kind of orchestrated by the space programs. So, you have.
Why would they orchestrate that in the first place?
But bro, remember, listen, not just $1 billion that we have today, bro, $1 trillion program that gives you these cartoons and this imagery that you say. Listen, it is this, right? But your ancestors also told stories about the luminaries, and the Mayans told stories about the luminaries. The Egyptians, the Romans, everybody has stories, different stories. What makes you correct?
What makes
okay? So not me,
but what makes science correct when it was born?
That's
when
not
it was
science. You observing the luminaries and making stories about what they are, what they do, the distance, the medium that they're in, the medium between you, their sizes. That has nothing to do with science, because you're not sciencing the stuff up there. You're
science doesn't know the truth. They try to observe.
Listen, natural science. You observe a natural phenomena, right?
Yep.
Then you make a hypothesis, a valid hypothesis. But the thing is, then you add the variables. You can control the variables, the control variable, the independent variable. But the thing is, you can't do any of that to complete the scientific method with the luminaries. You're stuck in step one. You're observing the luminaries. That's the observation. But can you control them in an experiment? The answer is no. You cannot control them. So you're done. You cannot experiment on the luminaries or the heavens above. Therefore, it's not science, because you're not completing the scientific method to say, I science them. Therefore, this is the cause of the effect.
Okay, can you control an experiment to say that Earth is flat?
No, that's not. That's a geometry question. That's not science. The shape of the Earth, or the claim of the shape of the Earth, is.
But geometry is
it's a what is question, not a how is question. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. So you observe a phenomena. And you want to establish the cause of that effect.
This is where we're having
the shape of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, it's not a science question. It's geometry.
Okay, it's not a science question. Well, I think it is, because when you say geometry, again, you're referring to a scientifical, empirical. When
you measure your table, or you measure the size of your food, you're not doing science. That's not science.
Can we stop the equivocation? Can we stop the equivocation of the word science?
So geometry and science. So geometry is a branch of science. So to say that they're not the same or they're not related is
Okay, so when you mention the scientific method, are you not referring to the causation inquiry method? Obviously, ascertaining the geometric property of the surface of the Earth is not a matter of causation. That's Jimsy's point.
And geometry is not a branch of science; it's a branch of mathematics, which is only language.
Always a language.
Used to describe certain
the
things.
Universe.
Well, we have to be fair. Science is said in the sense of a study discipline. That is one of the senses of the word science. So yes, geometry, math is a branch of science, a subcategory of science. But he shouldn't have equivocated the word science, which is why I just said what I said. He said scientific method in the sense of the causation inquiry method. And so ascertaining the geometric property of the surface of the Earth is not a matter of causation.
Yeah. You can use the mathematics, the language of it, to describe science and phenomena. Right.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand your proposition.
I mean, we definitely measure. You measure flat, though. We do measure flat because you measure that for foundations, for building, for engineering. You measure slope. We measure a lot of slope because we need that to know how rivers can run. If you want to move rivers, so we're definitely measuring flat and slopes. But I don't see any measurements of curvature where they need to take into account.
Yeah, except they do though. So what about like big bridges? Have you considered that?
No, bridges are not. They're taking into account maintaining levelness and elevation. Elevation is what it is. It's not curvature. It's elevation.
And you showed us. Oh, I see. So it's not elevation. And how can we know this using testing?
Yeah, well, engineering, they do this they test this all the time. They find level. They don't care about curve. If you look at a surveyor, a plane surveyor, they assume the Earth is flat for 400 square miles. 400 square miles. They assume the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
so,
but do you know the maths or the calculations of like the
I know
circumference of the Earth?
Rise over run will get you slope. I don't know a math of a curvature. Yeah, rise over run. So that's one elevation and a lower elevation.
So I'm talking about circumference.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about when you're saying. So, are you talking about the measurement
like
of around the circle?
Yeah, around the circle. So it would be 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, well, they're not measuring that. Engineers are not taking into a circumference when building a local project.
Because why the hell would they do that? They're just building, a flat surface. But in a flat,
everything they're measuring is more flat and sloped. They're not measuring a curve.
So what did you say? 400? You say 40 miles? You say 40 miles?
Yeah, so then you focusing on this point is moot.
So 400 square miles.
Dude, you're focusing on something that's not relevant.
No, it's definitely relevant. 400.
You just said it has no bearing on them building these constructs.
So that'll be 0.4 kilometers. Now divide that by 40,000.
You said they measured for bridges, but then you said they don't take into account that.
Yeah, you just said why would they take it into account? So this is moot. So stop asking about this as though it's relevant to the point.
Well, hold on. I think he said a different word here. He said sure. What does that? What do you mean by that? If it's relatively sure, what do you mean by that?
I said that. I didn't say that.
Sure.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to understand your proposition.
Well, I think you contradicted yourself because originally you said bridges take account in for curvature, but then you said why would they
No. See, again, you put few words in my mouth. So
no,
bridges,
not putting words in your mouth. You did say that.
You are, and let me tell you. So I didn't say bridges. I say
someone needs to play the YouTube video back over. He's not paying attention to his own words. This is annoying.
No. You're not paying attention to my words. So bridges that are massive, right? So let's take account to a massive bridge, because a small bridge wouldn't. It would make no difference to show the curvature of Earth. So that's why architects would just simply not simply see it as a flat, right?
Oh,
but
really?
big
Yeah,
bridges.
even at the longest
Name
bridge in the
me.
world in China,
Yeah,
the longest
yeah,
bridge over 100 miles.
yeah.
No,
So
no curvature of the water.
if you look at the article, I can send you the article if you want. You can read it yourself. Hold on.
Yeah, the Suez Canal, no locks, one
Oh,
level.
yeah, the Suez, the canals, the way the steps move up and get level with the water above it, it's stairs. It's not a curve from one end to
Also,
the
it's just
other.
level. Yeah. It's just
There's no
It's
locks in the Suez
levelation.
Canal over 100 miles.
Yeah, the locks should give you a clue of how level that they want the water is and how they understand how water rises to the level. There's no curvature from one end to the other. You're seeing a continuous level plane right there.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen an orthogonal view of the canals and how the lock steps work? It's incredible.
Yeah, I've been through the Panama Canal on board a ship, on a boat.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
On a
Takes
50
forever to
foot,
get
on a
through.
50, we were on a 50-foot sailboat tied up between two 450-foot long ships, like 500 long, 500-foot long. Before they couldn't take ships any larger than that, about 500 or 600 feet, I think. We were tied up right next to this big ship.
What a history of the men and some women that helped build that thing, because they had to endure a lot of new creatures and mosquitoes. A lot of people died. Oh my
Yeah,
God!
exactly. The French were decimated when they tried it.
Yep. Well, because they tried another canal, I think, in Europe, and they thought it was going to be the same thing, but the soil was different, the environment was different. They didn't realize what the challenges were going to be. But my God, when they got it, under control, it opened up the whole world to that side. What an incredible feat of engineering for the time, too.
Yeah, but check it out. What do you know anything about that? There actually was a waterway from the East Coast in the Caribbean and through to Nicaragua, like around Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador. There was a way. Actually, there were waterways all the way through, except one short area that you would have to traverse on land. But other than that, all waterways.
Wow. And it closed up, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can see it in some of the old maps.
I didn't know that. Yeah, some of the old maps you really look at, I mean, there's a lot of history there. I don't know if we're seeing all the maps that who knows? Maybe they're hiding certain maps. I wouldn't be surprised.
Absolutely. Listen, that was top secret information, the maps.
Oh, yeah, those were prized possessions. I mean, Russia, I can't remember which emperor, but he would not let his citizens know exactly the true layout of the land and the earth because it keeps your citizens under control, more control.
Exactly.
Yeah, maps were, that was only for the elite to know. You really didn't know your boundaries at all.
That was part of the whole hijack of information and knowledge and where we are and what all that was going on all at the same time around the time of the first printings of books, as far as we know. Yes. But we know there were ancient civilizations that had writings, that had their own language. But that's part of the lie that we've been told here in America, that those people that lived here were savages. Yet we cannot duplicate some of the structures that they had built back then.
Yep.
So all of that information lost. Like, what a shame.
Lost, or just hidden. To keep the public dumb and more controlled.
Right.
You mean faked, right?
Or faked? Yeah, I mean, I've heard that theory too, where they've exaggerated a lot of history. Operation Mockingbird, the CIA adding at least 30% fiction into the history books, and getting into schools and universities and changing all that. And it's a weird thing to do, but they've got an agenda and they've got a narrative to uphold for the greater good, they say. So I guess I don't know if it's working out for them as of late. Seems like there's a big shift happening. I don't know if you guys feel it. See, though.
Yes, exactly. I think we all feel it.
Yeah, I definitely feel something. I don't know if the establishment's going to get away with all this bullshit they're trying anymore. But I think flat Earth, I think that whole subject really helped people deprogram a lot of stuff. And now continuing onward, if you don't believe the space programs, if you don't believe the model they tell us, well, you're not going to believe a lot of stuff that they put out now. It's almost as though a veil is lifted on a whole abundance of new subjects that the establishment puts out. I don't know if you've gone into politics more because of it, but wow, I've been opened up to quite a bit because of flat Earth.
You're right.
I love it. It's such a liberating feeling. It's also funny, though, people say, "Oh, they're watching us. The NSA is listening to our phone calls." But then you talk to people and say the moon landings are fake, and they freak out on you. Like, how do you believe all the other stuff?
So, do you think they're listening to us right now?
Be inconsistent.
Do you think they're
Humans can
listening
be
to us?
inconsistent.
You think they're listening to us right now?
What'd you say?
We're not really free, are we?
You know,
So
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's certain people that they've flagged where there's like, okay, we got to watch them a little bit because they've done
they
that
definitely
with
flagged.
shooters, and they've said, okay,
no, they've done it. They've done
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
But I'm
and-
saying right now, do you think they're
oh,
CCTV?
there was like Fed boys on here.
Probably.
You mean in Discord?
Is that real? Is that real? Like here right now?
In Discord?
Yeah, I assume
I
they
wouldn't be
are.
surprised if Fed boys been on here.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I pretty much assume they are. Definitely are. I say, and like
Yeah, social experimenters.
If anybody's astute enough to know anything about acting and character building, you can see character building happening in these groups that come in
Yeah,
here.
100% agree.
Yeah.
But don't you think we should be innocent until proven guilty? So all of these conspiracies can't be verified. So you could feel that we're getting, you could feel that we're getting spied on, but reality is we wouldn't get flagged unless we do something
And like
malicious.
we wouldn't still be here unless we had something that we were relying on.
Exactly.
Which gives us all of our strength. If like I have none myself, but all I have to do is point outside at the water. And
Well, he just conflated spying with censorship. They're not the same. They can listen without censoring.
They're not the same. Yes, it's not quite the same.
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean one
spying-
group couldn't do both, though. There's people. I believe that's a possibility too. That the people involved in one can be doing both of them.
I don't know. The thing is,
You
the
do
only
believe
reason-
though that people are. Do you believe? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's
Go
just it's just my problem is that if you don't know and they know, like which one do I choose? Because you don't know. Certainly, you just said
concerning what?
I'm just
Concerning what?
concerned about what we look at in the sky.
Okay, if. So now you have to move past that question and actually
If
do the analysis.
Oh, if the sky is real, is what?
No, concerning what you just said. If they know, if you don't know, whoever knows, you move past that question and just do the analysis.
Yeah, well, my analysis says that you don't know. So
okay, why do you say that we don't know?
Because I asked
don't know
you
concerning
what's
what?
in the sky. What is there? What is this light thing?
Well, it's not like we're ignorant about the luminaries because we know about the daily, nightly, weekly, monthly, yearly cycles, and we can observe, and we have it's been done for millennia. Knowledge that we can observe and follow the movement of the heavens above to basically do what we do daily or nightly. Because even for farming, we have to follow the cycles. There is a relationship between the system that we're in and the input of the heavens above into the system, and a cause and effect relationship that happens. So yeah, it's not like we're ignorant. You're saying, "Oh, you guys don't know." We know a lot of stuff, but we
No, you
also do
don't.
know that
You just
we
know
also
what
do
you
know
observe.
we also do know the impossibility of the falsehoods of the claims based on the idea that we live in an impossible ball that is spinning through the vacuum of space,
Right,
right?
right.
With
We'll
water
move
and
past that.
pressure
We're
across a lot
assuming
of
that we live in a flat Earth, right?
in a move
We've asserted
in a
that.
and the claims that the ground is moving like they're
Uh-huh.
claiming, it's nonsense. By definition, the claiming the opposite of what we sense, experience, observe, verified, right? The globe is nonsense because it claims the opposite of what we sense and observe. So yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
The only thing you're going to see moving
but what
on the
you guys
ground is
observe is
rivers
you
and
know.
bodies of water. That's it. That's the only thing moving on the ground is rivers and bodies of water. The river moves, not the ground.
The
river moves,
Yeah.
not the ground. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
The river's not moving, or the ground's not moving and spinning. Under the ocean. The ocean moves over the ground. The river moves over the ground. The wind patterns move over the ground.
So what's daytime and nighttime like?
Well, that's what we're
you
trying to
just
find
said.
out.
So you don't know
Exactly
about
what
the
you just
daytime
said.
and
What do you mean?
nighttime?
What is daytime and nighttime?
What? You didn't say anything. Sorry. What?
No, exactly what you just said.
What did I say?
Daytime is when the brightest luminary is in the sky in
Your
your
question
local
answers
radius.
itself. I mean, what do you mean? What is daytime and nighttime?
Well, it's just the luminaries. It's just light that changes.
Yes, when the
Okay.
brightest luminary is in the sky, that's when it's
No way.
daytime. When it moves away from you, it's daytime for those people in that radius, in that local radius, and now it's nighttime for you. When you can follow the sun and you can follow it over the horizon, and you can follow it. Yes, you can.
Well, we don't need to. We don't need to multiply answers to him. He needs to make sense first out of his questions. So, what's your point?
No, you need to make sense of what you're talking about because I'm trying to conceptualize it. Because it doesn't make sense.
No, your
There's so
questions
many
need to make
questions.
sense, dude. Stop being belligerent.
What? My questions does make sense. I asked
No, it
what is
doesn't.
daytime and nighttime.
What is the question you just asked?
I asked you the daytime and nighttime. Are you not listening?
What about them?
What? I asked you how does it work, and you said
Okay,
that
the
it's
celestial
the
bodies
luminaries.
orbit above the surface of the Earth in a circular pattern. It's not that hard.
Yes, no, it is very hard because all of the methods and the
How can you tell
timing.
it's hard? Have you touched it to know it's hard? What
Yeah,
is it?
let him finish his answer. Let him finish his answer. Go ahead.
How do I know it's hard? Well, it's hard because like it's the same thing as describing these celestial bodies above the sky. Like it's hard to
It's a
say
false
they're gas
contrast.
or
We're already
solid.
talking about celestial bodies in the first place.
They're hard to differentiate unless you use
It's a false
scientific
contrast, dude.
measurements.
You're not
It's
making
not a false
sense.
contrast. It makes okay.
It is. We're talking about celestial bodies in the first instance. You just contrasted celestial bodies with celestial bodies. You're not paying attention.
Okay, well, how again? This thing that you're talking about, you don't know. You just say that there are luminary lights that.
No, you're just pressing towards that critique, and you haven't justified anything. You haven't given a coherent line of interrogative questions, dude.
Jesus, big words, huh? Big words. I'm trying to be as coherent as possible, but for me to understand your right, but you're failing me to understand your observation of the
Just because you're
sky.
not giving a coherent line of questions for you to make sense of anything.
I'm literally giving you a coherent line of question, which is
no, you're not. You just made several false contrasts, and you're making ambiguous questions.
Ambiguous.
You don't even know what you're asking me right now.
Okay, do you think it's nighttime right now, or daytime? Like, come on. I'm just asking you how.
So I just told you the sun and moon being at opposite sides of the earth, give or take. It's not that. That's your answer.
And how do you measure that?
No need to measure it.
So you don't measure it.
You don't need to. What the fuck do I need to measure it for? To know that the sun is over there on the other side of the world and the moon is over here.
Your information.
Why are you talking to the answer? Why are you talking to the answer?
Okay.
You're ruining the voice channel with that garbage, dude.
It's not garbage. So when
Stop
so it's
talking
not.
to the answer. You're ruining the voice channel.
You just don't want me to speak. Is that
Easy,
what you want?
guys.
Just
Easy.
stop
want me to
doing
speak.
it.
Don't be so
You don't
combative.
want me. Okay, we're not. Okay, getting another trigger. Okay, sure. That's not
We can measure.
silence.
We
Me.
can
Go on.
Like, dude,
Silence
every
me.
time we
Go
try
ahead.
to answer your
Censor
questions, you
me.
talk through them. So stop ruining the voice channel.
I'm not ruining. I'm trying to understand your proposition, man.
Okay, so are you
Calm
gonna
down.
stop now to finally move forward?
So I'm not gonna stop because you said that you don't
Okay,
measure
so he's not
it.
gonna stop ruining the voice channel. You just heard it there. So
Wait,
moderators,
let
please do
him,
what you need to do.
let him make a point. Let him make his point.
Alright, when I'm installing a desk, right, inside my home, I have to measure its circumference and, everything around it in order to fit inside my room. I don't
No,
just
you don't need to
observe
do any of that in order for
Yes,
the
you
sun to
definitely
be
do.
over
You have to
there.
measure
And no,
it, man.
you
You have to
don't.
measure
Just
it. Oh my
stop.
god.
You're sitting here trying to make sense out of my paradigm, correct? You're sitting here trying to make sense out of my position, right? So stop talking so much and presuming that you know about my position. It's so simple. You do too much talking and not
I
listening.
know.
You don't need to measure the exact distance to the sun or the exact distance to the moon in order to know that nighttime is over there and daytime is over here because the sun is over here and the moon is over there. It's that simple.
So moon is nighttime and the sun is daytime. Okay, and how come sometimes I see the moon in daytime?
What do you mean how? Because it's over there.
That's
Because it's there in the
again.
sky.
Stop trying to be very condescending. I'm literally asking genuine questions in order
I
to
just answered
understand
your question, dude. Come on with this. This is annoying.
What's wrong with you? Annoying. I asked the question. Can you
You keep
answer it?
reviling me for no good reason. I'm answering your question.
what?
You're complaining for no reason.
That premise is nonsense, bro. He said the sun is daytime and the moon is nighttime. And how come do I see the sun and the moon during the day?
During daytime.
Bro,
Yeah.
Because they're there. Because they're there up in the sky. You can see them.
But you just said
the reality.
nighttime is moon and
making up
daytime is the
an
sun.
idea.
So how
It
come
doesn't exclude them
sometimes I
being in your
see
vision
the
simultaneously.
daytime of the moon during daytime?
You observe what you observe.
During nighttime. You're not seeing the sun during nighttime, though. So
I have a picture of it. I can send you a picture of daytime moon.
You see how I just answered his question? He's not listening to it again.
Again, there's a bunch of you. There's a bunch of you saying a lot of things, and I can't understand.
We can distinguish day and night. We can distinguish day and night. We all have a definition of day and night when the brightest luminaries in the sky.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we can distinguish them, right?
Okay, but to us, we think the luminaries are moving. To you, it's an apparent movement. There's just a difference there. You think it's an apparent movement. You think the sun and the moon are not moving that a 15 degree an hour within a day. We do. We think they're literally
15
moving.
degree. Wait. A contradiction, my friend. There you go.
Well, albeit with that, that wasn't even his question. Albeit with that, that wasn't even his question. And he's not going to dominate the voice channel with this incoherent garbage. I just answered your question, dude. Stop this. Okay, I just answered your question. The answer was so that we can finally move forward. Is sometimes you see the moon during the day. Okay, what? So what? That isn't necessarily exclusive to the moon being over there, where it's nighttime. Like, there's no contradiction, dude.
Yeah, there's no contradiction. So can I tell you why there's a contradiction? But you have to listen. It will be maximum 20 seconds, 10 seconds, because I feel like you're having an annoyance against me. Like, okay, I'll tell you. So your body just said 15 an hour degree. 15 degree per hour. And you said that you don't measure it. So that's the contradiction. Anyway, go ahead.
That's not a contradiction in my position.
Oh, it's definitely a
contradiction.
You measure, then you don't measure. It makes
position.
zero sense.
Stop talking to the answer again.
Calm down. Come on. Distance to the sun. He says he doesn't need to measure the distance to the sun, but we can measure the distance across our sky. That does happen, but to us, it's a real movement. To you, you don't think it's moving. So that's the difference.
No, I think it's no. You made an assumption. Hold on.
Yeah. So once again, it's not a contradiction in my position, nor is what he said contradictory to my position. You don't know how to identify fallacies. So once again, what he said is not contradicting my position, nor is it a contradiction in my position. What I simply told you is that the sun is over there on the other side of the earth, while the moon is over here, or vice versa. And the moon being in the same field of view in the sky when the sun is up is not at all contradictory or geometrically irreconcilable to what I just described to you. Moving forward.
But it is.
So explain how.
Forward.
Yeah, explain how that.
So the difference between
already.
the difference between people that measure these celestial bodies, and they're very consistent to what they say, whereas your body here just said a measurement, right, of a 15 degree per hour, and you're saying that we don't have to measure, we don't measure it, we just observe it. It makes zero sense, man. It doesn't.
That's not contradictory, dude.
It's definitely
that's not a contradiction.
Oh,
that's not P and not P.
Do we measure it? Or
you don't
do
know
we
what a contradiction is.
I think that's a definite definition. Concrete.
Dude, you've just been refuted, so stop repeating the same critique that's been refuted. It's not P and not P. He didn't say P and then I contradicted P, or vice versa. What he said is logically reconcilable with what I just said. He doesn't contradict me. I just explained that. So stop repeating the critique that's already been refuted. Moving forward.
Yeah, you don't need the sun. You don't need the distance to the sun to see that it moves 15 degrees an hour. You don't need that distance. And they didn't measure. They measured how it moved in the sky before they measured a supposed distance to it. So they were doing that all the time. The Mayans figured out eclipses with a geocentric model, not a heliocentric. So they were able to do it. Geocentric.
I've never heard of that term. When you say geo, I think you're referring to.
Even though
is the Earth is the center. The luminaries move around you.
Even though
when you believe that Earth is in the center now, what?
He needs to stop talking to everyone. That needs to stop.
You don't know the models. Do you not know geocentric and heliocentric?
Turn off the fireplace.
Wait, are you trying to be condescending right now? Are you saying that I don't know what I know?
Well, you just were astounded that you said you actually.
No, I mean,
believe that there's millions of people that are geocentric.
Moderators, there is a problem right now.
There are
there's a problem right now.
Like, yeah, I don't. It's just all over.
I mean, the Christians, or not even the Christians, the religious people believe that they're in the center of the universe long time ago. But the belief is false.
I guess we don't have moderators in the room right now.
Gregory, to that point, I want to address.
Wait.
I'm trying to just understand.
Gemsy, I can hear you, but there's too much cross talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute some people if they don't stop. So, Gregory, when people say geocentric, right? Because we are on the ground, and there might be a function to that term, geocentric, right? But the luminaries above. Oh my goodness. The luminaries above, the heavens above,
do Muslim people think that they're the center of the universe?
Wait.
It's just better we know how to use.
Continue. Sorry about the interruption.
So Gregory, the luminaries above, the heavens above, are not geocentric. I will say those are, I don't know, if we're gonna label that the heavens above are doing their own thing. Not from our perspective, we are on the ground and labeled that geo, right? But to say that everything is geocentric, is that accurate? Because I observe the luminaries moving in a certain manner that is heaven-centric, or I will say whatever centric on the heavens above, not on the ground.
Yeah, at best the term can be said in the sense of moving around the Earth. Now, of course, depending on the shape of the Earth, it's either circling or enveloping around the Earth, which would be a sphere in this instance, or some kind of shape in a cosmic vacuum. But in reality, the heavenly bodies are simply above the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and the sun moves through the zodiac the same path every single year for millennia. It's the same show, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful timekeeper up here.
Like years, like clockwork.
Yeah, it's a clock. It is a literal.
It is a clock. Right.
Clock. We live in a clock. Yeah.
Now you see, when two users are muted right now, there's much more clearer dialogue right now.
Yes.
So no, it's not that we live in a clock. We observe the clock above us. Because when you're in your house and you look at the clock, or even if you look at the sundial, You don't live in a sundial. You're observing one, or you're observing a clock.
I was being a tad facetious, but yeah, not literal.
Yeah, clocks are all artificial clocks are based on the first primordial clock, which is the heavenly bodies itself.
Yeah, and it's not gravitational. It is electromagnetic. We are in an electromagnetic world.
We actually live on the face of the clock, and the hands of the luminaries are the hands of the clock.
As it were, yeah.
Yeah.
So we live on the face of a clock, on the flat horizontal plane of a clock.
And that all the more bolsters the watchmaker analogy concerning the teleological argument for the existence, the concrete reality of the God. If the whole entire universe is the clock, not just one particular clock on a beach, in the wilderness, then of course that's patently indicative that this is deliberately designed by a person.
I don't know how you get so much perfection out of chaos, and I don't know how with the law of entropy that Earth could exist with all of that chaos. How did you get creation out of so much disorder from the Big Bang? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what you call, once again, a dialectical tension in someone's worldview, specifically the metaphysic. You cannot get law from absolute chaos. You cannot get organization from absolute chaos.
Yeah.
And
we're living in a violation.
Actually, the more honest theoreticians, the theoretical physicists, those types of people, the more honest ones will tell you they're in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
They have this big dilemma, but that's not the average globetard that I'm talking about. Those are people that are actually in the field. They know they have a big freaking problem. They're like at this jumping off point. They don't know where to go next.
Yep. That's why they rewrite gravity every 15 years, because it gets weaker and weaker, and so does the theory. They have no idea. It's gone from mass attracts mass to space-time curvature to dimension leaking to who's next? I don't know what's next.
Quantum.
Well, it all boils down to the very essence of what this place is and where we actually are and how things are constructed becomes more evident, I think, upon further investigation. But the problem with that is I think we're at a boundary level where we come to the end of our human resources and we can't determine things spiritual in nature, which may actually have actions and so forth and things, behaviors, characteristics that don't fit in at all with what we actually are experiencing here on the surface level of Earth.
Yes.
So
yeah,
up there,
it's looking like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it just, to wrap it up, it just appears to me that there's a point where we just are not going to be able to know anything else about it other than noting the cycles and things like that as far as these luminaries go. Like, we could get very much better at noticing these cycles, which is what the ancients apparently did. That's what I think.
Well, I think they've actually hidden that, and they know the cycles down perfectly. They know it all. And when they say they've been to the moon, I wouldn't be surprised that they've been to the moon, but not how they've told us, and not in the model they've told us. You know what I mean? Not that they've landed on it, but they've tried going as far as they could, or maybe, you know what I mean? They've tried, but they can't get there. Or maybe they actually have tried sending who knows? Why is there a romantic novel going on in the background? I hear a romantic novel. Someone's reading a romantic
That's diabetes being annoying.
Oh, sorry. You unmuted me, that's why, sorry.
Okay, yeah. You sound like a romance novelist or something. Careful, there's a lot of moans coming in. There was a lot of grunts and moans coming through it. I don't know what that was.
I think this is probably the background. Like, I was
okay.
just,
It's been like that all day. I'm over it. I just tune it out now.
I see. Yeah, it's fascinating. The more they keep delaying space missions and moon landings, I think people are going to click onto that too, because that's the number one thing is people do not understand why we're not going back there. And even the private one that just did it, they just gave us animations. They gave us artist renderings. So the more they keep delaying, the more they keep giving us cartoons, they're not going to be able to hide it. I feel like there's a societal bubble, and it's going to burst, and they're going to have to say it, or they're going to have the dumbest society ever, where it's never going to be questioned. But I don't see that happening. I think we're getting smarter and more.
That was supposedly a private mission, and what happened after it crashed? The stock dropped 30%, over 30%. It's still dropping. It's sell like the current is sell now, sell right. If you got Lunar stock right now in this Odysseus lander, if each second you wait, you're losing money. Sell right now.
So I wouldn't buy any space stock.
Well, I'm not saying if a person does. Some of these globalists who thought they could invest in private, space enterprise, they are hemorrhaging money right now. They need to get out. Like, get off Discord. Okay, sell your private stock. It's just a matter of time before government is done too. This level of spending is a bunch of pseudoscience nonsense of exploring the sky. You're going to run out of money. And the private market, they said, well, what are you going to say when the private market does it? I'm just saying anything. You saw it. A fool and their money are easy to part ways. They told you they're going to put a probe on the moon, and then they tell you, oh, it crashed. And you're like, what? What are you talking about? It crashed. I just gave you. People just crowdfunded this to the tune of billions of dollars, and you crashed. What?
Yeah. Yep. And it doesn't make sense how easy they did it in the 60s, 6 times in 3 years with the technology they had. And it's the one thing that has not progressed that doesn't make sense to people, So the more they delay it, the more they cancel missions, people are going to catch on, and they won't be able to hide it forever. Private space travel, they said, was going to be rampant, and it's nothing. You just go up and come down. You don't see any ball of Earth,
So not only is this grand institutional endeavor and industry endless, but it's also fruitless.
Another thing too, like you're talking about gravity, just a couple of days ago, they rolled out a rebooted idea from the 80s called quantum gravity. See, what's happening...
That's sure to help us.
Yeah, what's happening is that the reason why they can't use gravity to predict or really even explain what it is because it's a gravitational pull exerted from the quantum realm, not the physical realm, the non-physical sort of like quantum theory.
Yep.
Just look at space.com, did a full article about rebooting the old ideas to try to put a patch on how broken it is.
Incredible dupe. The less you see of something, the more you believe it. I can't believe they got away with that. I mean, it's just like faith for some, but I got more faith in God than gravity. I can't.
And faith itself is not at all irrational. It's only irrational to have unjustified faith.
There you go. Yeah.
Like private space exploration. If you got faith in that, holy shit.
Yeah. Now, I do know I'm going to fall if I jump. I know that, but I don't call it gravity. I just call it I'm heavier than the medium I'm in. And I don't have any support that can support me, but I don't think I'm being pulled to the earth.
Well,
in fact, you just said heavy, and that's what gravity really means.
Well, it depends on their worldview. Like a couple of months ago, there's a volcano they supposedly photographed from the ISS. They said the volcano erupted with so much force, jumping, that it went to outer space.
What, the plume?
Yeah, I can get that article if you want to see it. So where the fuck is gravity there? If you tell me that you can jump, they tell you, well, if you jump, you go down. That's, explain that. I go, well, if you jump high enough and fast enough, you go up and you don't go back down. Like a volcano that erupted all the way to space.
I hadn't heard that one. Yeah, that's why I never understood how the ozone layer was leaking. How they say, oh, there's leaking air, and it's like, how is it accelerating out of the Earth? What's accelerating it? What's accelerating the particles of air? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, here this space.com, the 22nd of May, 2023. Volcano so powerful that it hit satellites in space.
Wow, no way. It was put. Wow.
And you see, so this is why I keep emphasizing this. When you take a step back and examine this world, either from the most basic level or with all the nuances like Crit is able to do with their little additions of lore, you know, every other day or every day, and you can just not be enamored or ensnared by this idea that they just got it figured out, that they just know so much. I mean, you know, the mindset that I'm talking about, the average US American or the average European, like the likes of diabetes, they just take for granted that the so-called scientists are the standard for empirical knowledge. They are not. They're not.
But you do that with other specialized people as well, like your dentist. You wouldn't question them,
right? Which has shit all to do with cosmology, right? So now I have to be bothered with your fallacious replies that don't actually get us any more knowledge or get down to the heart of the matter. So here we go.
Okay, cosmology is just understanding of space.
Are not tangible sciences.
Really?
No, you can't put dentistry and astrophysicists and cosmologists in the same breath as science. They're two different things.
Okay, why? How are they different?
How are they different? You don't know the difference? But you want to sit up here and tell us as though dentistry is somehow analogous or closely similar enough to cosmology? As he continues to talk to my answer again and still cross-talking again. We need moderation again.
He's not genuine. Like, I'm literally asking a genuine question, and then he's going to say,
still talking through the answers again. We need moderation. He does not moderate himself.
Why can't you answer the damn question?
I'm answering it right now, and you're talking through it.
No, you're not. You're not.
And he's just going to sit here and deny that I'm answering his question when I really am. So we need moderation.
What's the difference?
Okay, so we're just going to let him run his mouth without moderation. Okay.
Okay, one more time.
Once again.
Diabetes, say the question.
Yeah, I'll say the question.
Okay.
And I just want an answer from him.
Okay, it's got to be a question that you also don't know the answer to, all right? That's what you agreed to earlier. You don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer to.
Okay, if you know the answer, do you ask or you?
So if I know the answer, I don't ask the question.
You don't ask. Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah, that's what you agreed to earlier. When I unmuted, when I unmuted you earlier, you agreed you would stop asking questions that you know the answers to.
Yeah, name three differences of a cosmologist and a dentist. Can you at least name three differences that you would apply science to?
Yeah, how many degrees of Kevin Bacon is there between a dentist and a cosmologist?
I'm sorry, we can't fly over different topics if we're not going to go over the fact that I
mentioned the dentistry thing, right?
Diabetes.
No, not that. The question
this is the only right now. Listen, you can only ask questions that you don't have answers to. That's it.
Why?
Because use the answer you have already.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your own time.
But we have different oppositions here.
Okay, so use your answer then.
I hope some of us don't.
Tell us why.
I hope some of us don't think that he's gauging in good faith. He literally just said in the open chat that he's doing this for entertainment.
So you can't do anything for entertainment that you also have good faith in? Those are exclusionary?
Yeah, he's not doing it in good faith, obviously, and he just explicitly said that he's doing it for entertainment. So yeah, that's kind of patently indicative that he's not trying to do this to be edifying to others.
Those aren't exclusionary things. You can still find something entertaining that you're doing.
Right, so you're still whistling past my point again, right? So now we have to be bothered with this shit.
Challenging.
No, you're just being an asshole. I'm saying
you're just doing it again. So we need moderation
he's
again.
An asshole. He's been condescending to me. Like I was literally asking a question that's genuine. Even
you see how we got stuck on this shit because they began talking.
Okay, let's
we're stuck because you're being an asshole, Gregory. That's all that's happening.
Okay. So here we go. Diabetes. You can ask any question you want that you don't already have the answer to. And then, I'll say your name. The E guy. How do you pronounce that, Gregory?
Esoterius.
Esoterius. Okay. Esoterius. People can be in this chat for any reason they choose, and other people can then gauge that reason and evaluate their worldview based on that. So the issue with diabetes, that content you're missing, which caused you to squawk all the turn, is that diabetes originally said he was here for knowledge, to use a scientific method, to figure out what the world was. Then, once he got answers he didn't really like, he tried to cope and say he lied. He's only here for entertainment purposes. So that's content that you weren't missing. That's content you're missing because you haven't been here since God, 7 hours now? Diabetes has been in this
You know
chat?
what? That's fair. That's fair, bro. I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know where you're coming from, okay? Because people can come in here for entertainment purposes, no problem. There's not a problem with that, okay? Part of the fun of this topic is how entertaining it is.
I agree.
Yeah. But I'm still curious on how you think dentistry is in the same application as cosmology, because one is for your health. You know, I mean, I don't need a cosmologist to tell me something, and for my health to be okay. I do need a dentist to tell me, yeah, you need to take care of your teeth. You know, so I don't know how you could even have that as a serious association with the two.
Well, you walk into the dentist office and you say, "Hey, I need to see a dentist," and they're like, "Okay, here's Dr. Bob," and they say, "What's his sign?" And they look at you like, "What?"
Yeah. Now you're going to want to brush 2 times a day and make sure you believe the sun is at the center of the universe. You know, it doesn't make sense. Make sure you believe that Jupiter. It's very stupid. It was not a good analogy to use or comparison whatsoever.
Yeah, it was just a stupid, negligible reply because he got his pride cut when I just blasted the fact that he subscribes to one of many philosophical schools of thought, scientism.
Yeah. Yeah, cosmology is in the realm of philosophy, really.
It's categorically philosophical. I mean, there's no disputing it. It's a metaphysical concern. Metaphysics is one of the basic subcategories of philosophy, and of course, all the physicists, so-called, of the various empirical sciences, they get what? What's the title of the degree? PhD. What is that? What is that an acronym for? Doctorate of Philosophy. Yet all of them toss philosophy over their shoulder. That's self-contradictory. That's stupid. In academia.
Yep, they get paid to hypothesize. That's it. And there's no conclusion. There's never a conclusion. It's just, well, the next guy will guess just as much as me, and he'll regurgitate what I regurgitated for money.
And not only that, but I just said this yesterday, the so-called intellectual giants that supposedly contributed to the progress of the empirical sciences were all not only philosophers, Isaac Newton, John Dee, etc., but they were also occultists.
Yeah.
They don't know
they did have
what they're talking about.
Yeah, they had a lot of insight, and they were smart at some other things. But even Newton admitted, look, it's a bunch of... Look, this is true, you guys. On its deathbed, I don't know if gravity's really trying to guess and trying to make sense of it. But, a lot of them went back and forth between geo and helio. So even they don't know. And they studied it their whole life, and they still couldn't tell you on their deathbed. So I don't know how people can speak with such conviction. I do if there's a paycheck. I mean, that makes sense. I get how Neil deGrasse Tyson can be who he is. He can't leave that now. He's so enriched and deep into it that he's trapped, So that makes sense. But yeah, back then it was probably genuine. Maybe they just really believe it. Maybe some of them were in cults, like you said, is where they have to keep that cult status.
Yeah, the occult. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But today I think it's so compartmentalized that... Go ahead.
I was just going to say on that point, even then, they were also institutional professionals in one way or another, especially John Dee. He was the advisor, the sole or special advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. I mean, that's pretty institutional.
Yeah. And again, if you have an unaware public, you don't need to worry about hiding that much. You know, that's the big key right there, is making sure your public is distracted.
You know,
And they do
Nicholas
that very well.
Copernicus, he was a Jesuit, was not a Jesuit, but a Catholic priest. That's kind of anachronistic, a Jesuit, but he was a Catholic priest.
Yeah, it's what the peasants know is we're in another dimension for what those occultists probably actually know. You know, yeah, they still have to eat, shit, and sleep, but they do it in another dimension.
As it were. And yet and still, the God will frustrate the intelligence of the intelligent.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's exciting times though. I mean, with I don't know if you use ChatGPT or AI, but man, that's evolving the society into another level. That's an incredible thing. I mean, I don't know if you agree, but in the right hands and in the right minds, oh my God, that thing is godly.
Well, it can't be whoever's designing it.
Yes. But I think that's what the public needs is some sort of Library Alexandria at their fingertips. You know, doing your own research. That was in flat Earth first, and then that was demonized as you got into the medical field with 2020. But now it's a part of life now. It's doing your own research is a fundamental thing to have in life, and we didn't have that back then. So
well,
again,
doing your own research only is really a good thing if you know how to do research.
Yes, it is. But back then, we didn't even have that ability as much as we do today. So even if it's slightly off, you know, maybe it takes a few months or years to recorrect the proper research, but we have a potential and ability to do that.
Hey, Robert, do you have a ChatGPT subscription?
Oh yeah.
You subscribe to ChatGPT?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was even
I do.
a thing.
I love it.
What do you get when you subscribe?
I'll show you a link to FlatGPT. I have it trained on 24/7 Discord chats.
Yeah, but like, what do you get if you subscribe? Oh, you mean subscribe as in
I don't use Google
get it on Discord?
No, it's $20 a month. You get an app, and it searches online now because the the non version only goes up to 2021, I believe.
Oh yeah,
maybe they updated it to 2023, but the current version searches online, and it gives you a whole array of plugins that you can use, which I use a lot. And yeah, it's incredible. And I sometimes double check certain things that I want to check, but it's like having an intimate conversation with someone. So I retain a lot of the information now that I'm learning, and it keeps track of our conversations, and it gives me stuff that I wouldn't think to ask even. So I don't have to spend time scrolling for nonsense or going through other articles. It's direct and to the point. And yeah, some people have been complaining about a little wokeism from the Google version. I don't know if you saw them saying, send me pictures of forefathers, our founding forefathers, and all of them were black and Chinese. So they got to fix some of those bugs, but that's not OpenAI, Chat Google. I've been rambling a little bit, forgive me, but yeah, you got to look into it. It's interesting. It's very beneficial.
Did you say that doing research is only good if you know how to? So if you don't know how to, then the act of doing research is not any good?
Well, for big things like this, yes, especially medical research.
Yeah, that doesn't follow. Why would you say such a thing?
Well, because people doing their own research, and trying to come, well, okay, people doing their own research when they want something to be true tends to lead people to things like flat Earth.
No.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with my question that I just said to you.
Well, at least about outcomes, basically.
If people
again, your answer is not logically relevant to my question.
Of course it is. So the problem with people doing their own research is to say that if you're...
We just heard your answer. Can I reply now?
Well, you just replied.
No, I just
said it's not logically relevant, and then you just were silent. Okay, refute it.
Right. The goodness of the act of doing research is not contingent upon knowing how to do the act. It's good whether you know how to do it or not. It's very simple.
Well, there's a consequence there, right? A moral consequence, or a normative moral consequence, which is that if you do your research and you think you're better able to do research than people who are more able, and you go to opposite conclusions all the time, you should probably refrain to some degree, defer to people who actually know what they're talking about.
Again, I'm not talking about that. You're not talking about the same subject I'm talking about. You're talking about the competency of someone doing the act. I'm talking about the worthiness of the act itself before it's done or not, and whether you know how to do it or not. You need to pay attention.
I didn't say it's categorically bad, did I? I mean, you could try.
You just said it's only good if you know how to do it. So that's why I had to ask you that clarifying question. You didn't speak well.
Okay, well, I mean, you could try with some things. Some things I would say that you should know. What's the word? Oh, it's wisdom, right? Wisdom. The wisdom to know when you're outside of your own league, right?
Yeah. That's understandable. If people didn't do their own research in 2020, though, I think you'd have a lot more subservient groups, and we'd have a lot more restrictions. We would have a lot more lockdowns. But people did their own research, and we got a lot of pushback. Those people were correct.
Yeah. Hey, Flubber, you're new here, so I look at the server rules. There's a few really off-topic things that can kind of get because we're live on YouTube and a couple other platforms.
You get that one for free, but you don't get your next one.
Yeah,
that's right. Generally medical, we can talk about what was happening, like all this situation, right?
Use code words.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so like I like to say audio-visual clubs.
Aha. Yes.
Or they got their free donut.
Yes.
Stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah. Or the flying rodent, or the lizard sickness, or maybe not even that. I wouldn't even tightrope it for you.
Yeah,
we all get it.
Yeah, this is a good example because there's this guy I knew on YouTube, or I didn't really know him. I just had seen some of his videos.
There's someone whispering in the background. Can you?
Yeah, I'm tabbed out. Who is it?
I think. Okay. Oh, okay. It was diabetes.
Yeah. So there's the different layers of the sun's atmosphere. Okay, don't say the word. Okay, but one of them is you're like halo, and okay. Anyway, so one of them is a C word, and what they were
like
doing.
The beer, Corona. Oh wait, my bad.
The beer.
Yeah, bye AT. Yeah. See, this dude, he's a suppressive person. He's trying to get the channel shut down, and he signed this petition to get it shut down, but now he's just obsessed with it and just keeps coming back here. So
was that was an AT, was it?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway. Yeah, you're coming in digital.
Roboting rubber.
Oh.
I think he's got that cyber Trojan virus thing, or whatever it is. You know that one.
Cyber Trojan virus.
Yeah.
So what happened was this guy was playing a video game where like giant robots shooting at each other and whatnot, and there was some sort of plasma weapon, and there was like a small, medium, and large, like a little one, a big one, and a really big one. And one of them was called after the layers of the sun, the 3 layers of the sun's atmosphere. So it just so happens that the C word was the big one. So and in the video, he's like, hey, the C word's really powerful. You can really get a good spread. It's got the kick. It does a lot of damage. And not only was the video taken down, his whole account was deleted. And he opened up a ticket. He's like trying to talk to someone on YouTube, like, why was my account? It says medical misinformation. I talk about robots and video games and shit. What the? How? How did this happen? Because just the word itself is enough to get your account shut down. Just saying the word, in any context whatsoever.
Yeah, let's stay away from
Idiotic,
that.
paranoid cucks for the tyrants.
Yeah, because right now, like AT blurted it, and I guarantee you, he's on YouTube right now sending a ticket to YouTube staff about, hey, look they were talking about the C word with a timestamp and everything. Oh yeah, he's a spaz. Yeah, it's pretty much nothing new under the sun. He's been spazzing since the first day we got here.
Well, forgive me for for bringing that up. But yeah, the do your own research started with flat Earth, I think, and kind of went over and overlapped into that era. But it's good we have that. But yes, like you said, if you do your own research, some people, go to MSNBC or, the establishment media, and you're going to get establishment narratives, which is what they want you to get. So we're seeing a huge rise of independent research. And, some might be good, some might be bad, but, that makes you stronger. That makes you a stronger researcher when you get called out on being wrong and you go, okay, I need to reevaluate where I'm getting this from. But man, the establishment media, they're more exposed than ever.
Yeah, you would think that the supposed wise persons in the institutions would be more strong-minded and more competent to give, sound argumentation and refutation against whatever they think is misinformation, rather than being such feeble-minded tyrants.
It goes to highlight. It goes to highlight how the Apollo program, the space age, was really a mountain of shit. Because 1972, the space age abruptly ends with the outing of Richard Nixon. And never again has anyone ever been to space since. And they call it an information age. Replace the space age. In the information age, it's hallmarked by disinformation.
Yep. Good way to put it. I mean, yeah, they gave you the ISS, but it's the same production with that too. It's the same story, all the same shots, same typical outside walks. Nothing new. No live stream on the inside. What's up?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I guess that's their only. Their only answer.
Go ahead, say it if you want to.
Okay, nothing new under the sun. Oh God, that felt good.
Oh, he said it. So keeping on a positive term. So that experience in 2019 and such, at least it got communities together, and at least I guess they might still be together now. Well, they didn't have before, and also a lot of people know how to make bread, and they didn't know how to make bread before, right? So it's research is good. Yeah, I agree.
Research is good. I'm not going to do on my own research on surgery. There's certain limitations where you concede, you give it up.
Exactly. It's about knowing where you where the edge. Like for instance, when I read a physics paper, I don't even bother, right? Because I don't understand a single word that they're talking about, right? So it's it's far better in some senses when it becomes really technical to defer. I mean, there's people who spend their lives working on it. You may as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, since you're such a enthusiastic advocate for trusting in authority figures, you trust in the God, yes? I mean, what greater authority?
Well, God doesn't tell me much. I'll work out a lot on my own.
Oh, really? He doesn't tell you much? You should do some more research on what the God has said.
Maybe. You'll be right.
I don't know why you put the physics books down, because you can understand physics and be okay and still learn it and not have to apply it in life really, but still understand concepts. So I don't get why you're saying.
Oh no, I'm okay with concepts. Yeah, I'm okay with concepts. But you talk about things like, someone talk about neutrinos proving the globe. I don't even bother with that, because I know that even getting started with understanding neutrinos would take weeks and weeks, perhaps months, right, of research.
Take about
just like everyone else who's employed, we all have lives to lead, and we have to pick and choose where we want to spend our intellectual. Was it? I don't know if I want to say time, electoral time, because there are things that I might say are more useful in the now, right?
Right. I don't like to go small, and I don't like to go big. It's too conceptual. The more they shrink and go the macro, and the more they go the micro, then you got to get into imagination land. Then they don't have no foundation. There's nothing tangible to work your science off of. It's all imaginary. So that neutrino crap in the quantum physics realm, that's all, crayons and just here, look at my diagram, look at my PowerPoint presentation. Not real science.
And you cannot depend on the scientists to highlight this and be upfront and transparent about this. But these same people who are supposedly so knowledgeable about this arcane and niche area of knowledge or that arcane and niche area of knowledge, they cannot fix their mouth to give even the most simplest, succinct description or summation of what they supposedly know by now, which is patently indicative that they don't really know what they're talking about. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I applaud some of them how well they know their model and how well they can twist the words and form a new hypothesis. Fits for the time being. Some of them, the best they can give, and they've got great passion in it, but some of them just don't budge. They're too stubborn. They're so programmed into believing it that you can't take their ball away from them. And the space programs have done a good job, and the movies have done a good job on you really loving that model. It's hard to let go. It really is. I get
And
it.
of course, when your belly is full and you have well more than your daily bread, and you're even affluent, you're not really thinking about those who are in abject poverty and suffering and agony, or how to give any good news to them to actually make their lives better. It's easy to sit up in your ivory tower, wandering through concept after concept, highfalutin idea after highfalutin idea, and not ever wonder about how you can actually be of any good, even to the most downcast person in the world.
Mm-hmm. And if you put your time into neutrinos, say 10, 15 years, and you find out it's all bullcrap, think of what you'd feel like. I put all that money and energy, and maybe it's bullcrap, but not enough to where you have to stop, and you can still make some money off of selling books. What else are you going to do? That's all you know. Science is very corruptible, and I think people forget that. They think it's a very pure industry, which, you have to tell them about the sugar, and then you get into pharmaceuticals, then they can kind of concede a little bit. But space science, it's such a strange psychological phenomena, how attached they are to purity with space science. I don't get it.
It's such an asinine supposed category of ideology. Like to sit up here and the way we talk about it, the way they talk about it in the first place. Do you deny science? How could you deny science? You're a science denier. What the hell are you talking about? It sounds equivalent to like being an antichrist.
Exactly.
Or a
You're
heretic.
like a demon. You should be casted out and put on an island somewhere.
And that's exactly what happened. Like the parallel is so obvious, especially back in the mid second decade, 21st century, right? 2016, and so on and so forth. That's exactly what happened. They reacted in the exact same way as a heretic would, as a mainstream believer would react to a heretic.
Yeah. No, it's
George Carlin. Yeah, George Carlin said it really best. He said, "We got a special type of social criminal, nassholes, I call them."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He says these people in the space agency are like some of the most degenerate scumbags that have ever existed. He basically tied it right to like weapons programs and imperialism. And he said, what the worst thing for he still believes the heliocentric model, mind you, like there was space and everything. But he said the worst thing in the universe, that he couldn't think of anything worse than NASA going to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
He said, what a travesty for the rest of the galaxy to have these type of people in space representing humanity.
Notice also, just in principle, think about it. Like, just right there, just real quick to really deepen our appreciation of that little bit that Crit just said. They chose to go to Mars, the most barren, deserted, goddamn planet that they talk about. And not only that, it's named after the god of war.
Yeah.
I love you, Gregory. You're just
Romans, baby.
Perfect nice, man. Oh my god.
Yeah. And
I was like, I don't.
Hot mic, atheist. Sorry.
Wait, let Sydney say this. Hang on. Sydney?
No, I was just saying I really appreciate Crit's little tidbit, and Gregory, that was just a perfect expansion. I was just going to say, I liked the show Stargate Atlantis as much as everybody else.
Phone charged okay with that white
was it?
Somebody mute atheist. Hot micing.
Yeah.
Please?
Go ahead,
Miss. I just had to bust out laughing because that was so fucking funny. Sorry.
Yeah. Tragically hilarious.
Stargate was awesome. The Fifth Element. Space movies are incredible, but we know what's fiction and what's reality. In space movies, it's hilarious how many planets they have next to that planet that they're on. And if you're talking about gravity, it's ridiculous. What they do in space movies, they would never get away with in real cosmology. And we even know that. I feel like we know more about the model than most heliocentrics do, or heliocentrists.
I mean, more than any other previous generation before this modern Fandango technology, we have a great exhibition of vain imaginations.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll move into it more. I thought it was fascinating how much the sports world really pushed flat Earth back then. I couldn't believe how many athletes awake.
Try again. You're roboting.
A lot of times the anti-flat earther will say, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to, so yeah, you dislike NASA. What are you going to do about it? I go, I don't got to do anything.
I'm going to walk over to Texas. I'm going to walk over to first Texas because I'm in California. I'm going to walk over to Texas, just walk, not fly, not drive. I'm just going to run to Texas. And then after I rip up the entire facility up from the ground and smash it between my hands like the Hulk, I'm going to do the same in Florida.
Yeah, that's the thing is, though, I don't have to do anything. Flat earthers, no one has to do anything. NASA's spending is unsustainable. Math alone is going to fix NASA. I mean, when you look at it in terms of nominal dollars, there's NASA and then there are 6 space agencies that almost equal another NASA. They talk about, look at all these advanced first world countries and their space programs. NASA outspends England at the beginning of the fiscal year 17 seconds. And all of England's space budget is spent by NASA. All of it, the whole thing, 17 seconds into the fiscal year. And that's it. They're done. They're out. They're all the gas.
And for anyone who doesn't have discernment, obviously I was saying that sarcastically in response to Crit raising the question from the obnoxious anti-flat earther, just in case.
Oh, yeah, because they'll think like somehow you invented gamma radiation, you're a superhero and all. Yeah, the globalist imagination just runs wild. Yeah, they'll talk about flat earthers are eco-terrorists or are terrorists. There's one guy I used to talk about, this is a long time ago, that he said that he was on the short list to be on a secret colony ship to go to Mars. And I'm like, well, that's cool. Like, can you tell me more about this? He said he can't because flat earthers are going to bomb the secret mission to Mars. And I'm like, what? What the fuck? And at some point, he stopped responding, to me. So I figured, he must be on his way to Mars or something. Like, he finally got on that colony ship. But he was all worried. I go, why are you talking to flat earthers then? Well, shouldn't you be preparing for your trip? This is a one-way ticket. You are not coming back, homie. Okay, right? Don't you want to get your ducks and affairs in order? Because you will never see Earth again, other than in a telescope or some shit like that. So why are you online wasting your time talking to a flat earther? Even more so if you think I'm going to be involved with terrorist activities. I'm going to threaten your secret mission to Mars for the betterment of humanity. Yeah, and it really kind of shows you that what they did was they created themselves, in the sort of Marvel vein there, like the Hulk. They're defending science against the enemy that they've deemed as a flat earther. They're the super villain in their story. And they're the hero. And they're justified. They're justified in anything they do. If they dox you, if they call your work, they figure out where you live, that's all justified because inside their worldview, they think defending science is like a martyrdom, that they've been called to martyr on the altar of science.
Thank you. In contrast to what the Apostle Yaakov, James, said in his epistle, excuse me, not Yaakov, the Apostle Yahudah, Jude, I urge you to contend once for all for the faith delivered to the saints. In contrast to that, they're going to contend and defend the once for all, the science delivered once for all to the scientists. It's the same thing. They have their devotees. They have their apologists. They have their bigots. With all that foolishness.
Are you guys talking about religion again?
No, we're talking about how the sort of Alu Akbar like go after flat earthers with this religious fervor. At the same time, they claim atheism. At the same time, wondering how would they lie as they approach NASA, who says, "In God we trust." See this? What we're talking about, this contradictory worldview, where they think science needs to be defended, when science is self-defensive. It defends itself through science. Science is adjudication to defend science. It doesn't need an external method to factor out what is a lie and what is not.
I don't know. I think with a lot of them, because I've been talking to a couple of globals recently, I think, well, they've admitted it to me that they're like trolling you guys, and then I think they get too caught up in their own troll, and then they start getting annoyed.
Yeah, that doesn't work, because to troll a topic, you'd have to know what it is. Otherwise, your troll will never land. The troll will fall flat because they're not over the target. To get to a really good troll has to be over the target, and you nail them. Okay, crazy. They're not even over the target. They don't even know what the word flat means. How are they going to troll flat Earth if they don't even know what the fuck flat is?
The objective, I think, if they're trolling, is to get you guys to get angry, all right? And that's what makes them laugh. So they don't really have to understand.
Yeah, but they're the ones raging. They're already angry, so they've already trolled themselves then.
Yeah, I do think in the end they do end up trolling themselves, right? Because I've definitely heard them raging out about how, like, saying things like, "These people are so fucking stupid," like screaming, right? But yeah, I've definitely also heard people in here, like
for Donald, who just started hysterically laughing when he said, "You guys think Earth's not a planet?" And he just went on like a 30-second meltdown, like cackling, like he lost all form of human communication because like someone thought the Earth might not be a planet.
Yeah, I think it's double-sided.
Craig, look at Jekyll. Look at how much space I'm occupying in his head for free.
To be fair, Gregory, I don't think that's because you're a flat earther. I think it's because he just doesn't personally like you.
Hello?
That's a fandom.
I like Gregory.
Imitation.
Bullshit, you like Gregory.
I actually find it, like, if I see Gregory in the call, I'll join, right, just to hear what he's saying.
That's a lie. The other day we were hanging out.
He doesn't understand half the words.
Oh yeah, I think he says a lot of shit, but in terms of liking him, maybe it's not so.
No. The other day we were sitting in a call and we were talking about
get
politics.
a dictionary.
I asked to
that
join
might
the Flat
help.
Earth, and you said no because Gregory was there, right?
No, you asked to invite him to the call. You didn't say join Flat Earth.
You're correct.
I was like, that'll just be awkward.
Well, I think Gregory's would be a great laugh outside of the context of Flat Earth.
Like that voice.
I want to hear Gregory be calm and happy.
I don't. I want to hear him use words that Globers don't understand. Good day to you, Gregory. God bless you.
He understands them either. That's like part of the laugh of it.
See, the best insult goes right over their head when it's done eloquently.
You know what? You never lied.
So I personally think that you guys misread Gregory as eloquent, right? Because I think he uses a lot of words to try and sound intelligent, and he misuses them quite a lot, which ends up making him sound retarded.
Now, you know what? At this point, I want to hear every critique she has. Why? Because she's English.
Well,
what does that matter? Well, she's from the land of the English speakers. So I would love to hear
context
the poshness,
Well, I gave an example the other day, right, when somebody was being a bit mouthy, and you said, "Have you ever heard of decor?" Right, and it's decorum, right? You're just using words that you don't even understand.
Oh, is that right?
We don't.
So decor doesn't refer to cadence or demeanor or behavior. You can't say it in that sense.
No, the phrase was longer than that they used anyway. It was a common phrase, but I can't remember what it was. But yeah, no, decor unless you're using it in a completely archaic, and I mean like 300 years ago.
You prefer demeanor?
Oh, because senses of words have expiration dates. Is that right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's where words become archaic and out of use, right? So, for instance, like I'm trying to think of one that isn't a slur now.
Out of use doesn't equal expiration date. I don't think you know the word you just said.
We still gotta worry about Al Qaeda. I thought we killed off them motherfuckers.
As an example, right? Like if I said I'm grabbing a bunch of faggots, right?
How about
meaning sticks, right? That's a 300-year-old usage of the word faggot.
Right, and you can't say it in that sense because there's an expiration date on that sense. Is that right?
Well, because language is about common understanding, right? So if the people around you don't understand what the fuck,
But that's what I asked you, didn't you? Did I?
So, like, it does expire, yeah, because you need to be able to.
This shit does expire.
The thing is, you gave no proper grammatic reason why it's a double negative or an improper usage. I would have to accept it as I hear it both coherent and cohesive at that time. If you don't understand the word, then I would say that's your problem.
That's an interesting metaphysics she has about language, don't she? Meanings have expiration dates. At this date, it just the sense no longer exists. You just can't say it in that sense.
It's not like food. It's not like food, right? But
it's not like food. Oh, okay, so it doesn't have an expiration date, right?
Okay, yeah,
Right.
you can put it that way. I thought you were trying to get at some deeper meaning, right? But the whole point being is that words can become words.
So you misinterpreted the word expiration. I don't think you know what that word means.
No, I thought you.
I hope you do now.
I thought you were trying to get at something else, but obviously not. Right?
The person who ends every sentence with "right" is criticizing other people's speech pattern and choice
I'm
of
not
words.
criticizing this
Right?
Unjustified negation retort.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that would be another example, right? An unjustified negation retort where you could just say. Okay, I mean, if you just want to cackle, rather than receive the critique, then go for it.
Right.
That's a question.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with having it. If Gregory just had verbal tics, I wouldn't have an issue with it. My issue is that I think he unnecessarily makes things.
Did she say verbal text?
Tick.
So is this
okay? So I might agree with that. There are some words that he uses that are unnecessary. Yes.
Unnecessary and used incorrectly. Yeah.
Can I ask a
What
question?
is verbal tick? I've never heard of that till today.
Really, Gregory? You've heard of unjustified negation retort, but you haven't heard of verbal tick?
Yes, really, I haven't heard of that. First time I've ever heard of that today. Is it all right with you?
Just so we don't go too far into the weeds, please, just a moment. Elijah has a question and his mic is sort of low. So, Elijah, go ahead.
Oh, man, is it? I was assuming that with this, I just wanted a mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a little low, bro. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Gregory,
okay, that's enough of that. Can we move on from grammar and English?
Let's move on to syntax.
That's what I was saying.
As an American, I don't hear an English woman's opinion on English.
Yeah, so you don't, as an American, you don't want to hear an English person's opinion on English.
Right.
Does that make you funny?
Yeah,
I said I wanted to hear the English posh accent and critique of me in the first place.
I don't actually have an English posh accent.
Is it okay for GF6
Really?
to take Gregory's likeness?
Are you?
Did Gregory approve?
I like my American accent.
I didn't approve. I notified Crit.
Oh, do you want me to remove it? I don't mind removing it.
I want to know who she's trying to lie to. She sounds like Nanny McPhee and ain't got an accent.
Someone else's picture?
I said a posh accent. I speak British Southern, which is just like a generic accent. RP's the posh one.
Who gives a crap? What? Look, is there at least three?
I'm sorry.
No, you guys, I got a question.
Christ,
three
man.
memories.
Hey, so do you think Americans have an accent?
Do your mother
is there like at least three people that want to keep the conversation on topic? At least.
Hello, Elijah. How are you?
Yes. Yes, I would like to get off grammar, Elijah. Thank you for asking.
Can I just help the quality of the call and tell Brober that he's hot micing and Eli that you're rustling? Just to get that out of the way.
Some of you guys, I need a translator for. But I don't complain because it's not productive.
We don't got as thick of
I
accent.
just said thank you guys for backing it up. Fucking ridiculous. Anyway.
Wait, what's fucking ridiculous?
Right.
I'm sorry, the way
This
you said
fucking
that.
topic, man. You got to be instructed.
Move on before we colonize you again.
Yeah, well, let's move on.
Don't make me bring out the redneck. By God, you know what I mean?
Don't suggest that for a
5-year-old.
second.
Dang old grammar and shit, yeah. Dang old, by God.
Yeah, just talk like a caveman if you would.
Dang old pip pip cheerio, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll tell the king. We'll go and get the king on
Elijah,
you.
where'd you
We'll
go,
tell him.
brother?
If
I'm here.
I can't talk gay.
Moving on.
if you guys want to talk about flat Earth instead, do any of
If
you
I
have
was a
any
mod,
theories
I'd
on
just
what the
mute
moon is?
everybody and unmute them one by one. 'Cause they're all not serious.
Who believes in the flat Earth here? Like, who thinks the Earth is flat?
Just keeps getting flatter.
Like, is that for real, or are you just fucking with me? Like,
Now, I do believe the Earth
I
has
think she can get
flatness.
Earth out.
I mean, salt flats exist. I mean, look at the Bonneville. Look at the what's the other one? The Baltons. I can't remember the other one. There's a couple salt flats. You know, from 40 square miles from one end to the other, there's not even a fourth of an inch derivation. You know, that's pretty damn flat.
Hey, dude, what makes you think you live on a globe?
I was gonna say I love this crowd right now. Great pattern.
well,
Guys,
what?
keep it
So
cordial.
you think the Earth is like a
Guys.
fucking 2D
Keep it cordial.
circle,
We've got
or
a
do
new
you think
guy.
it's like a
He's got
sphere?
questions. Wait a second. He's got questions. This new guy. Bring it on. Come on, Vincent.
I got some too. What makes you think you're on a globe, dude? What's your best evidence?
I mean, I don't really have like evidence. I'm not really like informed, you know. Like, it's just I feel like the curvature
You're a
of the
believer,
Earth
right,
is like
brother?
enough when you see it on from space and the fucking
I
when the moon
believe.
goes from lunar when it does its little cycle.
I
Like
get
you
it,
see
man.
the
You just
shadow.
believe it. I
been to
understand, bro.
space?
You got any evidence?
Oh, hold on.
Just
Wait a
blind
minute.
faith?
Yeah,
Let's
you been
come
to
up with start the
space?
claim.
Exhale.
Yeah, he said when you see it from space. I want to know, is that firsthand or secondhand or what?
Like just like a
First
picture
order
from NASA or
evidence
some
or
shit. Well, I mean, I know NASA's like not the best organization, but I mean they do go up in
picture?
space and
Well,
shit
why'd you bring them up?
because they take pictures of
What
the Earth.
picture?
No, they
So is that
present
you base your
pictures
belief
to
on a
Not up
you.
picture
there.
from space, bro?
Yeah, and they also
We got
present
one that believes there's a
doctor photos
camera
of Earth.
floating around in
Do y'all
space.
also think that Neil Armstrong faked that shit or what?
I don't know. Do you?
I mean, not really.
How would
But
you
at the same
prove he
time, like there
didn't?
is some evidence that correlates to it. But I'm just like, I
How
don't know.
would you prove that he didn't? I don't have to say fake because nobody proved it's real. So how would you prove Neil didn't fake anything or wasn't part of a fake? How would you prove that?
I don't know. Shit, you might as well have to be there or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? That's like a question that goes unanswered. But I mean, you
It
never
is.
know what
So
that fool could have been
all
doing.
day
Shit, he
long,
could have had a
people are
green
asking
screen
us.
production team.
Yeah, all day long, people are asking us to debunk things that you can't prove to be an actual reality. But I, for one, I don't like to do that. Unless you can prove it's the actual reality, there's no reason for me to even address it. It's just another fairy tale in your story.
And because you went from seeing pictures of space, pictures of the Earth to space to the moon landings. Are you saying the pictures they brought back is why you believe? Because going to the moon, I mean, even if they went, are you saying because they showed us that blue marble photo, that's a big indication for you that that's why we live on a ball?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that they went up to space and took the picture unless they faked that shit. Well, I'm not too sure.
Well, you're
yeah,
the one who
so
said
you're
they're a
just
bad
assuming.
You said they're not the best organization. So
He conceded. He said he's just assuming. So
right.
I mean, yeah, I'm not really, fucking. I'm just getting into this shit, you know. Like I'm more of a listener than a talker.
Yeah. When's the last time you watched the moon landings? All 6 of them.
Shit.
I encourage you to watch.
I mean, I watched the original one not too long ago, but I've never watched like all 6.
Yeah, I would encourage you to watch them again, and just have an objective mind to it, and come approach it with, okay, what would they do if they would fake it? Kind of deprogram yourself of they actually did this, and put in your mind, okay, how would they fake this? and see if anything comes out after rewatching it again. You know, you can't go into watching it that they actually did it. You know, you have to have an open mind. And I don't know if you've watched it having an open mind yet.
You should ask yourself why they managed to put a man on the moon in the 60s and haven't managed to do it again since.
Well, they did it 6 times in 3 years during the Vietnam War. You know, and it's the most difficult thing to replicate. That's strange.
And also, just keep in mind that recently they tried to just land something on the moon, and they literally failed. Like, even according to themselves, but they managed to do it in the 60s. Like, how is that the case? It makes no sense.
With people, with pressurized rooms, with pressurized suits, it was a much more extreme job, and now they can't even get a lunar module on there. It doesn't make any sense with how science and technology progresses. You know, they should be beyond sending people there now. They should have a residency of how fast they went to the moon in so little time. You know, yeah, something's off there. But yeah, I continue to watch them. If you don't believe the moon landings, then you do have to admit, okay, every picture they brought back was fake.
Do you think
all
the
the pictures
landing
they
worked the
brought
first time? The first time they tried, a bunch of people died.
Yeah, they didn't. Which moon landing did people die when they first went to the moon? Which mission?
Apollo 1, the first one.
I want to know, do you think, because you believe people died, that we should use that to shame us to believe what you believe?
No, I'm just pointing out that it doesn't always work the first time, and we shouldn't be surprised that it didn't work out the first time. This time, with the new technology.
What we're saying is
this isn't actually the first time, though. They've apparently been to the moon before, right? Like,
yeah, with the technologies that they had, right? They're using new technology. It's all experimental.
Why can't you use the same technology?
And they didn't only go once.
How did they lose all of that technology?
One at a time. Come on, people.
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense, does it?
And they send people, multiple people at once. It's not just one person even. It was so simple for them to send people 6 times in 3 years that now it's impossible, it seems like. What did you do back then? You know, what's the lapse of science? Where did that all go? There's a big question mark there.
So is there a scientist in here trying to contrive some ad hoc appeal to reconcile this irreconcilable discrepancy concerning their history, supposedly?
There's a huge amount of stretching to justify why we're not back. Yeah.
It's just obviously not consistent. Like, just yield. There's no saving this.
Yeah. You can't say money anymore. Funding's there.
But again, like, this is consistent with their worldview. There is no law that they're obligated to obey. Right? There isn't anyone's wrath who they cannot escape. So they don't have any discipline. They don't have any discernment. They don't have any motive to actually be consistent when they think they're not going to suffer the repercussions of their actions. This is what you get with these people.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I think, okay, are there people that have to defend this? You know, they're in the system. They're in that system somehow connected. You know, because there's some normal people concede certain points, and they go, okay, yeah, you're right about that. But there's some people in here that don't concede, and it's to the level to where I think they're involved somehow. And I'm not saying that anyone's here right now, but it's a little bizarre how much you defend something with so much conviction. You know, unless the programming's that thick, I don't know.
I
Yeah,
mean, every single adult in here is a former child, and everyone has been disciplined, at least to some degree, more or less. And when they found themselves unable to escape the repercussions of their actions, the discipline from the authority figure in their lives, the adult, then they yielded. They either just stayed silent or they confessed out loud. But of course, when you believe, like children or adults, when you believe you can escape the repercussions of your actions, then you don't have any motive, you don't have any willingness to yield and confess.
Yeah. There's a lot of fear of social rejection, too, I think people have. You know, if you believe in something that's completely against the consensus, they're going to be pointed and laughed at, and that's such a terrifying feeling for so many people. Just sad.
What you said is true.
But overcome. Yeah, social rejection. That's a huge fear. I got to be a part of the crowd. The Milgram experiment. That's a perfect example. The Ash conformity test.
That's a good one, right?
Those are two perfect examples. Yeah, one for appealing to authority and one for appealing to consensus of societal consensus.
There was that social experiment where people are waiting in queue for like a doctor's appointment or something, and there's two of them that like plants in the scene, and they stand up every 2 minutes and like clap their hands or something, and then they just it's like the monkey experiment, right? So they squirt the one with water, and then eventually they pass it on to the others without even any of them being a part of it anymore. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that happens all. They do the same thing with people in elevators. People are faced the opposite way, and someone walks in and they think they have to face the opposite way, so they do. Or everyone puts a hat on and they have a hat, and so they put their hat on because they feel left out. Social rejection, it's a huge thing. So if you say you're flat earther, oh my God, again, you might as well be the Antichrist. That's what someone said. It's such a strange reaction to have to something. And if that is your reaction, then you need to explore that. If you're having such a vitriol reaction to someone believing this, or someone, it has no effect on your life. You can operate machinery, you can hold a job. It doesn't matter.
Now, of course, at best, that is a good psychological predisposition or habit to have, because it very well could be the case either way. In one way, that the majority is right, and you're contradicting the right way, which the majority is on, and then you feel the shame of defying that, and then you repent. Or, on the other hand, like we just addressed, the majority could be wrong, and appealing to the fact that the majority is doing this, therefore that way is right, is wrong. It's fallacious. So, of course, that fact alone, that the majority is doing X or Y or Z, is not sufficient to prove that the given way or given doctrine that is being believed or practiced is just and true.
Yeah, can you all live in a duality? I can get down with the heliocentric just as much as the geocentric. I'm not putting full belief into each, because I'm believing in a different sort of realm for my own personal beliefs. But yeah, I can have a duality of reality where I get your points. I get it. It's nice. It's a great story, and I get everyone else's points. I like concave. I like Pac-Man. I like Hollow Earth. I love them all. But it's just bits and pieces. I can't stand firm in one, but I can stand firm in, I know I'm in a body, in a plane, on a local plane at least, and I can only go 6 directions. I understand that. And that's
Mr. Flat Earther, what's your thoughts on the Earth core and shit? Like, where do you think that happened?
I think he just covered that.
Oh shit, my fault. All right.
What'd you ask?
I was asking about the Earth's core and shit.
Yeah, he said you're a flat earther. What about Earth's core? Tectonic plates, bro. Volcanoes. Come on.
Yeah, there's definitely hot liquid coming out of those, big mountains, but is it thousands of miles compressed into the Earth coming up? I don't know. They've been saying that for 60 years before they even took seismographic, readings. So, and even with those bend in certain mediums, and there's so much water. There's quadrillions of amounts of water in the aquifers down there. So I don't know what's going on, but we do see lava. But I don't know if it's a molten core, and that's where our electromagnetic field is resonating from, and that's all theory. They do it just like they do it with space, the inner Earth. But I do think there's a lot of truth in the ground, and probably more than there is in the sky, which is why they focus you on the sky than the ground. So I don't know, but it's pretty amazing. We can only dig 7 miles, and then even in the ocean, you get to an impenetrable area where you can't submerge anymore. That's some bizarre stuff. So,
when you swim too far down, the pressure levels kill you type shit.
Well, that too, but they're also finding this blacky substance that they can't even push equipment down any further. It's too dense. So who knows? Maybe it's just someone else's outer space and we're above them. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe the waters are above us and we're above the waters below.
didn't NASA start off as a ocean exploration agency? I'm not 100%.
Aquatic stuff. I don't know. They have great aeronautic stuff. I can't dismiss all of NASA stuff. I just don't like their space program stuff. But they do a lot of good work. We've got a lot of good inventions. So I can't dismiss all of it. But good question. Yeah.
I didn't know if it was 100% true. I never confirmed it. I see people say it, but I've never confirmed it myself.
Yeah.
They say whatever.
Well,
Research the ocean.
they most likely have a lot of the ocean floors mapped out, more than they tell us, especially with all the underground cables they've been laying for years, all the sonar they've been doing, the submarine travels. There's a lot going on even in the ocean that they're probably keeping hush. Yeah, it's just stuff that, again, they do it all the time. Stuff to keep the public in control, not to go out of control, If you're hiding Area 51, and that's just a building we know about, what else? Come on. We can't even handle Area 51. So, yeah. Just go, if that guy's still here, just delve into your own model. Really look at the cartoons they give you. Look up individual continents from space. Put that in there. You'll see more cartoons than real life. And you shouldn't. Not with 60 years of space. You shouldn't see practically any cartoons. There should be nothing cartoons like that. It should be flawless.
So it goes to show how powerful, on that very point about the cartoons on TV, that should go to show how powerful, persuasively powerful, the mass telecommunications media is, including and especially TV.
Yeah, you could do people off cartoons. That's what they did on the last moon landing. You live stream that and talk to Nixon on a phone. Why couldn't you have live streamed any of it and give us a beautiful landing on the moon for the first time in a long time? And just a Pixar movie, Pixar short. It's hundreds of millions of dollars and you can't do this? They're the worst when it comes to cameras.
There are going to be many sooner rather than later who are going to say, we have inherited lies and foolishness from our ancestors.
Yep. Definitely. And, a certain year will come up to a lot of it. So hopefully we're on that trajectory of where it's exponential, knowing that you can't stop it. You can't stop the awareness revolution. I believe there's more people aware than ever in history in our time right now. Maybe not. Maybe there were some ancient civilizations that knew a lot about, the elements, how to,
Well, pause and think about it with that point that you just mentioned. The vast majority of the human race throughout history were flat earthers.
Yeah,
so it's really the other way around concerning this issue.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I'm just saying more to the establishment and who's in control, because maybe back then I don't know if they had that hierarchy as big as it was. It was little hierarchies.
Yeah, being aware of the depth of the wickedness in the world, right?
Right. And now it's that globalist hierarchy. We don't want, any of that kind of stuff. So on that scale, it's like, okay, we get it. There's countries everywhere that have that system that want to implement that system. So how do we stop it? And to me, flat Earth is connected into that. It's all connected with holding that information. Yeah, it's nice to have people like you all to get it.
Indeed.
There's people that don't concede after a certain point. You got to wonder, all right, who are you connected with?
Elijah, are you there?
Elijah, are you a Fed boy?
He's always slow like molasses to respond to the microphone.
That's no problem. Was that a chicken?
Sounded like laughter.
Can we do a hostage? Can we do a hostage exchange? Can
I'm
we unmute
walking
Sydney
around
and just wait?
my
Can
yard
we
right
unmute
now. There's
Sydney and just
chickens.
fucking good
Oh, there
call.
are chickens
Can
around.
we unmute Sydney and give me a
Yeah.
server mute or something? Can we do that exchange? Or just give me a 2-day ban. Just unmute Sydney, all right?
I don't know why Sydney is muted. Perhaps she can be unmuted now, right?
I'm wondering, right? I don't recall her saying anything over talking to anyone.
Any moderators in here?
There are like 6 people over talking each other, and Sydney's the only one that got punished. It's really
Right.
bad for her.
Maybe it's an accident.
Well, can somebody undo it, please?
You can't catch all of
There's
them.
like 5 mods in here.
Man, I wish I was a mod.
Hey, Crit, are you there? Yeah, it looks like they're all AFK. Poor Sydney.
No. Cheers, was, man.
Well, I'll
If
be
you
back
could, please.
soon.
Thank you, man.
You guys ever like to
Sydney,
red
you're
pill
on mute.
people?
Thank you.
Welcome
There
back.
it is. Hi, sis.
Welcome back, you slice of fried gold.
Thank you.
Well, Sydney, Eli, message me when you want to listen to these lectures that I want to listen to
You
with
got
a
it.
fellow
You got it,
disciple.
brother. You got it, my friend. Bye.
Peace
Not
be with
necessarily
you.
now, but if now, then that's cool too. But whenever you want to, hit me up.
I will after work in a couple hours. Thanks, man.
Matt, you too. In fact, just saw you there.
Me?
Mateusz.
All right.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. God bless you all.
Unfortunate week. But how did you all get into this? I mean, I got into it, I was little, I didn't believe the sun was stationary. I always thought it was moving, but then, you all remember Matthew Powerland? Do you remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Eric Dubay, all them. Are they still around? I haven't seen them in a while. Remember Nathan Oakley?
Oh, he's still around. Can't get
Is
rid
he?
of him.
You can join Nathan Oakley's server.
He's still debating flat Earth debates.
Yeah, he came in. He's been in here a few times. Or was it between here and Earth Awakenings? Anyway, yeah, in the last couple of weeks.
Interesting. Yeah,
He's got
I remember getting
that
on.
demeanor about him where he won't talk to anybody unless he's got like mod powers, and that's his criteria right now. So
Formological fallacy. I remember that a lot. It's a formological fallacy. Not a very good impression, but he would say that a lot.
Yeah, Turquoise, you must have missed the last his first AMA here. He wasn't the one modding.
okay, maybe I'm getting confused with. Was it Earth Awakening who did it, and then must have been Earth Awakening.
He
Where he had
doesn't.
the
He doesn't want a mod. He wants somebody to mod for him. He doesn't have a keyboard and stuff like that in front of him ever. So he actually does not like having mod powers. So
What about what's that guy's name? He's a globe lover. Damn it, the math. I can't remember his name now.
Charles. Charles, right?
Oh, that is Charles Flat Earth Math. I do remember that guy. Not him.
Right. Not him.
Oh my God! Not a Mister. He's got. I think he has a bunch of fake subs.
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes, that's funny. No, I can't remember his
I
name
heard
now.
globe
Mr.
lover.
Science. It's gonna bug me. I don't know. I'm not gonna torture you with this.
Is it Red's? Is it Red's rhetoric?
Holy hell, no! I haven't heard that name in a while though. He was a atrocious person to talk to. Him, Slice Bar Kane. Who's the other guy? His best friend, Greg or something. I can't remember. Damn, I can't remember this guy's name. He had like a science name in it or something. Science Man Dan. Science
Professor
Man.
Dave.
Professor
That was
Dan,
my next
Science
guess, Simon Dan.
Simon Dan. Oh my God, he's yeah. I can't believe he's still around, or is he? I don't know.
He just
And who's the other?
Guy.
He just profits off the YouTube shorts right now, doesn't he?
Yeah. Who's the other guy you just said? Not Simon Dan. The other guy.
Simon Dave and Professor Dan.
Professor Dan. Oh yeah, Professor
Dave. The science guy.
Oh, Jeranism. I remember Jeranism. He's still around. It's like the OGs. What about who's that guy that rapped a lot? Had a backwards
he's
hat.
gone. Yeah,
backwards hat.
ODD.
ODD. Is he gone?
This, as far as I know, yeah.
That's too bad. You mean gone?
No, he's around. Doing stuff with Hibbler Productions.
Oh, I see. Incredible. And Mark Sargent, obviously, he was a big one for everybody. Such a good documentary. Such a good, well-made documentary. You got to admit.
Yeah, I had his phone number for a minute, but he's just a clown like a lot of them. I mean, somewhat, 20% truth, but whatever.
Yeah, they do that, and a lot of it just they kind of do it for entertainment value for themselves. Even maybe they do believe it for a little bit, but I saw the same thing they kind of did with Q. I don't know if you're allowed to bring up that as well, but it was the same formula and format, and I still don't know what that is. That's a phenomenon to me too. But I see the same people profiting on it and using the same type.
Good word. It's like a rhythm with these things that are just things, or projects. Yeah. It's a rhythm, so it's a good pattern. Yeah, good word.
Well, and we've all gotten to the point where we've pretty much seen as much as we might see or know as much as we might know. There isn't really anything new yet that we go, okay, that's really shattering. It's all the same type of experiments, which is fine. It just kind of further validates things. But until we see, I need to see more amateur footage of amateur rockets going up, and that one that supposedly hits the dome is one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I don't see anything more like that.
But to be honest, there's ones that have gone higher than that have not hit the dome, so it's kind of a weird concept. Right? Is it just a singled out phenomenon or what?
Yeah, I figured. I didn't think it was really in the dome per se, but it was just an interesting one that you did see the moon in that footage. I remember seeing that going, wow, that's strange that you see the moon right there. I thought it would be on the other side of Earth or not, but it made me think a little bit. But yeah, I'd have to check out those other rockets.
I've seen the sun and moon in a cockpit of a plane at the same time. So let me try and find the video I've got.
Yeah.
Channel somewhere.
Yeah, there's a phenomenon called the Selene-Leon eclipse, I believe, and it's where they're both. I think it's a lunar eclipse where they're both above the horizon at the same time, and they're saying you have to be above a certain elevation or something. But they can only attribute it to a phenomenon. Like it goes against everything we know about lunar. Yeah, it's pretty strange.
That's why its nickname is the Impossible Eclipse.
Yeah. There's just too many coincidences that they have to drum up to either gravity or refraction. Fascinating. So, I love it. I love the subject so much, but I had to take a break from it for a while because again, like I said, there's nothing new. I kept seeing the same repeating things that all the videos were doing, got into politics real big, and then saw the same exact formulas that they were doing with Q and Trump, and didn't mind it. I was having a good time with it all. I wasn't obsessive over it, but was fascinated. Probably a lot of truth to it.
Yeah, so it seems like you've been in this quite a long time, I see.
Oh yeah, quite a bit.
You've been taking notes.
Since I was in Gem Pandas for a while. I don't know if you remember Gem Panda. Been in his Discord for a long time. I think they kicked me out for some reason, but I mean, I was like family to them. A family they hated, an uncle they hated, but yeah, unless they drop their server, I don't know.
It's still going, man. Still going. They always, it's like flavor of the month. They always have the favorite flat earther. They just like to penalize and dogpile on. It's part of the tactics.
That's not a problem. I mean, you're used to it. I'm totally used to it. Nothing people can say anymore actually hurts. The ad homs are the weakest I've ever seen. So not a big deal. Just laugh them off. Very stoic about all that. But great talking to y'all. You guys, bless you. Have a great week, and we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Can't believe that video I put up's like 6 years old and it's got 67 views. 6 years old video. Oh my god. Sheesh. It's amazing though. Like we found out the other day, that Mick guy, he's been listening onto YouTube for years, but hasn't joined the VC. It's quite interesting. There's a lot of creepers and a lot of people in the shadows listening. I don't have a reason to come and chat, but they're there listening. Taking notes.
The silence is deafening.
Well, it's preferable to what we get a lot of the time around here.
Hey, so Britt is worried. So he's saying, can he get unbanned if he changes his profile pic?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think it's okay if someone, because it just shows his fan. But if Gregory didn't like it, I could see why he was asked to change it. If he says no, then it's kind of cringe.
Yeah. See, this is why I said the silence is sometimes better.
Yeah. It's like that Carl Carl Sagan had said, it's better to remain silent and let people think you an idiot than open thy mouth and demonstrate the fact.
And remove all doubt.
So,
You try and blend in.
I know. I felt like I slaughtered it, but I was like, close enough, Damn, Rich is back. Debunked himself again. Holy shit. Yeah, look at so Britnat says, "Yep, I'll change it." I give him about I don't know. That was more than enough time. Still hasn't changed it. Oh wait, maybe no, still hasn't. He'll change it by the time he comes back. There's proof that Rich is not completely bricked because when the staff told him to stop posting in mod chat, he did. So it demonstrates that he's bricked by choice when he comes to this channel. Because it is possible for him not to be bricked. That some information does get through. Hey, Heretic, did you hear the news about the private lunar lander?
I did not hear it. No.
It wiped. It tipped. It tipped over for some reason, and then now moon stock plummets. Like all day, it's been dropping. It's still dropping. It's at 35. It's negative 35% now. So if you had moon stock today worth $1, it's now like 60 cents.
I should have bought puts.
Yeah, I know.
This coming.
Should have Dogecoin or something.
Yeah.
Well, they said it were going to the moon, quite literally, right? So, shit. Okay.
Yeah, I just checked it right now, real time. It's down 42% now. That's it. I mean, I don't know how you recover from that. That's a nosedive.
I mean, you got to hodl, right? You can't just sell because of fear of missing out or whatever. You gotta hodl. You gotta choose, right? You're either hodling or you just gotta sell it.
Yeah, just cut your losses.
Or
just know that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not gonna. Stop trying to make Lunar stock work. It's not gonna work.
Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
Could I ask you I want to get into flat Earth, but I don't understand it fully. Can I get some help?
Yeah. Do you know what the word flat means?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it means not entirely absolutely flat. I'm pretty sure it means as in a whole of the Earth. Generally,
Well, if you look from a labor, like a tradesman point of view, if you say something's flat like a wall or some kind of material. You can zoom in with a microscope and you're going to see like hills and valleys, right? But technically, it's just a tolerance that we're allowing to be called flat.
Well, yeah, hey, Silent.
Like a basketball, right?
No, see, you got him confused now, Silent. Let me try to get this one. Okay, do you understand a pancake?
Yes.
Would you call a pancake flat?
Yes.
Okay, what if there was something flatter than a pancake? Would you also call that flat?
Yes.
Okay, so here's a study done that demonstrates Kansas is flatter than a pancake. So do you understand that Kansas is on Earth?
Can you link me that study?
Yeah, I posted it right there in text chat.
Can you link me it?
No.
Give me a link.
No, just right there in text chat. See, simply put, okay, this is simply put, so easy to enter. Okay, the bar to get into this topic is very low because it's being simply put. Our results show that Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. The degree of flatness, okay, the degree of flatness, how many degrees of flatness do you have? So many that you can mathematically describe Kansas as damn flat.
And this is the topography of a pancake.
Yeah, the whole. So if you were to have a pancake the size of Kansas, Kansas would be flatter than the pancake.
What about the other parts that are not as flat as a pancake?
Yeah, that's what we'll look at right here. So not only did the people who did the first study, other ones were like, hey, let's test other states. If Kansas is flat, it turns out Delaware, Minnesota, Louisiana, North Dakota, Illinois, and Florida are all even more flatter than Kansas.
Wow.
Okay, so it says that we've seen in the percentage of Kansas that is flat is a lower percentage than that of Florida. So what they turn out here that maybe there's something to do with environmental conditioning. The flatter the territory, the area, the more crazy the people are. Have you heard of Florida Man?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. Now you have an explanation for Florida Man.
Is Florida the flattest state in the U.S.?
Yes. Florida is basically, they call it a sandbar. It's just basically like a sandbar sticking into the ocean there. It's so flat that it's just like beyond flatness. It's like if Kansas is damn flat and Delaware will be damn flat, Minnesota's like damn flat, Louisiana's like damn flat, then North Dakota's like damn flat, and Illinois is like okay, then Florida's finally like Florida Man flat.
Maybe that's why they chose Florida as the location to fake their the rockets.
Yeah,
the rocket launches.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing that you said that because I've got another thing to show. Here's an article. No, there's no wait. There's listen, and then talk.
Sorry.
Okay.
I missed the beginning. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's the article. And this shows from Time Magazine talking about Artemis 1. It describes the SLS as basically as a monument to American hubris, to space hubris, as this object towers over the skyline, over the flat Florida landscape. It sits there motionless and quiet. But the engineers are not giving up because they still get paid. If you would have yoinked that pay like they're going to do for Lunar, be like, you're fired because you crash landed something, so now you're done. See, then they would have given up. They said, nah. But since they're still getting paid, but the engineers are hardly going to give up. So there you go. Now you got the rocket standing over a flat. So here's your entry point. The entry point is you have observations of flat areas all around America. You've got an explanation for Florida Man, and you've got a connection with why they would lie and just how tall these rockets are and why the engineers are hardly giving up. It's about the money, Lebowski. Show me the money. So what you think that's good enough? Is that, or do you have to go even lower in the epistemology for that? Observations and stuff, right? Good? Is that a low enough bar to enter the topic? Or is it too complex? Looks like he ran. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Teal. I think you're trying to talk.
Where you said that, yeah, when you said that the flatter the plate, like, I missed why that was. I came in during that part.
Yeah, I missed the. You're a little bit digital.
Roboting.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Just look.
Sorry.
Yeah, look in chat. We're talking about Kansas being a pancake, and then we went on to Florida and the other states, and then just look in the chat.
Here, I can DM it to you if you want to. Or oh yeah, I think she sees it now.
I think it's something like 50% of all landmass merged. Are described as plains as well. And you got 50% of the surface of the ocean is abyssal plains.
Yeah, America. Yeah,
crazy.
between the Appalachians and the Rockies, they call it the Great Plains, not the Great Curves.
Right.
Oh, okay, Teal. She was confused with the Florida Man. It had to do with a possible explanation for why Florida Man or Florida Woman, why that exists. And the concept was, the flatter the terrain, the more crazy the people. Because I got another idea here, because you heard of Denmark, the Netherlands. That's pretty flat too. And that's their version, Europeans' version of Florida Man is the Netherlands.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, anytime.
Maybe, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Maybe it has to do with how frequencies pass in a flat or something. Let's interrupt it. I don't know. That's just an idea. Did you guys hear that, or did I robot?
Yeah, about frequencies and stuff.
Oh, I was saying maybe that's an idea too. Maybe why it happens.
You're saying more undulations to block the radio waves and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
maybe that's just an idea of why that could be, and who knows.
You know what's kind of interesting too is, like, part of the story that isn't really told here. That Florida, it never used to be Florida Man. Like when I was a teenager, it was like Michigan Man or Ohio, more like Ohio Man. So then the explanation there is that they all moved down to Florida. They all just sort of coalesced. The crazy was kind of split between Michigan and Ohio, for some reason. Because you'd hear like when I was like before, you'd hear news like Michigan man tries to open beer can with a gun, shoots thumb off, or something like that. And you'd be like, what the hell? What is going on with Michigan? It was like all the stories of Florida man was like, Michigan or Ohio. It was like Ohio man. And Ohio man puts bike tires on car to save on, like air pressure costs or something. You're like, what the fuck?
Hey, Crit, I remember a good one. It said, Ohio man believes the earth is flat.
That's Florida man now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it says the article right there posted. Florida man Jeffrey Kluger, Artemis 1, Time Magazine. The SLS towers over the flat Florida landscape.
Yeah, I guess only Florida people can be that dumb, huh?
Hold
on. Alabama had someone run for governor that was a flat earther.
Oh my goodness, are they still alive?
He's a pastor. Yeah, he's alive and
Ah,
well.
that figures.
What's interesting, a little side note on Ohio man. Well, Neil Armstrong is Ohio man.
Yeah, there he is.
Copernicus too.
And then if you look at Europe, the Netherlands have like the same type of version, and also Denmark. The Denmark and the Netherlands are really flat, and there's kind of like their version of Florida man.
So is there any Florida men that are like you could look up to, perhaps? Because you kind of like whitewashed all Floridians with that title, right? So
No,
not at
all.
Comes out with a great accomplishment, you're going to be like, it's just a Floridian man, you know what does he know?
No, not at all. The explanation when something becomes observable, right? You just see it. Like here, I think I got a great. Here, let me grab this real quick. This might demonstrate the point. Oh, I can't remember how I saved it. Oh, give me one second. Was it basically a picture? You see a picture of a guy doing something, and you're gonna guess. Where do you think this takes place at? Okay, here we go. I found it.
That's right, Flex. Yeah, I've got you on like 130%. You might need to turn your output up a bit more.
Turquoise, look at this right here.
Yeah.
Okay, see this picture.
Oh,
this
shit.
could be a photo from anywhere, but deep down, we all know it's Florida.
He knows kung fu, man. Don't mess with him. Wow. Okay.
And then my sort of like explanation or supposition is that if you said this is Europe, you could probably guess it's the Netherlands.
Yeah, right. I was going to say that the uniform looks very Policia and 100% looks like the Netherlands, to be honest. On a badge, right?
Yeah, so the explanation is the flatter the terrain, the more crazy the people.
You're not wrong there.
Because
coincidence.
What I think is the issue here is that they see every day how flat and stationary the Earth is, while the government and systems of authority tell them it's curved. And it just fucking cracks. Something breaks inside their mind, and they just start acting crazy.
Yeah. It just fries the brain with cognitive dissonance. They're just constantly thinking about it.
I'm in Florida, and I know people have done Florida man stuff.
Hey, Crit, what do Floridians think about space launches, though? Happening in their backyard.
Yeah, that was linked right here. Jeffrey Kruger, Time Magazine, dated 9 September 2022. He said, for the past 23 days, the SLS moon rocket has been more monument than machine, standing 32 stories on the launch pad of 39B Kennedy Space Center, well, now we call Space Force Center, the most conspicuous object for miles around as it towers over the flat Florida landscape.
Yeah.
On August 29th and again on September 3rd, the rocket was supposed to take off on an uncrewed mission around the moon, kicking off NASA's Artemis program, which aims to have Americans back on the lunar surface by 2016. Now 2029. Both launches have come to nothing as serial technical glitches have kept the engines quiet and the hardware motionless. But engineers are hardly giving up. And now they've given up. Yeah, they've given up. So there is no date for the launch. They've kicked it down. They've kicked it indefinitely.
Oh, I see. So nothing has gone around the moon recently in the recent years?
As far as Artemis is concerned, no.
Yeah.
Here's an article right here. Why they plan to basically cancel the Artemis program and restart it at a later date.
Got it. There wasn't a launch?
It's a deck right now. It's 10 years behind schedule. They were supposed to have people on the moon's surface by now.
Yeah.
And really, it's actually 50 years behind schedule because in 1974 they said there was plans to have a moon base by the end of the decade. So you could just Google.
There wasn't one.
Yeah, just Google stuff here. In a press release on Tuesday, NASA says it's revealed the various technical and hardware issues. The mission is delayed, pushed back indefinitely. No date. There's no scheduled launch for Artemis 3. So maybe you could play your Kerbal, get on that Kerbal, and try to get the high score, because apparently some of you guys believe that it will unlock a secret. It'll unlock a secret achievement, and NASA will send a black helicopter to pick you up.
Artemis 1, did it launch on November 16th, 2022?
I'm trying to look at an article at Smarter Every Day. He did the thing about how fucked up the Artemis program is. Let me see if I can. It's really good because he says, I'm not going to have any friends at NASA after this. It's like going through my Flat Earth Proof folder here. There's so much content. It's sometimes hard to filter through it and find the exact thing I'm looking for. Okay, it looks like he took the original video down. Here. All right, so here I found it again on YouTube. So this is Smarter Everyday Dustin, family man, very biblical, very religious. Works for NASA, PhD student in Huntsville, Alabama. And they asked him to give a talk about scientific communication. And he goes in front of NASA and breaks it down just how bad they are at communicating the failures of the Artemis program and how they've created a positive feedback loop inside an engineering task that creates chaos. So you can watch this and they'll break it down to about why they need you, okay? They need you to get on Kerbal, beat the game, get the high score, unlock the achievement, because they cannot solve these engineering problems. They need creative and visionary thinkers who can do it. Because now that Lunar is going under, they can't complain about brain drain anymore. Because they clearly did not have the best and the brightest. Because it tipped over. So you think that probably a tipping test, maybe something you could have done here on Earth before you tried to land it someplace? Like, does this thing land without tipping over? It's maybe a question you'd want to have asked before you would send it to the moon.
You've all seen that lunar lander test on Earth, have you, where they had to like eject a seat out before it crashed into the ground? Have you seen that footage?
Yeah. Yeah,
funny.
that's the other video I was looking for too, where you had Buzz talking about how all the simulations they did, all the different testing they did. They said we wouldn't have been able to do it unless we had simulated like the process like 1,000 times, like over and over, run it again, run it again, run it again. And somehow, like, this is why you know their story's full of shit, because they always just drop some random excuse for why it didn't work.
I mean, I think that's some archaic video I'm never ever going to find again, to be honest.
Yeah, remember?
Oh, this might be it. 6 years ago.
Like, people were clipping it as they were trying to do this lunar lander, and they're like, hey, look at. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, this
obviously they were testing that spacesuit over and over and over again, right? After that first successful vacuum chamber test, right?
No, that
where the
was
guy
the
passed
end.
out.
Yeah, that was the end. They said, you can't be putting this. It won't work. A spacesuit will not work in a vacuum. It doesn't matter how good the suit is. It's like a hard suit, a suit that is like a rigid, like a submarine or something like that, right? But you wouldn't be able to manipulate objects and do spacewalks, and that's cool. You know, they want to show you how cool it is for the astronaut to go leave the space station and kind of like move a hook around for like 45 minutes, and then like grab a bag and whatever. Like, you watch those spacewalks, you're like, what the fuck are they even doing? That's like the 8th time they've moved the hook from one bracket to the next bracket.
Oh, I found it. There we go. There's a bit. It was the man himself. There you go.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was talking about.
Oh,
like, they did the simulation. Like, he said 1,000. They did it so many times, he lost count of how many times they did it. But yet they didn't run any simulations for this for Lunar. Like, Lunar just said, that's the first time it ever tipped. Oh, like, holy shit.
How's it going, guys? Long time no see.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I remember you. Yeah, like,
I'm the one and only.
Yeah.
No, I'm not Yaroslav. I'm capital racist.
Okay.
If anyone would like to engage with me, the floor is open. If not, that's okay.
Yeah, we'll go make a channel down below and say, hey, come talk to capital racist and see who joins. Instead of trying to take over the
it's
flat
about
Earth.
the topic of flat Earth, so
Yeah,
that's why I'm in here.
Yeah, but you could make your own room.
Yeah, but nobody would join it.
Why not?
I don't know. Just a feeling.
Well, give it a shot.
Well, right now I'm getting a bad reaction, so.
Well, you don't know until you try. Give the old college try. Like say capital racist discusses flat Earth, and see who joins to discuss it with you.
So let me get this straight. You have here a flat Earth channel. Someone comes in here to discuss flat Earth.
No, you said that you wanted to be the center of attention. So I said, sure, let's test that. Do people want to hear from you, or do they want to hear from the flat earthers who curate and run this room? The Haas, you trying to get in there? Or saw your mic.
No, I'm staring at his PFP, and I'm amazed that a fish-headed poultry refers to himself as someone. But anyways, that ejection seat from Armstrong, to hear him tell the story, he said he had to go back to his office and finish up some paperwork for the next until the workday was over. After that accident.
Yeah, so a capital racist, you said this is the biggest closed-minded group you've ever met. Okay, so what should you do now? You follow that worldview, follow that understanding. There's something you should do next. Okay, here, I'll help you with it. Let me boot your ass out of the room, and then you can see what you do next. So now he can make his own room and see if anyone joins it. And then if people join it, then he'll know that they actually want to talk to him.
But he would have started the conversation off. If the Earth is flat, then insert logical fallacy.
Yeah, basically, it's like, hey, if the Earth is flat, or no, if the Earth is a globe, how is it flat if the Earth is a globe? And you're like, what, dude? You want me to explain flat Earth on your globe? Well, how about you explain your globe first? Now do that. Oh no, I'm the one asking questions around here. Okay, well get the fuck out then. Go to your own room, ask all the questions you want. And the best part too, he can go into all the rooms and do this exact same method and practice. Just pick any room you want. Just ram it right in there. Let's go right to the rage cage and say, hey, I am capital racist and ask me anything about the topic. And you're like, who the fuck are you? Make your own rage cage, clown. Like, what? Did someone order a clown? Like, I don't remember anyone placing an order for a clown to show up today. I'm watching the guest room, see if it pops it off and makes his own room. So far, nothing. Oh, he went to ask an atheist room. Hey there, fellow atheists. They're like, who the fuck are you? Hey, Peter, did you watch that video? It was an hour long, so I doubt you watched it, but here, I wonder if he still got me blocked. Yeah, still got me blocked. That's probably why. See, the worldview of Peter. He asks questions and then blocks the person as his proof he wants an answer. It's basically like asking a question and plugging your ears and screaming. Dude, get your Bev drama out of here. Peter, delete that comment or I'll just ban you. This is not your personal drama channel.
Britt, you came in with a jackhammer today. You're not taking any mess today, huh?
Well, I mean, like, how is he gonna like sit there, dude? Take it to DMs. Like, you got a problem with Bev? Go talk to Bev. I mean, he gave you the whole namesake, the GF6. You're using that because he suggested you do so. So that'd probably be the first step. You don't like Bev, don't do what he tells you to do.
Yeah, Crit, I know a couple of ladies who like to bring drama to every aspect of their life. So I'm
Yeah,
familiar with that.
well, I think it's not so much like I would say a gender issue, because this has to do with he's being hurt. He's being told the word no the first time in his life. So he's on Bev's channel. Bev said, no, thank you, Peter. Okay, we don't want your content around here, and booted him. So then he decided that he's going to do what he did when he was a kid. Peter, he's going to cry. And he's going to shed lots of tears, keep crying until the parents just give in and give him the cookie, give him the iPad, buy him the new toy, like get him a slushie at the gas station, whatever. He's so used to being able to hard counter any word no by just having a screaming tantrum. So
Well,
now,
I don't think it's a gender issue either. I just know a couple of ladies who are like that.
oh yeah. See, look, it says, how dare you banish me from on the level Discord server?
I would never say that to somebody who kicks me out somewhere. I would just respectfully not want to be somewhere that I'm not wanted.
Well, to be fair, I didn't last too long in that server either, so I'm not. It's no skin off my teeth, I'm fine with it. Talking about words and semantics all the time. Shit.
Okay, Turquoise, bringing drama around here. That's a ban.
Oh no, that was just my history.
I'm just joking.
It's my history, man.
Yeah, I was just joking. So it's a little bit different than you saying like, "How dare they?" and you feel this victim status. You just said, "Yeah, I tried it. It didn't work out for me. Oh well."
Fuck 'em.
Where
That's what I
Peter,
said.
where
Yeah,
Peter gets banned there, comes here, tags Bev, and says, "How dare you?"
What would that mean inside
just
his
go your
worldview,
separate
Crit?
ways, man.
Right there. That's what that would mean. Clear and
It
present
means
danger. How dare
it
you,
means
sir?
yeah, it means
Besides being
inside of
obsessed with flat earthers, sorry.
Did
it's
Peter get
inside of
banned?
it though.
Yeah, I asked him to lead it or he's out of here, and he decided to leave it up. So he's out of here. I'm not going to let this be some sort of troll bait for Bev that feel like he's got to come over here and defend himself. That's not the purpose of this channel. They can make their own channel and have their own lover spat wherever they want.
I'm banned from Bev's server.
Or take it to DMs. My suggestion.
Who the
I
fuck
offered.
is Bev?
It's kind of a big character, a sort of celebrity-ish flat earther.
Keyword on ish
Yeah.
there. Emphasis on ish.
Yeah. Well,
What is
because
it?
he's got
Just Bev?
a Bev. Try thinking.
I guess Bev isn't a fan
I've
of
known Bev for too long.
human-goat relations.
Jeez. He's not. His PR team's not that good, man. They banned both sides, Globers and Flat Earthers, man. You know, it's not good. It's not helping his
Oh, he's
cause, whatever his
streaming right
cause
now,
is.
bro.
Oh yeah, they stream almost every day, and each day they have a a theme. I forget what Monday's theme is. I think Model Afflicted Monday. I think it's called.
Yeah.
That's Mondays, right? Model Afflicted Monday.
I think so. Yeah. So he'll come in a server like this. He'll throw some random questions to people, and then he'll make a video about them later. That's his style.
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't think he's ever made a video about me, but I could be wrong.
There's a video about me. Like, just look at this channel. Like, no show crit.
Oh man, but you're just mad, dude.
Yeah, they got all upset about something. I don't. It had to do with a point proper in a different debate tactics and having a claim. So they decided that they were going to go to another server called Brandon server and change their names to Crit, and then tell Crit to show up if Crit. It is pretty hilarious if you watch. It's still
yeah, I can see it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Bro, you still remember that show 2 years ago?
Yeah, check the video out. It's pretty hilarious.
He's old enough to be your dad.
Yeah, I know. Most of you are.
Granddad.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, the same age then.
Quick, you could be my granddad, right?
Oh, fuck.
How old are you, dude? You're like 60 or something?
He's 85.
Wait, no shit. No, I mean, no
yeah.
way.
Yeah.
I mean, you're actually 85, bro? I mean,
No.
mad respect if you are.
No.
I was gonna say, I respect my elders. I won't ever take the piss out of you if you're actually 85.
What would be the cutoff? Like 70?
Before he stops respecting you.
For like
Yeah.
50, 55, 60 onwards, that's probably when I start mocking people.
You start or you stop?
Stop mocking people.
Okay, well, yeah, don't be mocking
If somebody's like 60 plus year old on Discord debating stuff, I probably wouldn't mock them if we're just listening, because usually they've got interesting things to say.
I agree. That's there's wisdom in someone who's.
It actually depends on how they present themselves, because if you're speaking to a 75-year-old but they've got no teeth, then that you know something went wrong, right?
Well,
You'd be
Crit has so
surprised. I
many
mean, I do it in real life too. I mean, if I ever see old people on their own in a cafe or something, I will try and strike conversation because they've actually got interesting shit to say.
Well, if you listen out, you'll see that Crit has many fans, especially Jekyll. Jekyll will quote his catchphrases verbatim, and they're not
You've all
short.
got
Some of them are
catchphrases.
quite lengthy.
Yeah, you've all got catchphrases. Crit has a lot of them. Gregory has a few.
And I'm 65, and I could give you a run for your money, even at my age. So
I could throw you around like a doll, old man.
Oh shit! I'd smack someone back to the Stone Age. Better be careful. That's one thing you learn in martial arts. You learn to never underestimate anyone.
Yeah, my grandmother is 84 and she's livelier than my mother who's 64. So age doesn't determine everything.
You're only as old as your heart is.
That's right.
How old's your heart, Crit? About 25, 30?
No, I guess I've been told I'm like a 15-year-old.
Well, you're very internet savvy, right? And I honestly, I can't get my grandparents to turn on a TV, never mind using the internet. Discord.
Well, I mean, that's part of my career. I was in legal, so we had like some of the first computers that ever came out. It was like right away. It was like, fuck typewriters.
I can't imagine what you guys go through, right? Like knowing a time before the internet, because I'm going for a phase of like watching people grow up with smartphones and iPads, and that freaks me out. The idea that I was born after the internet was made, like in '98, right?
I remember. Guess what? I remember even before transistor radios, there was no such thing as a PC. Like I grew up when they were still listening to big consoles that people would sit around in the evening and listen to the radio. Like
So you were born before phones?
What?
Like, so were they not like phones as well?
Yeah, landline phones.
Shit.
I was in the edge of AOL CDs and dial-up, man. So like,
Yeah, I miss the dial-up sound.
Yep. There used to be a bunch of payphones. There used to be payphones, and all my friends, like even from the age of about 13 to 15, there was friends that had these special numbers because I guess their parents worked for like Ma Bell or something like that. So they got these numbers we could just dial and get free calling anywhere in our area. It was awesome. And then when I moved to California, there was such a real thing called party lines where you'd get on the line and it was just a dial tone, but all of a sudden you hear like people from 6 different areas of the city on the line at the same time. They're going, what? Hey, where are you guys at? Hey, why don't we meet down at the beach? And there'd be like 50 people would pull up in their cars from these party lines. It was wild.
When I was a teenager, the payphone could call another payphone. So what you would do is you would have one payphone call another payphone, then put a rubber band that would hold the receiver down. And then someone would come and they would pick up the phone because you'd hang up the other side and the other side would stay open. So then they would come, pick up the phone, put their nickel, their diamond or whatever to make the call, but they wouldn't get a dial tone and they would just hang up. And then after doing that for a couple, you just would watch. You just would watch. Until eventually, like you think you got enough money, then you'd hang up the receiver on the other end and it'd spit all the money out.
Oh, you crafty sod, man.
Oh, you cheeky little shit.
Yeah, I know. It was kind of good because back then that would be a lot of money, because like a dime here, a dime there, 10 cents, 15 cents, 25, and people would be putting money in and it would just be like adding up the toll for the call because eventually, before you'd make the call and it would tell you how much it costs to make that call.
For like 50 cents, you could buy a soda and a candy bar.
Yeah. I remember I used to pick up the house phone, call the same house I was in, and then watch my grandmother pick up the phone like, hello? And no one would be there.
Yeah, fun stuff.
That's soft core trolling, that old school 90s trolling, that. I like it.
Or like the old fire extinguishers were just pressurized water, and you had like pressurized air in there. So you go to like condemned buildings and stuff, and you could like take them, and then basically turn them into like a squirt gun, and then like go around and like spray people with like the. And then this one time we went by like in the car, like it'd be like a mobile sort of like hose them down, and they kind of knew that we were coming. And then the guy was like watering his lawn, and as soon as he saw us turn the corner, he ran right to the car and like put his hose right in the car and like sprayed. And he's like, "Dance, son, dance, son, dance." We're like, "Damn, you got us." It's like back to like playing pranks and joking around was like just normal kid behavior. It wasn't like, give them some stuff to, like change
I feel like I got lucky with that because like I didn't really get internet or anything, or a lot of my friends didn't really get internet until we were about 16, 17. So like I kind of experienced playing out with my friends without everyone being on their fucking computers all the time until I was about 17, 18. And then obviously now I see all my younger family literally just on their phones constantly, like little kids, like 8-year-olds on their phones, constantly Roblox and shit, 24/7.
It's like I've never been outside and made like a fort or something, or like a den or whatever the fuck else, a tree house or something,
Yeah, man.
some shit like that. Never,
I mean,
man,
dude,
never.
there was a big fucking hill near us. We used to drag mattresses up the top and just fucking ride it down. It was so fucking retarded, but I mean, it was just silly fun. It was just stupid shit you did to pass the time. Now no one does that anymore. It's kind of sad.
Okay, well, drive that point to your conclusion. What is your conclusion?
The internet was a mistake.
And what would that mean inside your worldview?
I don't know. I was just talking to talk.
I got a good video I think you might like about the internet. I think I send it to Brit too. It's like it's time to admit the internet was a mistake.
No, I mean we should definitely age restrict it.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some European country that was talking about that.
I mean, literally just like an hour ago, I was rooting through Twitter and so I said of some 12-year-old that made a fucking suicide pact with their friend and tried to kill the whole family. So
why are you talking about that?
It's ridiculous.
To do with flat Earth.
I mean, you
can't live on this globe.
I can stop talking if you want to speak about the flat Earth. It's fine.
Here, Benji, check this internet. But physics in a nutshell, or physics in a minute. The internet is worse than ever.
Yeah, for most of my teenage years and my 20s, I'm 32 now, so that gives you a little bit more context. I didn't use the internet for anything other than research. I didn't have social media. Now I have Discord, so here we go.
Y'all converted anybody to flat Earth lately?
Well,
I said, have you all converted anyone to flat Earth lately?
Yeah, your mom was in
Well,
earlier. She was very receptive.
This isn't the conversion server.
You read my mind, Sonny.
Yeah, if you're looking for a conversion therapy room, you could go to like any one of those executive branch agencies who have like different hiring practices that they don't want to hire people. And also what just happened in was it Oklahoma? You go check out that conversion.
Maybe check out recovery from being involved with a cult.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about any of those things.
Really? The globe is the cult. So are you sure you don't know anything about it?
Yeah, RC Meisty, check out your own PFP if you're still under the impression you're on a ball. You'll be fine.
Oh, you mean flying airplane?
You're up there doing selfies, making duck face into the camera. Just look around next time.
You mean flying airplanes and smiling is making duck face? That's weird.
Yeah, kind of weird. Yeah, look around next time, or just look at your PFP.
I have, yeah. I have.
Oh, okay. Well, then your confusion should be coming to an end.
Globe.
It's really easy. It's really easy on the flat Earth. You've got magnetic north, and on your globe Earth, you have magnetic west.
You know what a magnetic heading is?
Yeah, in your worldview. Yeah, your worldview. You've got magnetic
heading in aviation is you're using a compass.
Yeah, you got 4 magnetic poles on your globe. So just go back to just one pole, North Pole, and now you're back to flat Earth. You've converted yourself. Sonny, you're hot micing.
There's only 2 poles. There's only 2 poles. There's only 2 poles.
And there's a whole video of you talking about 4 poles.
Well, no, nobody's ever heard me talk about 4 poles.
Yeah, it's on QE's channel, like toe tag the RC McWest magnetic west Meisty.
If you would have actually listened to what I said was you have magnetic heading and you have true headings, and one is geography based, the other one is magnetic compass based. So if you're on a magnetic heading of 270, you're going west. If you're on a true heading of 270, you're following the latitude lines. It sounds like the flat Earth community has been shrinking quite a bit, and so I decided to stop by and see if you guys have a different impression than that.
No, the more that the heliocentric chanters come in with their desperation, it seems to turn the light bulb off for more and more people every day.
See, this is a classic observer.
Hear the ridiculousness of it at this point, Meisty.
Yeah, classic observer dependency. So based on his observer dependency, he's fabricated a whole subjective worldview and then caused him to do something and then blame you for that.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Crit.
Yeah, right here. Let's look at the data. So flat Earth is shrinking and it's dying. Okay, so, whoa, what's it say? 16,000 hours. More than double the next channel. God, that's really rough, dude.
It's more than the Israel one, and that's got a war going on right now. So there we go.
Yeah, sounds like you were mistaken, Meisty. Yeah, just check out the horizon in your PFP. You're up there doing selfies and kind of.
Yeah, I've been checking it out, and it keeps being a globe.
Keeps being a globe, huh?
I've been waiting I've been trying to find that.
How high
some people keep telling me that there are these.
In your PFP, how high are you?
Some people keep telling me that there are these. I'm probably.
Man, fuck.
And that I'm in a Cub, so probably under 3,000 feet in that picture. Probably more like 1,000. That's usually what I fly the Cubs at.
Yeah, and how far are you seeing there?
Probably.
So you don't know.
Maybe 25, 30, 40 miles.
You're up there making selfies. So yeah, just kind of think about it next time and not.
I told you I said 30 miles.
Project. Yeah,
I didn't realize I was doing a vanity project.
You didn't know, and you weren't sure.
So I've been wondering, though, people have been telling me that there are flat Earth pilots out there. Haven't met any of them. Does anybody know any?
Maybe.
Well, with your attitude, I doubt anyone would disclose much of anything to you.
Check out the movie Flatten the Curve. It's got at least.
Yeah.
Check out the movie Flatten the Curve. It's got several pilots in it. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I saw that movie. I didn't see anybody who was actually a pilot.
You didn't
saying that the Earth is flat. I did actually, but I didn't see anybody who was actually a pilot say that the Earth was flat.
The KLM pilot.
I don't know that there was a KLM pilot that was a verified KLM pilot on there that said the Earth was flat. So my question stands: does anybody know of a verified pilot who thinks the Earth is flat? I've been wanting to talk to one.
Maybe perhaps knock off your snarky act, and maybe people will be more forthright with you. You ever thought of that?
That may or may not be true. My question still stands.
I guess you'll never know.
Sorry, go ahead.
So no one here knows a flat Earth pilot, huh?
Well, I don't know any. What would that matter?
Oh, I said I would like to talk to one.
Oh, well, you're not going to find any here, so, probably hit the bricks. You know what I'm saying?
That's fun.
We'll just go straight to the source, right to all their linear aircraft models. We'll just go to those documents.
The linear aircraft models. Tell me what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me what a linear aircraft model is, please.
Why don't you do your own research, bro? You've been around here long enough. Come on.
I don't know that. Well, I haven't been around here very long because I haven't been in this room, but maybe 3 times in my whole life. But I would like to know if anybody does run across one, a flat Earth pilot. I'd love to talk to him.
Hey, RC, what's up? Real quick, I don't know anyone that is a pilot, right? But I've talked to pilots. I'm not saying that who say they're a flat earther. I've talked to pilots who say they're treated as flat and stationary. There's even people in this community who say the same thing. So in that regards, there's a lot of people that you will meet who probably have the same viewpoints as we do. I don't know what kind of avenue you're going down, RC. Honey, you know me. I don't play that game. But yeah, that's out there too. Don't forget.
No, I'm just interested from somebody who does navigation on the daily, somebody who knows the basic mechanics of physics use those principles on the daily. I'd like to talk to a flat Earth pilot because people keep telling me
I posted something pretty nice that was posted in the chat, and now I tagged you to it. So maybe you can start there, and maybe knock off your smart-ass attitude, and maybe you'll have more fruitful conversations with people.
Cool. I'll be sure to look at this. 19 pilots confirm the Earth is flat. It's fun.
He knows he's lying himself. Why do you do that, man? Huh?
19 pilots.
Sound like a fucking troll, man.
RC is always cocky, right? RC.
So the first person that I see on this, that's fun because they have like a bunch of pilots as if they're all gathered together, and then you realize you watch the first
real-time reaction video.
Yeah, the first interview you see. The first interview that you see is somebody just kind of like asking a random question to a pilot who's just landed and is deplaning. Huh. So it isn't like, they've proclaimed flat Earth. They just ask them a random question and F off. Okay.
RC, are pilots experts on
on what?
Geometry.
On geometry? I mean, we have to know basic navigation, and there are some geometric principles associated with navigation, sure.
Okay, so what are those geometric principles?
Well, one of them from your basics in aeronautics and flight dynamics is going to be something like an angle of incidence or an angle of attack. So if you don't know angles, then you're probably screwed as a pilot. So what's
angle?
For example,
so two straight lines.
So what's the relative wind to the chord of your airplane wing? That's a good thing to know if you're going to know how to fly an airplane.
So you're talking about angles. So that's two straight lines.
I just told you what it is. What's the relative wind to the chord of your airplane wing? If you don't know what that angle is, then you're screwed.
Okay. But what about the Earth? Is there any geometry having to do with the Earth that you guys take into consideration?
Sure. The fact that it's a globe and that you need to know the difference, for example, between a magnetic heading and a true heading. You need to know how distances between longitudes, how they're going to be different, but how the constants, the consistency of the difference in the latitudes, how those work in relationship to things like nautical miles, and why we measure things in knots because of that. So yeah, absolutely.
Where's the curvature part come in?
Well, I mean, one of the basic things that you need to understand curvature for is the gyroscopic precession. So if you have Earth transport precession, there are still a number of both gyroscopic and non-GPS based instruments that will experience Earth transport precession. And that's because the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm asking about the curvature part. Non-transport, what? Say that again. I didn't quite catch it.
So Google Earth transport precession.
Well, I figure I had a pilot here. You could tell me about it.
I did.
Right. So you can tell me about Earth transport precession.
I can.
Great. What is it?
So if you, for example, spin up a gyroscope and you transport that gyroscope from one place to a next, you're going to observe a precession in that gyroscope.
Uh-huh. What kind of precession?
Of the Earth-based variety. You're going to see an angular precession. You're going to see an angular precession based on your latitude that you spun it up with, and the difference between your latitude that you spun it up at and the place that you end up, which is why we call it Earth transport precession.
Okay. What does that have to do with curvature?
Well, because you have to be on a curved surface in order to experience Earth transport precession, because you're ultimately going to be facing a different direction with your aerodynamic level versus what the gyroscope is telling you is a level based on its precession qualities.
Okay, so the gyroscope is also called the artificial horizon, typically in an aircraft. Isn't that right?
Artificial horizon is a civilian name and slash a non-technical name, usually called the attitude indicator. But there are multiple gyroscopes in an airplane, and the attitude indicator is but one of them that uses a gyroscope.
So which one are you talking about as far as transport goes?
So various ones you can have an attitude indicator, or like you said, an artificial horizon. It can experience Earth transport precession depending on the variety, and like I said, making sure that it doesn't have global positioning rectification on it. And you can also have even turn coordinators at times can experience Earth transport precession, especially ones that were produced, I think it was by Lakeland between the 70s and the 90s. Used to fly Cherokee with one of them that would experience that. And there are also different gyroscopes that are in the and some of the inertial navigation systems that, if not receiving a GPS signal, will also that are by Garmin, that will also experience Earth transport precession. So everything from navigation to attitude equipment can experience Earth transport precession. Really, anything that's a gyroscope.
Anything that's a gyroscope. So cool. So these precessions probably should be consistent with the curvature rate of the Earth, since you're going from one place to another around a sphere, correct?
Correct, as measured by latitude.
Okay, so you can show us the data from a flight where it will follow the curve of the Earth, especially longer ones, right?
Correct.
Right. So where can we get those?
So if you want to access some of that primary data, I'd have to look up where you can get that. I can give you some readouts even from equipment that I have, but I would have to go out and get those readings. You can typically find them on any 747 that flew between 1971 and probably 1998. And probably even some, especially if they still have an flight engineer station, you'll be able to find those. And otherwise, I'd have to go look up some other places where you can download them, because a lot of times you need to be at the machine, like that you're actually working with, and you can download it directly from any G1000. So if you look up what a G1000 is, you can actually get the readouts from your individual G1000 that are putting things as small as Cessna 182s and as large as TBM airplanes. And they will give you their precession readings.
Wonderful. So I'd be awesome if you could come in here with whatever you've got that would show us the readout of the curvature that you measured, and then we could probably go from there. That'd be neat. I'd really enjoy that.
Yeah. I doubt it, but I doubt you'd enjoy that. But I'd be happy to do that at some point when I'm not driving. Sure.
Sweet.
Did you know what Earth transport precession was?
Hey, RC Moisty, you're not going to come on here with a smug attitude and pretend like you got direct Earth curvature measurements. You know you don't. If you do, provide them.
Sure. I came in here to ask a question. I got asked a question. My question was, and apparently the answer was no, nobody knows any, is does anybody got any pilots who claim to be pilots or claim to be flat earthers?
So you asked an irrelevant question, so You just implied that you had Earth curvature measurements. I'd like to see those, please.
No, we were talking about Earth transport precession and how you can measure that.
Whatever, man. Keep believing and keep coping. You're not doing anything but creating more critical thinkers, so go ahead.
Well, I cope to the tune of not dying every time I get in an airplane. So I'll do that.
Yeah, and when you get in an airplane, you assume you're going to be flying over a plane.
No, you don't.
When push comes to shove, you don't pretend you're flying around a water ball. You go up, you go to altitude, you fly, and you land.
Correct. If you're a good pilot, you
keep on keeping on.
Correct. If you are a pilot, you land.
If you're a good pilot, you assume what you're flying on isn't a water ball. You don't let that part of your imagination run wild when you're at work.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to account for curve or spin while you're flying. That'd be weird.
You definitely acknowledge the fact that the Earth is a globe when you're a navigator and you're a pilot. You know?
A spinning globe?
Yeah.
So you're leading the target essentially. Then is that right?
No, because you're not outside of the reference frame of Earth.
Whoa! So no Coriolis effect.
No, you have an Earth transport precession, and that is a type of Coriolis effect.
Transport precession is a Coriolis effect?
I said it's a type of Coriolis. If you think about the forces that are acting, on your gyroscope as it's spinning inside of the vacuum chamber is created there.
What is the force acting on the gyroscope?
What's the force acting on the gyroscope? It's rotation. Yeah. It's a rotational force, and then you have the little mechanical horizon. That's typically the attitude indicator part of it. There's going to be a force that's exerted on that dial that's on the readout that you see there. And so, especially if you have the kind that I often use, which are they're called analog ones rather than digital ones, there's going to be a force acting on that. So if you experience their transport precession, there is going to be a force acting on that gyroscope because it's going to be acting like it's turning when it's not actually turning. But I'm very impressed about the fact that like people apparently parade pilots around
on the gyroscope and not on the plane.
So what?
It acts on the gyroscope but not on the plane.
You see the effect on the gyroscope
because not on the plane.
Of its references.
Not on the plane.
There are effects on your navigation, and sure, if you're in an airplane, you're trying to navigate, there are going to be effects that you're going to have to counter.
But you said that you shouldn't have to because it's in the same reference frame.
I didn't say you shouldn't have to deal with the effects of it.
But you said it was in the same reference frame, so therefore no Coriolis. But now you're saying there's a force acting upon the gyroscope, but not on the plane.
Well, it depends on what you mean by not on the plane, but on the gyroscope. The gyroscope is in the airplane. You seem to be confused.
This is called backpedaling.
No, I'm not confused. You sound the one being confused.
I'm not confused at all. You guys keep talking yourself in circles and asking nonsensical questions. I give you an answer, and then you ask the same question 5 different ways.
Sir, I believe when you were asked about leading the target, you said that you're in the reference frame of Earth.
Yeah,
correct.
So you don't have a you don't have a target
is the
that you're
gyro in the reference frame of Earth or no?
What's the target in your mind?
Okay, I'm gonna fly from the North Pole to the equator, right? We're gonna try and pick like something on the equator.
If your target's a point on the equator,
did you avoid the question? And ask another question.
No, not at all. And so the effect is going to be on your navigational gyroscope.
How did you
And if you're going to use that, and if you're going to, no, I'm answering your question. And so the airplane
was.
Oh my gosh! Are you going to let me answer?
You guys to the inertial reference frame. How do you calibrate it to the inertial reference frame?
So you guys have asked 4 questions.
How do you calibrate it to the inertial reference frame?
Oh my gosh! So
walk me through the calibration process to the inertial reference frame.
Which of the 4 questions, now 5, would you like me to answer?
Just go ahead with that last one. That's fine.
Yeah. How do you calibrate it to the inertial reference frame?
Sounds like this is just going to be a scattergunning exercise.
Oh, fucking Moisty, back at it again. Just answer the fucking question.
One question.
I tried to 5 different times.
Reference frame. Go.
Or I tried to 5 different times. And you just keep interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Oh, there he goes, interrupting me again.
You stop talking. Go ahead. Moisty, back at it again.
Man, what a beta he left.
Yeah.
What a shame.
I asked him, is the gyroscope in the Earth's reference frame? And he deflected. He wanted to ignore that completely.
He didn't ignore it completely. He ran away from the question and then dipped because he couldn't answer it.
I'd just like to point out real quick that that gentleman had no direct measurements for Earth's curvature because he implied that he did, and he did not provide those.
He's been at this for 3 years, Dave.
No data.
Oh, I know. He goes way back. He's an old school troll. Whatever.
We have got some more G's in the house, haven't we? Jeez.
That's the Magnetic West guy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also he's ridiculous. You can't take anything he says seriously.
Oh shit! It's days. How long's it been, man? I haven't heard from you in a little while.
That was 3 questions. I'm just going to answer the last one. I'm fine.
What brought you here, Roosevelt? That's the 4th question.
Okay, so if somebody keeps on interrupting me with laughter, I can't answer.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, just I was bored on a Monday because I finished work early. So
nice.
Yeah, it was just. I just got home. There goes Lou. Keep on interrupting me.
Shut up.
Ah, dang it, Lou.
Yeah, I just got home from work myself and turned on the YouTube stream, and I heard you. I was like, I gotta pop in there and say hi.
Aw. Thanks, Lou.
Yep. You would do the same for me, right?
Oh yeah, as long as you're not drunk.
Oh come on, that's when I'm the most fun.
No, that's when you argue with me the most.
You don't think that's fun?
Over petty shit? No. If we were like face to face, that'd be fine because we can enjoy a beer and you could be petty all you want. But no.
I understand. Yeah, if you're completely sober and it's getting way late, and I've been yeah, I understand.
You're tying one on, and then you're arguing with me with minutia. I'm like, no, Lou, shut up. That's me. That's you. So how long was Moisty at it this time? Was it about a half an hour?
$15, $20, I will say.
He's losing his stamina.
You can sense the dishonesty in his voice, man. They're fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
I heard somebody on the stream say something about his smug attitude. I didn't hear any of what he had said before that. It's like literally when I turned it on. But yeah, I have noticed over the years, like when he first joined over in 24/7 years ago, he didn't really have that smug attitude, but it grew, got more and more and more.
Yeah, it was more of an apologetic attitude. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I was in the Navy and I've flown planes and I've done this and I've done that. He's had like 50 different jobs that all dealt with curvature, but he can't actually pinpoint precisely what he's saying at any point.
Someone
But
should have
yeah,
just lapped someone should have lapped being a pilot. Yeah, I'm a pilot. What's your question? What was his question? What was he going to say to him?
he has no
Do you
clue.
not look at the instruments? No, you don't need to. You just fly straight. I don't know.
He's a sophist, but I think he's too dumb to be like a shill or a troll. But he
Maybe he's collecting names. Collecting names for the government. Right, we need these flat earther pilots. We need a list of them.
Okay, I don't
Not
expect
only that,
most.
but I mean, come on, the PFP was enough, bro. I'm done talking about him. Anyway.
I don't expect every government worker to be smart, but I expect the people they send us to be smart.
I expect their anything to be believable at least. I mean, like one after another, like shoot another bullet point at us. Like that'd be great. Super boring, but whatever.
Did anybody
Yeah,
ever
like
ask him the difference between landing on an aircraft carrier and landing on the ground? Or is that not something he did?
It's not something he did. He was I think he was what are those guys that measure the trajectory? A gunner or a target guy, whatever that is. I can't remember.
Okay.
Meisty was?
That's what he says.
Sad Deuce. Hey,
Hello.
buddy.
How you doing?
Been a while. I'm doing good. I'm outside.
I hear kids or children, I should say.
Yeah, my son.
I don't want to
he's
get you.
up for his big wheel now, so we're riding it around outside.
Nice.
Difference between landing on an aircraft carrier and on the ground. Shorter runway?
It's pucker factor. It's pure pucker factor.
What do you mean by pucker factor?
At any
I
moment,
mean, I
the
would
deck could be.
assume.
At any moment, the deck could be 10 feet taller than it, or 10 feet higher than it was a
Oh.
minute ago.
Yeah, gotcha.
The oh shit pucker.
Yeah.
As a coworker of mine, he was in the Navy, and I had a buddy who transferred from Navy to the Army while I was in the Army, and they both said that while on an aircraft carrier, the boat was constantly moving. And so I figure, landing on the ground doesn't come up at you, but trying to land on a boat that comes up at you and dips away from you, that's got to be pretty big difference.
Yeah,
It's not just that it's moving. It's the speed that it's moving at. It's quite a velocity that is moving up. I mean, for landing. Because it changes that vector pretty quickly.
Like if it's rising on a swell, I could imagine if you don't have that time just right, yeah, you might have a pretty hard landing in your seat, like ooh. But then yeah, if it's like lowering on the swell, all of a sudden abort, you got to fly past and come at it again.
You might not have a choice because you
Yeah.
just missed the runway. It just
Right.
moved away from you. A lot of pilots die that way.
If you're out in like deep sea or ocean, though, like there's not much of a swell typically, is there? I mean, isn't that usually as you're coming into more shallow waters where
it depends because the bottom isn't, it's not flat the whole way.
right?
Right, an underwater feature or mountain or hill can cause a swell or an eddy constantly.
Abyssal plain, right? That's what they call it, right?
An airplane too.
Right.
Yeah, my cousin was in the Air Force. He started as a guy with the little flashlights on the deck. Then he went to ejection module seat inspector. He's up there now, though.
In space?
No. In rank, brother. He worked at HARP. He's worked for NASA. He's making a couple $100,000 a year. He was a professor at MSU for a while, Michigan State University. That
Do you
was
believe anything he ever says to you?
Unlike Globers or anti-flat earthers, he will concede just because he looks at a bleep on a screen doesn't prove a sphere, just like a UFO. So you ask a guy who looks at radar for NASA all day long, hey, do you believe in UFOs? Well, I see bleeps on my screen that are unidentified, but do I believe in aliens? Well, no, a bleep on a screen doesn't prove that. He'll admit that even though he adjusts satellites, that the only thing he's doing is looking at a monitor all day and changing parameters. So he will concede things. He's more educated than most of these people, but like I said, he was a professor at MSU for 4 years on deployment, teaching people aviation for Air Force.
For aviation. I was wondering what for.
Yeah, inspection and safety. So,
okay.
Do they have Admiral in the Air Force? I'm thinking he reached Admiral, but I'm not sure if that's Air Force or Navy. Colonel, something like that.
Colonel, yeah. I don't think they have Admiral.
He makes a good amount every year. So he's a really smart guy, but like HARP, he worked at HARP. I'm like, so what is it, a weather modification? And he's like, well, I won't deny that we could use it for weather modification because I have a large education in this. But is that my everyday plan or mission or my orders? No. You know what I mean? So he will concede that, yeah, it could be used for that. You just heat up a portion of the atmosphere, creating a high pressure, and you will move low pressure around, therefore altering the weather. But that's not what his standing orders were. So I was on the UFO thing. I was big on look at the Mars rovers when he worked for NASA, and then he worked at HARP. And when he worked at NASA, I was like, what's up? Are aliens real? And he told me, well, all I know is a blip on the screen, Mike. And that's being honest,
Yeah.
I've never seen a green guy land at NASA, Mike. That's actually what he said, but he ridiculed me for a minute for asking the question. But wouldn't you have to ask it?
Yeah. I mean, not that he'd know, but you still have to ask.
Right, But I have better conversations with him than most people out here. He's not. He will just admit, well, I believe we went to space. I believe the moon landing was real, and I believe this model works. But could I prove any of it 100%? He'll concede no, or scientifically no.
Yeah, he's saying he believes, so that's fair enough.
Right. So, and he'll also say you're not going to sway that belief, but he concedes it's a belief.
Well,
so the Globers, those anti-flat earthers, they wouldn't like him.
As long as he's reasonable.
He is. You could tell he's career military, though. That man still likes his scotch and cigars. nice dress out, uniform occasions, you know the type.
Air Force dress blues are gross.
Well, they still like to get in them, you know.
Not anybody I've ever met.
I never liked that shit.
Army brought back the puke greens. Poor guys.
I mean, it's nice to dress up and take your old lady out, but you ain't got to wear all that crap.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, guys? Nice to see a lot of friends in here.
Hello.
Yeah, so that makes two of you I haven't seen in a while. It's good to hear you, Deuce. I want to say Judas. You know.
You can say whatever you want. I'll know what you mean.
Right. And Kumuri.
Yeah, how are you doing? Battle
I
mode,
see.
man. Long time.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen you both. I'm glad to see you're still healthy.
Same with you, man. Same with you. Like, man, we haven't spoken for like now, I think more than a year, man. Where have you been?
Doing the family thing. I talked my oldest daughter into coming home from service and just helping with the family company. So, you know, I got to invest most of my time there, you know.
Well, at least your headset sounds so much better.
Does it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I finally got my replacement computer in the mail, and I got the Bluetooth hooked up to it. So yeah. You can't hear my fan? My noise suppression's working?
Yep. Are you using NVIDIA Broadcast or what?
No, I got a different. Or NVIDIA. Oh yeah. Yeah. I got NVIDIA. It came with this Alienware laptop.
You bought an Alienware laptop? Are you insane?
Leave him alone. He's a boomer. I've tried to get this guy to build his own computer. He won't do it. He doesn't even understand.
I'm cool.
Leave him alone.
Yeah, I'll build a Corvette. You build me the computer, and we'll be all good. Yeah.
There's no point in
it's my money.
Try to get through him. Yeah, it's your money to waste.
It's my money, you know. I just replace them every so often, or the kids steal them.
All he really needs is Discord to argue with Globers, access to his emails, and that's about it.
Oh no!
Yeah, but even then, you wouldn't buy an Alienware laptop for it. It's garbage.
Well, I got a tower for the business, but I also do parts online and business online too. So
you would honestly be better off with a Chromebook.
Yeah, my son said that actually. Hey, it works.
You know what? I think you did the correct thing, man. Like, if you can buy the best thing, like, even though like more than what you need, like, it's like then it's time proof for the future, right? So you wouldn't really need to change it anytime soon.
Looks like we got a simp in chat.
I know,
yeah,
but
I'm simping so hard.
hey, the truth is, I could buy a better one. I like these.
No, seriously, like, sorry, when you are like in the market trying to buy something, if you buy something like mediocre, right, you would have like, you would be in need to replace it like 2 years, like in the future. But if you buy something top end or high end, man, it's like at least 5 years, like 5 years future proof.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We're buying shit right now that's already outdated. So
yeah, that's why you should have bought an Asus laptop.
You're right.
The thing
no, Asus. I got an Acer. You want to buy it? I bought a Nitro 5, and I was like, it's got the best graphics card you can get in a laptop. Who knows? I don't even play games, man, but it's there, isn't it? It's got an RTX 970, but who needs it?
The thing that I was seeing in a little bit of research, though, is like right now the speed at which the technology is growing, like for like graphics cards and stuff like that, like and processing power, like it's advancing really fast, and they're expecting basically for it to accelerate. Like
it's not exactly. It's not because they're getting into angstroms, and it's becoming increasingly more difficult for them to do. If you look at the video cards now, as opposed to last generation, they've grown almost 2 times the size. So it's not better actually. It's better if you get last generations.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want that. That's sort of what I was actually seeing. Also, like you don't want to spend too much on in getting the top thing because no matter what you get, it's going to be doubled probably next year or 2 years from
Well,
now. You
no,
know what I mean? Like,
I don't think that's sound, right? Because if you think about it, whilst processing power doubles and everything like that, on the other hand, the speed the speed in which we need to develop, for instance, if you play video games, is not that much, right? So you could be quite comfortable buying, I don't know, a PC a generation or two ago and know that you can run 99% of the stuff you'd even care to run on your computer.
Right.
It,
You should have took
it's
my
more
advice
for
when you
if
asked for
somebody
it, man.
who's
You
trying
should
to
have
get
took my advice, my dude. Sorry, mate.
if
You
somebody's
was the
like
one
trying
who
to
asked.
get like top of the line, like that's the thing is you won't have top of the line for long at all. You're going to be left in the dust really
But
quickly.
Lou, like right now, the top of the line is meaningless because, like he's saying, the programs are not capitalizing on it. I know people running 1080s and 1080 Ti's right now who are running all the top games with no problem.
Yeah.
It's when it comes to
I mean,
VR which
think
we're
about
going to
it,
have to
right?
step up. Essentially, it's
Not
VR
even
which is going to set
VR.
the stage.
Not even VR. I mean, look, VR would have to do something major, right, to not be able to be run nicely, and a PC that was built 5 years ago, right? Like, so I don't know.
Most VR right now is running off of ARM chips. They're running off of cell phones.
I don't know. It's one of those things where you have to actually think, what does better mean? Does better mean you just have you can boast about having the best PC out there, or does better mean you've managed to save like £4,000 and your PC does exactly what someone else's PC does, but because like the other guy said, there's no program that's built for the PC that's being made today, right?
That's a lot more reasonable. Yeah, that makes sense because I mean, just like how like video game consoles and stuff. Like when one of them says that they've got a better, this or that than the other one, it doesn't matter because all the software developers are going to make software that plays on both. So like you're outperforming the other does nothing for anybody.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, literally buying a console. I mean, if anyone ever does that these days, is basically on what are the exclusives that they're selling on either console. It has nothing to do with the actual console
hardware
itself. Yeah,
because the hardware is a $500 PC.
Guys, even the specs nowadays, like when they say they are doubling on whatever performance, actually in comparison to the old generation, right? So for example, if they had increased 16% in frame rates, right, over the 8% of the last year or last generation, they say, yeah, we have doubled on performance. They are true, but it's not truly double as people understand it, that if you used to run 100 FPS, now you can run 200 FPS.
Yeah, but also you're paying for the new technology. You're paying for that little eke of more fast or faster frame rates and render speeds and heat and electricity. Like you buy a 480, 490 right now, you're buying a room heater.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. It is all just practicality at the end of the day. I mean, look, I spend most of my time playing low requirements games and sitting on Discord. I do not need the PC I have, but you never know what's going to happen with new games. I mean, a lot of them now are coming out with 38 gig minimum, and it's okay, maybe it's starting to change a little bit, but we'll see.
So how's that new rig going, man? You didn't take my advice. You just wanted to buy one, didn't you?
Yes. Well, when someone was saying that, like, oh, don't drop it, don't make sure you don't create any static, I was like, bro, I will fuck this up if I do it myself. I'm just gonna buy one.
It is Lego pieces. It's super easy to put together yourself.
Well, actually, there's another thing on that topic. Buying a PC versus like a pre-built versus getting the components for it. I mean, personally, I think they're about the same price these days. I don't think there's
$1,500 less at the top end, and you're talking
Yeah,
about
I'm not-
less.
yeah, I'm not at the top end.
At the very low end.
I'm definitely at the mid end.
Okay, if you're at the mid end, you're like anywhere between $700 to $1,000 you could have saved.
I don't know.
That was another thing that I had heard when I was doing that research is basically like, you know, it was a time where you could save yourself a boatload of money by building yourself, but because of
graphics cards becoming more expensive.
Because of graphics cards and their demand, especially with like Bitcoin miners and stuff like that, the pre-built companies, they're able to get the deal because they're buying those cards in bulk, and so they're able to kind of pass that savings a little bit onto their customers, whereas otherwise you're going to have to pay
Trust
for
me,
it.
I tried to compare prices, and almost every scenario, unless I had a worse computer, I actually I saved more money getting the PC I did end up getting over because the graphics cards were like £600 alone. Right. It was extortionate.
That problem is gone. Right now,
not a few weeks ago. I was looking a few weeks ago at the prices, comparative prices.
What graphics card were you looking at?
Mostly 4060. Around about that ballpark.
You don't need a 4060. I would have given you a 3060 Ti. You would have paid $250 for it. I mean, because
I do now have a 4060 graphics card, and I paid like half the price for it, right? So I don't know.
So there you go. I mean, if you paid half the price, then you got it cheaper than you would have gotten it.
Yeah,
It's all about timing as well. It's 100% about timing. If you just buy a new card before the new series comes out, you got to time it well. You got to time it well because just like we had that Bitcoin rush with all the miners, all the cards getting really expensive. If you would have just waited for the new edition to come out and then bought that, you would have saved a lot
I
more
couldn't
money.
have waited any longer because I'm the kind of person who will use technology until it's run down into the ground, right? Until it no longer works. And
you're playing freaking Flash games, man.
I'm not.
Java games, sorry.
I am playing Java games. That's what I'm saying. Like, but yeah, I'll use technology till it's broken. Like my phone was like the iPhone 11, and it was barely working by the time I changed it. And my laptop was basically a uni laptop that I've kept for 4 years, and it wouldn't even turn on at that stage. So I was like, I need to get a new one.
Yeah, I guess a need is a need. So
yeah, I don't know. I don't get the people who'll buy new technology just for the sake of like having the newest shit.
You enrich yourself every time you take on a task.
It's also fun though because you get to like see that massive leap of technology. Rather, like some people who buy technology like as it get like every year on year, they probably don't notice the difference as much. But going like 5 generations ahead of a phone, it's like, oh, the world's moved so quickly.
That's right. You're right. Yeah, you are right. Especially when you can, if you can afford like a laptop edition, and just have that portability. Maybe pay a little bit of a premium, but still an upgrade.
You're not
aren't laptops like radiators?
Yeah, pretty much. You're not going to build. You're not going to build a laptop.
No chance. No. I'm not a bit pricey. When I was buying this, because I can make my own. I was like, should I build a desktop that's got higher specs, or should I just get the fact it's a laptop and convenient? Yeah, and I went with the laptop option for once. I got a good deal. It was like 800 quid for a Nitro 5, so it's not too bad.
If you can't open it turquoise, you don't own it.
Yeah, that's true. I said that to him. I was like, I have a laptop, and it's like, I had one now, and all it is just waiting for it to die, watching it heat every single time and be a nuisance.
You do get them scenarios with laptops where you have to keep them plugged in all the time once you fuck the battery up, but batteries are getting better, I guess, and the eco mods are getting good, so they're not constantly
I
using
know.
the
I
highest.
honestly just want them to work the people in Africa harder so the batteries get better.
Me too.
The
That's the
cooling,
reason I have to keep replacing my laptop.
those little bitty fans on the laptops, so that's a thing too. Like that, the cooling on them. They have to do a lot of work, and
Oh,
they'll burn out. And
Yeah,
Lou,
these Alienwares.
they
Alienwares.
figured out
Yeah.
they figured out how to put those on motherboards now. It's on the South Bridge. They go out all the time now.
I got one of them fans my laptop sits on.
You just get like a DVD case or something and put it on the back. That's what I do.
Yeah. What do you do when your laptop breaks?
Buy a new
What
one.
when I do?
Goes in the garbage.
Yeah, I wait for the next Black Friday sale, and then buy another one. Why not?
I borrow my daughter's laptop, or I go get on the tower and I order a new one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do that.
You people disgust me.
What do you mean by
the biggest selling point of a PC was for me was going from laptop to PC was the idea that I can exchange parts for like a good 5 or 10 years and it'd be all right.
Yeah, a good tower. Yeah, you gotta have a good tower. Won't argue with that. I got a good tower. I'm just not worried about the laptop.
If you call your PC a tower, it's too big.
Yeah, it's all about the motherboard, man. Your motherboard's like your you basically, like I said, the motherboard is what is compatible with everything else. So you need to kind of get a really good motherboard so it's future compatible with new stuff.
Yeah.
Just spend your money on the motherboard; it'll pay off. You've always got like an extra two more slots of like you could stick more RAM in, because you're never going to fill it these days when you got like 32, 64 gig
the
sticks
games,
or whatever.
I looked at Steam, right, after this revolutionary moment in my life of getting a PC for the first time in 10 years, and it was just the same games from 10 years ago. Like, nothing has changed.
Bullshit.
Nothing. It is. It's the same shit.
Bullshit.
It is.
It's the same shit.
I agree. That's why I never I used to console game back in the day, and like with the PS4, even when it came out, I bought it and I was totally disappointed. They were calling it next gen. They were like saying that all these great games are going to come out. It's all the same recycled garbage ever since.
Not even recycled. On PC, on PC games, it is literally people are playing the same game. Like, it's not even recycled. It's that bad.
One of the most popular games is still Grand Theft Auto 5. Came out on.
I know. That's what I'm talking about. Right, one sec. Let me look at the Steam store right now. Let's look at this. Let's look at the top played games.
No. Okay, you can do that, but you can't say that all the games are just recycled garbage or old stuff. That's not true. Just because most normie people play the old stuff that they know and love does not make games have not. It doesn't mean that games have not progressed. There are great games out there that just came out last year. Like
all right, okay. Look, Mr.
Helldivers.
Esoteric over here probably plays a game no one's ever bought before. All right. Anyway,
your mom bought it.
Top sellers: Counter-Strike. I mean, that's Counter-Strike 2. To be fair, so that is new. Right.
Counter-Strike 2 is not new.
Not really, man. It's like
I want to play video games.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was new. I thought it was.
I want to play games with your mom.
So Counter-Strike 2 is the most popular, and it's obviously made in 2012.
Wait. Hang on. Why is it the most popular?
Oh, it's because it's got loads of esports in it.
And?
Well, I just think it's the esports.
How much does it cost?
Well, it's free, obviously.
Well, then, there you go.
Because that's not a justification. The next one down is Baldur's Gate 3, and that's 50 quid.
Yeah, and that just came out.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the price.
No. But that's an amazing game.
Warframe, old. War Thunder.
Did you play Baldur's Gate?
Dead by Daylight. That's old. 2016.
Okay. Yeah.
7 Days to Live.
Die. You mean?
It's 7 Days to Die. You weirdo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my son plays that one. I like it.
You just want to get on Kerbal Space Program too, man. That's amazing.
PUBG Battlegrounds, Stardew Valley.
Oh
Rust.
my God!
Are you just googling?
No, I'm looking down the list.
He's talking about the most popular games.
Simulator.
Yeah, everything is ancient.
Yeah,
you know what you
everything.
There's like a ton of people coming here and they're playing Farm Simulator, so that's all you need to know.
You know what the good news is, guys? The good news is computers are finally strong enough to play Microsoft Space Simulator on full detail.
He said full detail.
And when you talk about
Microsoft Space
recycled
Simulator,
stuff,
4 frames a second.
the funny thing is the other guy talked about recycled stuff. I mean, like EA Sports FC 24, Call of Duty, Sons of the Forest, Grand Theft Auto.
Is all. It's the same game over and over again, and has been since 1998.
Football Manager.
Well, I can't argue with that. I like EA Sports.
Well,
so any football game, any FIFA game that comes out, the second the next year one comes out, you just go down to your local. What do you have? Like a computer shop or whatever. You buy secondhand, and you get them for like 99 cents.
You pronounce FIFA wrong.
Are we on Madden?
Well, how do you say it? It's obviously FIFA.
FIFA with a TH, not an F.
FIFA.
No, it's FIFA. Huh? FIFA.
FIFA.
Yeah, FIFA.
Oh, FIFA. Oh, it's in FIFA. Yeah.
IFA.
That's it.
Oh, right. Okay, I get it. Okay. Wow.
Say rear view mirror.
Rear view mirror.
Mirror.
Car.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Americans never really think.
Tuesday.
Americans never really think about how we say car.
Bro, you're just on him and shit.
Yeah, they never. The Americans never think about how we say car because it sounds like a crow.
Say water. Say bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
You tried extra hard. Not
he's been practicing. He was ready for that one.
I literally hear him say buffalo though. I thought he said buffalo water.
I do say Tuesday. I don't know this Tuesday business.
No. It's CH Tuesday.
Tuesday.
What are you chewing on Tuesday?
It's Tuesday. I'm just kidding.
It's like Tuesday.
It's like tuna. It's like you guys say tuna, and we say tuna.
She said Tues. She put the southern on it. Tuesday.
No, I put Tuesday. You know, because they don't say they
D.
say
Tuesday.
That's true.
There's another one I want you to say, buddy. Say
that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Skedaddle.
Boy, you better skedaddle on down. Mosey on your way, shit. Yeah.
Over yonder.
Over somewhere, by God, you catch an ass whooping over there. Them
okay,
fighting
guys, real quick. You know the southern accent comes directly from the Scottish, right?
No, from the north of England. You're wrong. All right, I win.
The north of England.
It does. The
north of England is Scotland.
No, that is partly true, but you can tell the similarity because Americans will say.
No, he got you with it.
Can you say the green stuff that grows on the ground, the green stuff that you might walk across or pick?
Grass.
You mean clover?
I say grass. You say grass. That's close, right? Southern people in England will say grass, right? That's it's an entirely different world.
That's the more posh, right? The grass.
Queen's English.
Yeah. Look, all of you guys are wrong.
Y'all say water.
The Australian's the right way to say it.
Grass.
Grass.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
That's what I think.
Nobody can trust a people that say cunt as an endearing term and mate is a good
to the mothers.
Mate means that you're enemies, so you go like fuck you, mate. Or like, fuck you, cunt. One of those. The second one is actually the nicer one.
Cunt to your mothers and fathers. That's the Australians.
He's just a
They
right
got like
proper
5 different
cunt.
versions of cunt. Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah. It's like Eskimos with snow.
If Timbo ever calls you mate, you know you've got on his bad side. If he calls you a cunt, you're his best friend.
He's only ever called me mate.
I've been confused about that. I'm like, which one is the insult? I'm lost.
Every time he calls me mate, I'm going to take $1 a do from the bucket.
I'm just
you're a squirrely cunt, aren't you? I don't know. It's something.
I'm over here.
Fuck yeah, cunt.
Oh, you just have a good day, mate.
I tell people see you next Tuesday. That's what I tell them.
Right.
Tuesday.
That's it.
I
What
say,
day?
You mean Tuesday, right?
Yeah, Tuesday.
I say see you next Tuesday because that's for cunt.
Tuesday.
C-U-N-T.
You're
That's calling them a
pronouncing.
cunt.
Well done,
You're
Apocryphon.
pronouncing choosing wrong.
You found out the oldest meme in the book.
Right,
no,
right,
it's
right.
an acronym. It's an acronym.
Yeah,
Oh,
meme.
yeah, man.
Meme just means
I get
anything
it now.
funny or bad.
I get why everybody wants to see me on Tuesday now.
Thought was old, yeah, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I just wonder how many people have heard that and they just have no idea, even still to
No,
this
I
day.
thought everybody was trying to set up an appointment with me on Tuesday. I'm like, my freaking calendar's booked, bro.
Why do they
Everyone's
keep saying
seeing next
archaic language, archaic memes? That's archaic. Is that the word of the day for the English?
I think we're just older, Battle Mod, so like everything's
Yeah,
archaic
grandpa's
now.
over here.
They can't even put a Lego set together.
I know.
Hold on now.
Hell, yeah, I
Hold
bet you I
on.
can put one together faster than you.
I'll build them Legos
No.
and include the erector set.
I don't care about your erection set. Listen, the fact is, as a computer is basically just Legos. That was the joke, Michael.
Oh, it is
I have
now.
to explain it to
you son of a bitch. You got me on the underhand. Okay, mate. It's on.
I wanna one day
myself, but I was looking into it. Like, isn't there's some stuff you kind of got to know, like the heat sinks and some shit you got to put on there or something. But I'm sure that's super simple too. Like,
Dude, it's all tabbed out. Literally, there's no finesse to it. There's no artistry. Literally, just follow the directions.
Okay.
You don't even need thermal testing.
It's called plug and play, bro.
bro.
I can actually do that. I can change a heat sink too. I did that on my PlayStation 1 when I jailbroke
That's
it.
literally the hardest thing you have to do is put the heat sink on and make sure your RAM is seated correctly.
Yeah, it'll all boot up itself.
What?
Pretty much. I mean,
You got to press the button.
you gotta, yeah. You gotta press the button.
It's not
You
gonna
know
do it
what I mean.
itself. God, fucking boomer.
I can listen. I can change a hard drive. I can even, solder in a new fan. I'm pretty
Hey,
good
guys.
with motherboards. I started
go
with
ahead.
CBs and radios.
Hang on, Michael.
Jekyll got booted out because we're not staying on topic, so we gotta get back to flat Earth. We found common ground. Now we gotta be on, get the enemy
That
line.
common ground
Got to
is
divide
level.
again. None of this coming together, folks. This is not the way it works in the world.
When we don't
Okay.
talk about imaginary globes,
Time to draw
the
enemy line.
only glober in the chat has to get sacrificed. Like,
Well,
that's
let's get to it. Is there any glober made in here that has scientific evidence or proof scientific of a globe?
Did you throw the second scientific just to?
No,
make sure you got
scientific
it?
proof. The category of proof would be scientific proof. Yeah, sure. We just got to reiterate
You
that.
threw in the second one just
Yeah,
for no
but
reason. It's superfluous scientific.
Yeah.
That's how
added
serious it was.
verbosage. It's added verbosage. It's cool.
Go ahead.
We call it superfluous. Not really needed, just filler. Oof.
Okay, draw enemy lines. Go. I'm just kidding.
I like the science when, and the silence when you ask for the globe science. It's beautiful.
Because hopefully by now they would know that it has nothing to do with science, and that's a malformed question.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a different room, they'd be like, "Oh, I got plenty," but they know what we're gonna say. We're gonna be like, "Okay, where's your, independent and dependent variable?" What's your hypothesis? They're like, they don't want to do that. They're like, oh, I'm not, okay, I don't have any science.
You know, what amazes me is like the acceptance from so many of them that, hey, that's not science these days. And in a way, they're not wrong. Like, they're right. That isn't science nowadays. Science has been completely destroyed as far as how to do it in nowadays. Because now you just say whatever the fuck you want, and
That's it.
you don't
Science
need
is
a
whatever you want.
variable. Yeah, you don't need a variable. You don't need a controlled experiment. Nothing. That's not science no more. I mean, at
Yeah,
least
I
to
mean,
a lot of these guys.
there's literal talks about like redefining, like basically abandoning the empiricism of the scientific method and coming up with a new method of science. Basically, this has to do with like the AI and all that stuff. Like they just
And
want to
that,
be able to run computer simulations
and
and
then they
get
mock
away
it.
get rid of empiricism and experimentation completely.
Yeah. And then they mock you, and they're like, "Oh, we're not in junior high anymore, buddy. Like we're above that. Like fuck you. Like you guys fucking ran off in the woods with that shit."
Heretic said he's going to start moving you guys to the politics section if you don't step up the game.
Oh,
I
that,
haven't I
we got
haven't
to get
heard
on topic. Go
I
ahead.
haven't heard one specific claim made yet. So
No
I'm
kid,
not sure how we could stay on topic if there is no
we,
topic.
you could go old school and you could go through here and look at each name and call each person out like you do on a personal basis. I missed that, bro. Start with GF6.
Yeah.
You know, guys, actually, I want to thank you, like coming in here and making it alive in here in the server, like made it so easy. I usually, like previously, a couple of years ago, I used to like when I'm talking about flat Earth to people, especially in this server, like I had no like backup. Now, I if they say something, hey man, if you are man enough, like hey, listen, there's like 24/7 flat Earth down. Are you like man enough to go and challenge them? And like I did it yesterday, and a couple of guys actually were afraid of coming in here to actually challenge it and to be man enough to say I want to challenge the flat Earth, which is funny. So thank you very much.
Yeah, they were pretty comfortable when they thought all they had to do was just laugh and say, "Oh, you idiots never opened a textbook," or
Yep.
"Didn't you go to school?" Or like yeah. Once they've come through here once or twice and they realize that they really have no leg to stand on for their belief, yeah, it makes it a lot harder to think you have the high ground on it.
Hey guys, I have a suggestion. I'd like to take 2 minutes out and we end all discussion and wait for anybody with a question or a globe discussion to come out and say what they need to say. Because there's like 3 or 4
Sounds
people in
good.
here. So starting now at 2:31 my time.
Is there not one globe champion among you?
I am Spartacus.
Nigger faggot.
Who was that?
Riveting.
No, don't worry. It was a reasonable take. I mean, if you hear nothing.
Yeah, I just took it as a no. There's not one.
No,
globe
he
champion.
just popped in to say that.
Not one among us. No, not one globe champion.
That wasn't even a minute.
Well, I guess they're not as dumb as they look.
I am Spartacus. I can prove the globe.
Go ahead, Crit. Do your best. Steelman the argument. Go ahead.
Why would they lie?
Lie about what?
Photos from space.
Okay, so you're putting the cart before the horse.
Well,
Why
gravity
wouldn't they
too.
lie? Why wouldn't they lie if they can get these believers that don't even ask for any proof for $70 million a day?
Nonetheless, that's not the discussion. We're not having a
How much was
discussion
that a
of
day?
why anybody would do anything.
That's true.
But gravity, why would they lie?
And we're not having that discussion of why somebody else would do something. Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
I think someone had a question.
Yeah, it was Newt. Go ahead, Newt.
Wait, don't put me on the spot. Yeah.
Well, you spoke up. You are on the spot.
He was asking for the money, the number.
I know. Be comfortable with it. Just stand in your purpose. If you're going to say,
Well, I'm a flat earther now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the tribe.
Thank you.
Have you disowned your family and given us alms?
No, we don't need to go that far.
Of 30% of your income every year?
Absolutely not.
Could I by chance hear your best flat Earth proof?
Me?
Sure.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, holographic principle. Earth is a projection from a computer inside a black hole.
Holy crap! We got a live one here, boys.
I think he misunderstood proof. That's an assertion.
It's a theory. Sorry, that's all it is.
I think he misunderstood the whole assignment.
I didn't hear the keyword. I apologize. Yeah.
Now, what about it being a simulation would make it flat, Newt?
No, it's not a simulation if it has a feedback loop.
Okay. What about it being a simulacrum? I can't even say it. What about it being produced in a computer would make it flat?
Well, the data, right? If this is just a dimensional...
Is data flat?
Sure, until it's structured otherwise.
Well, you don't think that they would structure it otherwise?
Using geometric equations?
Who is they, though, Newt?
Yeah, who's the programmer? That's what I was going to ask.
Creator of sorts. I don't know. They want to evolve some outcome, and they use us to do so.
So you're just replacing God with simulation or simulacrum.
I mean, it's compatible with flat Earth, so yeah.
Similac, isn't that baby formula?
No, it's not Similac, is it?
That's kind of what's in my profile. Where is it?
Might be actually.
Organic.
Yeah, similar is a baby formula.
Organic and simulation are like antonyms, so no, it's not compatible.
You get to the bottom of this yet? My profile has something to do with it, by the way.
So you think you live in a computer, and that if it is in a computer, that the computer would model it as flat? Is that what you're saying?
Simulacrum
Well, no,
is
I mean,
an image
from our
or
perspective, it's a hologram, and in holographic theory, right, the dimensionality of the information, if it compresses down to one dimension, that's all you need. Turing tape, here we are.
No,
inflated out, right, in the higher
fruit,
dimensions.
stone, bearing seed. No, that doesn't happen in simulation. No, we don't.
Yeah.
We got organic and simulation antonyms not compatible. Next.
I structured it properly if you understand it, but yeah.
Do you actually believe in a holographic reality, or is that just your goal?
If I show my browser, you'll just think I'm a loon. But yeah, I have it all in there. I do research.
Yeah,
daily.
because of all the lolly porn.
Whoa, what? Okay,
Just playing with
that
you,
guy's
Newt.
gone. Okay, no, just physics, man. Yeah.
No, but can you honestly? Oh, actually, it doesn't matter what
You can post papers, academic papers. I'm not joking.
Hey, Newt.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your world outlook is. We want to know why you think it's flat. This isn't
Because my
giving us
mom bounced
why.
on it.
I just gave it the information is in a one-dimensional Turing tape, right? And it gets inflated out using some projection material or I guess machine. And then here we are. So when we claim that the Earth is like flat, that would be accurate according to the Turing tape function of the data. But the dimensionality higher is an illusion. So
Yeah, but the whole thing is an illusion. The whole thing is a simulacrum. It's an approximation of reality.
yeah. So where's the dimensionality that you speak of?
The dimensionality
Beyond
would be
one.
pre-programmed in.
So it's flat.
It's not tracking new. It could be anything they wanted it to be.
Are you arguing the Earth is spherical?
No, I'm arguing that your explanation does not explain why you think it's flat. Unless you know the mind of the programmer.
Okay. When we speak of what something is, right? It would be according to a perspective. Are you inside the thing? Are you outside? Are you near it? Are you far? And it could actually
No. Okay, you're using.
Be careful.
Okay, I'm pretty careful.
You caught that,
using
right?
What?
You stated some things that now make you subject to what I just said. So I was wondering if you caught it.
You're saying perspective defines reality, which it does not.
Well, excuse me. It defines what your claim of reality is.
It describes your view of reality, but it doesn't describe reality.
Yeah, so when all humans claim the Earth is a certain geometric shape, we all could be wrong.
Yes, that's true, but the evidence would go in one direction or the other. It's not
Which
going
would be what for you?
What does that matter? We're talking about your worldview. What does my worldview matter? I'm trying to say that your worldview is subjective totally upon yourself, and it does not describe why you believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. I just gave, okay, I don't know where. Okay, so if we focus on the data is flat. If we focus on the projection, according to the projection from a human's perspective, it isn't flat, it's spherical or whatever. Which one is correct? How about you tell me? In this simulacrum, right? This continuum, which one is correct?
If the data is flat and you project it, you can project it on anything you want, and it will come out to look however you want. But if the data is flat, then it's flat.
But it's all connected in a feedback loop, like I said. So how can you have this paradox on
You're
the same
the only feedback loop.
What do you mean by that?
You being solipsistic, you're the only feedback loop.
I'm not. I'm speaking according to physics. I could post the papers.
Go ahead.
Yeah? All right. Give me a second. All right, first paper, independent researcher, background, electrical engineering, optics. Got really
what
good
room
with
do
physics.
I find this in?
It's in the side chat.
I know.
I guess you thought I was joking.
No. I know nothing of the side chat.
Yeah, so the way it works in here is in the VC where you see everybody's face lighting up.
Yeah.
There's like a text bubble at the bottom in the middle. Click that. That'll open up the connected text chat. There's an automatic through Discord text chat connected to every VC now.
In any paper I posted, I actually read it and I understand it. In case you want to give me a cliff notes or whatever.
No, I don't like cliff notes. I'll read this on my own time.
Yeah, space-time shit's not going to work.
Does that have space-time in it?
Yeah, quantum gravity, all that shit. That's
Loop quantum gravity. Loop quantum gravity, yeah. CTCs.
Sure. Which time. It's all based on Einstein's relativity.
After all, perspective, right? Actually, what the shape of a thing is, and
Right,
it matters
which
from what
is
perspective.
what I was trying to tell you.
It's
It's
all
all
relative.
subjective. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's relativity.
Yeah, that's what I
which
said.
is
It's continuum,
unprovable.
simulacrum. Yeah. So what are you guys in here doing?
Running around in circles, apparently, with you.
Oh, CTC loops. Okay.
We were waiting for a Glober to come in and make a claim, and we got you
Who
making this
agrees with
weird
you?
shit.
Yeah, who agrees with you guys, and you don't know what to do now.
No, I don't care if you agree with us. I want your argument to be sound. If you're,
Oh, it is. I gave you the paper. I've read it. Remember?
Okay, just because it's in the paper doesn't make it true.
Well,
remember,
you can discuss any aspect because I've read it, and I can argue any aspect because I understand it.
Fine.
Any aspect
Show me,
you want to choose.
Show me.
Time crystals.
Of time. Show me
a unit
of space time.
Time crystals.
Tell me how you can bend time or space.
Excellent.
It's a reification. It's a reification fallacy.
Well, no, use a gauge. All right, gauge dualities. Holographic principle. You're gonna have a sandwich gauge right in between that paradox.
Oh
that
my god,
escapes your logic, right?
Stupid.
Right? I'm speaking actual science when I say that.
No,
No,
you're not.
Do you know what a gauge duality is? I could give a Cliff Notes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So in science, anytime you have a paradoxical,
stop saying in
root,
science and just explain it.
Yeah, anytime you have a paradox when it comes to the causal root of something, you can insert something called a gauge duality. They do it with black holes. That's what an event horizon is, right? And
so you believe in black holes?
Fix everything. Oh, I said that in my theory. The computer's in there. That runs everything. You're not keeping up.
Wow.
Yeah.
All this science that you speak of, like, what makes it science? Is it testable, like through experimentation?
So what is in this paper that I posted is more so an ontological framework that uses all of the proven things in physics.
So not science.
You're talking about.
No,
so yeah,
pseudoscience.
pseudoscience.
Is science.
Talking about mental experiments. So like,
mental
experiments. Mental thoughts.
Mental thoughts. Okay,
Yeah.
if I make my mental thoughts real, I forge them into reality, and then you're subject to them. Is it?
Do it. Bend time and space for us.
You can do that with metamaterials already.
Really?
I'm serious. Yeah, Google it. Metamaterials, Wikipedia.
It might be too advanced for you.
Yeah, you basically can fork out of a Minkowski light cone already with metamaterials. I can post a paper for it, or you can Google it if you want. And a Minkowski light cone is what we classically would call bending space-time, because you bend the cone, you escape it. Hello?
Yo.
Did I scare anybody yet? You can Google anything I'm saying, by the way.
No, nobody's scared about anything that you're saying. We're just trying to figure out if you can show that it's actual science, like that it can be proven through experimentation.
Yeah, they already done it. You want me to link you?
Yeah, post everything.
Yeah, I got you.
Please.
Wiki, of course.
Oh, I got a paper, and then I got some experiment videos. I got all sorts of stuff, man. After all, I'm a researcher.
Oh, so you're gonna warp some space time for us?
No, I'll show you some videos where they do it on YouTube. I guess you just got to know what to look for, right? That's a paper about bending space-time and the physics behind it. I'll get you a YouTube video lecture series where they walk through it too.
No, we want to see the bending of the space-time.
The physics experiments, then. Yeah. You want me to just jump to that? You're not interested in academic?
No. Why?
Right.
Why would we bother with that when I want to see physical space-time being bent?
Well, what do you think that means? Because I don't think you have a solid grasp on that concept.
Okay, what is space-time? Can you show that to me?
He just called it a concept.
Yeah.
Just strike on that. So,
Oh, it's a concept. Oh, so an idea.
You can explain it.
How do you? So you're bending ideas.
No, hold on.
You're bending ideas then.
Sir, you're welcome to detail space-time as anything other than a concept. I would love to hear that.
You brought it up.
I did, because I know the definition of it as a concept.
Show it to me. Oh, so it's just an idea.
Concept? Yes, that's all it is.
Yeah, right.
What did you think it was?
So why do ideas have physical effects? Yeah. So how do ideas have physical effects?
Ideas have physical effects once they're manifested by force through your physical body. Otherwise, they're just in your brain.
So I do this. So I'm the space-time now.
No, you're a reflection of it in your brain.
I just posted his proof for you right there.
Okay, guys. From the very beginning, I was saying that everything is a subjective reality. Everything he has is relativity or a relative subjective reality. It's meaningless. It still does not describe why the Earth is flat for him.
I just told you it's a projection from a 1D Turing tape inside a black hole.
From who?
From a creator. I want to do an evolution experiment at our expense.
So you know the mind of the creator. Okay, that's exactly what I was saying.
Oh. Okay.
I said that in the very beginning. I said that in the very beginning that you had a solipsistic view.
How is that solipsistic?
To think that you know the mind of the creator.
Wait, what do you mean no?
Of your worldview.
What? It's just mechanics I'm describing.
No, you didn't just describe mechanics.
Yeah, I did.
You just said that it was an experiment.
Yeah,
and you know the mind of the creator, basically.
I didn't say I knew the intent of the experiment. I said it would seem to be that since everything in the universe evolves, including galaxies and emerging into this tree, it's an evolutionary algorithm because that's what evolutionary algorithms look like. They have tree-like structures.
Have you ever seen evolution?
Yeah, I used to do modeling in grad school, and I'm not joking.
So
you were a male model in grad school, and how did that help you with with your thoughts of evolution?
All right, so in material science, it's what I know about metamaterials. They sometimes use electromagnetic gradients to evolve like the lattice of atoms, that structure and stuff. So I've seen that in a lab. Yeah, I told you I did modeling in grad school. I wasn't joking.
That's not evolving, dummy.
That's not evolving. Something occurring across space-time in a progressive manner. It's literally evolution, dude.
Saying stupid idea won't get you very far.
That's what evolution is in computer science called evolutionary algorithms. They're literally denoted by nature's algorithms.
Computer science is pseudoscience.
Wow. Okay.
Hey,
right,
Pickle.
So I lost all of you.
Great. Pickle, last time you were here, you said that Flat Earth was a TOS violation.
Ooh.
But now you're repping Flat Earth?
Yeah,
what
I've
changed?
seen the light. I've seen the light. Right.
So what changed from making that it was TOS to that now you are a flat earther and you're repping Flat Earth?
Oh, because it's compatible with my worldview.
Complete world word solid.
It's acceptable.
But before you said it was complete, it was total harmful misinformation that needs to be censored and accounts need to be banned. And now
that's life, dude. Yeah, that's
okay.
life.
What exactly happened? What happened?
I read some more papers, man. It started making sense, like the one I posted.
Okay, so Pickle, you educate yourself then. You're saying,
yeah, that's life too, man. Yeah,
he chose the long troll. He chose the long troll over a short,
Battle mod, a senior, bro. I think he knows what's going on. Maybe.
So this guy said, I don't get enough joy out of the short troll talking about your mama. I got a long troll, and then I was a flat earther once, and then it'll be right back to the globe for a specific reason.
Trust the seniors, dude. They have an eye for this, right? You know what's going on.
Okay. You can stop with the ageism. You can stop with the ageism. You're being a bigot, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think Judas had you pegged from the get-go as full of shit. And that's why we're on this line of reasoning.
Are you going to unblock me then? Because you blocked me because you said it was TOS. Yeah, you blocked me, dude.
What? Okay. So
I think the Earth is flat.
You know what? I'm gonna stay committed to this. Let's see where this goes, man.
Well, yeah, unblock me if you're committed.
I think the.
So how is your mom nowadays, Mr. Pickles?
Good, Great.
Good. Tell her B-Mod said hi.
I will.
You wanted to have like the Slaughterbot video. You wanted the government to have Slaughterbots going around and finding flat earthers.
I didn't say that, dude. What?
Yeah, I'm looking right there at DMs, and then you finally blocked me.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hold up.
Check this out. I gotta check this out.
Leak the DMs, please.
Good, dude.
Everything just changed, buddy. You know you're not safe, right?
Okay, let's scroll up. What's the date on this?
So the 18th of
18th
September last year.
Damn.
Yeah. So your idea.
Where's the Slaughterbot thing?
The very top at the beginning.
At the beginning of the DMs?
Yeah, at the very top, 18 September.
Okay.
Right here.
Can I quote myself? Can I quote myself?
Yeah, right here. Intentionally spreading false information to inflict confusion and suffering in such a way is misinformation, and for the sake of monetization should be a crime on any platform. It's a bannable offense. Already in discourse TOS. Humans alone do not have the capacity to handle tickets.
Okay, yeah.
Are you frantically going to delete this, or are you just going to unblock me now?
I don't do that. It's there, dude. You read it. Why do you think I'm laughing?
Okay, well, are you going to unblock me then, or what?
Wait, hold on. But this hunting...
good.
No, wait, hold on. So
at least you unblocked me.
Wait, stop. ... Right? Platforms have been using algos and now AI. It will get the job done. That's what I said. And I was truthful in that. So if you play Call of Duty recently, it says that AIs are basically enforcing TOS from all human communication on the platform.
Hey, Newt, really quick, can I ask you something?
And that was a year ago, right? Where are we now?
Newt, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, 5 months.
What do you think
time
misinformation
changes fast
is?
with AI? It's the intent. So some AI researchers like to focus on heuristics.
No. I didn't ask about AI researchers. What do you think misinformation is? I don't care what you are. You could be a freaking
I'm explaining it to you from. Yeah, I'm
what
explaining to you from my perspective.
What is in misinformation?
You gotta let me speak. I will explain it to you from my perspective as a researcher in that space.
No. I want to know what the definition is. What is misinformation?
I'm going to give it to you, champ. Okay, so it's when a human being intentfully, right, attempts to misguide another
intentionally?
human being. Now, if we get into non-intent, right, it could be due to ignorance and a range of other things. But what you do is you take a idea like a spectrum and you slot people in it, a distribution. You find out who's really cooking, and then you deal with
it. Newt, let me
just statistics, man.
Let me say something to you really quick.
Yeah.
You're in America, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So under our government, you have freedom of speech. That includes
the First Amendment.
Excuse me. That includes the right to be wrong. Do you think you have the right to be wrong?
Yeah, and you have a right to be flagged as somebody who intentfully is misguiding people.
No. Do you have I'm not done talking. Do you have a right to defraud people?
No, you do not. That's illegal.
Okay. So, right. So that's a legal definition, a standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the only misinformation can only come from a government. It cannot come from the people. People have a right to be wrong, and if they intentionally mislead somebody to get something that's called fraud, they can be held liable. But misinformation is specifically about propaganda, not about people being wrong or people having bad ideas. You are wrong in your estimation that the people need to be policed for misinformation because the government needs to be policed for misinformation. The people need to be allowed to be wrong.
Okay, all right. So here's how this works on a platform.
And it's intentionally, not intently.
Okay, on the platform, it's their platform. They dictate the terms. So
no. Excuse me. Are they in the United States?
Yeah, and they dictate the terms.
Okay, no,
you don't know how the law works.
No. I do know how the law works.
TOS. It's called
Excuse me.
TOS,
Do not talk over me. The fact is that all spaces in which the public can freely convene and have discussion is considered a public space, even if it's provided from a private company.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The Supreme Court cases say otherwise.
No. It doesn't actually. It holds
true. Versus platform.
Listen, It's defined as public use equals public domain.
It holds true with telecoms. It holds true with land. If anybody uses their land, whether it be a business or a park that they built themselves and let the public gather, they
Don't
have
give me
to
a good
allow.
idea right now.
They have to allow free speech. That is a fact. So no, these corporations, whom are in America, do not get to dictate whether or not the people can be right or wrong. Just because it has been properly litigated yet does not mean what I'm saying is not true. Just because they've been given a dispensation from 20 years ago doesn't mean that the Constitution doesn't still hold and it just hasn't been tried properly.
Okay, so what if a platform got really creative and instead gave you a behavior score based on user feedback on the platform?
If you want that, you can move to China.
No, platforms already have that. It's not against their First Amendment rights, right?
If they're moderating your speech in a public space, in a privately provided public space, it is against your First Amendment rights because you're saying who can talk and who cannot.
Have you played any games recently? Video games? Because they all have this.
I understand that they have it. I'm saying that it's not right.
They can curtail your speech on the platform. They can have you mute ban. They can have you text ban. So you can't even speak on it if your behavior score is below a certain level based on user feedback and heuristics that label you as a troublemaker.
Like an asshole, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have that in that game with LOL.
The games I play have them. Dota has it. I got banned till 2038 on my phone number.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stop being an asshole. You haven't learned.
There you go. Wait, but yeah, this First Amendment thing, there's a lot of loopholes, man. Come on. People have a lot of money in tech.
No. If you don't have first principles and stick to it, then you'll be losing every single time.
Oh, really? What if you decay your principles down to the very bottom?
You don't have principles because you live in a subjective, solipsistic world in which you think you are the center of, which you're not.
Okay, but gravity works a certain way, right?
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
Define it.
Weighty objects pull on other weighty objects. Do you agree?
No. Neither does all of science right now.
Nobody agrees with you.
Are they gliding on some hover table underneath them that nobody can see?
Yeah, space-time, that's what science says.
Oh, so space-time, the Higgs field, I think, causes them to...
Higgs field is what turns energy into matter.
No, it's what gives matter mass, actually. It's the correct way to say it.
It changes an energetic form into a material form.
See, the thing about being serious, but being so far out there is nobody will take you seriously. So you can just say things to them and they'll just laugh at you. And it's fun. It's therapeutic for yourself. I don't know what other people get out of it. But yeah, Higgs field. So it's gliding around on the Higgs field, and the Higgs field informs other things.
Are you saying the Higgs field is gravity?
You agreed.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't agree. I was trying to pare down what you're talking about specifically. I said space-time, and you said, "Oh, so the Higgs field."
All right, let's slow down. Well, you tried to speak against what I said,
not slow down. I'm not trying to speak against what you said. You said that mass attracts other mass. I said science doesn't agree with you. You said, well, then what is it? I said, well, science says it's space-time. And you said the Higgs field. I'm not speaking against you at all. You're speaking against you.
No. Higgs field is compatible with space-time. It's a component of it. It's a field after all. It stretches from the singularity that went Big Bang and created the universe.
So you're talking about three unproven things: space, time,
unproven things,
and Higgs.
Yeah, you kept saying space-time over and over, so I figured it was your favorite.
No. I'm telling you what science says gravity is.
Okay. Do you believe in space-time or not? You used it against me earlier. What's going on?
I didn't use it against you.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what you think.
I have
because what you think is gobbledygook and completely out of any ballpark.
Okay, what I don't, because I actually believe in what I say. It might sound loony.
I don't think you do. From what Crit just pointed out, with you wanting to ban all people, who
No, I
don't
was talking
agree
to you.
with who don't agree with your worldview,
Yeah.
then yeah, no, nothing.
Nothing. Okay, so you're being quiet because you're scared you might give me some things you don't want to give me, or like what's going on? Like I'm trying to have a conversation.
Who are you talking to?
You, Deuce
I
Vault.
just told you everything you need to know.
Okay, so no more conversation. Just tell me. Like was just dancing around at the end.
I don't know what you're talking about. I honestly have
Great.
no idea what
All
you're
right.
saying
Well,
right now.
hey, we can end here. This was a good long troll. I think the older gentleman said. I'm not being ageist. I'm almost 40 myself, so yeah, I'm not being.
Yeah, and you're still racist towards old people. Get out of here.
Racist, ageist, racist. Get the terms right. All right, I'll see you guys later. You need to invest in some.
You know, like senior citizens.
Deus Vult, when interacting with Newt, I just want you to know this guy's from a well-known troll server. Like the
What
kind of
server is
stuff
that?
You're preaching to the
don't
choir,
worry,
brother.
you're a troll. I know who you are. You're a pretty big troll.
Because I can screenshot my servers. Like I don't know what you're on about.
You don't have to screenshot it to see what servers we have in common.
Newt, you mentioned to see what people's cooking earlier. What are you cooking?
You tell me that, then I click on your profile. What? So yeah, you're on a drug addict server like me, right? Do you want me to reveal that to everybody?
Who, me?
No, the guy who just said I'm on a troll server. It's a drug addict server. Get it right.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know you're on the same server. The guy at the bottom with the Russian text here. Yeah, he's on.
What do you mean drug addict server? Is that like
server with a bunch of drug addicts on it? Ask him. He's the one who piped up. Ouch. All right, man.
I'm just asking.
Right now, I'm just a little lost. Small world, bro. Anyway,
maybe a weed server.
Yeah, seems so.
Yeah, congratulations. Your globe does not stand a chance.
Your troll wasn't very long. You're weak at best, and
it was also terrible troll.
At least you got a hot mom, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else is fucked up, though.
Yeah, everything, dude. Everything, right?
You're a weirdo. Get out of here.
Yep, you guys are too.
Stop saying goodbye and leave.
Yeah, but
right,
thanks for unblocking.
Next time when you come back with some globe proof. Thanks.
Give us that OG Pickles laugh. What's up? Give us that giggle.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, hee hee. You guys have a good day, man.
Act like you don't know.
Yes, my old school username on here was Pickle. For anybody who doesn't know, there's
think you
a
were
whole
smoking
lore.
too much weed too. Then.
You would think so, right, Grandpa?
Oh man.
All right. Have a good day.
I would. It's probably something new, though.
Take care, Pickle. See you later.
Some new fire, bro. All right, guys.
Math.
In my diary.
Hey, Grandpa, you should call it the Wacky Tobacco from now on. Just to fit in.
No, listen, they don't like the boomer voice.
What do you mean?
But I am Grandpa, and that doesn't offend me. You know.
Just because you're geriatric and all wrinkled up and used up doesn't mean that he gets to be racist towards you.
Listen, don't think I'm geriatric.
Fine.
I'll put you in traction, son.
You're in your prime.
I don't need a ride in your tractor, thank you.
I'm 50 years young, boy. Let me tell you what. I'll bail you like some hay, boy.
You're like Doc Holliday. I'm in my prime.
That was awesome.
We'll shovel that shit right out them stalls. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm getting a real homosexual vibe from you right now, Michael.
No, I was talking about making you part of the compost pile, and you're going to the gay area. What's gay about the wood chipper?
You're talking to me like that. You don't have a shirt on. Please stop.
I got a shirt on, man. That's just
not in your picture. It's very, very upsetting.
It is a picture too. It's not an image. There's no CGI there. That's real shit.
Oh, dude, yeah, you got rid of that. You're back to it. This is like a 20-year-old picture of you, though, man. Fucking.
Listen, man, the girl said it was classic. I had to keep it, so.
It's misleading.
I got tired of the DMs. Not really, man. It's really only 4 years old, but.
40 years old? A 40-year-old picture?
4 years old.
40, I heard you.
Yeah, I was 48. Now I'm 52. Most of you hope you look that good at 48.
Bro, your nose. Come on.
I got a big nose, but I got some ripped pecs, too.
Look at the top of his...
In like 50 places.
Hey, it's still like that, man. I don't even have to work for it. I just live my normal life.
You still have the same nose?
It might be a little bigger now, Lou. I don't know. In
Is
the
that a cap on
69,
backwards?
the girls love it in the 69, baby.
So back in 1969, somebody complimented your nose. Now you got to tell us about it.
Yeah, we could say that.
I think he's talking about sexual position.
Crit, I think he knew that. I just
No, Crit's got a dirty mind. That's disgusting.
he's not giving an inch or a mile.
Just a whole nose.
Yeah. Listen, I've heard it before. Heard it all before. It's all good. Your mom loves it, you know. So I don't mind.
Crit's mom loves your nose.
All moms love my nose.
Very.
Yeah, isn't it? I can't even
You're
go to the
saying-
gas station dirty. I damn near get raped every time.
By your own mom.
No, no, not
You
my
said
mom.
all moms.
Well, my mom's dead, so she's not included in that group.
You should assume everybody else's is too.
That way, I'm not doing your mom.
No, that way you're not talking shit about people's moms. I thought you were talking about Crit's mom.
Listen, when people say, I usually apologize. It's all in good fun, bro. If I make a joke about your mom, your
Is
mom's
it?
passed, you just say that.
I'm still
apologize.
I'm still really tuned up over this Newt guy over Pickles.
That dude's not a flat earther.
His stupidity was beyond my ability to comprehend.
That's why I just asked for his best flat earth proof, and then I'm muted.
I just loved how you said giggle for me, because then I heard his giggle, and I'm like, oh, bro, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lore of Pickle was the first time he came in here talking about flat earthers are misinformation, TOS violations. And since we can talk about flat earth, he can talk about my Sharona. They're like, the fuck you can.
Yeah, that dude was talking about killing us all and getting a robot army to do it and shit.
I remember when Pickle first came in. I had the same discussion with him about misinformation. He refused to put it down.
Hasn't that guy been around here for years?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a new, like his newer account, or he switched names or something. New.
Well, that's because you guys kept banning him. They changed your name so they can get back into 24/7 original.
Yeah, the original. Well, actually, when they got flambasted the first few times to oblivion in the arena and stuff, they got butthurt ever since then. The ones that have stuck around and held on to the ball for all this time. Come on.
We're picking.
Sonny, they were getting butthurt well before the arena ever opened up.
That's true. Yeah, I know they were, but you know what I mean, though.
The arena's supposed to be starting up again for a lot of people who feel like they don't have a voice here. We're gonna be like, here, come back to the home base, back to the ranch. We're gonna have one-on-one debates.
Look. Good luck with that. I don't see it actually ever working.
Hey, come on, Lou. They might invite you in the battle mod. We go spread some blood around in the arena, man.
I was never one, dude. Like the way that they want to run the arena, like, dude. I never really liked the arena ever, even for a minute.
It was always a shit show.
It was just a thing to foretell like the things to come to get how we could get better and so forth.
Dude, the arena had a very short-lived life, and it was because we had a huge server filled with a ton of globers. But what we did is we isolated all the hardcore globers to this one little fucking space.
Yeah, it was.
And then
It was supposed to be
systematically remove them. You're not gonna you're not gonna get away with that a second time.
It was a digital gulag.
Yeah, it was supposed to be
it was a digital gulag. It was bullshit.
But people didn't want to leave them quarantined in this area, so they couldn't go shit in the sandbox or the front room. So they'd ban them, and those guys would just create alt accounts and come back. When you're gonna figure out, you can ban them all day long, but they'll just be right back, dude.
Might as well deal with them again.
makes you think that they're going to come back for a second round of it?
Well, the fact that so many of them did, Lou. I mean, facts are
No,
facts,
they're
right?
not. They're not going to take being like isolated to a fucking certain debate room
No, they're not going
where.
to take that. But when you ban them all together, they're just going to make a new account and just come back because that's trolling.
But when Amish is
That's what
having
they're
it,
doing.
so maybe you can tell him some advice or what you think. Amish is the one who's heading it up this time.
I'm sorry. Was he trying to talk? Come on, Amish. Where's the normal guys?
What's a
Well,
normal guy?
Brit's back.
We should get Talon. Get Talon to talk to dude.
JC, you there, Brit?
You don't need people to talk to me.
I think Talon and Deuce would be a good pair, good matchup.
I got time to talk. We need to get him a fish. See, he's got time to talk. Are you saying you won't do it, Judas?
Yep.
Who's Judas?
Okay, I guess it's not going to
Judas
work
got
out. Talon.
glowproof.
Hello, guys.
Talon, you got any scientific glow proof?
Yup.
Yeah.
Do I need proof of what?
Well, just antagonize him. Go on. Just throw it out there.
The Earth, just the Earth curvature, and so you have to measure the curve of the Earth over long distances, and you use that with triangulation. So you take a bunch of angular measurements from a baseline at sea level, and then once you get that baseline, which the first time they did it, they used a 100-foot chain, so they knew exactly where the level, the perfect level horizontal sea level was, and so they used that baseline.
That line, I already have that line. I'm sorry.
Yep.
High tech with the chain again.
They used that baseline to rock and roll all the way across multiple continents. They did it
just couldn't
on Great
wait for you to
Britain.
finish. Are you talking
did
about
it-
the Arc of the Parallel or
The Arc of the Parallel, and they did it on
No,
America. You can do it anywhere.
Not the arc of the parallel. It's the other line.
No, Ragnar, come on, just go, or Wagner, or whatever. Just take your turn, dude.
Okay, yeah. I'll shut up.
Thank you. Go ahead, Talon. You got the floor, dude.
That was the most accurate measurement that they used, so they were able to cover great distances and measure with accuracy.
Did you use the 25?
did they convert their planar
take
measurements to their geodetic polar
datum?
Yeah, so
that was that was all the trigonometry that they did.
Yeah, so you think computating to place it in a spherical coordinate system called a polar coordinates from a planar, you think that's measuring curve?
Well, it's not exactly a planar system because they're measuring the angles or
that's planar. Listen,
the increase over.
When you measure angles in reality, they're based off tangent straight lines, right? It's all planar. It's a true triangle. You only get sphericity once you computate for latitudinal and longitudinal placements and you place it within a geodetic system. So geodetic surveyors take planar measurements of angles and they make them adhere to a geodetic datum. And you think that's measuring curvature and it's not just computating for placement where this would be in a geodetic datum.
Yeah, they made sure. That's why I was talking about the baseline, is because they made sure that the baseline was incredibly accurate.
Yeah, the first triangle. Yeah, and then you can project triangles across the entirety from there. But to get sphericity, you have to computate for a polar coordinate system. You have to convert from planar to polar.
Right. That's what they did.
Geodesy. So that's not measuring curve. That's mathematically inputting curve.
And that's
with
where you.
what? What do you think they are? What are they inputting? You keep forgetting. What do they
They're
input?
inputting the placement in a polar coordinate system. Do you not know in planar, when we measure, there's no converging lines, but in polar there is converging lines. So if you lay on a longitudinal line or a meridian, then the distances and the angles change, and that's where a spherical angle comes from. From converting it from planar to geodetic, and you end up with excess. So there's land that was actually measured that no longer fits there because the area in a spherical triangle is less than that of an area of a true triangle. So you lose land that you actually measured, and you think that proves Earth is a sphere.
Exactly what it does, Panama. We went over this.
I know we have.
Like you said, because you're saying, like you literally just said it. We input all the placements and measurements of where we are on the surface of the Earth. It's not being transformed; it's being
it is being
and measured
transformed
from the measurements.
It's
They're not
not
transforming anything.
Listen, no. In planar, there's no converging lines, but in a polar geodetic datum, there is converging lines. So when those lines converge, distances shorten. You have to transform for that. You have to convert it from planar to where. So what you're saying is it's all based ground position. Your first station is placed by ground position of a star. We map the Earth around the star. We do it in planar, which is flat. All stars equal ground position at zenith. That's how you start survey. Your first benchmark is from ground position. Now you take it from planar and convert it to polar, which means you're converting from 2 dimensions to 3. So you have to computate that. You didn't
It is 3
measure
dimensions.
You didn't measure any sphericity. It's added in the conversion when you convert from 2 dimensions to 3-dimensional datum, which is a map. A datum is a map.
A very simple way of putting this is that the celestial sphere is being imposed onto the planar Earth.
Well, it is, but you only get sphericity when you convert from planar to polar. That means we have to computate it. It's not measured.
That's my point. Okay, but BattleMod. That's my point though. Is that they're taking measurements that are straight, right? Because it's all the triangulations. But when you actually calculate all of those triangulations together,
no,
you get
they're not.
greater. You're not getting a level plane.
No,
like because again, you're stuck.
Listen, I can show you in the arc of the parallel. Listen, I can show you in the data.
You just said it. You just said the arc. Why do you think you said arc in that?
Listen, if you're right, you don't have to keep interrupting me. So don't say. I can show
actually,
you.
I was the one talking.
I
You're
can
interrupting me
show
right now.
you in the data for the arc of the parallel where they take a raw measurement and it equals somewhere near 180, but after they computate it for placement in a polar system, then it becomes a spherical triangle. And before that, it's not. The raw triangles are normally somewhere close to 180 degrees within human error, an acceptable human error. So we measure 180 degrees or close to it. But when you convert from planar to polar, that's where you're changing it into a spherical triangle and correcting for the distances that are now true in this polar datum versus this planar datum. One's 2-dimensional, one's 3-dimensional. You lose land. Land you actually measure can't fit on the globe. That's why it's called spherical excess. I don't want to confuse excess. It's spherical excess because there's land missing. When you take a triangle and make it a true triangle and make it a spherical triangle, you lose area or volume. So land I measured, when you add it to a globe, half my backyard's missing. And that means it's a globe. And you keep saying, no, we measure spherical triangles in reality. No, you don't. You plot tangent straight lines. 3 of them. 3 tangent straight lines. It's a triangle. It only becomes a spherical triangle when you transform from planar to polar. And it's your ignorance on this subject that leads you to believe you're actually measuring sphericity instead of computating to put it in. They take the land we measure and try to wrap it around the globe. That's a simple way of putting it. And I'm actually licensed and certified in survey. I'm a highway engineer. That's my trade.
Okay,
So the
where's your
spherical
evidence
access.
for
Wait a minute.
the? Okay, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I got unmuted, so that I assumed I was able to speak, but then I'm getting talked over and interrupted.
No,
So the problem,
sorry. I
so
thought the
Battlemod,
discussion is
you're
over.
so again, well, I mean, again, I haven't even been able to make a point yet because Battlemod keeps talking over me. The issue that you're saying, Battlemod, is you're talking about spherical excess that is in the measurements that we invented, that we used. The spherical excess isn't a part of the actual Earth curve, which is what we're trying to measure. But you can't. It's way easier to measure straight lines over the curve and then convert those measurements from straight line triangulations into an actual curvature versus trying to measure the curve another way with curved lines, because that's way more difficult to do. And so the spherical excess is the made up part. The land isn't made up. Battlemod, you're getting it backwards in your head. The spherical excess is the stuff that's made up in our measurements. Once you get rid of the spherical excess, you then have what's left, which is the Earth curve.
So just conflate mathematical concepts together. Right.
No,
Well,
actually,
Battlemod's got it backwards. I don't.
No, none of what you said is true.
I mean, excuse me. So, like, when we take all those triangulations,
We only get access
and
after,
we measure.
After
I'm sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence, Battlemod. Please, can you respect my opportunity to speak?
You've already grandstanded your point. You're not going to let me reply. You're just going to keep monologuing.
Of course.
Well, you just you are like
okay,
trying to dispute what
monologue.
I'm
Then
saying.
you act like a fucking 15-year-old. Go ahead. I'll listen. I'll wait patiently. I'm muting.
Yes, please. That would be great. Again, the measurements, we're measuring the actual Earth surface, but the measurements that we use are actual. There's extra spherical excess in those measurements. They're not.
No, there's not. There's no spherical S without computation for longitudinal and latitudinal stations.
But
there's no sphericity.
There is computation. So, but that's not an issue because we do have that.
Well, it's just a transformation equation, and you're saying we measure it. No, you transform from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. When you do, you lose land. There's excess left over. It's plain and simple.
But again, if you could,
I think you need to read up on the operation of triangulation survey.
But the problem is, when you said we're going from 2 dimensions, so Battlemod, I hate to spoil it for you, but the Earth is a 3-dimensional object. So when you're going from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, this is again where you have it backwards. We are going from an imaginary measurement where it's only 2 dimensions, so that we can get an accurate measurement.
It's not imaginary.
To bring it down, so we're taking a 3-dimensional object and we're measuring it with 2 dimensions.
In reality,
so we're getting 2 out of the 3 dimensions.
Plot
and then we're
straight line tangents. In reality, you plot 3 straight line tangents that are perfectly straight lines, and you connect them together to make a triangle. In reality, you can't measure a curved line of sight. You don't create a curved tangent when you're doing your stations or your baselines. You don't get. There's no curvature until you actually transform. It's planar. It's all planar.
Hey, Belmo, can I ask you a question? You're saying that there's no examples where if I simply add the 3 azimuths of a triangle measure,
that's what I'm saying.
That the excess is beyond the error bars of the measure.
No, there is no excess. It's a short.
So if I find one of those, would you concede the Earth a sphere?
Well, if you find one of them, I'll look at it in the data it comes from. But will I concede it's a sphere? Just no. Because anybody can make a page. And I want to know the surveyor who uses it, what process was it used on? Is it the arc of the parallel? Is it the prime meridians? Which one? I know how all these things were established. There is no way in hell a surveyor goes out in reality that does planar survey, plots 3 straight lines and creates a triangle, and you're going to find spherical axis in the 3 straight lines he plotted. It's impossible. It's what you guys
it wouldn't be impossible on a spherical Earth, right? Because the azimuths would in fact exceed.
It would be impossible on a spherical Earth. You got
Why?
to computate all that shit in. In reality, all you're doing is making a straight line. You're creating the triangle. You're the operator. You're the technician. You create 3 straight lines and then measure the angles in between. And they're going to be close to 180, even in the arc of the parallel. When we look, 90% of the raw data collection is somewhere near 180 degrees triangles within human error, acceptable human error, which would be 2 degrees or so. That would be the...
If you're measuring azimuths on a sphere, then each one of those 3 angles would be in a different plane.
Once
so
you
even
plot
though
it, listen, those azimuths only change once you plot them on a geodetic datum. So now you've added in sphericity. In
no, I'm not talking
planar,
about changing them. I'm talking about using simply the way they are.
yeah, I know.
Not
In
changing them in
planar,
any way.
all azimuths go the same direction. In planar, it's only till you convert to a geodetic datum that you're saying every one of these azimuths or zenuses are going to get away from each other. For that to be true, you have to use a spherical datum.
No, I mean, if verticals were diverging,
If you plot
once you've
them
measured
on a
mind.
sphere, they do diverge. Are you missing this? If you're going to say, okay, if we look at the North American geodetic datum, now if I place azimuths all over it, they all point different ways. Okay, that's true within your model, but we don't know it's true in reality. That's what you're not
Everything
getting.
is circular.
Yeah, it's the model proves the model, and the fact that we can computate proves the model, and we've created this, so it's the model, and you created the model that proves the model. It's the truth is, you're plotting 3 straight lines. You're a guy, and it's impossible for those 3 straight lines that you plot to be spherical. That's impossible.
So what needs to happen is you need to stop begging the question with the spherical coordinate system in the first instance and maybe suggest something that isn't going to do that.
Wasn't Bacon talking about using the measurements exactly as they are?
If you take measurements between plots that you begin with on a spherical coordinate system, you're just calculating the arc distances between those plots. You're not measuring actual distance.
Yeah, but I think that statement doesn't make sense, that you take measurements on a coordinate system. A coordinate system is an abstract construct. You take measurements in reality.
Well, the only thing you're measuring is the sky and angles to it.
Listen, he's got it right. Yes, it's a coordinate system. We measure in Cartesian, we convert to geodetics. Now, I posted an example. This is data from the arc of the parallel. And if you look at the raw angles, they add up to 179.59. And those are the observed angles. And then you have corrections and spherical angles. Well, those corrections are computations for the geodetic datum, where we're now converting a planar to geodetic, which is polar. One is planar, one is polar. One is spherical, one is 2-dimensional. So you see, spherical excess comes after correction. So only after you computate, even in the arc of the parallel, do you find spherical excess. And do you see spherical angles? Because this is what you're converting. The angle. You're converting a planar angle to where it would be on a spherical datum. Then you come up with a spherical angle. Without the spherical datum, there's no spherical angle. There's no spherical axis.
It sounds to me like what's going on is the instructions are there to do a projection of flat Earth into the globe in real time as you're doing these measurements in the sky.
Well, yeah, this is why I say that nothing, no observation, nothing you can think of in a spherical datum is impossible in a planar datum, because we can convert, we have convergence. So nothing, no observation becomes exclusive to either model. It works in both models. We can transform in a hot second from one to the next, and we can place that in either datum, which is just a coordinate system. That man was right.
So that's refuted.
Yeah, Talon, he just likes to grab a hold of words and try to run with words or something, but he's never surveyed a plot of land in his life.
But listen, I like the kid. He's determined, and that'll get you far in this world. Oh, that data is from the arc of the parallel, GF6. Arc of the parallel, raw angles, corrections. Just an example. It's meant to be an example of the arc of the parallel, because everybody says, well, we measured curvature. No, what you measured was planar, and then you converted it to a geodetic datum that you started with, and you compared it to the old one. So they kept saying this proved it, that proved it. They give us a survey for, they went all the way back to the beginning. Is the Earth wider from pole to pole, or is it wider on the equatorial plane? You know, and those people originally started with a datum, a coordinate system that they had for the globe based on placement of stars, star positions over ground positions. All maps adhere to a star. That doesn't make any model or map true, because you can map it in both ways, planar or polar. I can show you ground position in planar, or I can show you ground position in polar. Just depends on which one we want to do. But if we do polar, we're going to have quite a few corrections. Now, if we do planar, we're going to have point to point. And that's navigation. And the star in the sky is just a known. They're the only things we could use for a known land monument to navigate and map our world. They're the only things that are over the same position at the same time every year. So what better thing to map where we live from is, if you're trying to go to this place this time of year, you should be able to look up and see this star. That's real simple, especially if you're a boat on a large water and it's night. You're going to see your map real well, right?
What I'd like to see is for somebody to come up with a curvature measurement without first having to invoke a datum, whether it's latitude and longitude, whether it's a Clark or Bessel datum, whether it's WGS84. Can you do spherical excess without using one of those mathematical models first?
No.
Can you do diverging zeniths without first invoking a model?
No.
No. So it's a very complicated data fitting process. That's all you got.
It's just baffling how they don't grasp this. I don't get it. Like,
yeah, they trot out the Arc of the Parallel document, and right there in the beginning, it says that they invoke both the Bessel and the Clark ellipsoid. Clark from 1866 or 1886, whatever that is.
Yes.
1866.
You read well, so you read the preface, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I read a lot of it, man, and I enjoyed looking at the black and white pictures.
Yeah, and it tells you it's based on a datum, you know?
Right, in the first instance, and they could not do all of that geodesy without that datum.
Yeah, because geodesy is taking planar real-life measurements and converting them to spherical coordinate systems.
I think the U.S. Coast Survey, commissioned by Thomas Jefferson, was planar.
Yeah, and that was due to the coastline paradox for mapping.
Right, and this predated the use of datums for survey.
Yeah, most people leave out the fact that your first benchmark will be have a celestial ground position. You have to first mark ground position, because that gives you absolute placement in either model.
And it.
Right. So an alternative to using a star, like an astral geodetic point, is to use a landmark. So they would fix these control points to landmarks, like they did with the U.S. Coast Survey.
Yeah. Plymouth Rock and such. But yeah, so not all shoreline allows us to view landmarks, Open sea doesn't either. So this is why the stars were useful in open sea navigation, because they follow the same paths, they're in the same places, same time of year. We can travel by them. We can say, yeah, that star over there is where we want to be.
I don't have like a lot of experience in navigating like through stars, or like maybe not at all. So like, but I know that old travelers like and carnivals, especially for the Arabs when they used to like go on the like Silk Road, they used like in the desert, like there's not a lot of like landmarks, so they have to rely on the stars. So, but I don't know how they like fixed a point like using the stars other than like the Polaris. How would they like if they are going? Wait, I think it's like always Polaris, right? If they see it, that's it. Yeah, silly me. Wait, I'm sleepy.
They use devices like staffs as well, like a double staff and all these different kind of the astrolabe.
Yeah. But if you
No, I'm talking about like 1,000 years ago.
If you have a good idea of which direction is north and you face it, you know the other three cardinal directions.
True.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so have you looked at the Polynesian sidereal compass? Indio talks about this, and I started reading up on it not too long ago. It's really interesting. Planar sailing using the stars. I can explain it if anyone's interested to hear.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay. So for this culture, they lived out in the Pacific. They sailed everywhere. And their experience was mostly within the tropics, right? So what they did was they built a map on the ground, and the map kind of represents the sky, similar to the Spanish or Portuguese Portolano charts, if you've ever seen those. And this circle is divided up into 32 slices, like a 32-slice pizza. And you can think of it as in hemispheres, where you have 16 on one side and 16 on the other. So what they did is they picked a star that would fit in one of those slices on one hemisphere to the right. And then they picked another star on the other side of the hemisphere on the left that corresponds to that slice on that side, like a mirroring effect. And straight up is north. As they would see the stars rotate overhead, they would be able to pick up on what is rising on one side and setting on the other. And the two stars being about 180 degrees apart from each other provided a means to do reckoning.
Yep.
So the stars would go on the horizon, you could conceivably get both at the same time.
The Polynesians also use waves and currents and things too that they're well aware of, as well as migratory bird patterns and things.
Yeah, they did. They had names for different waves. They could tell which way ocean currents were running. It's pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, and whoever they were originally found their way all the way to remote places like Easter Island, which is like one of the most remote places on Earth itself.
Yeah, maybe further too.
Yeah, probably to South America, no doubt. But I think there's proofs of like all kinds of different people, ancient, being all over everywhere anyway. So I think they were all mixed everywhere.
Anyway, so that was their basic star structure, and they used it successfully. Some of the best sailors in the world, right? Flat earthers.
Exactly. I bet I could find my way even this late stage of the game. Like if I were to do it again, practiced up a little bit, like practice on getting those fixes and
Wayfinding.
no celestial
Yeah.
navigation.
Wayfinding. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that too. I mean, you start to figure out where there's currents underneath the ocean. It's really bizarre feeling though when you're out there on your own, and when you start doing reckonings for your position, you know, to get adjustments to your dead reckoning through the celestial observations, then you start finding out how much these currents are flowing in what direction. You really get a good indication. It's really odd because there's deep chasms out in the ocean underneath the water, and all of a sudden, freaking huge waves will be rolling through. Like you would even believe it. Like,
Yeah, dead reckoning, astronomical positioning. These are all examples of wayfinding
yeah.
in navigation.
But I guarantee, if I was on the West Coast and I started maybe looking for the stars that would be at a certain GP over Hawaii at a certain direction, and if I tracked it, like there's different ways you can track it. That's why celestial navigation is actually so accurate because you can double check your work against other luminary bodies, and then go, oh, well, I was a little off on this one. What did I do wrong? Was it too close to the horizon? All there's these things to deal with, but I think I could do it again. I bet I could find my place over all the way to Hawaii on a boat if I were to do it in practice, like you're supposed to do. That'd be fun.
The Polynesians did it with notches in their canoes and angles to distant stars.
Right.
What coordinate system would you be using if you're going to Hawaii with only means of celestial navigation?
I don't think the coordinate system would matter because both planar and polar adhere to astronomical positioning, meaning they both comport with a certain star over ground position at
Yeah,
a certain time of year.
Oh, you gotta pick one to use, right? You can't just use none.
You could use either one, or you could just look at the fact of where is this star constellation this time of year. What star do I follow to go from where I am to Hawaii? You can just follow star constellations.
So
I don't think anyone does that, right?
You're using your navigational chart as a graph that you're charting your position on as you go and making adjustments along the way
That's
based
called
on
dead reckoning. Yeah.
whatever you have available to you. And then when you match it up with the celestial bodies, then you find out what the errors were in currents, tides, winds, and waves. Like so
Yeah,
all of
because
that.
you're never going to sail a straight
No,
heading.
no, definitely. Farthest thing you could possibly imagine as far as not measuring something. You cannot measure with boats. Airplanes, same thing. Aircraft, any kind of floating devices, you can't measure with that. What? I wish I would get off of that particular topic.
Nautical miles.
Sky
on
mile.
your speed and the duration of travel.
So wait, so if
yeah.
you are in the sea, right, open sea, and there's no landmarks whatsoever, no references except for the stars, you would, relying on the stars, you would be forced to go in circles, right? It's impossible to go in straight line unless you are going north or south, right?
Guarantee you're going to run into. You're going to run into the sea lanes.
If you know what time of year it is, the sun and the moon help you with that. Their positions.
No, so wait, let's say you have no access to any mechanical devices which like running
But you know the sky is a big clock that all works together.
Well, you have your navigational chart on your chart table.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to sea without a star chart. Yeah.
No, I mean just the chart that you're using as a graph for your location on the horizontal plane. Our actual location is of the utmost importance on that plane, or whatever you want to call it, the x-axis.
Okay, so it would be actually a small increments, like small corrections over time, right?
What would be?
Well, that depends on the weather at sea, Kumari.
What would be small corrections? Yeah, there would be small corrections over time, but you would do them every single day. And like generally, you'd probably be taking fixes an hour before and an hour after, possibly every single day at noon. It takes quite a while. So you would spend 2 hours taking fixes of the sun and then adjusting for it based on your thought, your speed was, and then you get down to you find out exactly what your speed was and what your direction was. And then you can see, oh, if I continue on this course, so I need to make an adjustment to a little bit to, let's say, the southwest. I'm too far south, like northwest or something. I need to be more southwest. So, or whatever, what have you. So you just adjust.
Yeah, actually, I want to look up a game or something which is like open world and like a sailing game or something where you have a true star maps that you can actually test it and like train.
That would be really cool, actually. Shit, I'd play that.
I made a simulator you can use. It puts you in a random location, and you can take star sites and try to figure out your coordinates. And you can input your coordinates into the simulator, and it's gonna tell you how off you got.
Interesting.
Oh, can you share, please?
Yeah, I'll post on the chat.
Is it fun?
No, it's a pain in the ass, but it works.
I don't want to play it then.
Oh, you gotta know how to do slash navigation to play that. Otherwise, there's not much to do there.
It's got to have good graphics. So I'm actually on the boat at the helm, and the spray is splashing on my brow.
That good, huh?
You're pulling in the jib sheet tighter.
Only fun if somebody gets pulled over deck.
It's easily fun to boat. Like there's many harbors all along the whole coast where I live, and there's a bunch of boats probably that are just sitting there and they're rotting because no one's taking care of them. People abandon them. They just leave them out there. It's so amazing. But they do cost a lot of money to even get one running. Like especially if it's been neglected very much, then it is a big hole that you just throw money in. Probably it takes a long time to feel like you've made any progress. So especially
we have a whole culture of that, Sonny.
Shoestring, yeah.
We do that. We do that to our elderly. Like Michael over here is in a senior home right now.
Wow.
Sometimes I feel like that's true, but they let me go outside by myself still, so I'm okay.
Hey, your freedom is what matters. You keep it.
Hey, amen to that. I go wherever I want. I have a great time. I see views and vistas that
They let you out too, Sonny?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I can go out free.
We'll have to visit each other. I'll ask my daughters if they're cool with that.
It's pretty amazing. I can get to do what I want, even in this hectic world we live in.
All right, Grandpa Simpson.
Hey, I'm not giving up the ghosts. Like, I'll be 66 years old this year.
You might need a special tag in the main server for that. Illuminati confirmed.
He said I get the senior citizens hookup. That's fucked up, man. Sonny's got 14 years on me, man. I'm not old. I just troll them kids with that boomer voice because they hate it.
I know, but it's awesome, man. We love it here.
They hate it. They hate that voice, man. They're like, this fucking old dude, old as dirt, trying to tell me something.
After a while, when you're in conversation with people, you get to know them and their voices and the emotions behind them after a while, and you start to like, and you miss those people that we speak to. So it's good to have this coming around, like here, for instance, like see things changing on different venues. And
see, dude split, and he left me to deal with that Talon dude, and I was trying to hear him do his thing.
Bro, I was trying to eat a steak. Why are you on me?
I missed it. I'm getting old. You're younger than me, damn it. Get out there and mop the floor. Clean it up.
You don't know how old I am.
You're younger than me, damn it.
I'd say he's probably at least late 40s to early to
Say
mid
you're
50s.
not. Whippersnapper.
Dude's
I'm not saying a
looks is probably
damn
late
thing.
40s boomer.
I
What
would
does that
say
tell me?
40, 45, but I don't like to piss people off, so only when I'm
Life
trolling.
experience counts for much more, I think, too.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
Like if you've been shot at or burned alive, you've got a lot of experience.
Survivability. Yeah, that's a that's a trait. All right.
Like
Especially
that guy, like that guy in Israel. He got burned alive.
Yeah, he included shot at with burnt alive. I thought, that
He's
guy's
got a
not
lot of
around to talk
experience.
no more. Is he?
He's got a
Wow.
lot of experience.
He's right at the top level there at that in that aspect. Then I guess. Wow.
I've never been burnt alive, but I've been shot at.
I tried to. People used to try to burn me with cigarettes when I was a little.
That's
His
experience,
name
Sonny.
was his name was Daddy.
No, well, that was a different story, but getting whooped with a belt. That's pretty much what that was.
I grew up like that. I got my ass beat with the belt, and I think I'm better for it today.
I think you are too.
Yeah.
I think you need more of it.
I grew up
I
in the
love it.
country, man. They made you go outside, even if it was winter, go outside and bend over the wood pile and wait for it. Waiting 5 minutes was worse
Not
than
everybody
that.
had an uncle like yours.
No, it was my dad. My grandma. She'd be like, get out there and grab that wood
Your grandma
pile.
would give it to you like that?
My grandma was like 240 pounds, man. She had a paddle that said Board of Education on it.
They used to do that in the schools that I was in. And
That woman didn't spare the rod.
And
Yeah. What? Nobody had to go outside and pick out their own switch.
no, they had a paddle, special paddle for
there.
your ass.
Yeah, in my principal's office, the principal had multiple paddles, and you could pick which one. It's pretty funny in hindsight.
Yeah,
Your
that's
principal
pretty
and my
cool.
grandma would have been buddies.
How barbaric? How barbaric is that? Gee whiz.
It is barbaric.
It's not at all barbaric.
You refuse to let your kids growing up with dumb thoughts,
Well-
even if you got to beat them out of them. So, and I use that word beat sparingly.
I went to
because
school in
it really
Hawaii,
wasn't
too.
a beating, but it was enough to make
I
a
guess-
kid think he'd been beat if they were good people.
I guess in some aspects I learned my lesson, though. That's
I don't think it's barbaric at all. You're a well-behaved young man, Sonny, and it's all
Thank
a
you.
tribute to getting your ass whooped.
It is. Yeah, no doubt. Makes us stronger, strong as hell. So I ain't
Surely
worried
the
about
rod
it.
and staff of correction will shape you and form you.
But-
My grandma could preach a sermon on that shit.
You go outside and get your own switch to get whooped with, and you get the one that you think won't hurt so bad. You
That's the
get
one
sent.
that hurts the most because you picked the thinnest one.
Yeah, don't get a willow branch, damn it. Just leave that shit hanging.
They don't give you a choice. If there's a willow tree there, you're getting one of those. Well, I'm sorry, Flatsy. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. You get you learn to get you try to get a stiff one, and kind of thick, but not too thick. And those don't hurt that bad, but it's the little whippy ones that. Ooh, I mean, I can tell you right now, the hairs on the back of my neck just stood up thinking about it.
Yeah, honestly, Michael, if there's a willow tree around, that's the one you have to pick from. If there's bamboo around, that's the one you have to pick from. That's how the world works.
It should be, because you should.
It is. It still is in most parts of the world.
Yeah, you should refuse to raise stupid kids or lazy kids, and you might have to crack that ass once or twice. Because it's just not good for them. They won't have a good life.
Each child is a special case.
Speaking of special cases, do we have any Globers in here? Just trying to bring it back on topic, guys.
Wow. Let's talk more about beating children, please.
Where's
Let's talk about special cases like Globers. Come on. Any Globers out there? Got any evidence?
Listen, all roads lead to Rome, and families raised on flat Earth properly.
Yes.
Under the firmament of the Most High. I really don't care who doesn't agree with that. That's a belief part of it. Yes, I believe in God. I believe I live on God's green earth. Do I believe all the stories written about multiple different gods? No.
Yeah, how do you pick those? There's hundreds of them.
You just pick what you want.
I take more of the stance that we couldn't
No.
possibly know God. And so just
Exactly.
acknowledging that he exists is a great leap.
Yeah, and for the old people like who had many gods, if you didn't find what you like, create one.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. There's
Abram
no
said,
limitations.
if your idol's a god, when I burn it, it'll strike me down. I'll follow Abraham. He had some brains, didn't he? If your statue's a god, it'll stop me from destroying it.
He raised some good kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, big balls.
You know what he's talking about, Kamari.
Yep.
There's only one God. There's only one God where your
So we
salvation.
can take it back to the covenant, and all that. But hey, I love you all. We're all Abrahamic. There you go.
There's only one God that where your salvation is certain.
I could be
Well, the other
specific.
ones, they don't know if they're going to paradise or they don't know. They'll tell you,
Ishmael.
I don't know.
Making me want to get up and throw a log on the fire, Sonny.
Yahweh, they're speaking Hebrew in their dances and songs.
Man, you're
More
making
that
me
we were
miss.
lied about. We were lied about all that.
I like the powwows, man. You native chicks in regalia dancing around. You can't beat it.
I know. That's probably the best show ever. Like as far as like the appearance with all those feathers and the contrast and things. I've been to some of those in Chicago, actually.
Man, we got 3 GF, 4 GF6s in here, and nobody's a captain in the globe. Where's the great globe?
That's what I'm saying. Where are these guys at? We got this old timer Deus Volt coming back from the grave. I'm sure he's thirsty for some Globers. Got 4 of you GF6s in here. GF chicks, speak up.
Yeah, he said, I'm still in the suit they buried me in.
GF cheerleaders, come on out wherever you are.
He said
The body's
GF.
not even cold yet.
You can't beat the boomer.
Someone want to take a crack at Deus Volt over here? I'm sure he's itching for it.
What were you saying, Clancy? Were you laughing about the cheerleader part?
Why would you want to talk to GF6 if you have B for C?
Hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, you're interrupting a lady. What did you say?
He said
look,
GF6 and I was laughing, okay? It was funny.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
What the hell does GF6 stand for if you're not a globe fighter number 6? If you're not going to defend and steelman your globe, then you're not a globe fighter.
It stands for General Flat Earth 6.
I thought it stood for. I like it. Gluten Force 6 or gluten free 6. Gluten free 6 or
I didn't even recognize that pattern until it was mentioned.
I'm confused. Is he a glober or a flurf?
Globe fanatic.
I don't know if that's a diss or not, but grapefruit 6, like
I like Globe Fanatic. That was good.
GF6 means basically that in this team we are the biggest fans of Flat Earth. We absolutely adore that idea.
Gluten free is the best one I think I've heard. Girlfriend 6 and grapefruit 6. I mean, girlfriend and gluten free, which I think it might be both crit. Like crit's really good with that shit.
It's one called just Goat Fucker 6.
I thought it was Goofball. Goofball 1, Goofball 2.
No, but that would be GB. That would be GB. You gotta get better.
Hey, guys, please.
Well,
Enough.
Why are you offensive to Great Britain?
No, if you guys want to talk, you go ahead.
Let's get back
Is
on
it
track.
G for Great Britain or is it for Goofball?
Mike,
Which one?
stop.
Deus Volt, what, are you a Glober?
What are you?
No, not you, Deus Volt.
I know,
Not
but
me?
what are you?
Okay.
No, Deus Volt, not Battle, but Deus Volt.
Deuce Volt.
He said it right. It's Deus fault.
I want to see some of your.
Deus, yeah, Deus. I remember the correction. I always say Deus,
Guys,
because you told me.
please focus. He's asking me a question for sakes.
Yeah.
All
Are
right,
you a
Deus,
Glober or are you a flat earther?
question to Deus.
I can't hear. What did you say?
Are you a Glober or a flat earther?
I'm an apparent earther.
You're
An apparent what?
No, I'm an
Apparent
apparent
earther.
earther.
An apparent earther.
Yeah.
What shape is the apparent Earth?
It doesn't appear to have one.
Doesn't appear to have one.
No.
They're a flat earther.
No.
So might I jump in a minute here?
Yeah,
just a second. So, when it comes to the shape, again, we've told you this before. We don't know the overall shape. When he says apparent, like, that's a pretty good answer. This whole idea of like putting a label on somebody, though, that's your attempt at pigeonholing somebody. Like when you say, "Are you a flat earther?" and he doesn't want to give you the response that you're looking for. Because when you do that, you think that you can then try to produce a model for us or him.
Well, if he doesn't want to be identified, then sure.
No. It's okay.
Spare
really quick.
Spare me the optics. If you're like part of the flat Earth crew, to say it.
Yeah, sure. I'm part of the flat Earth crew. No. Let me speak for myself. Let me explain myself. Okay, it's a pre-ad hominem. I don't really care what you think I am or what's your argument. Do you have any evidence for what you believe the Earth to be?
I was just asking what you were.
Whether it be flat or a globe. I really don't give a shit.
Right. Well, why do any
No,
of
you
us
answer my question. No, you answer my question. No, you answer my question. No, you answer my question.
Good point, Gregory. Thank you.
Why do any of us have to agree to a label? Like, why do we have to put ourselves in a group?
I know a question. Desvolt, do you think celestial navigation is used on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
All right, Bacon, take it away.
Well, let's see that. Let's see how azimuths are computed.
I mean, if you understand that our goal primarily is to poke holes and to debunk the claim, which is that of a globe with curvature, then we don't need to have a label or a group or something that we go by.
Let's move on from that. Let's move on from that.
In our defense, when I first saw you guys, you all had FE in your name, so let's not pretend. Let's not play games here.
I don't. I'm not playing any games. Go on. What's your question?
I wanted to say that in that case, I don't know why you avoid the labels if there exists one.
I'm not
that
avoiding a
perfectly
label.
matches.
You asked
I'm
me
not
what I
saying
am,
that to you.
what I
I was-
describe myself as. I'm not obfuscating. I'm not trying to
Yeah, I
bullshit you.
was asking flat earthers, not you.
Who cares what they identify as? What does
Yeah,
it
I
mean to
wanted
you?
to-
What is going on?
Listen, we're here to discuss the nature of your reality. If you're not willing to discuss the nature of your reality, instead try to discuss other people's nature of their reality, then you're not really here for a good reason or a productive conversation. What exactly do you believe the Earth shape is? Why? What's your evidence? Other than that, I don't have much to tell you.
Yeah, we don't need to put FE in our pronouns or anything like that. It doesn't define us.
Does it not?
So what's your question? You asked me if I'm a flat earther. I told you the obvious answer. I'm an apparent earther. Go ahead. What's your question? So you don't have a question.
Was that directed towards me?
It's directed towards anybody who was asking me what
it was me then. I was just seeing what you were.
Why?
I'm
a human being.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm a human fucking being.
Understand?
It's an interesting thing to multitask doing while talking on Discord.
It's throwing you for a loop, right? If we're not willing to identify with a pronoun of FE, like you don't know how to attack the situation.
No, I don't. Let me put it this way: I would just in my head categorize him amongst the flat earthers. I don't have much of an issue with that.
Yeah, you're going to lump. Look, that's a fact.
No.
Every one of us.
Lou, stop. It is perfectly human nature to try to categorize things for better understanding. I get it.
Yeah,
and I told them.
That's what I was about to.
Oh, okay. I'll make it easier, right, Mr. Deus Volt. In what way, aside from not calling yourself a flat earther, are you different from the rest of them?
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, okay then. So the category is adequate then, I think.
I'm a normal person. No, I think they're normal people too.
Yeah, we're
So
all.
you just
we're all
want to be
normal people,
different.
and we don't have like a set. We're not a cult. We don't have a set of beliefs that everybody has to agree with.
Is that true?
What we do consistently do though is distrust the globe model. Okay, and try.
Are
to
you
poke
telling
holes
me
in it.
you're not a cult because you're trying to convince yourself or me?
Is it really interesting to verbally wrestle other people that refuse to identify themselves with a particular category?
Especially like the GF6. What is that? Like, really?
Goat fucker 6?
Yeah, no, you guys are in the cult when you have no empirical, you have no empiricism and to back up your claims of a globe that doesn't present itself that way. Like you guys are in the cult. You guys are the ones that are living behind a belief system.
Lou, do you know what he
and the
believes?
mass.
Do you know what he believes?
Oh God! Oh, Mog's on your own side.
What? No, I call out bullshit whichever direction I see it.
When you say presents itself, I have some issues with this, right? Because the whole point of why people started to believe the Earth was a globe to begin with wasn't because there was some sort of, I don't know, cabal like 2,000 years ago. It was obviously based on observation.
Were you there?
No, it wasn't.
It was obviously based on observation.
So
No, it wasn't.
hold on. So is this in response to how it presents itself? So are you saying through observation it presents itself as a globe?
I would say the reason people thought it was a globe is because of observation. So when you say presents itself, you're talking about observation.
Yeah. So
historically
how
accurate.
do we observe it to be a globe?
Oh, well, at the time, people said things.
Hang on, Gregory has something to add. Go ahead, Gregory.
Yeah, that's not even historically accurate. All the ancients could barely even get beyond, 10,000 feet? And it's supposedly, at least metaphysically required to get to 35,000 feet to just see a modicum of curvature of the Earth. No, it was not because they someday saw the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, like, no one's saying the Greeks had rockets, right?
Okay,
what
really
is being said is just that for the ancient Greeks, when they observed boats going over the horizon, they saw that as an example of something that would not be flat, right? And
Yeah,
they derived
use
globe
that
from other
thing
methods.
inside your head that is called the brain. They took the observations
Listen, that's what
and
a few
made the
Greeks
conclusion.
believe. Not all Greeks believe that.
Yeah. In fact,
only
most
a
of the Greeks,
few.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't based on observation as though they observed the curve.
Yeah, we
Up
didn't get to
until
that
a
yet.
couple of Greeks, or a couple or a few Greeks, started speculating on the idea of living on a sphere, which they only determined because they thought that the sphere, almost religiously, was the perfect shape, and they wanted to believe that they lived on it.
Or I rather the word presumed, right? They presumed it based on observations.
Yeah.
And then once they had those observations, that carried over for about 2 millennia until we finally saw with our own eyes.
That's actually inaccurate. But really quick.
Tell me
when
why.
I say,
before you go on to your next point, just tell me why you think that's inaccurate.
No. I'm going to go back to the point at which I haven't been able to address yet. So don't dictate to me what I'm going to say. Really quick. Now, when I say, as it presents itself, because it's apparent, It's apparent in every observation I make without instrumentation. So, as I see it, it appears flat. It appears level. It appears motionless. In my day-to-day, if you ask a little child what it appears to be, they will exactly say what I have. You have to disbelieve your own senses.
I'd say ask an adult.
I'm not done. No. I'm saying without the filter of being told what it is. It appears that it is flat, level, and motionless. Now, going back to the Eratosthenes, which is completely apocryphal, because I'm pretty sure his library burnt down. They have none of his writings.
Can we skip to when you said besides all of that,
we're talking about the Greek from 2,000 years ago.
Talking about a Greek, right? Anyway, Deus Vult.
Listen,
Deus Vult. Question: you said my analysis of history, which was just basically
No, stop, dude.
basically
He's into that right now.